Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. A technological space emerges before our eyes. The story of this book is as follows. The towers collapsed under the onslaught of chaos, and one day the world changed dramatically. Huge Xenos attacked the inhabitants. Towers and dungeons that appeared out of nowhere began to generate monsters, and they immediately began to attack people, and the world plunged into chaos. The continents were shining with threat, and in particular the Korean peninsula, which became famous as a region where towers and dungeons appeared continuously. The subway stations were in ruins, and here the monsters were much more aggressive and stronger than in other countries. It was a real hell. The mother tried to protect her child from the monster. A huge wolf opened his mouth, preparing to attack. But then lightning pierced him, and yet even the pitch darkness can be dispelled by bright light. The mother and child looked at the savior with joy. He extended his hand to them, and in this novel, with such light. It was a man in a cloak and fingerless gloves. Heroes could destroy the darkness. The news was full of headlines, and thanks to the power of heroes, Korea began to fight monsters, and gradually people were able to take control of dungeons and towers into their own hands. The charts of countries jumped, and cataclysms were used as an engine of industry. Dawn came over the city, and gradually humanity began to emerge from the dire situation. And time passed, and Korea, along with the USA, entered the ranks of strong countries, which attracted famous heroes from all over the world. Cities flourished, and in order to prevent the emergence of new monsters and dungeons, Korea founded the best hero training center in the world, which taught advanced magic and magical technology. A hexagonal symbol appears before us, and this is how the Cube Academy came into being. The most diverse awakened appeared before us. Cadets from all over the world studied there, who were able to break through despite the high competition. The sky was crystal clear. The young man was honing his attacks and using powerful magic. Among them were the heroes who would save this world in the future. The man with the sword was emitting a powerful red aura from himself, and the guy with the spear was standing with a slight smile. These were the ones who were competing with them. This was an overview of the world situation. If you wonder how he knew all this, then this world was not invented by God, but by the person who is telling this story. But there was one problem. The sun was shining brightly above the Colosseum, and a festive atmosphere was playing. Suho approached the pedestal, and he was told that the first place among the first-year cadets was. After a short pause, the hero was handed a sheet of paper and called by name. But then, for some reason, he was overcome with anxiety. The author realized that he had ended up in his own book that he had written. The audience looked at the banner with him and admired him, and he thought about what was right before his eyes. Information about the participants was displayed on the screens. The time traveler read about the hero's name and the cadets, after which he understood exactly what world he was in. The settler was instantly seized by panic and wondered what had happened here. He heard many offensive phrases addressed to him from every corner of the arena. The protagonist focused on the people sitting around and did not move. The guy realized that he could hear everything that was said in the distance. Several human figures were visible in the distance, one of which said that all the first-year students were quite capable this year. The narrator tried to take a closer look. Among them stood a woman with brown hair and, smiling, said that Suho was among them. She put her hands on her hips and said that she could not even believe that he was only 17. The author became alarmed and thought about the name of the young genius. He imagined him and said that he was the main character in this world. Then the guy imagined a sword and said that he was a hero and the one who would lead the world where monsters ruled, namely a kind and fair one who possessed all the qualities of a hero. Immediately after, the blue-haired man appeared in his eyes as a man behind broken glass. The dark-haired man still did not move and thought that it was the one who competed with that one. Suho looked away in surprise, and the narrator continued and said that it was a cadet who took second place. In front of us stood a blonde man with luxurious golden eyes, whose name was Jonghak. This impudent guy was the grandson of an oligarch, the owner of a large company, Jisen. Looking at the golden-eyed man, the narrator immediately said that he had similar skills to the main character, and was an arrogant rich man to the core, who would become a negative character in the future. Imagining how they fight with the main character of the novel, he thought that now they were all cadets, but later the blonde, experiencing his inferiority because of the blue-haired one, will have to become a villain, and their fight will be like a fight between light and shadow. These two guys were standing in front of the column, and the narrator thought and realized that there were two main characters of the story. It seems that he definitely ended up in the world of the book. Realizing that he was watching them from the side, he realized that he did not know who he had become. And a hand reached out to him while he was thinking that if he was a character in his book, then he should at least have a name, but then he was called out. A small chubby guy turned to him and asked if he fell asleep late yesterday, and then the question arose about what was happening. The narrator, confused, asked if he was being addressed now, to which he immediately agreed with a gentle and kind look. And then an alarming thought struck him, and the hero wondered if there was another one like him. He immediately imagined a banner with that name and wondered if there was a character with that name at all. But then the guy had an idea and he thought about how he didn't remember calling anyone that and thought that maybe he would remember when he saw the face. He looked at the screen in the sky and seeing himself with a question mark on his face, he wondered who this person was. And then he had more questions than answers. The dark-haired man grabbed his face and wondered in horror why his face had become a question mark, watching the festive extravaganza and wondering what it was. At that moment, he realized that he had become a character that he hadn't written about in the book. Watching the others in the audience, he thought that this person had no appearance, no role, and his name was kind of old-fashioned. Hadun clutched his face and thought that even his presence was somehow unclear, and without a face no one would pay attention to him. Imagining himself against the backdrop of the main characters, he thought about the fact that he was only called a cadet and he had no friends, and he was the one who had no points of contact with the main characters. The reincarnated one tucked his legs and thought that he was just a character to fill the audience seats. The dark-haired man covered his face and finally realized who he was. There were many such unremarkable personalities sitting around him, and he thought that he had become an episodic character outside the plot. But then an even greater truth dawned on him. The author, realizing the scale, thought that he had become dust inside the book. One day, he received a message. The dark-haired man was surprised by the strange glow and wondered what it was. He received a letter asking to make a remake of his work. He immediately imagined the cover of his book and thought that the sequel to his book The Return of the Hero had not been published for 6 months due to stagnation in the creative process. The author sat down at his laptop and anxiously wondered if that person wanted to make a remake of a novel that had stopped being published, and thought that there were still weirdos in the world. But then something interesting caught his attention. The letter thanked him for his interest, and Hadun said that he even felt awkward in front of him, and he did not even think that the answer to the request of a strange fan. The hero sent the letter by mail, and while particles were flying out of his dorm, he realized that this would cause the subsequent events. Water splashed. The protagonist looked in the mirror with surprise and said that he had been looking at this face for 2 weeks and even got used to it a little. Looking again at his reflection in the water, he thought that this strange question mark was also 2 weeks old, and it seems that this is not a dream. The transported one imagined the many pages of the work he was walking through, and thought that he was in the world of the book he had written, and Hadun, whose body he had entered, was one of the many episodic characters in this book. Standing in front of the mirror, the guy thought that over the past 2 weeks he had tried a lot of methods, but still could not figure out who, how, and why had placed him here. Having imagined the main characters, the protagonist thought that he might have to stay in this world for a long time. Holding onto the edge of the sink, the hero thought that by the time the plot reached the point where the release of chapters had stopped, he had about 10 more years. And then the dark-haired man exhaled heavily in horror. His face expressed extreme indignation, and he wondered how he could spend so much time in the book, and also wondered if he would have to laugh with teenagers all this time. The guy immediately imagined his work supplies and thought that he had his own life and did not want to stay in this book forever, trying to survive. The protagonist held his hands on the sink until a star hit the back of his head and said meaningfully. The dark-haired man began to get up little by little and thought that he needed to figure out a way to get back, and now nothing came to mind except following the main plotline. Remembering his book, the hero thought that if he reached the middle of the story, then the chapters would stop coming out anyway. The author took a towel and thought that he needed to try to hold on for a while. But then he remembered the cover of his book and said with anxiety that for this he would have to. Looking out the window and seeing a thriving city, the hero said that he needed to go to Cup School. Imagining that location, he thought that this place was located on an artificial island near the Eastern Sea, and about 5,000 cadets, including future heroes, were studying at the academy. It was a high-tech city where magic, advanced industry, and talented personnel from all over the world were concentrated, and thanks to the academy, Korea was called one of the most powerful and influential countries in the world. He stood holding his backpack with anxiety and thought that this was the center of the city and the main stage where the plot of his book unfolded. In front of him was the Hero Training Center. The guy imagined strong warriors surrounded by energy and said that among those who hoped to become a hero and had special skills, only a small part of the elite could study at this place. Looking at his hands, the hero thought that the owner of this body was also a cadet. As he continued to walk and squeeze his hand, he thought that he didn't know what skills he had, but it must have been something special to be able to get in here. The protagonist began to worry even more and thought that whatever it was, he hoped that these abilities would help him. When he approached the door and raised his head, he thought about surviving in this terrible school. Entering the classroom, he found many students sitting at their desks. The guy got into the truth classroom, which was the central place in the club. One of his classmates began to yawn, and he thought that this was a place where there were positive and negative characters. Looking at the other part of the classroom, the hero thought that there were also allies and rivals there. But when he saw Suho smiling, he immediately thought that this was the main character of the book. Looking at his comrades, the guy realized that they would soon begin to form groups, which would entail various events. Hadun sat down and thought about how he would have to be with them for 10 years, and without a face, and then thought about how lonely he was. He arrived at his dorm in the late afternoon. Entering the house, the guy said that he did not even notice how the days passed. While the hero was climbing the stairs, he noticed something while thinking about how he could study all day in high school. There was a huge box from the academy on his desk. The guy began to remove the tape, asking what kind of package it was, thinking that he was not told that something should arrive. Almost removing the tape, he thought that these were Hadun's personal belongings. But then something really surprised him. His laptop from the real world was there. The hero hurried to open it and wondered what he was doing here. The system began to slowly load. Synchronization began. He covered his hands with bright light, not understanding what was happening. The system showed 2 images with the transition from Hadun to Hajin. The settings began loading, and immediately after that, a lot of status windows flew out. The protagonist immediately remembered how he worked behind him and Earl and thought that this was the same settings log that he himself created. The guy extended his hand a little forward and wondered who could have sent him such a thing. But then something suddenly stopped him. The core began to crack and emit energy after the synchronization was 99% complete. And then the laptop unexpectedly turned off. A notification appeared about receiving a unique right to change the settings. The crack went through the space itself. Suddenly, the hero took his image from the real world. He was wildly surprised, and then a notification appeared about resetting all indicators for the purpose of synchronization. And while he was trying to come to his senses, a notification appeared about the completion of synchronization. He immediately grabbed the lid of the laptop. There was a reflection, and the guy immediately said that this was his real face. The dark-haired man looked around and wondered what had happened and where it all came from. Looking at the notification, the guy began to gradually guess what was happening and suggested that it could be an epiphany. Hajin imagined a person with an aura and said that this is an awakening phenomenon that occurs when one overcomes one's own boundaries, and in this world such a phenomenon is called an epiphany. He imagined his body with statistics and said that after it, one can see one's abilities, techniques and skills in numbers, and also become stronger in a much more effective way than before. His report card appeared in front of him, and the reincarnated man thought that, to put it simply, he now sees a status window. A window about the observation and viewing skill appeared, and then information about variables and static indicators appeared. The dark-haired man swiped his finger across the screen and said that first you need to look at each indicator. Synchronization and reset immediately caught his eye. The newly minted member of the story became more serious and thought that he did not know what it was. But because of this, his face changed, and he became weaker than the former owner of the body, but the indicators increased. He looked straight ahead and thought that the next thing that bothered him was. Looking at his unique right to change the settings, Hajin wondered what it was. Looking at the bottom item, which said that as Hajin's importance in the world grows, he receives SP, and the hero immediately said that he did not remember having such a skill and wondered about the importance. The gray-eyed man was immediately surprised and wondered if he really needed to increase his importance in this book. Remembering the battles with dungeon monsters, the protagonist immediately thought about whether it was possible that he was given his laptop back and given abilities so that he could join the plot of this story. The hero moved his hand to the side and wondered what kind of nonsense this was, and at that moment a blue window appeared. It said about the undisclosed information of the main story. The dark-haired man frowned and asked if he would have to interfere with this story to return to his home world. He immediately sat down at the table. The guy started looking for something on the laptop and thought that even if he had to wait until the plot stopped, it was not a fact that he would get out of here at all. Remembering his characters, the author thought that if this hidden information did not help him in any way, then perhaps he would be able to find some kind of clue while communicating with the main characters. He selected the investment of points in the window and thought that he needed to become stronger in order to withstand the conditions of the main plot. The guy immediately clicked on the pop-up window and said that his book had no concept of leveling up, and you couldn't increase your stats at will, and the only way was with points, which were considered very valuable here, and for the most effective way to use them. He imagined a casino and thought about investing in luck. After that, the author imagined everyday things where luck was used and said that it could be obtained not only by opening unknown rewards in the dungeon, getting money, extra points, personal relationships, and so on. It was an ability that could be used in everyday life. The hero looked straight ahead and thought that of course, the constant luck stats couldn't be increased, but he could exchange them for SP. He started typing and suggested that he should try exchanging 10 points for SP. The protagonist invested 9,000 story points in luck, increasing it almost to the maximum. And then the mysterious luck was applied. The dark-haired man was immediately surprised. The monitor said that it was used and that the indicator would increase by 0.1. And the reincarnated man was immediately surprised that it affected this too. He leaned back in his chair and put his finger to his nose and thought that the main character's magical powers were about 9, which meant that he was very lucky. Gray-eyed began to enter new values and thought that he needed to invest the remaining SP in patience because he had to endure training in Cub. And when the hero invested points, then a huge luck was applied and patience increased from 6.6 to 7.207, to which he said that he had become lucky after all. But suddenly artifacts began to appear on the matrix. A warning popped up that an error was detected that could affect the probability of increasing the indicators, which made Hajin furious. The next inscription said that he could no longer change SP using unchangeable points. The hero immediately became disappointed, asking what kind of mockery this was. He again sat back in his chair, upset, and said that there were restrictions on tricks, but he still managed to increase luck and patience, and this was already a lot. But then something caught his attention. Looking at the window of the special right, he said that he had another 10,000 points. The dark-haired man leaned back once more and fell silent. It was clear outside, and the guy said that he needed to think about how to use them. The doors to his class were open and someone was saying that they all tried hard at the morning training. Hajin was listening attentively to the lectures, and their teacher decided to introduce himself. The man in glasses put his hands on his hips and said his name, saying that he would be their instructor for the whole year. The cadets talked among themselves, discussing their places in the world rankings, while the hero sat silently. Suhike calmly looked at them and said that it was time to stop talking about him and get down to business. He imagined a pyramid and said that Cub is not a place for entertainment, and if they do not achieve the main goal, high grades, they will begin to lag behind. According to statistics, less than half of the cadets graduate from the academy without ever repeating a year. The white-haired girl looked without emotion, and he continued and said that heroes are raised here, which means they will be assessed according to strict criteria. The brutal man nodded sternly and told everyone to stand up and follow him, because the first thing they will do is determine the main weapon. The teacher put his hand to the sensor. A heavy door began to open in front of the protagonist's face, and the contents surprised him. It was the armory, which was all glowing with neon and shining. There was a wide variety of choices, for example, katanas. In another row, axes and spears lay nearby. But then the instructor put his hand behind his back and began to shout that he did not give them time to admire and told them to choose faster. When Suho grabbed the katana, the brutal man with glasses mentioned that the chosen weapon cannot be changed for 6 months, so he should think carefully. The blue-haired man looked at his blade with a soft smile. A woman's hand raised a bow. She pulled it, knocking an arrow and pointing it to the side. A beautiful white-haired lady picked up a rapier. A dark-haired girl picked up a whip and immediately pulled it. Our protagonist looked at them calmly and thought that all the main characters made their choice without any problems. He leaned over the safe and thought that it was his turn to choose. The gray-eyed man looked ahead and the thought came to him that he needed to think carefully. Having examined the naginata and spear, the guy thought that with his indicators, he would not be able to stop at the weapon that the other cadets use. After examining the shields, the hero thought that even if he wanted to increase them, the efficiency of investing points would only fall, so he had several conditions for the main weapon. Hajin looked to the side and thought that he should have experience using it in the real world, and he should quickly adapt to it. And then his hand itself reached for the right option. The other cadets looked at him with great surprise and called everyone to look. Even their instructor, seeing this, strongly thought that he was joking. Suhike widened his eyes in surprise and immediately turned to the hero with a question about whether he would really take this weapon. In the hands of the protagonist was a Glock 19. The hero stood in the center of the hall, holding a pistol in his hand. Suhike looked intently at the document and told the cadet that, as he remembered, he used a sword in the cadet school. The guy, looking at him, explained that he decided to change the weapon. A question was heard, and for this he entered the cube. An agreement in response. The man looked at him over his glasses and agreed, saying that in the cube, the choice is always up to the cadets. Crossing his arms, Suhike shouted that it doesn't matter whether it's the right choice or not, the responsibility lies only with you. Let them keep that in mind. Hajin looked at him silently. He looked away, hearing someone say that he's completely crazy. The classmates around him were whispering, asking why he entered the cube if he chose a gun. It's not clear. He'll have to do it during sparring. Maybe he wants to attract attention to himself. Touching his burning ear with his fingers, Hajin thought that even in this world, a gun is the best weapon, especially for an ordinary person who doesn't know how to use magic. A bullet flew out of the gun, leaving a trail of lightning. Magic bullets are mainly used here. They are much stronger and more destructive than simple steel bullets since they contain mana. However, despite this, guns are not very popular. The bullet rushed forward. The man waved his hand, deflecting the bright flash. The metal part on the student's glove was smoking. The instructor behind him was calling the next cadet. No matter how strong the owner, the gun already has a certain destructive power. This is the first reason. Ancient symbols were painted on the wall. And the second reason is that the gun does not have any deep and significant history of origin. Imagining a fresco with a man watching a dragon, the hero thought that in this world there are myths and legends, as well as artifacts from these legends. The warrior on horseback raised his sword. The longer and deeper the history of a weapon, the higher its rank. The blade glowed next to the outstretched palm. Therefore, the cadets of the Cuba generally preferred not modern weapons, but those with their own history. They believed in their strength and did not rely only on magic bullets, all for the sake of becoming at least one step higher, even if they reached the limit of their capabilities. Looking ahead, Hajin thought that naturally, it had nothing to do with him. He walked down the hallway, thinking that he was not some kind of comic book protagonist. He had never held a sword in his life, so there was no comparison between him and the other cadets. The guy looked at the metal case in his hand and thought that maybe a gun wasn't such a bad choice. He could handle it right now. Plus, it was a great way to earn points. Looking to the side, the guy thought that since he had chosen a weapon, he now needed to acquire an ability. An ability was a skill that could easily be called a supernatural ability. The blade was surrounded by a blue glow. The katana was attached to a sheath on the person's thigh. Usually, everyone is given one ability, but there are exceptions. The blue-haired guy walked down the hallway with a katana in its sheath, the owner of an undisclosed skill and the revealed skill of the Suho swordsman. Naeun held a bow in her hand. Hearing his question, did she also come to train? The girl frowned irritably and asked, what else is the training hall for? And he is also an elite. Suho awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that there are usually just few people here after school. Coming closer, he remembered that another shooter appeared in their class. The girl asked again, Hajin or whatever his name was. The guy confirmed. Naeun wrinkled her nose in displeasure and her friend asked, what's wrong with your face? In response, he heard that she did not recognize him as a shooter. She remembered the image of a serious Hajin and said, what kind of shooter is he with a gun that has a firing range of 1 kilometer? Exhaling, the girl turned her gaze and said that he simply refused to be a hero. If you leave the academy early, there will not even be a record of expulsion. Perhaps this is what he is trying to achieve. He heard a question, how did he refuse? Naeun looked at the guy. Looking at her, Suho said, you shouldn't throw such words around. The archer turned around with displeasure, looking at him questioningly. The blue-haired man smiled sweetly at her. The girl was furious and shouted at him not to tell her what to do. She didn't want to hear it from him. The blue-haired man apologized in surprise. The girl shouted that if he didn't let her train, then she should leave. His fingers touched his ear. Hajin rubbed his ear in dismay, thinking maybe someone was talking about him. If only gossip wasn't included in SP. He sat with his arms crossed in front of his laptop, thinking that the main character Suho would become the best hero just because of this skill, which meant that abilities were very important. On the screen was a description of the unique right to change settings, which allowed editing or creating skills or products, as well as points and abilities. By spending SP, the hero thought that there was also the first ability that could bring 10,000 SP. He couldn't miss such a chance. The sniper skill appeared on the screen, allowing him to handle ranged weapons well, and the guy decided that he should try it first. The system reported that he used 10,000 SP to create the skill. Hajin's eyes reflected the laptop. He asked in surprise, so he was fixing everything himself. On the screen was a purple window describing the permanent sniper skill, average level, growing type, mastery level 10, mastery points 0%. The skills were listed. Bullet time, every 4 hours, 3 seconds are allocated to use bullet time in real combat. Marksmanship, wields any ranged weapon. Foresight, the ability to see far and predict the route of the object. He imagined a bow with several arrows and thought that any ranged weapon was not bad. He would be able to use not only a pistol, but also a bow. The guy thoughtfully touched his face, thinking that on top of everything, the growing skill. Now the level is not too high, but he will be able to develop it, and that's a plus. In the long run, it was even better. He reached his hand towards the keyboard, saying that great, he would choose this. Stretching, Hajin said that he seemed to be ready now. Blooming, he thought that he had only to hold on to his abilities, until the main plot of the book ended. The cadets walked along the paths near the tall buildings. A woman stood at the lectern in the classroom, saying that there weren't many small problems, but they needed to pay attention to the examples of clearing the tower in the dungeon. Hajin ran his finger across the screen of the tablet, thinking that just a few illegible lines, but it turned out to be a whole textbook. The woman pointed to the question on the screen, what is the reward for clearing the tower by the Holy Apostle Guild? The answer appeared that the Holy Apostle Guild cleared the sea tower and received the sea stone. The guy thought that if the main characters found out about this, they would cry tears of blood. Thanks to his skill of observation and viewing, he listened to this lesson in its entirety. He imagined the silhouettes of people in the room and thought that he was literally watching and watching. He could hear their words, what they were saying. He was just amazing. He was just lucky. And this Kim Suho was a handsome man, didn't she think so? Hajin thought that he could watch those in his field of vision, and even look through smart watches. He remembered the image of the article with the description window and the planet and thought that he could open the settings tables without any means at any time. The teacher's voice was heard that they should review what they studied today. After all, they know that there is very little time left before the exam. Naeun sat with her chin resting on her hand. Finally, she lost her patience and clasped her hands and shouted, "Why should they study this nonsense? After all, it is enough to demonstrate the abilities in a real battle." At this moment, the door to the office opened. The man who entered shouted to the students of the truth class to go to the square in 20 minutes. Naeun froze with an enthusiastic wide smile. Yona and Jonghak turned their attention to the speaker. Words were heard that this was a real combat training. Hajin awkwardly leaned on his hand and thought that this moment had come. The silhouettes of the cadets were standing on a round platform. Words were heard that they hoped that they all knew what kind of lesson this was. Accordingly, they would skip the introduction and immediately proceed to the formation of teams. Introducing the figures of the participants with weapons, the teacher said that each team would have 4 people, 2 warriors, 1 shooter and 1 assistant. The blonde girl listened along with the others that if nothing happened, the teams would be in this composition until the midterm exam. Each team would include both low-level and high-level cadets so that it would be fair. Suhaik, with a tablet in his hand, announced that in order to avoid unrest, he would immediately say that they should get used to their team. So now they will check who got where. Hajin's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the written names and thought that it couldn't be. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the boy thought that he was on the same team as her. On the screen, there was a list of the team members, which included Hajin and Yonha. Staring at the screen, the boy smiled wryly and thought that he was on the same team as Yonha. It was always like this in books. He imagined the figure of the boy surrounded by many silhouettes, and thought that the main character was surrounded by numerous characters who encountered him, talked to him, and got into the same stories. And among all these characters, strands of dark long hair flew up. The girl looked forward confidently. Yona was special. The hero imagined the guild logo and thought that she was the successor to the #1 best Korean guild, the Strait of Essence, as well as the heir to a famous clan. At the beginning of the book, she was at odds with Suho. The hero imagined their hands holding each other and thought that she then fell under his influence and became a reliable ally. Looking at the long-haired girl's back, Hajin thought that this is why Yona is a very important character. The more often he is involved in the story of the book, the more points he can earn. Resolutely clenching his fist, the brunette thought that today during training he must definitely find a way to get her attention. Yona turned around when she heard someone greet her. She saw a guy in a hood who said that they were on the same team. It was Hosung, next to whom stood a green-haired girl with pigtails, Heizuki. The girl looked at them indifferently, and a pattern appeared in her head. This is a team member, yes, so it cannot be ignored. Smiling sweetly, Yona said, "Very nice, Mr. Hosung, Miss Heizuki." The guy thought, they are the same age, why is she so formal? Turning around, the long-haired girl asked, "Where is the other one?" Words were heard that it was him. Hajin confidently walked towards his teammates. Yona said with an inscrutable face, "He." Looking at her, the hero thought that he should not mumble. She dislikes insecure people the most. Hosung looked at him with admiration and exclaimed that he was the one who chose a gun for himself. With a wide smile, he said that he had managed to become famous among the freshmen. A gloomy man appeared behind him and asked in a frightening voice, "Do they have time to chat?" The frightened cadets turned to the stern Suhaik. Near the light building, his cry was heard that he had sent the location of the monsters that the teams would have to fight to the smartwatch. Let them begin. The bright sun illuminated the grass by the seashore. The sun's rays flickered between the yellowish blades of grass. The 3 heroes quickly ran across the field. A map with an arrow appeared above the smartwatch on the wrist. Turning around, Yona said that they would soon be there, let them get ready. Looking at Heizuki, she said that they could look up the information about the monsters when they got there. Hajin bent down, thinking that it was possible to die. He was exhausted and sweaty from running, thinking that his physical abilities were above the level of an ordinary person, and he was just dragging himself behind them. Hosung with an axe confidently ran forward. Heizuki, focused, did not look tired. The hero thought, is this the average level of the cube cadets? Stopping, Yona looked ahead and said that they were there. This is the training ground, beach number 8. A small boat was floating in the sea ahead. A purple tentacle appeared. A ghost monster. The monster struck the water with its large tentacle. A black humpbacked octopus. The heroes watched as the octopus splashed in the water, approaching them. Standing on the shore, Yona suggested that they start discussing their plan. A diagram of an octopus appeared from her watch. She said that it was a low-ranking monster, a black humpbacked octopus. It did not have such a strong attack power. The growths on the monster's body were marked with colors on the diagram. She explained that the problem was in its hump above its head. Black creatures were rapidly spreading from the monster. When it senses danger approaching, babies emerge from this hump and suddenly attack the enemy. Several dozen blood-sucking octopuses fly out at a time, and each of them is capable of turning an ordinary person into a mummy in 1 second. Hosung looked at the projection and said that as soon as the battle begins, first of all, it will be necessary to destroy these babies. Heizuki added that if it is necessary to cope with several dozen, then Hajin, who is a shooter, should try. Yona said that no, she will take on the octopus babies herself. The boy glanced sideways at the shooter, hearing her tell him to step back and conserve his magic power. The black octopus has a very fast recovery speed. He needed to destroy its hump with one blow. Hajin looked at the girl in surprise, thinking that she was trying to exclude him from training. Turning to the hero, Yona asked, "Is everyone ready?" With a serious look, she sternly said that they would proceed with their plan. The hero looked at her darkly, thinking that she was a pest. The tentacle strike smashed the floating ship. The monster grabbed the cracked boat. The axe hit the rock, breaking it. Hosung raised his weapon, attracting the attention of the monster. He rested the axe on the stone, standing in a confident pose. Looking at the monster waving its tentacles, he thought that he should first lure it to the shore. The octopus's horizontal pupil trembled. A huge splash of water rose. The guy tensed up, seeing an approaching shadow under the water. Raising a wave, the monster was approaching. Looking with a burning eye, it climbed to the shore, forcing the guy to run away. Team, the training fight with the monster has begun. Opening his mouth, Hosung ran away from the shore. Heizuki anxiously touched the hilt of the sword. Hajin, blue with horror, held a gun. But Yona moved forward with a determined look. It has begun. The purple hump on the monster's body trembled. A bright flash appeared and many cubs flew out of it. Hosung turned around and said with a grin that he was already bursting. Many small monsters were flying above the guy with the axe. Between the tentacles was a round-fanged mouth. The guy turned around, running away from the octopus babies. Gritting his teeth, he looked at them. A swift movement of the whip. Yona chopped the monsters with sharp movements. Flashes of its babies remained against the background of the octopus. The wind fluttered the confident girl's hair. Sitting, Hosung looked at her and thought, "This is power." Ranker Yonha, who took 7th place when entering the cube. The blue-haired girl calmly looked ahead. Running further from the shore, the guy with the axe thanked her. The growth on the monster's head became larger again. The heroine swung the whip. The octopus became furious when she hit it. It reached out with its tentacles to her. They dug into the ground, forcing the heroine to jump back. A small octopus appeared behind. It spread its tentacles, opening its mouth. Heizuki saw it in fear and screamed, warning Yona of the danger. The long-haired girl froze, noticing it. She turned around to face the approaching toothy monster. Suddenly, it shattered into pieces before reaching her head. The shell fell to the ground. Hajin, kneeling, clutched the gun. His face was determined, and smoke was coming from the barrel. Yona turned around indignantly and called out to him. Hajin looked at her silently. Silhouettes of heads surrounded the hero's head. SP, which can be exchanged for stat points, increased every time Hajin's importance in this world increased. Like a small ball, he was squeezed among the large heads of the characters, taking up all the space. However, from the very beginning, he was outside the plot, so it was difficult for him to expect high value. The hero imagined a light haze, thinking that, accordingly, he had only one option to personally intervene in the events that the main characters of the book go through. Just like now, Yona turned to the guy holding the gun. Heizuki opened her mouth in surprise. Hosung turned around, calling out to Hajin. While the octopus towered gloomily, the girl indignantly exclaimed that she told them not to interfere. The hump on the monster's body burst, scattering many cubs. Baring their round mouths, they flew forward. Cursing, the girl clenched her teeth in displeasure. Hajin sat on the ground while the tentacles approached him and thought that there were several dozen monsters here. Their intelligence was so low that their trajectory of movement was clearly traced. The guy closed his eyes, concentrating, and thought that there would definitely not be a second chance like this. He opened his eyes wide, frowning ahead. The monster's body turned green. The hero used bullet time. Imagining a clock shattered by a shot, the hero thought it was a skill he had created. When used, time slows down for 3 seconds. The monster's cubs seemed to be painted in a negative range. Many small monsters were flying away from the large octopus. This meant that for 3 seconds he would be able to see where these creatures were moving. And then it was a matter of technique. He just had to shoot them. Hajin resolutely squeezed the gun, firing. The seconds began to count down. Bright traces of bullets pierced the bodies of the monsters. One of the bullets flew straight into the round mouth. The seconds passed, the shells fell down. Hajin inserted a new clip and aimed again with a stern look. The seconds melted away, coming to an end. Yona turned around, surrounded by bright flashes of monsters shattered by bullets. 0 seconds. The bullets pierced the octopus's bodies, leaving a bright trail. They flew in the other direction as well. The girl froze against the bright light. Her gaze was surprised. The growth on the monster's head trembled. The swift whip approached it and wrapped several times around the vile hump. Pulling the whip, Yona shouted for the others to attack. Heizuki and Hosung soared into the air, approaching the monster. The guy swung his axe with a smile. The girl took out her katana from its sheath. Flying from above, they prepared to attack. Behind the gloomy Yona, Hajin continued to shoot at the small monsters. A bright blow cut the monster's body. Struck by the bright red rays, it began to dive into the water. The tentacle flew up. As a result, the octopus with a crushed head lay on the shore. Breathing a sigh of relief, Hajin thought, did they destroy them? The long-haired girl turned her attention to him. The hero fell tiredly to the ground, saying how hard it was. A loud beep was heard. The results of Team 5 were being counted. Hosung held the purple octopus, saying that it had returned to its original size. Looking at the guy, Yona was silent and listened to the total time of Team 5 being 58 minutes 58 seconds. They were currently in 16th place. Hajin was breathing heavily, putting his hand on his forehead. The fight with the monster was over. Information appeared. Team 5, total time 58 minutes 58 seconds. 16 out of 100. The girl looked at the number 16. Yona's eyes widened in shock, as if pierced by lightning. The team rankings were on the screen. A voice was heard saying that the video of this battle was filmed by a drone. It would come to the smartwatch, let everyone analyze it for themselves. The long-haired girl clenched her fists until she was shaking, thinking, only 16th place. So she heard everything correctly then. Personal achievements will still be assessed separately. She looked at the blonde girl sitting in front of her with a bored look and thought, why did Naeun overtake her? The second team, Naeun and 3 others, the rating is 4 out of 100. Looking sideways at the white-haired guy, Yona thought that she was trying to close the gap between their teams. Is this all she can do? Jonghek, crossing his arms, looked to the side. The blue-haired girl noticed that he was looking at Naeun sitting in the row below and clenched her teeth. Her palm slapped the table. Yona resolutely moved towards her classmate. She noticed a gloomy figure looming over her. Immediately, Yona with a sweet smile hugged her friend from behind. Calling out, the girl recognized her. Standing next to her, the blue-haired girl asked how her practical lesson went. Did it go well? The girl answered that she was in 4th place, which was a pity. Jonghak and Rachel really wanted to win. And her. Yona awkwardly answered that she was in 16th place, but mentally she was gnawing on her whip, furiously exclaiming, how annoying. Surprised, her friend pointed her finger at Hajin, saying that 16th place with that shooter was cool. It was good that at least it didn't drag them down. Yona looked at the yawning hero and mentally repeated, it drags them down. It was definitely because of him that they spent 50 minutes getting to the place when it could have been done in 10. Although, on the other hand, his contribution to the battle with the monsters was significant. Hajin touched his burning ear, thinking that it seemed like someone was discussing him. The girl remembered the monster and thought that several dozen babies that crawled out of that octopus, it destroyed them before they even reached the ground. And this is with ordinary magic bullets. She remembered how Hosung happily slapped the stunned guy, telling the shooter that thanks to him they did it easily, and Hizuki exclaimed that it was amazing. Seriously looking ahead, the long-haired girl wondered who he was. A loud scream was heard. Tired Hajin was lying on the floor of the training room, breathing heavily. Scratching his head, he looked at the laptop and said that due to training, he was unable to check the notification. How much has he grown? The system reported that he used luck. The enemy is a low-level monster, so the accuracy of hitting the target increases dramatically. All hits were accurate. Skill mastery increases by 20%. Sensitivity increases by 0.03. Notifications appeared on the laptop screen that he had used luck. Now it would be a little better to see and hear. SP indicators increased by 27. Hajin remembered how the girl turned to him in surprise and thought that today during training he had used luck as he expected. And he had also increased the indicators. It was not for nothing that he had interfered with Yona's plan. Thanks to exercise, he had also increased other indicators quite well. The system reported that thanks to exercise, muscle strength, endurance, and health increased by 0.02. Mana is miraculously absorbed into muscle fibers. Muscle strength, endurance, and health increased by 0.03. The guy touched his fingers to the keyboard and thought that all this was due to inspiration and luck. Standing up, he took a bottle and thought that since the indicators had increased so much, he had enough of training for today. He looked at the exercise machines, thinking maybe he should go back. The light was on in the house with the traditional roof. On the door was a sign with the name Yonha. The girl sat at the table with her arms crossed, using a laptop. On the screen were shots of a guy shooting. The bullet quickly pierced the monster. The finger abruptly pressed the space bar, stopping the recording. Looking at the monitor in surprise, Yona thought that it was 2.76 seconds until this moment. Here he fired 60 times from this gun. The girl waved her hand, as if aiming a gun, and thought, I wonder, is it possible to pull the trigger 20 times in 1 second? Or maybe there is a continuous fire button. Imagining the image of the shooter, she thought that his reaction was not like the others. But his health is low compared to other cadets, and he suddenly changed his weapon. There are too many weird things about him. The smartwatch on the girl's wrist lit up while she was wondering why she hadn't seen him at the military agent academy. Turning her hand, the girl saw that she had received a message from Jonghak. The guy was asking what she was doing. Yonha looked at the message with a sweet smile. She replied that she was analyzing the video. The blonde looked at his wrist and said that he was messing around again. The girl's message said that if she wanted to take over the guild later, she had to learn to spot capable personnel in advance. Jonghak leaned on the rubble in the training room, typing a message. Where did the capable personnel in her team come from? Only scum. By the way, how is that guy with the gun? Yonha chuckled. With her feet up on a chair, she laughed sweetly, saying that he pretended not to be interested, but he asked. After all, there was something cute about him. Her message said that he could handle one task. His abilities were exactly at the level of 934th place. Jonghak wrote, maybe she was lucky with him. The girl gloomily looked away, saying, lucky. In the city, there was a tall, twisted building of the office of the Creators Grace Guild. On the table was a nameplate with the name Seung-ah, the deputy head of the guild. Words were heard that the visit to the guild was scheduled for Friday in 2 weeks. The girl with the folder heard the deputy chief agree and suggested taking a better look at it. On the screen was a smiling Suho. The girl in the chair turned and asked that there was something about him, didn't he think so? This was Seung-ah, the deputy chief of the Creators Grace Guild, ranked 307th. On the screen, the guy was chopping up a monster in flight. The woman continued that his smooth movements were like the flow of water, and his sharp sword technique was unmatched by any modern technique. The blue-haired man on the screen was looking forward. She continued that it was like dancing with swords. Seung-ah crossed her arms and spoke of this extraordinary force with which he cuts. It seemed as if he was chopping not just a monster, but space itself. Suho stood half-turned, as if surrounded by a halo. The woman said that the Strait of Essence, the Red Moon, recognition of cold. Now it makes sense why the big guilds in Seoul were trying to get him. Holding the document, Seung-ah said sweetly that she would like to take him with her. It doesn't look like he's already in any guild. The cursor moved to the next image. The deputy head summed up that, in general, they would keep him in mind. The next cadet. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. She said to wait. Hajin on the screen was resolutely squeezing the weapon. Seung-ah asked, so he uses a gun. The assistant standing next to him confirmed, saying that the guild community was also talking about him a lot. Thanks to the fact that he ended up on the same team with Yonha, many people saw this video. The guy on the screen was focused. Words were heard that this was not even an automatic rifle, but he fired 60 shots in 3 seconds. Of them, 59 hit the target. The bullets pierced the monsters with bright beams. The man continued that even if he had excellent reaction and pulled the trigger, a regular gun simply could not withstand it. On the screen was an image of Hajin standing. The voice said that he was behaving quite eccentrically. At the academy they called him a heretic. The woman thoughtfully heard that as soon as he entered the cube, he changed his main weapon of the sword to a pistol and said what this insight meant. She imagined many different weapons. Insight, awareness of one's own abilities, special skills. Before insight, it is impossible to know about one's abilities, so sometimes there are those who change their main weapon since it does not coincide with their skills. The instructor with a pointer shouted something to the students, in which case career growth begins to lag behind by 3 years. At the academy, cadets were advised to use different weapons. Crossing her arms, Seung-ah said that inside at 17, he develops quite quickly. But if he is limited to one pistol, then there is nothing unusual about him. Sitting in the chair, she said, be that as it may, we should take a closer look at him too. Are there any free scouts now? The assistant answered that of course not. This time there are many outstanding individuals. Everyone is very busy now. The deputy head nodded, saying that then they will leave him for now. If he is a diamond in the dirt, he will start to sparkle on his own. The light of the screen reflected in her eyes. She said that it will soon be clear whether he is a heretic or not. At this time, Hajin was sleeping, hugging the pillow sweetly. Wednesday, Suho was clutching a sword in his hand. The guy swung his fist with a grin. The opponents clashed in the attack. The day of one-on-one training fights. The instructor watched with a whistle as 2 students fought. One-on-one fights were held in teams, each of which consisted of 2 cadets. Rachel thrust her blade forward. Behind her was a scoreboard showing 16 points and her opponent's 2. All the cadets used their main weapons. It was easier to assess and not as painful. However, the girl with thick triangular eyebrows shouted 934th place Hajin. She was hanging over the guy, having already won 18 clean victories and shouting for him to get up immediately. Trembling, the guy thought gloomily, why was he the only one fighting the instructor? The red-haired instructor said that he probably had a question. She would explain it to him. The training pistol was still in the manufacturing stage, and training with a real pistol was too dangerous. She walked towards the guy lying on his stomach, saying that that's why he was put with the instructor, that is, with her. In horror, he exclaimed that he could not do it anymore and surrendered. Clenching her fist, the instructor shouted that it would not be possible to surrender in a real fight and ordered to strengthen the defense. Hajin watched in shock as she swung her fist. A blue mark from the skill appeared in the guy's eye. He quickly jumped back, avoiding the attack. The girl looked at him in surprise, not expecting it. The hero clenched his teeth in concentration. He barely dodged a quick blow to the body, and then, opening his mouth, he avoided a blow to the jaw. The redhead froze in surprise, thinking that this guy, the position is a little awkward, but he is watching her blows. Hajin's eyes glowed blue. He used the skill Farsight. He saw arrows coming from the figure of the girl standing in a fighting stance. Farsight allows you to see at a great distance and roughly predict the trajectory of the enemy's movement. Curving in horror, he still managed to dodge a new attack and thought that the skill, of course, only helps and he should dodge himself. A classmate pointed a finger, telling his comrade to look at him. Just jumping around. Covering himself with his hands, the hero turned to them with displeasure. However, the system reported that the SP points were increased by 40. The guy thought that attracting attention did have a useful effect after all. The can of cola fell down. Sighing tiredly, Hajin sat down by the machine, taking it out, and gloomily turned to the side. Yona was walking past him along the corridor. She looked gloomily at the guy. He silently looked at her. The girl went on, and the hero thought that even though he wrote it, she had a character. Touching the button on the machine with his finger, he thought maybe he should conduct a small experiment. Yona turned around when she heard her name being called. A can of cola was thrown at her. The girl caught it with a movement of her hand. Holding the can, she asked, was he lifting it up? Getting up, the guy asked, what was she talking about? The girl turned. Hearing that she helped him a lot during the last training, he wanted to be friends with her. It's just an experiment. The boy's eyes glowed slightly blue. He thought that if he got 40 points when he attracted attention in front of the secondary characters, how many points would he get after talking to the main character? Yona closed her eyes and said no, let him drink it himself, and Hajin also caught the cola that was thrown back. The girl pointed her finger in displeasure and said that he shouldn't address her informally without permission. This was the first warning. She turned around, tossing her hair. Yona was walking down the street. Suddenly, she looked ahead, realizing she was holding a bag in her hand, and the girl realized that its weight had changed. The girl picked up the bag, opening it, and took out a can of cola. Hajin smiled in his mind, showing a thumbs up, and he discreetly put the can down. The girl cursed that he was crazy and angrily swung the can. However, she did not throw it. Putting the can back in her bag, Yona thought that the cola wasn't to blame. Hajin stood at the railing of the stairs and thought that Yona liked simple food, cola, ramen, hamburgers, but because of her reputation, she couldn't buy it. Holding the laptop, the guy turned around and thought that if he tried to touch the unknown settings, then even with the help of short dialogues, he would not earn many points. Still, he would have to interfere with the main plot. His fingers squeezed the laptop case. Further in the story, the same thing should happen. The attack of human monsters on the State Arms Museum. The hero imagined a wide staircase at the entrance to the museum. Human monsters. The hand reached for a clawed paw. These are people who made a pact with the devil. People stood in the crowd. The girl smiled. In exchange for their souls, they gained enormous power, became subordinates of the devil, and spread in this world. The purpose of this incident was to kill a certain person, for which they hid in the museum. The hero imagined how the blue-haired one attacks, leaving a bright trace, and thought that, however, they were destroyed by the main characters who came on an excursion at that time. Thanks to this episode, the main character Suho will be able to attract the attention of other characters. He imagined a cute picture of the characters and thought that the heroes of the book Suho and Naeun will appear here. And the human monsters are not that dangerous yet, since this is only the beginning of the work. Thoughtfully looking ahead, Hajin decided that great, he will be able to wedge himself into this episode. He thought that first he should find a way to get on an excursion to the museum. Suddenly, a man in a cap called out to him, saying that class time was over. Why was he standing here and not going to the dorm? Hajin put down his laptop, hearing the demand to give his number, and apologized, saying that he was already leaving. Bright symbols appeared on the black monitor. Among them, the envelope symbol was glowing. The word club appeared on a light background. The guy pressed the join button on the screen. There are communities in the cube, which are called clubs. They are small groups of cadets who unite for a common hobby and are engaged in various activities. Someone was fighting in the ring, science, martial arts. Another person was watering the garden, practical classes, hobbies, and so on. Another one was busy with music. The rest were into art. There were about 100 different societies in the cube. The two shook hands. These clubs were not only aimed at self-improvement, but also for the cadets to communicate with each other. The bright sun illuminated the white walls. Today, I am going to visit this club. Someone greeted me warmly. The red-haired guy smiled widely. Han Hyun, the chairman of the Healing Rain Travel Club. He thanked them for joining their club. The class monitor smiled, looking at Suho. On the other side, a girl yawned. There are many amazing people among the newcomers to the club this year. Hanhyun awkwardly lowered his head after hearing the support and thought about how he didn't know whether it was real or not when he received the application to join. Walking up to the others, he said that he would tell them about their club again. He presented a map with directions, saying that the club's purpose was to relax. 1-2 times a month, they will arrange trips outside the cube through the portal. Hajin stood and listened that today they will conduct an introduction to the club and at the same time take a mini trip not far from here. Hanhyun smiled happily, saying that they will go to Seoul, but Hajin only frowned. Looking at the others, he thought that they will split into pairs and go on a free trip. This coincides with the content of his book. The hero imagined a pedestal with a sign of the National Weapons Museum, thinking that today his goal is the Seoul Weapons Museum, where the first main story will begin. Hanhyun ordered to draw lots to divide into teams. Hajin looked at the box in surprise, not understanding if this is how teams are distributed. But he did not care who he got, everyone will act separately. The name of the main character was called, and the girl turned around, looking at him. Hajin looked confused. The girl folded her arms across her chest, suggesting that they go separately. She turned around when the hero supported her. The guy looked at Yona in surprise, who wanted to add something else. She looked at him intently, reminding him not to address her familiarly. The hero lowered his eyebrows, hearing that this was the second warning. The sun's rays illuminated the street. People were walking along the corridor. There was a National Weapons Museum with the largest weapons exhibition hall in Korea. Hajin was walking among the display cases. Turning around, he noticed Naeun. Suho was standing at another display case. The blue-haired man was looking at something. Remembering the cover, the hero recognized the main character in him. Hajin approached him. There were bladed weapons on display behind the glass. He asked the blue-haired man if he was looking at the 7 knives and introduced himself. Suho apologized, putting his hand on his neck, saying that he forgot for a second. Looking at the interlocutor, he asked if he was the shooter who chose the gun and if he joined the club. Hajin thought that Suho was strong, cute, fair, but because of him, the readers had many complaints that he did not look like a normal person. Suho offered to look at the hall with firearms, but the hero refused. Shards fell from the ceiling when Hajin said that there was not enough time. People looked up. The loudspeaker announced that monsters had appeared near the museum. Panic began. Everyone rushed to the exit. Someone pushed the child. Someone's fist hit the glass. Everyone turned towards the sound. Suho was holding the girl in his arms. Naeun urged everyone to calm down, saying that the hero would come soon. She took the bow. The system notified about the theft of an exhibit. The girl warned that if they ran outside, they would be eaten by monsters. A new message announced the activation of the barrier. The hall turned red. Naeun put the quiver on her back, telling the guy that they would have to protect the people until the hero came. Footsteps were heard. The girl reached for an arrow, noticing someone. The guy was walking calmly, surrounded by a dark aura. Naeun shouted that someone had already gotten inside. Hajin realized that it was the human monster Lucius Dog, the villain who contributed to the development of the protagonist. Claws appeared on his hands. Suho pounced on the enemy. The hero watched, remembering the plot of the book. Suho would have easily dealt with it, but the enemy threw him back. The blue-haired man smashed the wall with his body. Hajin looked at the lying Suho, realizing that in the plot, everything was different. At first, Kim Suho was losing, then he gathered his strength and won. Naeun called out to Suho. He woke up, trying to get up. The enemy was moving forward. The girl fired arrows, but they broke. She realized that he was only using agility. He smiled ominously. Hajin watched in surprise. When the monster rushed at the girl, she screamed for Hajin to go away. Its claws almost touched Naeun's face, but Suho suddenly struck. Opening his mouth wide, he asked if she was okay. Reaching for another arrow, the girl only asked about him. The monster had already pounced on the blue-haired guy. The guy held back the attack with his sword. Dark marks wrapped around the blade. Something bright appeared among them. The demonic beast held the blade in its mouth. Suho thought that its body had changed. The demon pressed harder on the blade. The guy fell to the floor, feeling fangs at his neck. The enemy suddenly flinched in pain as arrows pierced him. Naeun, holding the bow, was surprised. The monster looked at her and pointed a dark hand in her direction. The girl looked at her in confusion. Grabbing her, he slammed her against the wall. Hajin realized they were in trouble. Taking off his backpack, he thought that at this rate someone might die and shouted for everyone to back off. The demon held Naeun against the wall. Suho tried to hold back the onslaught. The hero wondered why the plot of his book had changed so much. Putting his laptop on the floor, Hajin picked up the clip. There were magic bullets with destructive power lying on the floor. He realized that they couldn't deal a fatal blow. Editing the settings, he increased the destructive power to 6 points. Loading the gun, Hajin ran towards the enemy, thinking about the properties of light and darkness. Firing a light bullet, he asked Suho to back off. The bullet hit the demon, tearing off his arm. Naeun fell to the floor. Suho, surrounded by an aura, swung his sword with symbols, cutting the monster. It collapsed. Suho, leaning on his knee, tried to catch his breath. Naeun waved off his help. Hajin advised her to leave her, saying that her brother would be coming soon. Suho and Naeun looked at him in surprise. The girl trembled, asking what he said again. Later, Seung-ah, having dealt with the monsters, asked about the situation at the museum. Hearing the names of Suho and Hajin, she rushed inside. Seeing Hajin, she greeted him, asking if he was a cadet. He indicated that Suho was inside. Later, Hajin, sitting on a bench, analyzed the changes in the plot, realizing that the world had become a remake of his book. A message appeared on the screen about the increase in the level of villains. Suho asked why Hajin mentioned Naeun's brother. He answered, pretending not to know. Hanhyun wanted to say that he really did not know, but Suho only gritted his teeth. The setting sun illuminated the sky, and he said that they would talk about it another time. Later, Naeun's profile was opened on the screen. Currently a student at the Hero Academy. Family relations: father Chi Senjek, brother Chi Jin-yoon. Hajin, who was sitting at the laptop, said that everything was as he described in the book. But something caught his attention. It said that his brother was now in serious condition. In the photo, rescuers were carrying him away. Below was information that he was in a coma. Hajin imagined several people going to him operation to suppress human monsters' arson. This was the first opportunity for the ally of the main character Chi Jin-yoon to gain fame. Then Jin-yoon smiled widely. At that time, she was 13 years old. She looked at the guy with delight and she was very proud of her brother who became a hero. He said that this was his version of the book. Now the hero looked at the screen in confusion. Another message appeared there. Opening it, he saw a note that the changes would be sent in a message after the subject Kim Ha-jin personally confirmed them. The new message said that Jin-yoon in the story is Naeun's brother and Kim Suho's assistant. Later, Jin-yoon was lying on the ground in blood. Later, it was decided that the main character had too many assistants, so changes were made. Tears streamed down the blonde's face. 4 years ago, when Chi Jin-yoon became a hero during the first mission, he received a devil's mark and became a demon seed. Hajin's eyes widened. He didn't understand what was written there. The board was dark. Glows reported that today at 13 in the middle of Seoul, a whole flock of monsters appeared. As a result of the unexpected appearance of the monsters, 50 people were injured, 7 people died. The hand touched the radio when it managed to report that the deputy head of the Strait of Essence Guild, Yun Seung-ae, took part in suppressing the situation. The girl was sitting on the bed. She laid her head on her knees. The man entered the room, saying her name. Naeun turned around, calling him dad, and asked him about work. Coming closer, he only asked again, "Is this a problem? How are you feeling?" And the girl replied that she was fine. Looking at her, the father clarified, "Don't you need to get examined?" But Naeun refused and asked, "Why did you come?" She lowered her head, hearing that he was worried, and said that she was really fine. He looked closely at his daughter when she addressed him. Hugging her knees again, the girl asked if she could meet you again before being discharged. Her father only looked at her sympathetically. Taking her hand, he agreed. Meanwhile, Hajin put his head on his hand, imagining a monster and reading about how demons were creatures higher than humans. Monsters? They left marks on people and turned them into demon seeds. After that, the incubation period passed, the seeds sprouted and people turned into strong demons. This period lasted 5-6 years. Naeun stood in front of the door to the ward. Half of it had already passed. Her brother's name was on the plate. The hero continued to sit at the laptop. The girl went inside. In this confusing situation, there was only one answer. Both lowered their heads. Until the demon awakened in Chi Jin-yoon's body, it was necessary to kill him as quickly as possible. The sister stood in front of her brother lying in bed. The light from the monitor illuminated the face of the protagonist, who was thinking about how to do this. Who should do this? Imagining their father, the hero thought that it was impossible to hire a person. No mercenary would undertake the murder of an oligarch's son. Naeun sat next to Seung-ah's bed. He showed no signs of seed germination, so it was impossible to do anything either. Afterwards, he imagined the battlefield, arguing that there was no way to stop the demon that was about to manifest in Kim Suho. Even when the active heroes enter the fight, casualties among them are inevitable. Therefore, now is not the time to do anything, because these heroes play a big role in the second part of the book. The sister looked at her brother in a coma. Our hero began to tremble. Smiling, the girl said that it was her. And Hajin, sitting at the table, said that he should kill her brother. Naeun crossed her legs and said that she saw such a human monster for the first time. She almost died. No, but how could an ordinary cadet inflict a fatal blow on him? Then she frowned, talking about the shooter, but she suddenly fell silent. She only said that it was not worth talking about it. Turning around, she heard the word that visiting time was over. Putting her hand on her brother, the girl said that she would look in on him again, and headed for the exit. She lowered her head, and took a step forward. Then she stopped. she again remembered Hajin and his words. She remembered his look and words that her brother would come soon and calm her down. Then Naeun pursed her lip. Frowning, she looked forward, repeating his name. Several tall buildings rose to the sky. The Tower of Heroes. At the entrance, it was written that this was an archive and someone addressed the deputy leader. Seung-ah was throwing out documents when a person behind her said that viewing materials from a state organization was illegal. What to do if someone noticed her? But sitting down at the table, she answered nothing. She was going to take a second to look at the records of today's incident at the museum, and the guy thought that this was the whole problem. Remembering the killed monster, the girl said that traces with the property of light were found in the body of the human monster. It turns out that one of those who fought with him used this property. She seemed to flare up, saying that such a person could become a rather dangerous opponent. Alia, a human monster. It is necessary to find him at all costs and drag him to them, but the guy only thought that she was worried again because of her premonition of a talented shot. Opening the camera records, Seung-ah said that they say that 3 cadets who were on an excursion at the time fought with this human monster, and Han-hyun said that one of them used the properties of light. Remembering Suho and Naeun, he said that they were already under his supervision. Lost in thought, the girl put her hand to her face and said that she heard about the latter for the first time and found her in the Cuba rankings, 934th place. Later, Hajin was sitting with a laptop and said that he had recently realized one fact. Seeing the blue windows on the screen, he noted that it seemed that other people did not see this laptop. He added that, at least, he could not worry about the main characters and calmly check the contents of the book. He also added a feature to the laptop when he found out that it was invisible to others. Looking at the blonde, he said that Rachel had won. Then a notification about a change in the settings appeared. Watching his comrades, the hero saw that Demayan's self-confidence was lower than usual and noted that this was such a function. He assumed that being among many people and continuing to talk about if settings that differ from the plot of the book appear within a radius of 30 meters from him, he should immediately receive notifications. Someone stamped their foot behind their back when he thought that this was much more effective than messages from the co-author after his confirmation. Bayoon clenched her fists and offered to fight again. Turning around, he silently looked and the others noticed them when the hero said that he did not want to, but the girl asked why and added that he was talking about other people's families. But looking at the interlocutor, the hero said that these were real bullets and he had to be careful and added that he did not want to be scolded for wounding a classmate. Naeun got angry and clenched her teeth and called him a freak. Then the instructor came in and asked what they were doing, and turning around, the girl heard that Cadet Kim Ha-jin could not fight with other cadets due to the lack of training weapons and that Cadet Naeun should return to his place. In anger, she began to leave and, watching her, the hero thought that he should not apologize to her now. Looking at his hand with scratches, he realized that his primary goals were to try his best to become stronger. After that, he assumed that Jin-eun should be killed and, watching her leave, he realized that even if their relationship improved, then she would only be betrayed by him. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the building and many people gathered inside. Blue light fell from the ceiling and someone's voice asked if everyone was there. The guy had a microphone in his hand and Hyun, the representative of the Truth Science Club, greeted everyone at the introductory lesson of the Truth class. Standing on the stage, he announced that the purpose of their club is to analyze monsters and research strategies, adding that they meet every week to discuss. The girls looked at him with admiration when he told them to read the brochures that were handed out to them. Looking closely at him, someone noted his attractive appearance and ability to keep the audience's attention on himself. Folding his arms over his chest, Hajin noted that all of these were demonic abilities, adding that a long shadow fell from the speaker. From the very beginning of the story in Cuba, where the main plot unfolds, various incidents began to occur with cadets disappearing, monsters attacking, and so on, and Hyun would become the villain who would be responsible for all of these incidents. Imagining Hyun kneeling in front of the silhouette of a girl, the hero assumed that after making a contract with the demon Lilith, he gained the skill of charm and became a human monster. Continuing to look at the speaker, Hajin noted that this was the one he was hunting now, adding that she was the reason he joined this club. He looked at Yona, who sat with her arms folded across her chest, and pressing a button, the speaker announced that today was an introductory meeting, so he would just talk a little about the club's activities. An image of a beast appeared behind him and he said that it was an above-average level monster, a mountain tyrant that appeared during the outcall, and it turned out that it was almost 60 years old. Several dots appeared on the beast's body and, regardless of where the monsters are, outside the cube or inside, information about high Rega monsters is of great value, which can be worth at least several billion won. The girl looked at Hyun when he asked her what the vital information about this mountain tyrant was, and the guy pressed the button on the remote again when she answered that it was unknown and said that the purpose of their club was to discuss such cases. A bright beam came from the spotlight and the speaker informed everyone that those who wanted to share their thoughts were asked to stay for the meeting after the end of the class. The hero stood up from his seat and asked the girl if she would go, but Yona silently walked past. An angry Hajin asked her respectfully, and looking at her in surprise, she replied that yes, she might be able to get useful information, and he thought that this was a place where information about monsters might be useful. The girl glared at the hero when he asked if he wanted to tell the dungeon clearing team in his guild, and on the bright background were the silhouettes of people from the S1-3 guild. After introducing the monster, the hero guessed that it was created 50 years ago during an outcall and added that the key figures in it were the Yona family. After he guessed that now it is one of the big guilds that have a lot of influence in Korea, and Yona frowned when Hajin said that recently the influence of the deputy guild leader has been declining, so she, as the successor, also feels threatened. Raising an eyebrow, she heard a question about this, that he wanted to go to the meeting and get information, and asked again what he was doing this for. And the hero said that he wanted to get information, since this information could be useful, and added that it was created 50 years ago during an outcall. Putting his hands in his pockets, the hero said that he would tell about the weak points of the mountain tyrant. Her question was heard throughout the hall, and the guy answered that if you want to run the guild without problems later, then you should already be making an effort now, right? Imagining the beast's leg, the hero said that there is a small blue pattern on its heel, and if you hit it right there, it will not be able to move. Now calmly looking at the interlocutor, she heard words about the fact that naturally this information is not free and your guild has an arsenal, right? Imagining a gun, the hero said that he would like you to get the Desert Eagle for him there. The girl just looked at him thoughtfully, and still looking at him, she asked what is the basis for such a statement, do you have evidence? Then Hajin smiled, and a strange feeling appeared between them when he answered that he did not. Yonha looked closely at the interlocutor and, turning away, she got angry, saying that she just wasted her time, but the guy said that it would be beneficial for you to believe him. Looking at her, he thought that if she ignored his words, then information worth several billion won would turn into an ordinary piece of paper. The bright sun illuminated the leaves of the trees, but if she believed him, then he would have an army of allies. Someone's voice asked the secretary if she could pass on something to the team that was dealing with the mountain tyrant. Yona opened her mouth wide and said that it was about the next raid. The girl held the bracelet to her mouth, saying that the vital place of the monster is the blue pattern on the heel, let them check. Hajin understood that this army would later be called the Kings of Seoul. On the piece of paper it was written that it was a bill for a loan, and below was the amount to be paid 300 million won. Hajin was shocked. Imagining a satisfied Ch Hadun, Hajin thought that the maximum amount that a cadet is given on credit is exactly 300 million. What was this Kim Ch Hundan doing more interestingly? The hero lowered his eyebrows in displeasure and then looked at the screen, seeing only 3 million on the bank book, so I am the fact that I will not be able to return to my world. After the guy imagined how he sells organs or fishes, realizing that he risks dying here, paying off debts for the rest of his life. Scratching his head, Hajin thought that he should earn money, and now there are 2 ways to legally earn a lot of money. Imagining different graphs, he thought about stocks, and then he imagined a high tower, thinking that in this world dungeons and towers appear like mushrooms after the rain. It is necessary to find guilds that are engaged in clearing dungeons and buy shares of developing guilds. Looking ahead, he thought that he knew which of them would succeed, but he had no money to buy shares, so this method was not suitable. Then he had to act himself, go out onto the field. The second method was to hunt on the field, and the hero imagined a map with marks. This was a dangerous zone where monsters appeared. And then he imagined selling things, arguing that the difficulty level here was very different from towers and dungeons, but selling monster corpses could make good money. Looking at his indicators, he thought that his points had only just now exceeded those of the average adult man, and whether he would be able to go out onto the field. He thought about it, putting his hand to his face, and even if he enhanced the effect of the gun with an additional device, it would be a waste of energy. Was there no other way? Suddenly he heard a sound behind him, and someone was knocking on the door, saying that he had a parcel from Yona. He looked questioningly, and, opening the door, the hero saw a suitcase. The guy leaned over, opened it, and his mouth dropped open at what he saw. The bright sun illuminated the city, Gangwon Province, Wonju City, the field area. Smiling broadly, the man thanked the cadet for using the portal services, and, walking to the entrance, the hero noted that it was worth saying that he was a cadet, and she became so polite. There were many people at the entrance, and the hero stepped onto the step. In front of him, a view of the street opened up, and everyone was doing their own thing. The Gangwon area is considered to be quite low in terms of field danger. There are many foreigners all year round who come to hunt, so the city is called an international metropolis. Someone shouted that he was looking for a team, and the guy put his hand to his face, saying that a recruitment of magicians ready to go together to the Chayak Mountains was underway. Looking around, he heard that they were talking in these areas about some crazy person who hunts monsters with his bare hands. Walking further, he noticed a girl who said that everything together would cost 600,000 won, and he noticed how someone was bargaining for trolls and thought that it would be much more profitable for them to sell monsters to an agent. He heard footsteps behind him when he wondered if someone could find an agent in these parts. He turned around when someone caught his attention. The man in glasses asked the hero if he had come to hunt. Turning around, Hajin asked if he was an agent, to which he answered in the affirmative, saying that he was looking for his business card. After that, he handed the business card to the hero, but he only thought that the man was strange, but his attention was drawn to the fact that it said S1-3 agency. He remembered the man on the cover of the magazine and thought that he would become the director of the best agency in Korea, and Kim Soo-ho's personal agent Soo-hyuk awkwardly scratched the back of his head, and the hero thought that he did not expect to meet him here. The interlocutor was surprised when the hero asked again the name of the agency. He extended his hand and said that the inscription convinced him and that he would make a contract. After Hajin thought that this world was just the beginning of a book and that many characters did not yet know their true worth. Soo-hyuk shook the hero's hand and said that he would provide him with the best service. The hero thought that it would be a good idea to establish contacts with them in advance, but he frowned, wondering if he could intercept Kim Soo-ho's agency. The sun's rays illuminated the foliage, and turning around, Hajin asked if they could really go with him. Soo-hyuk, breathing heavily, asked not to worry and said that if it became dangerous, they could drop their weapons and run. But the hero thought that agents usually wait outside the field. The man noticed traces on the ground and said that there were traces of hobgoblins. He noted that the difficulty level was low and that one could get about 300 to 400,000 won. He asked how they liked it. Turning around again, the hero expressed doubts, thinking that for one destroyed tower they give about 200,000 won. He suggested that if you think about the price, the monster is more profitable. Then he pointed his finger in the other direction. Standing at the edge, they saw a boar below. Adjusting his glasses, Soo-hyuk said that it was a steel boar. With a slight smile, he noted that such a boar could not be defeated with a pistol. He added that the bullets would not penetrate his skin, but the hero said that they would not know until they tried. The man looked at the hero in surprise, and he said that he had a very good gun. Remembering the conversation with Yonha, the hero said that he received this weapon in exchange for information about the mountain tyrant. Hajin pointed the gun at the target and a description appeared that it was a desert eagle. The agent looked at the weapon in amazement, and the hero thought that he had used SP and added some settings. When the hero aimed, the man expressed concern that the beast would only get angry. Frowning, the hero aimed the weapon. A shot rang out. The bullet pierced the boar. The beast opened its mouth in shock. Soo-hyuk did the same as the beast, and he and the boar fell to the ground. The weapon description appeared again with a note that in the case of an enemy, the destructive power amplification indicators double. Hajin took a step closer to the cliff. Satisfied, he looked down and said that the weapon's performance was not bad. Smoke came from the weapon. Kneeling, the agent noted that it was an amazing weapon and that it shot perfectly. However, the hero looked away and thanked the agent. Then he fired another shot. The bird fell down when Soo-hyuk asked what was there, and the hero replied that there was a black pelican near the rocks. Adjusting his glasses, the man asked if he could really see that far, to which the hero replied in the affirmative. Circles appeared before Hajin's eyes and he said that he could see 1,000 ahead. Then he turned around and said that he was going. The sunset rays illuminated the sky and the agent asked to wait for him. And the bird fell right on the boar. Examining them, the man said that it was just part of the monster and their weight was great, and the hero asked if they could drag them beyond the field. The agent put his hand to his face and said that it would be better to pay the 119 service. He would transfer the money tomorrow. The hero thought that everything was clear with him because it was Soo-hyuk. Shaking hands, the hero agreed and said that he hoped for a profitable cooperation. The man asked with a smile whether this was the hero's first hunt in the field and asked how he would use his fee. Calmly looking at his interlocutor, the hero replied that he would buy shares. The man only smiled silently. Hajin presented a silhouette and said that the new Packhorse Master Guild was created by human monsters and that it plays an important role in the book. He sat at his laptop and thought that, of course, he should now focus on other settings, but there is a dungeon that this guild cleared. In the book, it is described as a devil's nest. Presenting the graphs, the hero noted that after the clearing, the Packhorse Master Guild shares will grow by 1,000%. Having pressed the buy button, Hajin reasoned that he only needs to buy and he will certainly be a winner. A message appeared about the completed purchase. He looked at the bracelet screen and wondered if there was any more information on the shares if there were no official communities. Then he would have to go to the shadow site Purple Baguette. Then he looked up in surprise. He started talking about colors and remembered something, and he again imagined different people. The group of chameleons. Until the second half of the book they were the main villains. This is a criminal organization about whose members there was no information, only that they disguised the color. Perhaps their data and information about their activities were known only to him, the author of this book. The guy looked thoughtful and reasoned that although they were criminals, they avoided human monsters. He thought that if only he could get into the guild arena, then maybe he could tell something about the incident with Jinyun. Sitting down at the laptop again, Hajin remembered that around this time, according to the plot, one place became free in their guild, which meant they should soon begin searching. But the monitor turned off. The hero looked at the black screen in a panic. His eyes grew bigger with excitement as this was possibly the only way to return to his world. but the image started to appear again. Hajin had already smiled. However, a message appeared saying that 1 month had passed. The laptop's functions are being updated 0.01%. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the room. The girl whispered to her boyfriend to look in someone's direction. Yona and Jonghak were sitting opposite. The guy raised his head and asked if it was possible to stop these high society gatherings. The girl replied with a smile that even if she got tired of it, they would not lose anything if they established close ties with social leaders in advance. Leaning on the table, the girl asked how your grades have been lately and, upon hearing the answer, noted that the Jonghak she knows will not calm down until he achieves first place. But looking at the bracelet screen, Jonghak said that therefore he thinks everything is fine. Feeling awkward, Yona agreed. The door to the cafe opened. Naeun walked inside. The guy jumped up from his chair and greeted her. Yona was confused when he approached her and asked her why she was attending meetings now. She said that if she had known that he would be here too, she would have come. Approaching Naeun, the hero asked how she had been to the hospital, to which the girl replied that it was nothing serious. Yona only lowered her head. Someone put a glass of drink on the table, saying that she was going to tell something. Yona opened her eyes wide when she heard the question if they knew Hajin. The girl looked at her interlocutor in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. Naeun looked away, saying that it was about that incident at the museum. That day, there were 3 of them, she, Suho, and this guy. Remembering the fight, she said that the human monster was stronger than she thought. The battle was brutal and happened right during the fight. Then she remembered how a bright light tore off her arm and called Hajin an idiot. At that moment, the monster man's arm was torn off. Then she watched in shock. She thought that this was even possible with the help of some training gun if he simply tore off the man-monster's arm. She remembered Hajin's look and found what happened very suspicious. Seeing how her interlocutor thought, Naeun remembered that they were on the same team and asked what he thought about him. She was confused, not knowing what to answer. She said that he lived in a shelter, became a cadet of Cuba and owed about 300 million. She added that these are all Hajin's features. She noted that it was unclear how and where he found out about the mountain tyrant. The girl stood by the white wall. She remembered how the hero said that he did not answer questions. She decided that she would have to continue the investigation and considered it necessary to check whether he would be useful to her or not. At that moment, pushing the cup off the table, she said that he was just an ordinary person and thought that in a fight with a human monster, she noticed that he had enough strength to break his arm. Taking a sip, she wondered if this meant that he had something hidden. Naeun leaned closer and asked if he was a human monster. Her comrades looked at her in surprise. Her friend asked if he had started attacking his own. She agreed, but noted that there was something in him, that is. Meanwhile, Hajin was looking at the bright monitor of the laptop. The update was almost finished. Then a light appeared near his hand. He turned around, covering his eye. There was blood on his wrist. Drops of blood fell on the chair. The hero grabbed his hand. A message appeared that this stigmata contains magic, one of the types of power of the creator. The hero put his hand to his head and thought that information appeared in it like a tsunami. The hand hit the table. Jonghak leaned on the table and asked if he liked this guy. Naeun looked away. The hero fell to his knees. He reached for the laptop with his hand. Lowering her head, Naeun again remembered the words about her brother and, raising her head, said that it was something like that. Having fallen to the floor, the hero lost consciousness, but the laptop continued to work. A list of updates appeared on its screen. Seoul, the Association Tower. Sometime after the incident at the museum. After the fight with the human monster, the protagonist, Suho and Naeun received awards for their contribution to the safety of society. The guy squeezed his hand. He looked tensely at his wrist and thought that yesterday's wound was still aching. The hero raised his hand and decided that he should find out what kind of skill this was. Naeun, sitting next to him, crossed her arms and asked him to be quieter with displeasure. The brunette turned to her and replied that he had not said anything. His classmate grimaced and said that he was making noise here anyway. The young man asked if she had forgotten. The archer frowned and asked what he was talking about. When Hajin reminded her that he had saved her, the girl's face distorted with disdain. She flared up and exclaimed, "What does this have to do with it?" Suho stood up from his seat and asked them to stop. He offered Naeun to change places with him, but she refused. The hero looked at her absent-mindedly, not understanding what the girl had done here. Suho sat down next to the young man. The guy coughed in embarrassment and thanked the archer for that time. Hajin turned pale and sighed, thinking that it had started again. The swordsman smiled and said that they would not have been able to win if the main character had not helped. The brunette looked away and replied that they would have managed without him. If he had not been there then, perhaps a higher level of power would have awakened in them. After all, the main character always becomes stronger in the face of danger. Suho looked at the young man in surprise. The cameraman in the headphones turned to his colleague and nervously shouted that he was here and everyone should get ready. A man with long hair came out of the portal. He scratched the back of his head and frowned. Yu Shihyuk, a high-ranking hero ranked 37th, frowned and muttered in displeasure that he was being forced to walk back and forth. The man extended his hands to the man standing on the stage with the documents. Everyone whispered that this man was the Wolf of Valhalla, who possessed enormous magical power. The announcement of the beginning of the award ceremony was made. Hajin, Suho and Naeun became serious when all the winners were asked to come up on stage. A voice announced that the hero Shihyuk would be hosting the ceremony. The man stood in front of 3 cadets. The host said that these people were able to destroy the human monster in a dangerous situation and became model citizens of society. The hero handed the letter to the swordsman and asked if he was Suho. The boy confirmed with a smile. Shihyuk said that it was not surprising that everyone wanted to get him. The cadet looked at his interlocutor and muttered that he was exaggerating. The man squeezed the letter of commendation for a second. He leaned over and, grinning, advised the young man not to come to the association, but to work as a hunter for the Endless Field Guild. Shihyuk added that heroes have too much responsibility and there is nothing interesting in the work. The boy smiled and replied that this occupation, nevertheless, suits him. The man moved away and scratched his ear, muttering that the student is boring. He looked at the blushing girl and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Naeun was embarrassed and muttered something to the teacher, but he interrupted her, asking since when he was her teacher. The man said that her father asked him to take care of her, but that was not in his plans. The girl's face sank, and the protagonist smirked. Shihyuk turned to him, and the boy shuddered. He asked who he was. The protagonist said his name, and the protagonist indifferently handed him the diploma. They say that the only thing worse than hatred is indifference. That was exactly the situation now. The host announced that they would end the award ceremony here, and asked Naeun to say a few words. Later, at the cafe, Hajin smiled contentedly and carried a tray with both a drink and dessert. The reward for destroying the human monster was impressive. The young man sat down at the table and muttered that he decided to buy more shares of the Packhorse Master Guild with this money. He opened his laptop, deciding to check the updated functions. Information about the updated functions, stigmata, internet activation, a low-level skill, Book of Truth, was added to the observation and viewing skill. The protagonist remembered the mark that appeared and thought that the wound on his wrist was now called a stigmata. He looked at his hand and noted that the usage method was rather imprecise. It was said that the guy could use it according to his wishes. Hajin thought about his wish, and at that moment the mark lit up. The cadet hurried to hide his hand under the table. He was sweating and decided to check later in the dorm. The guy pressed the internet activation function. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. In front of him was a list of available sites: Law-Abiding Spirit, Purple Banquet, Jeremy Sword, Messenger, Covenant, and Weaponry. The hero thoughtfully touched his chin and noted that in addition to regular websites, there were also those that could be accessed for a fee. An important site is Purple Banquet. This is the most famous site among the underground ones. Here you can trade information, weapons, awards, place orders, and so on. There are almost no heroes who have never used this site. Therefore, even the government turns a blind eye, although it knows about this shadow industry. To register for the Purple Banquet, you need to pay a decent amount. The screen said that 200 SP is required to register. The young man thought that if he had 200 points, he could easily make an account. The guy looked at his laptop and decided to give it a try, but at that moment someone touched the chair opposite him. Seung-ah looked at him with a smile and asked if the cadet knew her. The hero looked at the woman in surprise. She put her hand in her coat pocket and said that she was very surprised when Hajin suddenly disappeared from the awards ceremony. The guild deputy put a business card on the table. The brunette looked at it and thought that if Seung-ah was giving her business card, it meant a lot. The woman leaned on her hand and said that she was curious about something. She smiled and asked if she could ask a question. Most likely, this is the first stage of Seung-ah's recruitment method. The guy looked at her intently. In the media, the woman looks quite friendly, but inside she is completely different. If the person she brought does not meet her expectations, the deputy simply gets rid of them. Takes what she wants, throws out who she wants. The principle of natural selection. This is Seung-ah, the deputy leader of the best guild in Korea. Connections with her will be useful for further developments. She smiled and began to say that she was curious, but the hero abruptly refused. The woman looked questioningly at the interlocutor, but he said that he had nothing to tell her. Seung-ah smiled tensely and said that the young man did not seem to understand, because she was now showing great interest in him as the deputy leader of the #1 guild in the country. The brunette put the laptop in his backpack and thanked him for his interest, if it was sincere. The woman looked at him in shock. The hero thought that the deputy most likely saw that the cadet used an attack with the property of light. Now Seung-ah is experiencing ordinary curiosity. The guy stood up and decided that he needed to leave here so that her curiosity could grow into something more. The young man said that it was time for him to go. The interlocutor opened her mouth in surprise and asked again, Description: Stigmata. Stigmata contain magic, one of the types of power of the creator. Every time the amount of SP exceeds a certain value, and the level of attention rises by one level, one stigmata appears. The magic contained in the stigmata can be used according to Hajin's wishes. When using all magical powers, they are restored within 24 hours. The mark on his hand began to shine, and the young man decided to transform the magic of the stigmata into the form of a sword. A blade appeared above his hand. The brunette waved the weapon and muttered that one has only to think about what he wants to use, as it appears by itself. Magic is an ability that is greatly influenced by abilities and training. The hero looked at his hand and said that he did not even imagine that he would be able to use magic when he came to this world. It was good that such a method had appeared. Then he decided to test the Book of Truth skill. Hajin thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The mark on his hand began to glow again. A shining book appeared in the air. The hero looked at the object in shock. This book contains the truth. It can answer any question if magic allows it. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. The cadet looked at the book and asked how tall he was. The artifact answered that he was 174 centimeters. Notification: you spent 1 SP? That's how the guy found out how they were spent. The bracelet on his hand lit up and started beeping. The hero looked at his hand and read that an emergency notification had arrived. General message: we are looking for the last person to see Cadet Jin Ha-jiang from the world class. Hajin looked tensely at the notification and muttered that it seemed like the second main story had begun. The incident with the disappearance of people in Cuba. As you can tell from the title, 6 cadets will disappear during the month that this episode lasted. The criminals' tracks will not be found, the investigation will reach a dead end. The number of missing people will only increase, as if someone was deliberately mocking them. This episode is of great importance because the criminal's target is Yonha. If the protagonist's assistant dies due to the co-author's interference, it will be a big problem. Hajin touched his chin and thought that it would be better to find the culprit himself. He lowered his hand and remembered that history could be distorted if he made a hasty decision. In the end, the young man decided to watch from the side for now. The next day, the sun's rays penetrated the training hall. Suho took a few sips of water. A classmate approached him and pointed to the side, offering to look at him. Someone kicked the disc on the barbell. 2 people approached the protagonist and asked what this loser was doing. They looked at the young man crouched near the barbell. The red-haired guy was bullying, saying that he was crying, that he was having a hard time and wanted to completely disgrace their academy. He said that the guy got in here for a bribe. Suho jerked to intervene, but the guy stopped him by the shoulder. The swordsman turned to the village headman with displeasure, but the latter said that it was immediately obvious that the hero was being deliberately angered, and if he intervened, it would be worse. He smirked and suggested that the young man was repeating himself. The interlocutor frowned and asked again. The village headman clenched his fist and reminded him that Suho himself said that Hajin cut off the hand of the human monster, and now he can't answer these guys. At this time, the protagonist tried to lift the barbell, but without success, so the offenders decided that he was joking. The headman scratched the back of his head and muttered that the brunette was just lucky that he was able to destroy that monster. Suho walked towards them, demanding that they stop. The other cadets turned around, interested in what was happening. The teacher burst into the hall and shouted at them what they were doing during training. He raised his hand with a Whatman paper and ordered everyone to gather to find out the results of the exam. The man said that he would hang up a poster and the students would check it themselves. Suho turned around. The cadets were studying the results with interest, checking whether they passed or not. The protagonist was in first place, and after him Rachel. The brunette looked at the poster indifferently and was not surprised because he copied everything. Behind him, a rapier fell to the floor with a clang. The blonde looked at the results in shock. The hero turned around at her in surprise. Rachel Elizabeth Louise, the English princess, ranked 3rd in the Cube entrance exams. In addition, she has never been inferior to others. Always ranked 1st in written exams, no matter how difficult they were. The girl turned to Hajin. The young man sweated and knitted his brows. The palace, Rachel's memories. The subjects congratulated her on entering the cube. The butler and the female knight looked at the girl with concern. The man asked if she was worried, because outstanding and famous heroes from all over the world would gather there. In addition, all classes were held in Korean. The blonde smiled and replied that she would study hard and live up to the expectations placed on her for the glory of the English royal family. She looked at her portrait with her parents. The present tense. Rachel leaned on her hand and mentally apologized to her citizens. The teacher looked at the students and said that Hajin presented a completely new point of view on analyzing the real world. He added that the other cadets should follow his example. The blonde put her pen to her lips and thought that real-world analysis was a rather difficult subject. She decided that she would not catch up with the hero in grades before the midterms. The girl glanced at the brunette sitting in front of her, absent-mindedly looking ahead. Rachel frowned, wondering how the hero usually studied. Information Department Truth, the answer to any question. Hajin tapped his fingers on the keyboard. He thought that since he had gotten the Book of Truth, he should use it properly. At the same time, he would earn some pocket money. With the help of the Book of Truth, one can find out any information about this world if it does not exceed the number of points available. The brunette rubbed his chin and noted that few people knew about it yet, so one should not expect large incomes, but if there were good reviews and recommendations, there would immediately be more clients. He submitted an application to register as a seller. Virtual screens appeared in front of him, and the young man decided that he should invest the accumulated SP. The beginning of the second main story. This meant that the cube was no longer a safe place where human monsters couldn't get in. Hajin looked at the gun and noted that his skills weren't enough to fight them right now, although he had plenty of points, probably due to the bullying of the Jonghak gang. The brunette smiled and thought that he should invest these points and get something that could be useful in a dangerous situation. For starters, he decided to strengthen his gun, the Desert Eagle. The young man began typing on his laptop. Additional properties of the Desert Eagle, gun, sniper rifle. The hero smiled awkwardly and wondered if this was too much. He pressed the key and spent 250 SP. The weapon began to glow until it turned into a rifle. Desert Eagle, sniper rifle. The guy looked at the updated weapon with satisfaction and said that with this thing he could surprise everyone. Now Hajin decided to try to make up techniques. Unlike abilities that cause supernatural phenomena based on magic, techniques are related to physical data or skills. For a shooter, the most important skill is take a position. The boy started typing something. Description: Parker, proficiency 0%. Flexibility and agility of movements. Can be used to move around the terrain, regardless of its relief. The speed and use of the skill depend on intelligence and muscle strength. Notification: You have spent 350 SP. The hero looked at his hand and muttered that he could not feel it now, but the skill was probably used. The bracelet screen began to glow. General message: Has anyone seen Cadet Sunjeon from the world class, who has not been contacted since yesterday? Second victim. The boy looked at the pop-up message. All the cadets who disappeared before Yona was kidnapped were killed by the criminal. The hero knew who was behind it and who would be next. He wondered if he should continue to watch people disappear without a trace. The boy turned pale and started sweating. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The open-air Cuba training ground. The coach frowned and announced that there would be a special practical training session today. The cave behind him was an artificial dungeon created using magical engineering technology. Inside were imitations of real monsters. The man announced that today they would have dungeon clearing practice. He frowned and shouted for everyone not to relax, thinking that this was just a lesson. In this huge dungeon that could not even be measured, the Veritas and cultivation classes would be having a joint training session today. The students from the two groups exchanged glances. The man pointed to the screen and announced that they would be forming groups with one team from each class. The students began to split up. Teammate, the Veritas class, Yonha, Hosung, Heizuki and Hajin. Cultivation class, Jadon, Kim Jingwoo, Oh Sujeong, Lai Jingxia. The hero looked at the entrance to the labyrinth. All kinds of traps were set up inside the artificial dungeon. Among them were several traps in the form of human monsters. The boy squeezed the gun and thought that he had made some special bullets just in case. He wondered if he could safely pass this training. The hero looked up. Notification: Change in settings detected. Hajin frowned and sweated when he saw that there were as many as 3 new changes. The boy began to get nervous, not understanding how exactly they had changed. The students around him gradually gathered into teams. Someone shouted, "Did some idiot not hear that they were told to quickly gather in teams?" The girl with a bandage on her face looked at Suho with displeasure and said that he looked stupid. Team 1, the Veritas class, Suho, cultivation class, Jo Yuna. Notice, Yuna's character personality has become even more mischievous than before. The guy shook her hand and said that it was nice to meet Yonha. Jadon from the cultivation class grabbed the brunette's hand and exclaimed that he hoped to work with her after training too. Notice, Jadon's character growth potential has increased by 0.5. Naeun pointed to the guy standing next to her and clarified that he was on her team and had also appeared in the Hunters Club earlier. The blonde smiled and replied that his name was Sven. Notice, Sven's psychological weakness has increased. There is a high probability of devil servants infiltrating during the dungeon clearing. The protagonist looked back at these two in shock and thought that this was already a disaster. He narrowed his eyes and noted that there were 2 interested parties. First, Jadon from Teammate. Arrogant, a weakling in front of the strong and a strongman in front of the weak. He is strong enough to be invited to Essence of the Straight. Notice, Jadon's character growth potential has increased by 0.5. The hero was curious about this growth potential. The brown-haired man pointed to the guys next to him and introduced his team, Kim Jingwoo, Oh Sujeong, Lai Jingxia. Yona stood next to her group and introduced them, mangling the protagonist's last name. The young man frowned and thought that this was okay. Next was Sven from Team 3. The blonde stood nearby and talked to Naeun. He was a German state-funded student, a hero and a promising player who had completed an elite training course. His special feature was his sympathy for Naeun. The guy blushed slightly while talking to her. There were many foreigners studying in Cuba who dreamed of roughly the same thing. Sven was no exception. He entered the academy in the hopes of reaching the very top. However, the reality was not so simple, and due to the skills of the strong cadets, he became one of the ordinary average students. Sven felt his inferiority and defeat for the first time, as well as personal instability due to adolescence. In the end, the blonde sold his soul to the devil to gain power. The guy noted that this content matched what he wrote. The problem was the expression while clearing the dungeon in the notice. The hero rubbed his chin and thought that awakening came prematurely. He hoped that this would not significantly affect the plot. Someone suddenly put a hand on his shoulder and called him. Jaden looked at Hajin with a smile, asking if he was a shooter, and asked him not to hang around like that in the dungeon. The young man shook his hand off and asked him to move away. The interlocutor chuckled and noted that it was not for nothing that all sorts of rumors were circulating about him. The hero clenched his fist and thought that his reputation had been terrible lately. It was all because of the rumors that had spread in the world class. Allegedly, he was using his status as a Cuba cadet to intimidate everyone, and also going to Seoul every weekend and having fun there. It was clear who the source of these rumors was. Thanks to this Jonghak gang, the guy was able to raise his SP quite well. The young man sighed and thought irritably why no one from the team would even stand up for him. The teacher shouted that they would enter one by one, starting with the first team. Jaden approached Yona and said that there were rumors that she was the first among the cadets receiving support. The girl replied that she had heard a lot about him too and suggested that the teams were improperly composed because it was very profitable for them. The guy said that this is usually how it happens. There is always one outstanding player and one who comes in addition. The hero crossed his arms irritably. The coach ordered teammate to enter. The guys went inside. They walked through the cave and drops of water were dripping down from above. Jaden, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. The team stood at a crossroads and there were many passages in front of them. Yona thoughtfully touched her chin and asked where it would be better to go. The brown-haired man said that the shooter in their team is Jingyu. Suddenly, the main character looked at them and suggested going to room 6. Jaden looked at him irritably and asked why. The brunette suddenly agreed and asked to follow. She pointed at Hajin and said that he did not look very good, but he had a good eye. The young man grinned and thought that she would definitely hurt him somehow. However, they would be able to go the way Naeun chose. If Sven really made a contract with the human monster here today, the archer would have a hard time handling it alone. If something bad happened to her, the whole story would get confused. They couldn't lose her. The team went through entrance 6. Jaden muttered in displeasure that this idiot wanted to attract attention. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and advised him to keep a closer eye on the monsters ahead. The interlocutor asked irritably where he saw them. It was dark. The youth said that there was a salamander ahead. It seemed to be a dungeon switch. Jingyu asked if he should shoot a light arrow. Yona asked him to do so. The boy pulled his bow and launched a shining arrow, illuminating the tunnel. The girl frowned in shock. A salamander, a class 6 monster above average, turned towards them. The team perked up, and the leaders shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, asking if anyone could attack with water attributes. The hero frowned, taking out his gun, and thought that it was not yet time to use it. Yona swung her whip and said that they would attack the center. The girl swung and launched the weapon forward. The salamander opened its mouth, accumulating energy. Suddenly, a whip tied her muzzle, covering her mouth. Sujeong and Heizuki had already jumped on the monster from above. They took turns striking the enemy. The salamander's body glowed and began to disappear. The brunette frowned and noted that the dungeon was changing. Sparks were coming from her weapon. The hero noticed this and thought that Yona had already managed to reach the level of enlightenment. The girl turned around and suggested that they move on. Hajin nodded and thought that she was really amazing. The young man tripped over a stone and fell, leaning on his commander. At that moment, something flashed next to them. They landed on the ground. The hero was sweating, awaiting his fate. The girl demanded to let go, and he instantly jumped away from her. While the brunette was about to end the guy's existence, the others looked away, asking what it was. Hajin and Yona looked at them questioningly. Jinxia and Heizuki looked at the arrow in the wall, not understanding where it came from. The hero thought that the threat of the human monster was probably much stronger than he thought. The boy's eyes widened in realization, which he noticed when they were falling. Description: poisoned arrow. Lethality 4/10. Effect: silent attack. The tip of the arrow is smeared with poison. Someone was walking along the tunnel and breathing heavily. Sven was lying on someone's back with a pierced shoulder. He was sweating and apologized, asking to leave him. Naeun closed her eyes and demanded that her companion shut up, and if he had the strength to talk, then let him get up and run. She did not understand what was happening, because during training sessions there can't be a poisoned arrow that flew out of nowhere. The girl ran forward with the guy behind her. A large monster, leaking lava, followed him. Naeun exclaimed. Where did such a monster come from in an artificial dungeon? An artificial dungeon? A training session. Explosions were heard in the corridor. Jinxia put up a shield, reflecting the fire attacks, and the rest of the team fought off the monsters from behind. The small lizards attacked them with powerful force. The sparse-haired girl stuck her shield into the ground, holding it tightly. Jingyu stood next to her and attacked with arrows. He released the bowstring and shot at the monsters. A little further away, Yona and Hajin were fighting. Jaden, with a smug smile, struck with his sword. Another bright flash appeared. Someone brushed the monster's blood off the blade. Jaden threw his sword over his shoulder and asked with a sigh. It seemed like they almost did it. Most of them were either peanut flame or salamanders, so it was easy. The boys decided that they could move on, since there were no other traps in sight except for that arrow. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. He frowned and thought that even the cadets did not understand what was going on with that arrow. The young man assumed that it was a trap for a training session. He stood among the team and tried to understand what it was. Flames appeared. Hajin's eyes widened. He looked back, noticing a fiery silhouette behind him. The monster opened its mouth, preparing to attack. The young man frowned, seeing the salamander, which turned out to be alive. A powerful pillar of fire was approaching the cadets. Yona turned towards the light. Jaden's eyes widened. Hajin extended his hand and used Stigmata magic change. The mark on his hand began to glow. The protagonist gritted his teeth and transformed the power into a water barrier. The fire attack crashed into the shield. The flames were extinguished by the water. A charred trail ran along the floor from the monster to the barrier. The monster let out a sigh and collapsed. Hosung and Heizuki stared at it in shock, surprised by the attack. They were discussing whether it was really a doll, since the heat was real. The hero had his back to them. He looked back when he was called out. Jaden grabbed him in anger and called him names since he had asked about the water attributes earlier. The brunette squeezed his hand and said that it was just the effect of a magic weapon. The swordsman shouted that he did not believe it. Yona extended her hand and said that they did not have time to sort things out. Sujiong frowned and asked what a real monster was doing here instead of a doll. The hero's squad leader looked at her and said that this place was as close to a real dungeon as possible. It was possible that the salamander could have appeared here naturally. She added that they would most likely be able to get extra points for this, so it was better to leave the sorting out for later. She walked in front of him and suggested that they go further. The girl pressed her lips together and thought that Hajin had probably lied about the magic weapon. He couldn't even buy the Desert Eagle himself, so how could he have magic skills? The guy wasn't Suho or Jonghak. The brunette thought that the young man knew important details about the mountain tyrant and had magic skills, but for some reason he was hiding everything so carefully. She remembered Naeun asking if the shooter was a human monster. The brunette glanced sideways at her companion. Lava was bubbling below. A large stone fire monster stood there. The cadets determined that it was a class 5 mid-level magma monster. Most likely, this was the main monster of the dungeon. The swordsman and Naeun looked down. He asked if they could handle it. The girl said that it would be difficult with their forces. She suggested hiding until another team arrived to join forces. The interlocutor noted that Sven needed treatment. The archer wondered where the arrow had come from. She thought the training was too difficult. Behind them lay a blond man. He clenched his hand. The pale boy mentally apologized to the team for getting hit by an arrow. Sven thought he was always in situations like this after coming to the cube. Tears were streaming from his eyes. It was very hard for him. Suddenly a voice was heard, a child. The young man asked who it was. The voice asked if he wanted to become stronger since he had had a hard time. The demon promised to give him strength. The blond man tiredly opened his eyes. An outstretched hand appeared in his mind. The voice said that the price for strength was small, much less than giving everything. The boy rose up. He held out his hand, and tears were streaming from his reddened eyes. Sven said that he wanted to become stronger. The demon squeezed his hand tightly. The dark creature pulled the student towards itself, declaring that he was caught. The blond man opened his mouth and began to scream loudly. The cadets turned to look at the young man lying on the floor. The archer ran up, asking what was wrong with him. She turned around and asked why they were standing there. The red eye of the monster was watching them. It heard a scream and found them. The monster opened its mouth. A scream demanding to run was heard in the background. The monster released a stream of lava. The hand reached forward, and the monster hit the columns. The cadets ran along the corridor, led by Naeun, who was dragging a wounded man on her back. The enemy hit again. Several students flew into the air. The archer was on all fours near the collapsed bridge, and a blond man was lying in front of her. The girl closed her eyes and cleared her throat. The head of the monster appeared in front of Naeun. She widened her eyes and thought that this could not be an ordinary doll. The archer sat up and was afraid that this was the end for her, and would she really die here? The monster opened its mouth, from which a glow burst out. A blue bullet cut through the air and hit the monster. Water flowed off him, and he turned his head. Naeun looked inquiringly in that direction. The main character stood opposite. He frowned, clutching a gun in his hand. A few minutes ago, the group stopped in front of a blockage blocking the way. Jaden looked at Hajin with displeasure and said that the main monster's zone was visible here. The young man frowned and replied that this was the right way. He thought that this wall had not been there just now, but that was not important now. The hero turned to the swordsman and said that the main monster's zone was behind this wall, so let him try to break it. The interlocutor took the blade and was indignant. Did the brunette imagine himself a master? He frowned and swung the weapon. Sparks flew from the stone. A shudder ran through his body. Jaden shouted irritably, "Was that enough?" The hero's eyes widened, surprised that even a blow with magic did not work. Heizuki pointed her finger up. The young man noticed that there was a gap at the top of the arch. Hajin came closer and said that then it would be possible to get through it. The swordsman asked what nonsense he was talking about. Because this wall was at least 10 meters high, he couldn't climb it. Hajin raised his hand and said that he would be the first then. A glow began to emanate from him. The young man used a technique. In a few jumps, he reached the top and grabbed the stone. The cadet climbed into the crack and darted to the other side. His teammates assumed that he had cats in his family. Suddenly, the ground shook and they looked ahead in alarm. Small stones fell from the ceiling. Jaden frowned and cursed, asking what was going on. The monster froze in front of the archer, water running down its body. The hero shuddered and asked how the enemy thawed so quickly. The monster was shaking. Hajin shouted for Naeun to pull herself together and move. The girl shuddered, coming out of her stupor. A shadow was approaching the young man. He turned pale and muttered that she would save him later. A cry was heard, battle position. They began to shoot at the monster from different sides. Fire beams flew through, breaking stones. The cadets attacked, but saw that the enemy did not even move. The archer looked at them happily and smiled. She pulled the bowstring. Naeun stood up and aimed at the monster. The girl frowned and asked to take a little time. The other students continued to attack the enemy. One guy picked up Sven and ran with the main character. Someone pushed off the ground. The monster's eye widened. A quick blow knocked out several stones on its mouth. The blonde said words of apology. He landed on the monster, clutching a katana, and said that he was too late. The young man gracefully jumped, attracting the enemy's attention. At that moment, the archer held him at gunpoint. She remembered the time she had been helpless in front of the human monster. Naeun frowned and said that this time it would be different. She released the bowstring and a powerful projectile pierced the monster. The smoke gradually dissipated. The extinguished fragments of the monster lay on the ground, and lava flowed out from under them. The cadets looked at him and muttered that they really destroyed the magma monster. They hoped that they would at least get points for this. Naeun and Sven approached them. The girl asked if everything was okay. The protagonist watched as the archer was asked how she did it. Hajin noted that the blonde had not yet completely become a human monster. The plot was slightly different from the original book. He stood and looked at the archer with a smile. The hero frowned and thought that the process was just slower because Sven had already made a contract with the devil. The situation had become more serious because it was unknown when he would break through. Naeun looked towards the archer. He was sitting on a rock. The girl frowned but called out to him. The young man looked at her. They exchanged glances, but neither of them said anything. The hero looked at her in shock. The girl said that she had to tell him that. She blushed and looked away, but thanked him. Hajin's eyes widened in surprise. He got goosebumps and asked again. The girl kicked the floor and shouted that she had simply said that. The young man looked at her in confusion, not believing that she had thanked him. Naeun's life had been nothing but tragedy. The first tragedy happened on her 6th birthday. She lost her mother to human monsters and then decided to become a hero. At that age, other ordinary children laugh and misbehave, but the archer trained herself to exhaustion. She couldn't make close friends with anyone, because to extend a hand to someone meant to show one's weakness. Therefore, few heard words of gratitude from Naeun. The girl turned away in embarrassment, putting her hand on her hip. The real friends who stayed by her side could be counted on the fingers, and even more rarely could one hear gratitude and apologies, as well as from the hero himself, the author of the book. He stared ahead in confusion. The archer raised an eyebrow and asked why he tolerated Jonghek's bullying if he was so strong. She added that the brunette stopped that magma monster and with such abilities he could have simply fought back. The guy looked at her and replied that even if he got into a fight, he would not be able to win, so he tolerated it. The interlocutor objected that she saw a powerful pistol on him. Hajin picked up the weapon and explained that he made it himself. She ran closer and whispered in confusion that he would be kicked out of the academy if caught. The interlocutor replied that this was why he only used it when necessary. He put his hand on his knee and thought that he now understood how to hide weapons in the stigmata, so now no one would catch him and kick him out. The girl frowned and said that he was still too strong. She enthusiastically raised her finger and asked if he by any chance had a weapon enhancement skill. The hero said that she could think as she wanted. The archer turned around and waved her hand, saying that she knew it and would not tell anyone. Naeun stopped and asked if he wanted to tell her something. The brunette looked at her back, then turned away and said no. If the guy apologized now for speaking ill of her brother, then she would surely forgive him. However, he could not do that. It would be better for him to remain a simple acquaintance at a distance. Naeun returned to her teammates. The protagonist reminded himself that he had to kill her brother, Jin-yoon. The other girl looked at the archer with a smile and asked if she was friends with Hajin. She frowned and said no. Sven looked at her with crazy eyes, but said nothing. There was a sound. The girl raised her head. An announcement was heard addressed to all the cadets. The voice ordered them to stop clearing the dungeon immediately and leave the dungeon. During the training session on clearing the dungeon, some problems were discovered. Several cameras inside the dungeon suddenly stopped working after the session began. Instead of magic dolls, real monsters entered the dungeon. There was a mix-up with the distribution of trainers, so these problems were discovered much later. Despite the seriousness of the incident, due to the lack of casualties, Cuba decided not to involve external forces, but to conduct an internal investigation. The protagonist leaned on his hand, sitting at his desk, and thought that the human monsters who occupied leadership positions in Cuba managed to hush up this matter. The investigation of the incident will take place in the second episode. Hajin drew an angry face in a notebook and questions about why that guy didn't turn into a human monster. Now he needs to focus on the problem of Sven. The consequences of a contract with the devil are increased sensitivity and obsession. If the blonde's emotions reach the limit and explode when he is alone with Naeun, something terrible can happen. The hero put his hand on the laptop and thought that it was worth watching how the relationship between these two would develop in order to prevent such a situation. He opened the messenger, which had more than 99 unread messages. The guy closed his eyes and thought that he was a little ashamed, but he would just check and immediately turn it off. Notification: you have entered Naeun's messenger. The last 3 dialogues were with Suho, Sven and Jonghak. The blonde wrote that the hunting club was going to Gangwon-do this week and asked her to make a bet. According to the plot, the guy will have a breakdown on that day. The young man looked at his laptop and decided that it would be better to go with them. He needed to be properly prepared, just in case. The brunette looked ahead and thought that he had also grown up a bit, so it was time to go into the dungeon on Mount Gari. His bracelet beeped again. The hero looked at it questioningly, not understanding why he was calling him. He picked up the phone. Suho smiled and greeted Hajin by the call. The swordsman asked if the shooter would have time on Friday. The brunette stared at the bracelet in surprise. The interlocutor said that he had one request. If you look around, this is a famous place in the province of Gangwon-do, where energy and spirit are mixed, so this mountain has long been called a training mountain, where warriors from all over the country came. However, not only warriors came here, there were also seekers of treasures hidden in the depths of the mountain, such as this root. Opposite the main character stood a guy and said that people like him are collectors of mountain ginseng. The boy just looked at him and listened silently. Then he agreed, and after that there was an awkward pause. For some time the guys stood in the forest and discussed why they were staring at some map they could miss the main thing, and the boy replied that he was not looking for ginseng here, but for one place. In response he heard that it was good. All young people who are just starting to do this say so, but if he hopes for quick enrichment, then it is in vain. The young man did not answer him. Then the seeker wished him luck and said goodbye. At that moment he heard just agreement. And while he was leaving he thought that this newbie still has a lot to learn. At that very second, the main character stumbled and asked what kind of roots the tree had, and behind him he saw that very ginseng root. He was very surprised and realized that he had found what he was looking for. The guy immediately picked it up and of course decided to eat it. At that moment he hugged the tree and thought that he was now chewing ginseng roots for a 7-year-old. If he changed the settings, then within 30 minutes he would be able to increase his variable skills by 2 points. Then he closed his eyes and thought that if he sold everything completely, he could earn about 700 million. It was even a bit of a pity. And a second later he fell and almost flew straight down. All this time the young man remained on the cliff, reasoning that it was very high there, so no one had been able to find him in the middle of the rocks on the mountain, where there were many different caves and moss. He found a passage. He grabbed the edge and reached there. An immortal dungeon was hidden there. Finally, the young man stood in front of the entrance and nothing threatened. True, the boss of this dungeon, Beginning Death, a first-class monster of the middle level, thanks to ginseng became stronger, but now his strength is not enough to defeat him, and he also looked quite frightening. Nevertheless, the boy went inside and thought that it did not matter anymore. The same hand burst out of the ground, and after it, terrible skeletons stretched. All this was happening right before his eyes. Then the guy clenched his fist and thought that today his target was not the boss, although he would have had to fight anyway, because at that moment he was already surrounded by a herd of opponents. He was interested in the hidden stage in this dungeon. A moment later, he pressed his sleeve, and a second later, he presented the gun directly to the jaw of one of the skulls. A shot immediately rang out. The monster discharged into different pieces, and after him, several more opponents were destroyed. The eyes of the protagonist were burning at that moment, and in his head there were thoughts about 1000 lie, and it was necessary to check the route. It was clear that he had to move over the opponents, who were getting closer and closer to him. And then it was decided to move along the ceiling. The boy found himself at the top and began to shoot the skulls from there. In the cave, only explosions from the shot were heard. Finally, it was all over. The gun was even smoking from the work done. The guy looked around and said that it seemed that everyone was ready. And while he was walking forward, he thought that the number of dead people was gradually increasing. This meant that he was approaching the Evangel base. This girl is a witch, the boss of the hidden stage in the dungeon of the mountain. Later she will build a castle of the most terrible bath of the dead in an abandoned school in Suwon. It will look very scary. Meanwhile, the young man continued to walk further and thought that this is okay. The reason why he is hunting her today lies in 2 items that he can get. Then he imagined some crystal. The first is a weapon of a growing type, ether, and the seed of a witch. According to the plot, they made Jin Tomer, the characters of the book, a monster leader of monsters. Ether will just help him grow quickly, will envelop him from the inside. Finally, the guy came to the end of this cave. Then he said 1000 lie again, and everything around began to shake and then completely seeded the walls. There appeared a tree covered with crystals, and below sat a little girl. When the young man noticed her, he thought that it would be quite difficult to fight against an adult witch. She must be killed in childhood when she is not yet developed either physically or intellectually. The little girl at that moment was just sitting and playing with something. Then she touched it and it exploded. This surprised her. The brunette just watched silently all this time. Then he clenched his fist and thought that he needed to pull himself together. He needed to do this. Even the character in the book did it. Rolling up his sleeves, he thought that in any case, he himself created her. Then he raised his hand and activated his energy. When the first shot occurred, he reasoned that the witch was in a state of mind, so she could not be killed with a gun, then it would be necessary to do it with magic. It turned out that it was not a shot, but the activation of a spear of light magic. The boy took a step forward and said that ginseng turned out to be good after all. Then he swung and compared himself to Yuyona, after which he threw this spear straight at the little girl. Everything around was covered with a bright light. The guy covered his eyes with his hands and did not understand what happened. And a second later he realized that his target was still alive. Her body was falling apart and her eyes showed incomprehension. And then black magic began to generate around. The baby tried to say something, but a second later she simply dissolved. The brunette froze for a while because of this spectacle and said that he did not understand what it was, life or an object state. However, her seed was lying on the ground, which contains the soul of the witch. If this seed sprouts, the witch of despair will be born, and ether also appeared, a weapon in a liquid state. Has no specific shape, sticks to the weapon and the owner, strengthening the essence, possibly transforming into a weapon formula. This is a growing type of weapon, grows with the owner. Information also appeared that all these items were collected. Night fell. The status of the new book was landed with information that due to the effect of the ether, all indicators increased by 0.6 points, and at the same time it cannot change the user. The indicators were as follows: muscle strength 2.455, endurance 2.545, intelligence 2.85, sensitivity 3.705, health 2.465, magic power 1.925. He was surprised and said that this effect is quite good. Then he tried to use the ether, said that if it grows, it will only get better. Now he even likes being a cadet of Cuba. Then he smiled and added that he received about 47 points. The rest of the ginseng invested in the purple banquet. It will be bought soon, but the most important thing is that this baby is profitable. In front of him lay the seed of Evangel. Characteristics: a seed containing the soul of a witch. If this seed sprouts, the witch of despair will be born. The young man leaned over and said that this is a terrible name, but if she is raised correctly, she can become a good ally. Then he dripped blood on this seed and thought that it would be very easy to grow. You need to give it a little blood instead of water. But the growth and character of the witch will depend on whose blood the seed feeds on. You should approach this issue seriously. The contenders for this role were his friends, to whom he offered to give him a little blood. They asked in surprise if this was a joke. Then they got angry and expelled him, and also called him a pervert. It is for this reason that the guy now raised 7 and said that it is better to put it off for now because he did not know how to find blood. Then he went to the laptop, said that today he needs to go to bed early. On the screen it was written about the hunting club, regular hunting on Thursdays, said that tomorrow would be a difficult day. The next day has come, you can move to the province, Mountain Spring. There the girl shouted as everyone gathered. Then she spread her hands and said that she was pleased to see everyone collected and prepared, because for the first time they see after the first meeting. The boys listened attentively, that for those who were not there last time, and once again will tell about the purpose of their club. In their hunting club are held regular meetings, where everyone hunts harmful animals, which allows them to do what they like and at the same time bring benefit to society. The young man at this moment thought about what today in the episode, and he himself does not know, since he wrote only a short ending. And the ending was like this: as a result of the battle with the human monsters, the girl was seriously injured, and Sven died. This incident was only needed to make Suho pay attention to Naeun when she was seriously injured. It is necessary to make everyone think that this girl was the target of these monsters, and while the search party will closely watch her, something incredible will happen. There was blood all over the floor, and the hero's thoughts were that here it is necessary to pay attention to the fact that Sven's history has changed a little. He has not exploded yet, and controls the power of the devil, although very little, fights with opponents, and actively wins. And now in the present tense, the young man turned and thought that if this blonde man disappears from the book now, there will be nothing to worry about, but if he is attacked now, he will be swept away. Suddenly, the girl looked at him and thought, is it really possible that they are looking at her like that now? Then she was completely confused and thought that this guy was pretending that he was not interested, but he was constantly hanging around. Did he really fall in love with her? At that moment, the blonde turned to her and told her to be careful. In response, she received a question: with whom, if not with this guy? And when S1 said that he meant those disappearances, the girl was surprised. She said that that guy was not like that, but in response, her friend simply remained silent. Finally, they announced that they could slowly go, and the guys went ahead together, and the main character walked behind and watched them carefully. In the forest nearby, there was a deer, and then some black energy appeared next to it. Thanks to this energy, they pierced him in 2 places, poor animal. Then they wrapped their tentacles around his neck and began to strangle him. It turned out that it was S1. While he was killing the poor deer, they began to look for him. So I had to withdraw my forces and look away. His girlfriend came out from behind the bushes and said that she had finally found him, offered to watch, said that she had won the bet today, but was suddenly very surprised. In front of her stood a friend with a whole mountain of deer, and immediately a question came up: how did he even manage to collect so many? The guy came closer and said that this time the victory was his. In response, he heard what it meant. She would have to fulfill his wishes. What does he want? The blonde lowered his head and began to say something embarrassed. Then he looked into her eyes and began to propose. The guys were standing opposite each other. At that moment, the main character was peeping at them from the bushes. He thought that this man had made a contract with the demon of lust. Then he took a step forward and thought that when he vomits and becomes a monster, he will forget about such a word as patience. Meanwhile, S1 finally gathered his strength and asked his girlfriend to go out. She was surprised and asked again. The blonde asked if she really didn't want to, and in response he heard that it was natural, since we'd known each other for less than a week, and he himself could have accepted such an offer, but he just looked at her and said nothing. And the main character was still sitting in the bushes. He frowned and thought that he needed to show the essence of the monster, and waited for the right moment. The girl herself said something strange at that moment, saying that she also liked those who were stronger than her. The blonde was simply shocked by this news, after which his friend turned around and apologized to him. He began to gather his energy and asked if it was true, if he was stronger than her, would she like it? Nan turned around and told him that he needed to know when to stop, and she didn't even notice that his tentacles were flying at her from the other side, after which there was an explosion. The blonde stood in place for some time, but then he noticed something. A bright energy appeared in front of him, and it turned out that the main character was able to protect the girl, transforming the ether into a bill. Then he turned to her and asked if everything was okay, not even noticing another projectile. For a second, he was lifted up and thrown aside. The little girl tried to grab her bow to protect him, but it was broken, and the brunette at that moment was already hanging in the air. He was being strangled by dark forces. There was nothing to do. Nevertheless, his friend decided to use the concentration of magical powers and tried to help him, shouting for that idiot to let him go. Suddenly, they also began to attack her and say that they loved her. In front of her was no longer a person, a familiar blonde. There was a huge monster who continued to address her and say that he loved her. Therefore, the girl concentrated all her energy and thought that this bastard was now dangerous. The main character, meanwhile, was still trying to break free. Then he looked down and saw a bright light below. This bright light filled everything around. He thought that sometimes in this world, some characters with high potential choose a weapon that is not quite suitable for them and cannot reveal themselves to the fullest. But nevertheless, it seems that she has succeeded now. Although this girl was a shining example before. Suddenly, a huge sword appeared above her head, which even made the young man a little embarrassed. The girl herself frowned and ordered the monster to let him go. Then the light became even brighter and surprised both of those present there. A second later, there was an explosion. Everything in the area began to shake. A trace formed in front of him. There were remnants of this person's energy. The girl then looked at her hand and did not understand what was happening. And the young man approached her and asked what it was it really some kind of laser sword? Here is the answer. He heard that she did not know and asked if everything was okay. The guy turned and just looked away, then answered that everything was fine. The girl smiled and asked if it was true. Then she began to lose consciousness and said that it was good. After which she fell to the ground, and the young man immediately ran to her. Night fell, she finally came to her senses. She immediately jumped up and realized that she was on her comrade's back. There were screams right away after he asked if she had woken up. She still hadn't woken up, so he decided to carry her on his back, asked what was going on and ordered him to let her go to the ground right away. While her comrade was carrying her in his arms, he asked if she really wanted to go down, and in response he heard that he had to let her go quickly. He put her on the ground and agreed, and the girl herself fell down a second later. She was overcome with horror and confusion about what was happening. While she was sitting on the ground, she asked why her legs wouldn't obey, what was wrong with them. The brunette turned around and asked if she had magical exhaustion for the first time. Then the girl raised her head and looked at him without understanding what was happening. The young man immediately explained that magical exhaustion is a condition when the internal supply of magical powers is depleted, and the speed of magic recovery decreases, but this was the only information she knew. For some time, the guys discussed that she wouldn't be able to move normally for a couple of days, so they had to climb on his back if they didn't want to sit here for the rest of their lives. So they walked through the forest. Suddenly the young man asked a question whether he would use a bow. The girl asked what kind of stupid question it was, and then she was surprised when she heard that she herself had felt it today. She did not understand it, but she had discovered her abilities. This is an incredible power that can infinitely enhance skills if only there is a conductor of magical powers, a sword capable of destroying a huge number of monsters and even human monsters with one blow. In a large-scale battle there will be no one who can stop her. She will be able to become a queen in a battlefield. This is a truly shocking skill. And for the sake of such a future, she should leave the bow now. Because of this the girl got very angry. Then she began to wave her hands and asked what this man even understands. He walked forward and thought that it seemed like it was still far away. After some time, he sat her down on a bench and said that from here the checkpoint was already visible. Then she had to move on her own, and her friend had a question where the young man was going alone. He turned around and said that the dorm had already reached curfew and that he had to go, despite the fact that he was asked to stop and take her with him. Morning came, everyone was discussing whether they had heard the news. The students were standing in the hallway and talking about how another student was attacked by a monster man. It turned out to be Sven, and it was unclear when he managed to become a monster. They had exchanged a few words once, but why was the management silent? Meanwhile, the main characters approached office 303. He went inside and saw something. His comrades were standing there, calling him to come closer. All the guys he knew were there, and everyone was looking at him at that moment. All these people had gathered here and were the most significant figures who were waiting for him. But let's fast forward to the day before the incident. In the hunting club, he raised his hand and received a message asking if there was time on Friday. He had one request. Then the brunette was surprised and thought that this was a request. What exactly? And then he was surprised when he read that they were asking him if they knew about the disappearance of students. In connection with this, the Cube entrusted them to conduct an investigation. Now it was clear what was happening. In order not to involve outside forces, the Cuba leadership chose several students from each year and entrusted them with the mission of catching the criminal, while marking them with certain bracelets. At that very moment, his girlfriend called out to him and asked if she was coming with them. He asked to wait a minute and thought that the representatives of this team were first-year students. After which he received another message that this was natural. The Cuba would also take measures. There was a high probability that the criminal could be cadets. These people believed that an internal investigation would be easier to conduct. And the young man was already sitting at the table, said that he understood what they meant, but why they called him. In response he heard that he had good eyesight, heard that he could see 1,000 lie ahead. And then they said that he was recommended. The brunette was surprised by this news. The dialogue continued for some time. He was asked if he would help. And today, when he had already arrived there, Suho met him and thanked him for coming. He was only better, at least he would earn points. The comrade then extended his hand and said that since everyone was here, they could begin. Before they started speaking about the incident, he would like to share his hypothesis. They believe that the criminal is a human monster who attacked their friend. However, suddenly, someone hit the floor so hard that it began to crumble. It was a blonde guy who was sitting in one of the stands. Then this guy raised his head and asked about the girl. The blue-haired boy simply repeated her name, only this time in full. Then he introduced her and said that in general, it is quite possible that the next target will be the human monster. He follows the orders of the demon. If the demon who made a contract with Sven was hunting specifically for her, then other human monsters will also attempt on her life, and asked if they had anyone under suspicion. He also added that perhaps one of their acquaintances was acting strangely. Now the main character thought about it. After which he introduced the blonde and thought that he knew who the real criminal was, but he thought that it would be too dangerous to rush to reveal his name, so he just waited for everything to resolve itself. After which he thought that unlike the book, where 6 victims appeared in 2 months, here 3 people had already disappeared in 2 weeks. At this rate there could be many more victims, and it would turn into a bloody mess. He sat there squeezing his hand all this time. At that very second, the girl raised her head and thanked everyone around her. The guy thought that he did not want to stay on the sidelines and expose them to danger any longer. His eyes began to sparkle. His thoughts were about the fact that he could not wait for events to develop. Therefore, he raised his hand and said that he had one person in mind. He looked at the others and said that the leader of the Hyun nightclub, who was acting quite suspiciously. Everyone looked at him and remained silent. Then someone said that he had an alibi. He was in a close relationship with the first victim, so they checked him, even talked to him personally. After which, to the question of what if the victim came to him herself, the blonde turned and asked if he really thought that some kind of suggestion magic could have worked on the cadet. The main character raised his head and said that it could not if we are talking about ordinary suggestion magic, however, but he was interrupted. The girl intervened in the conversation, who said that something was wrong here, that everyone was picking on a person who had an alibi. Then she looked at them and added that it seemed to her more likely that not the leader of the club, but this guy was the human monster. This news shocked him and immediately followed the question of whether this was said seriously. Before this, the main character sat in front of the computer and reasoned that there should be at least one character who would help. He continued to write and thought that a rich character was needed who would help Suho. Her character is a little tough, but not completely disgusting. Maybe insert the detail that she loved ordinary people. Then he smiled and said that her name was Yuyeon. Let's go back to real time. The girl sat and watched that it was more likely that this man, not the leader of the club, was a monster. The young man asked again in surprise. Then Suho looked at her and said that he had an alibi. He used the portal when the crime was committed. And the girl lowered her eyes and said that she also just decided to check because it is possible to fabricate a record of using the portal. The young man immediately jumped up and asked what kind of nonsense was this. Then he heard scary words, a question about what might be worth starting from the back. A huge guy approached him, who said that from the blow he himself would begin to change. Right. The blonde watched all this and smiled. Another person also just watched silently, but their leader, Suho, was shocked. The brown-haired man lowered his head and said nothing, and the one who approached him asked if he really chickened out, now how he would hit him. Only then the main character raised his head and said that this guy could try to do it, but in return he would get a hole between the eyes. Their friend intervened in the conversation and told them to stop. They shouldn't mess with each other, they both need to calm down. After which the brown-haired guy looked at them and said that if they doubted him, then they could ask the girl. They were together at the club that day. And then some sword flew at his head. It turns out it was the blonde guy who threw it right at the stance. He looked up and turned to him, asking how he even dared to talk about her. The guy replied that when she was attacked, they killed that monster man together, or hadn't heard about it yet, while he was having fun with his gang. He jumped up and started insulting him, but suddenly his friend stopped him and asked him to recover. At that moment, Hajin turned around and said that he thought he knew the culprit. He was immediately stopped and asked where he was going. But the guy confidently continued to move towards the doors. Then he tripped, and thanks to the fact that he bent down, he did not get hit in the back. While the young man was falling, the one who was running after him broke the door with his fist. Everyone saw this and was very scared. But the big guy looked at his target and asked if he had dodged. The guy immediately pulled out a gun and said that he would have to teach him a lesson. Then he pulled it out and was ready to shoot. Only some energy suddenly stopped him. It was Suho, who pulled out his sword and blocked the attack. He looked at the guys, turned to the attacker and said that he should know when to stop. Then he looked at the blonde and said that he should also control himself. If there were any doubts, he could ask the girl. Then the brunette intervened, asking them to wait. Silence reigned in the corridor, and through the office, the main character came out. The brunette at that moment was talking to her friend, who asked if this Hajin could not be a monster, then asked if Yona heard. He simply remained silent. If you move along the school corridor, you can notice that someone did leave. It was the main character, who at that moment had already gone outside. There was complete darkness around. After some time, the guy sat down in the forest and began to reason. He could not understand what the hell was happening now. He also thought that not only did he end up in his own book, but now he was arguing with the characters he himself had created with great love, and moments from writing the script flashed in his memories. And now he was sitting on the grass and saying how fed up he was with everything. He thought that he really missed his parents and friends, wanted to go back to his apartment. According to the contract, he had 1 more year left, and so many pleasant memories immediately flooded in. He also thought that it was interesting what was happening now in his world, if time goes by without changes. Then he was declared missing, and the apartment was probably just empty. Then the young man grabbed his head and thought about his parents. What if they were looking for him everywhere, and what if they were crying because of him? While he was sitting, he thought that he did not understand at all whether he would ever be able to return home. Suddenly a status window appeared in front of his face. It said that his perseverance indicators had increased. After reading this information, he simply laughed. Then he smiled and said that he didn't seem to quite understand what was going on. He looked at this information again and thought that it was good that the indicators had increased. He would have given up on the idea of returning home earlier. Then he wiped his tears. He stood up, shook himself off. After which he looked ahead and decided to continue on his way. Meanwhile, the guys in the room were still assembled. One of them raised his head and asked what was wrong with Hajin. In response, he heard from his comrade that it was better not to touch him now. The other two were then sitting downstairs and were silent. The girl decided to ask her comrade if he recognized his skill. Then she turned around and asked if some shooter had dodged a fighter's attack and which of them was more suspicious. She immediately received a notification on her watch. It was a message from Hyun with an offer to meet tomorrow in the training room before the meeting. She read it and said nothing. At the same time, the blonde himself was somewhere nearby. He received a notification with her consent, and his whole face and body were covered in blood. It seems that this was our villain who looked at this and laughed. After some time, everyone gathered in the classroom. Now it was clear why they advise to do things when there is a bad mood. Usually when they train or go hunting, they are too tired, so there is no time to think about something else. Now the main character was sitting in a bad mood and understood that now everything was clear to him. After which he looked at his comrades and thought why everyone was behaving like this. Stop thinking about him. Everything is fine. He even felt awkward. Then he frowned and thought that he himself created these characters. What is he doing? Stop doing stupid things. We need to think about how to get home. At the same moment, a girl entered the office. The blonde approached her and asked if she can already go to school. In response, he heard that there is nothing to do at home anyway. Then Suho approached her and extended his hand. She immediately asked what was wrong with him and said that she can get there herself. The blonde ordered him not to touch her. He began to get angry and told him to try. At that moment, the brunette was sitting at her desk and just watching them. Suddenly, someone shouted that the lesson had already started, to go to class, and everyone headed there. There was a teacher on the stage who said that everyone already knew that there was less than a week left until the midterm exams. Then he added that immediately after the written exam, practical testing would begin. It was divided into 2 parts, according to which they would be assessed. He imagined a battle between students and said that the first was a duel between cadets. He also imagined a battle with a monster and said that the second was a battle with a monster that a wizard would produce. Then he looked around and said that both tests would be held at a different level of difficulty, different from the ones they had mastered in class. This must be kept in mind and be prepared. At that moment, the main characters thought that passing the written exam was not that difficult. He was more worried about the duel. Then he presented the student cards and thought that each participant is given 3 cards from which he must choose an opponent. At first glance it may seem that high-ranking cadets will immediately choose weak opponents to earn points. In this way, they could easily win, but to prevent such situations, a bonus point system was developed in the cube. For example, even if a strong cadet wins a duel with a weak student, the winner can go into the minus, since the number of points depends on the difference in the level of the cadets, and this will be quite unpleasant. After which he looked at his new enemy and thought that naturally, there will be those who do not care about this system. They simply use the right to choose an opponent to defeat someone they do not like. In Moscow, this guy is all muscles, of course. Then he turned away and thought that he was worried about something else. Suddenly, his hand moved to the side. While the blonde was sitting next to him, his thoughts were about the fact that the distance between them had clearly decreased. Then he looked at her and thought that she was not saying anything, but continued to hang around him, before she always sat alone at the last desk and studied. Then the girl turned around and the thought occurred to her that she was probably copying. So the young man took out a pen, and he began to write names on the notebook. She saw this and was surprised. These were the names of his parents. After the lesson, the girl received a message from a friend that he had already arrived and was sitting in the classroom, so there was no need to hurry. She read this and went on. After some time, she finally reached her destination, and when she went inside, she looked around. There was a friend waiting for her, who smiled and embarrassedly asked if she had already arrived. The little girl closed the door behind her and replied that it looked like the others were not there yet. In response, she heard that they would be there soon. She could sit down. It seemed to embarrass her, and when she approached the table, she saw a lit candle. The young man said that they say this aroma helps to concentrate, because now they will study. Then he turned to her and added that he heard that she had joined the team to search for human monsters. and was also a member and represented the second year, which surprised her. After which the guy said sheepishly that they had no results so far, asked what their group was doing and if there were any suspects, and in response he heard that there weren't any yet, but there was one person who was talking nonsense. The guy came closer to her and asked again about the nonsense. Then he started snapping his fingers strangely and asked which ones exactly. The brunette didn't understand what was going on and said that she was saying that her friend was also a human monster, but at that moment her soul became calmer, after which she extended her hand to the side and added that he had said that her comrade was using magic that affected the mind, which was simply unheard of. The friend replied that he had no evidence. The brunette nodded her head and confirmed this. Then she opened her eyes and was very surprised. She looked at her comrade and asked again about the evidence. He got scared and said that he expressed himself incorrectly and meant, on what basis did he make such an assumption? But now it made no sense. The girl became wary. She took out her weapon and said that usually, when an innocent person is suspected of something, he does not ask if there is evidence. And a second later she tried to strike. Then she took a pose and asked, "Who is this?" The young man simply smiled in response, after which he came closer and asked what was wrong with her. Her reflection was in his eyes, and black magic was hovering around, and it sounded like her turn had not yet come. Meanwhile, it was quiet in the second-year dormitory. Finally, the little girl came to her senses after losing consciousness, and when she finally opened her eyes, she realized that she was tied up. The sun was already rising outside the window. In addition, music was playing in the room. Looking around, the girl realized that this was the second-year dormitory. This information made her feel sick and uneasy. The comrade was also in this room. It immediately became clear that this person was really guilty of the disappearances of the students. It turns out that he is a monster of a person, and these were not just stupid guesses. The image of the main character who warned her surfaced in her memories. The girl immediately began to try to get out and thought that she needed to calm down and also try to ask for help. Her hands were tightly tied. It was difficult to move her name, and panic covered her more and more. While the girl twitched, she thought that she would like to get help from someone. But suddenly a blonde man came up to her and said that she would not succeed. Then he smiled and asked what was going on. At that moment, a new message came to the Hajin bracelet. He raised his hand and asked who it could be at such a time. The message was from her. The guy immediately looked up and asked again, did not understand what it meant. The message contained only one number, 9. At that moment, the kidnapper snatched the watch from her hand. Then he raised it up and asked what they would think if he wrote like that in the middle of the night. He smiled and said that Hajin quickly guessed that this man was a monster and he would have to finish him off later. The girl immediately screamed that she really thought he would get away with it. The search party was probably already on the trail and had begun to act. And the guy simply crushed her watch and replied that it did not matter because he would soon leave the cube. The little girl at that moment simply continued to be angry. The comrade came closer to her and said that he liked that expression. Then he smiled and added that the lady told him that she would like to see horror on him as well. The protagonist in his room was still trying to understand what kind of message with the number 9 was. He looked at his watch, wondering if she had sent it by accident. The number 9 was spinning in his head, and suddenly it dawned on him that it was 911. He jumped up and shouted about the Book of Truth, asked where this girl was now. A book immediately appeared in his hands, and the information from there scared him a lot. It was not clear what it was. The brunette was almost infuriating, sitting in captivity. Something was asking her because she was lonely. This creature said that it knew what this feeling was, but the girl did not pay attention. The comrade influenced her with his power and was happy about it. But then he noticed something. In her eyes, only aggression was still visible. Then he came closer and said that she had a pretty strong will. He put in so much effort, but she still did not give in. She just needed to open her mind to him once. And then he reached out to her neck and added that she should not be afraid. Lilith herself allowed it. The guy touched her head and added that Lilith wanted to meet her. And the girl then pushed away and immediately heard that even if he untied himself, it would not save her. The guy's face changed dramatically and he said with a laugh that you can't hide from magic and you can't run away. But a moment later someone pierced his head. Glass and his blood flew around. The brunette watched this and did not understand what was happening. Her ex-friend fell to the floor and screamed in pain right before her eyes. Then she heard someone come and say that he doesn't trust people, he constantly doubts. What has he come to? The monster man turned around and asked what kind of bastard did this. And when he got up, he heard that there was no hope of recovery. This projectile was treated with a special solution. It can only be removed through surgery. After which he stretched out his hand and called his attacker a son of a bitch, asked where he was now, ordered him to come out. And then he waved his hand, activating his black magic. This magic destroyed even the remaining glass, and also flew towards the girl, and because of this, she fell to the ground and hit her head. But the kidnapper himself still had not found the attacker. He only heard that he should not strain himself so much and continued asking where he was. The main character, meanwhile, raised his gun again and said that he was now very far away, and a second later he shot him straight in the chest again. The blonde lost a lot of blood and began to scream in pain. The blow was so strong that he fell to the floor again. If you look closely, there was someone somewhere far away, behind the bushes. Right in the trees there was hiding the man who shot him. The brown-haired man who got a new rifle. He took aim, said that's why he likes shooting at long range. Then he smiled and added that it looked like he would use up all the bullets his girlfriend had given him earlier today. The brunette, fortunately, remained unharmed or was lying on the floor when the young man said that he hoped that they had prepared something good for him. The monster man was still trying to get up and find him, calling him a psycho, and the main character continued shooting. All those bullets were flying at him and causing incredible pain. Finally, the blonde man turned around and was able to look straight into the distance. Meanwhile, the young man was watching him through the sight. Then he got up and exhaled. He also turned to his girlfriend and said that she had to watch this, asked if she was wounded. In response, he heard that everything was fine and told her to get some sleep. A search party would arrive soon. The girl began to close her eyes and agreed, while somehow managing to thank him. Some more time passed, and finally they moved to another room. The girl came to and did not understand where she was. Suddenly, someone came up to her and asked if she was awake. Suho was sitting next to her, and they immediately asked him what he was doing here. The guy moved over and asked if she was in pain, said that the doctor had said before that there were no abnormalities, and in response he heard that this was true. But she asked why he was here. And after he answered that all her friends were watching her in turn, she asked why. The guy put his foot on his toe and said that he was also partly to blame for what happened. He also introduced his comrades standing behind the door and added that they should have paid a little more attention, but were busy with something else. After which he stood up and said that he wanted to apologize. The girl turned around and said that he had been told more than once before that he was slow. The guy was surprised and asked again. The brunette had been thinking all this time about what she considered the most important thing, to take first place in the ranking, but it turns out she was wrong. Then she thought about the main character and realized once again that she was wrong. The guys talked for some time. She decided to ask if this guy had arrived. The comrade did not immediately understand who she was talking about, so his girlfriend turned away and said that she was not talking about anyone. Then she looked out the window and thought. The weather that day was surprisingly good. Hajin almost immediately after that received a message from her with gratitude and promises to thank him. He read it and smiled, and then he began to see that his points increased by 457, luck was activated. A bonus of 11% of the points received was provided. Now he was a successful long-range shooter. The sniper skill increased to the 7th level. He sat at the table and thought that he was able to earn so much for one action, which means that they give a good reward for solving one of the main episodes. Then he began to read carefully and thought that investing everything in the sniper skill is not particularly profitable, but he thinks it's not bad because he saved his girlfriend. Someone immediately came up to him and called him. It was Mr. Suhyuk, who said that he was so surprised when they called him and immediately asked what happened. After that, he fell to his knees and said that if he wanted to cancel the contract, he asked him to think about it again, but that was not the case. Then the man looked up and saw a strange suitcase. The young man looked at it and said that he would like to invest in the agency. He was surprised and asked again. The protagonist immediately imagined the ginseng that was at the purple banquet, thought that he earned about 400 million won on it. If 250 million of this was invested in the horse owner and the remaining 150 million in the agency, then it would be quite profitable. Then he thought that he was confident in the growth of both the owner and the agency, so he decided to invest all the money. And when the man heard this, he said that this was a very large amount. He did not even know if he could accept it. True, the guy handed over the suitcase, immediately said that they just need to take this money because he was investing for their overall growth. They need to buy a normal magic pocket and transport for the field. They talked for some time, and when asked how old he was, the man replied that he was 29. The cadet was surprised and said that he was much older than him, so he could address him informally, but in response he heard that he could not talk to the investor like that, so he asked if he could cancel the investment. The agent was surprised, asked again and said that in that case he was ready to switch to an informal style of communication. After which they both left the cafe, discussed the need to go to a 24-hour store. Finally, they went there. Inside, the man asked why he needed a lottery ticket. The brunette turned around and said that he was a minor, so he could not get the winnings without an adult. And while he was checking the ticket, he said that he wanted to test his luck at the same time and also won. He immediately received a question about how much money was there. When the guy answered that there were 20 million won, the agent was surprised and even a little confused. And then it dawned on him how big the sum was. Even on the street you could hear him scream, did he really get 20 million won? After receiving the winnings, the main character handed him the money and said that he also wanted to invest it. It would be better to adjust the contract and send it to him. After deducting taxes, it would be less than 20 million, right? He simply hid the money and bowed to him. It looked a little strange, so he immediately asked what was wrong with him, and the answer was banal. He was afraid that the money would simply be stolen. Finally, evening came. In one of the abandoned buildings, it seemed to be quiet. But a second later, some strange black energy appeared there. And a moment later, a silhouette began to form from this energy. A boy appeared there, who turned to the captain and said that they began to move. Then he came closer and added that the owner of the horse had grown up. What to do next? The captain looked at him and replied that only the item needed to be taken from them, the rest could be left as is. The boy raised his hand and said that he agreed, and added that he noticed something strange. Some guy appeared who bought up the horse owner's shares. He said in surprise that at first it was 300, 1,000, and recently invested 250 million. Isn't that too much for a guild that doesn't even have a personal page? The captain didn't even go down to him and replied that there was no point in thinking about it. It was better to focus on their business. In response, he heard that if he said so, then good. Another thing the boy said was autumn. He almost forgot to say that several interesting pages appeared at the purple banquet. Would he like to take a look? He activated the status window and said that the relic search group, dog soup, and the truth office. This is where his inner instinct tells him that something is wrong with this truth office, and asked if he could place an order with them. Suddenly they would find it. The captain got a little tired and simply turned to him. The boy perked up and listened to him attentively. Then he even got scared and just said he was joking. Then he looked at her and said that midterm exams would start next week in the cube. Suho and Jonghak were in the lead there. He also introduced them and asked how many people would be involved. Would they also take part? The woman stood up and said she would be there too. The boy listened to her attentively, and she came closer, looked straight at him, and when she lowered her head, she said it would be nice if someone capable found it. And then she thought about the main character. Time flew by quickly. The day of the competition came. A sign with a greeting hung in the sky. Finally, midterm exams came. Everyone was ready for this day. There, students could meet their parents, like one of the girls. She hugged her mother and immediately received a question about how she chewed, to which she replied that she just really missed her. During the exam week, the club opened its doors to guilds and associations that were interested in hiring heroes, as well as relatives of the cadets. The types of people gathered from all over the world resembled some kind of festival. There were really a lot of people there. There were reporters below who said that they were currently in the cube. This is the best academy of heroes in the world. Another said that they should call him, asked who is in the top 100. And all this time a drone was flying above them. Someone caught it and said that Junho was there. Someone said that she was his fan. The guy lowered his head and said that he had not been able to film anything special yet. Then he raised the drone up and asked if he should wait a little longer. In his head there were thoughts that this was a modest gift as a token of gratitude from the agent who flew throughout the cube. With it would be much easier to detect if someone tried to invade. Then someone crashed into him. The guy turned around and apologized. And next to him was a dark-haired woman. She also looked into his eyes but did not answer. This made him a little nervous. Then it dawned on him that he almost forgot that she would also be at these exams. It seemed that this character was familiar to him. The guys looked at each other and walked on. Then the young man turned away and thought that he had been looking at her for too long, and looking into her eyes for too long. What should he say so as not to look suspicious? He opened his mouth and began to squeeze something out, and then he told her how beautiful she was. The woman heard this and was confused. The main character almost fell through the ground from there. The captain listened to him, turned around and left. Her silhouette eventually disappeared into the crowd, leaving the guy alone with his shame. In the meantime, she turned to her assistant. Then she lowered her head and said that this guy she had just encountered was looking at her through a visibility blocker. Then she raised her head and said that she needed to check who he was. Not only heroes come to the cube to search for capable cadets, people from the chameleon group are also here, and these thoughts did not leave the young man all this time. Their goal is to recruit the 2 strongest cadets. He immediately introduced his comrades and realized that the first one's beliefs did not coincide with their policy, so they would not take him. According to the plot, take a closer look at the second one and go back. Then he frowned and thought that penetrating the chameleon group's cube itself did not pose a threat. But if the plot changed, the hero guarding the examination field would enter into a fight. It would not end with 1 or 2 victims. Immediately, someone there began to scream, thereby attracting all attention to himself. One of the cadets then smiled and said that he did not see a single suspicious person. And the girl came up to him and said that he should stop shirking. It would be better to watch properly. What will become of the hero's reputation if during the exams about the security in the cube? They were Oh Jun-hyuk, 1737th place in the ranking, a hero of the 6th rank, who said that it would be necessary to simply deal with the violators before it entailed problems, and Seo Yomji, 2000th place in the ranking, a hero of the 7th rank. The guys were walking around the square and discussing how the young man made everything sound so easy and simple, but he suddenly interrupted her and suggested that they just go eat pizza. Someone was watching them at that moment, smiled and said that the main character saw the captain despite the siren necklace. Then he went ahead and said that his appetite was starting to wake up. Before that he thought that he would have to return empty-handed. And he asked who it was. He wanted to find him first and fight, but the kid inside just got angry and said that it was a mountain mouse and ordered him to calm down. The man paid attention when they told him that she could check everything without his intervention. The battle would begin soon. Indeed, at that moment, people had already gathered on the second battlefield. Finally, the host came out and said that today at 9 AM the first fight would finally take place. Their correspondent was sent to the scene. The first competition would be held using. The main character was walking somewhere nearby at that moment. Suddenly, someone shouted at him and attracted attention. There was a brunette standing there, whom he had saved before, and asked if he was really going to the arena. The young man turned around and said that he had his first competition. For some reason this surprised her. Well, she immediately called her assistant, who appeared next to the suitcase in a moment. And she said that there were 1,000 high-quality bullets, all lying neatly next to each other. The girl handed him the suitcase and said that they would not be used during the exam, but perhaps they would come in handy later. If needed again, he could ask for it. And when the guy took it, she added that by the way, she was not trying to thank him for saving her life. She looked at him and said that it was just a gift. There was a dialogue between the guys. What else? She was being called to be a witness regarding the case with the monster man, but she still hadn't said that this was the man who shot then. In response, she heard a request to keep it a secret. The guy was a little confused and thought that if they found out that he had shot, he could have problems, so he had to be more careful. The girlfriend then came closer and said that she knew that he had a reason to hide his powers, so it would be difficult for him to pass this exam. In response, she received a question whether he was hiding his powers. The young man was surprised when he received the question whether he had seen his opponent. Meanwhile, all the others had gathered in the cadets' waiting room. One of them was actively training and preparing for a fight, so actively that sweat was pouring down his face. This was his new enemy, who was preparing for a bat and said that he would smash the main character. The captain's assistant was studying the documents at that time and said that there was nothing special about it. He raised his head and said that the person who was told to check grew up in an orphanage. No parents, no relatives. At the age of 6 he discovered special abilities, after which he went to study at a military school, was average, did not stand out in any way, and then entered the cube. The woman stood and listened that there was still a debt of 300 million won. That's all. Then she remembered their meeting and thought how he could see her through the visibility blocking object. The boy answered her that he didn't know either. At the same moment a man appeared there who finally found her. He smiled and said that the two hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was a member of the chameleon group, Jin Jiam. The girl turned around and said that he was late here. He hoped that no one had turned off anywhere on the way. In response, she heard why he was doing this. He was diligently looking for talented cadets, as ordered before. Then a question came about the report. The man raised his hand and said that there was no report, all weaklings who would fly away with one blow. And the boy suddenly intervened and said that this was natural, asking if there were any unusual cadets. To the answer he heard that he didn't even know. He looked at the best second-year cadet and was disappointed. The boy replied that this year's first-year students really stand out. We need to look there. Just in time for the Hajin duel to begin, the man looked up and asked again about the name. Then he looked at the captain and said that it was probably the one who saw her through the visibility blocker. Meanwhile, in the arena, everyone was already preparing for the fight. Even the students gathered in the stands and bought all sorts of food. They discussed that there were a lot of good memories there, and the girl replied that they were more bad than terrible. He said that he would not watch the fight because he had recently gotten it. But the guy replied that he was already much better and his son loved competitions so much. She smiled and asked again, but then she noticed something. A strange man, unknown to them, was sitting in the stands opposite. The woman raised her hand and said that he was looking at them and smiling. Maybe he was their fan. And it was a member of the chameleons who were watching them. Then the guys got distracted and noticed that the first opponent had entered the battlefield. The fight was beginning. It was the fighter Horak, 19th place in the cadet ranking. He has good abilities. The girl was surprised and said that his opponent was quite an unexpected character with 934th place. It was the main character, who was already ready for the battle. There was very little space between the two of them. A question came up: did you pass the written test well? After which the guy smiled and said that it was written on his face how he thirsted for blood, so it was better to hit lighter. And the opponent said nothing, only prepared for the battle. The main feature of this man was self-defense by dispersing magic. He would be lucky if he did not break him in half. And he is not talking about some bullets, because this man looked terrifying even without a weapon. There is no way he can be allowed to approach him. At the same time, the commentator said that now it was time for the exam tests for freshmen. The guys got ready and said that the first duel begins right now. Horak immediately accelerated and ran towards the enemy. Then he swung and was ready to deliver the first blow, and the young man looked at him and sent a laser there. It was time for the bullet. He fired and thought that the duration of this skill had increased greatly. Then he grouped himself and thought that he would be able to follow his movements for 1 minute. A second later, Horak smashed the floor right next to him with his fist. The guy flew up and thought that the enemy was rushing like a tank, and he was really very expansive. He literally destroyed everything in his path. The brunette did nothing but run away from him. Then he took out his gun and began to aim. When he fired, the enemy's fist was right in front of him and stopped the bullets. Horak smiled and thought that the boy was an idiot. Does he think he can penetrate his self-defense? Then he stretched his hand towards the bullet and thought that some bullet would just bounce off him. But he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to redirect it. Thus, the defense was penetrated. Everyone around was very surprised by what was happening. They did not understand how this weak opponent penetrated his self-defense. Meanwhile, the opponents continued to be on the battlefield. Horak understood his head and heard how everyone was discussing who he was and how he did it with ordinary bullets. Then he looked at the boy, who had remained calm all this time, but he was holding his shoulder and could not cope with his own anger. Suddenly, the rest of the bullets flew straight at him. Each of them pierced his defense and brought him incredible pain. Hajin then came closer and thought that his opponent assumed that the bullets would bounce off him. What a pity, these are special bullets that are made with the magic of Sigmata. They have the power of a demon. Then he stretched out his hand and made a control shot. Some of the observers were shocked, some were happy, and they did not jump up and began to shout in a crowd. But Horak gathered his last strength and got angry. Then he smashed the floor with his fists and began to insult his opponent. The blast wave was so strong that the floor began to collapse throughout the stadium, and thus the wave reached the main character, who managed to jump in time and avoid the blow. He then fired and shouted that he should be careful because a sword was flying at him. However, the opponent realized this at the last second when he saw him in front of his eyes. Nevertheless, he was able to dodge and thought that maybe the sword had some kind of device. Meanwhile, the young man approached him with a gun and said that the sword was not real. Immediately after, he fired and once again inflicted damage on his opponent. While he was lying on the ground, Hajin came closer and looked at him. Complete silence reigned around. Finally, the cadet pulled out his gun again and prepared to shoot. Even in the stands, people were shocked and froze from what was happening. The guy pulled the trigger and nothing happened. Horak raised his head and looked ahead. The spectators were generally in shock. Also the onlookers, who shouted whether the student really ran out of bullets, but his opponent was no longer at all. The main character was still standing in place when his opponent got up. He looked at him and became very angry, but the guy stood motionless and did nothing. Then he smiled. Then he raised his hands and said with a smile that he surrendered. Horak was very surprised. The same thing happened to the spectators. A moment later, the commentator announced that the fight was over and the tournament table appeared on top. Horak was declared the winner, who was literally burning with anger at that moment. After that, Hajin simply turned around and left, while his opponent was stopped by other people. Horak did not even hear when the doctor came up to him and started asking if he was definitely hit by a real bullet because he was whole. Maybe because he was a fighter. The adults in the stands also asked what their impressions of the heroes were. The woman then closed her eyes and said that this boy was great. His opponent was too clumsy. He used self-defense, which requires more energy. Although he could have gotten by with a slow attack on his own, he tried to show himself in all his glory in a short time, and as a result he disgraced himself. Then she frowned and added that she was more worried about the boy. Memories of this battle immediately appeared in her head and she said that fast shooting is beyond common sense. The ability to follow the enemy's movements with the whole body. But at some point Horak began to move slower, so he slowed down too. Maybe this is a special ability to improve his physical abilities. Then she was surprised and said that he compressed his magical power and shot him. The man turned and asked with a smile if he really wanted to say that the cadet compressed his mana so much that he was able to break through self-defense. Really? The girl then simply smiled and said that she did not know what kind of abilities he had. Maybe he drank doping. People in the stands, meanwhile, were shouting that the guy really did break through self-defense with a shot. They need to call the director right now. There is a high probability that he will become the best in history. For some time, the heroes discussed that he should be remembered, and the next competition began. A member of the chameleon group then simply scratched his ear and said that he did not like this guy. He walked outside the stadium and added that some pot-bellied little thing was holding his pistol and was just waiting to shoot. Why did the boss tell him to take a closer look at him? The kid answered that he really hadn't seen it. He had the power of a demon. The man continued to walk forward and said, "What kind of demon? What does it have to do with power?" But the spirit only got angry and said that he just didn't like that the fighter was at a long distance, and that was it. After which the brown-haired man smiled maliciously and said that only such a battle can be called a real fight when you are burning with a desperate desire to plunge death into the enemy's heart. And then he thought about it when he heard that they told him to take a closer look at the cadets who had this desire, reminded him of the two cadets, and he said that they both showed themselves well. Then he remembered their battle and said that the blonde impressed with his spear technique. He aimed straight at the enemy's vital organs without preliminary preparation. Then he said that he also liked how he treated cowards who only did what they defended themselves. In response, he heard that if he liked it, nothing good can be expected from his character. The boy was surprised when he heard that Suho behaved rather unusually and even asked again. And the man imagined their duel and said that as he heard, he uses a sword technique similar to a dance. It is clear that his movements are very precise and polished by long training. But he had a feeling when he saw how that guy won and his strange look. The man suddenly thought and said that he had a feeling that this cadet was hiding his true face. A dialogue took place between him and the child. It seems that the best cadet of the cube is different from the others. He did not even know these two are not the ones he would like to fight right now. And when he received a question about Hajin, he got angry and asked if they really noticed this idiot too. The boy answered that of course, the boss was looking for the power of a demon, although the man did not like this guy at all. Suddenly a security guard came across him and asked who was there. The employee also said that outsiders were not allowed into this forest. They had to leave immediately. The group member turned around and said that there were too many annoying flies here. And when he shouted that they had to leave, he said that everything that was happening really annoyed him. Then he swept the cap off his head, and a second later he gave him such a flick that the poor security guard flew away. And the blow was so strong that even the birds flew in different directions. And it seems that his head was torn apart from this. The boy immediately understood what happened and asked if the man really smashed his head. He smiled and answered that it was so. Then he said that he didn't give a damn, the captain would just tear him apart, and in response he heard that if he didn't tell, he wouldn't tear him apart. Evening came. Meanwhile, the captain was standing somewhere on the roof of the building and watching the sunset. In her head, she was thinking about that very day when it was raining. There was a grave in front of her and the words were said that she would definitely find this traitor. The girl was desperate then, promised the dead man that she would find him. Then she raised her head and with tears in her eyes said that she would avenge him. Now from these memories her hands were shaking. The woman lowered her head and turned to her assistant. Then she looked down and said that it was necessary to check these three cadets. To the question of who would be first, she answered that the power of the demon can break the magical power, so Hajin will be first. The assistant said that he agreed. But will everything be okay? There is very little information about him, however, it was not important to her. The woman introduced the guy and said that tomorrow she would meet him in person. The second day of midterm exams came, people gathered at Stadium Number 1. There were different characters, even recruiters from the Sword Guild were noticeable, the creator's fortress claim also came. The spectators were happy, and they discussed that compared to the first day, a big difference was visible to you fans, of course, because today will be a hot battle. There appeared a table with the cube rank, Suho in first place against Yohei in 8th place. Also Rachel in 3rd place against Naeun in 4th place. The guys were actively discussing that they were waiting for this battle, the first competition between girls, right. The main character was also watching all this and then mentally thanked the fans for the explanation. He looked at the girl and thought that today she was destined to lose to the blonde completely, because it was simply impossible to defeat her with a bow that did not suit her. When both were in the ring, the commentator said that now the competition between the freshmen began. This was already the 8th battle. Finally, the fight began. Naeun smiled and offered to change places in the ranking today, turning to the blonde and pulling the bowstring. Then she shot straight at her. Immediately, her energy spread everywhere and flew to her opponent. At that moment, the blonde raised her head and saw a bright light above. Then she began to skillfully dodge all these projectiles and run to her opponent. A second later, another arrow appeared above her head. And surprisingly, the girl was able to break it right in the air. Naeun saw this and was very surprised. And then she realized that her opponent was approaching her right. At that moment, one of the fans was coming down the stands. It was a brunette with long hair. Hajin noticed her and was surprised. The same captain sat down next to him and looked straight into his eyes. It was the woman who was wanted by the Hero Academy, the leader of groups with a bad reputation, a strong warrior who hides behind many names, and now she was sitting right in front of him. When the guy looked at her, he thought that in this world only he knew her real name. A second later, a glass of Coca-Cola flew at her head, not letting her say a word. There was a fan who simply stumbled and asked how this happened, also asked if everything was okay, Bopros. The horror that the main character experienced at that moment, words cannot even describe. After some time, information appeared on the screen that Rachel was the winner of the fight. The woman at that moment sat and lost her face. Then she was a little confused and thanked the young man for the scarf. In response, she heard nothing. She turned away and said that she saw his battle with the cadet yesterday. Then she handed him an envelope and said that she preferred to watch from the shadows. The skill that he showed at the competition was that his ability. In the envelope there was a business card with her phone number and name. The young man took it and thought that it was probably one of her fictitious names, asked if he understood correctly that this was a member of the guild, but he was not allowed to contact them until the end. When the woman tried to take the business card, she immediately heard that it was not said that he would not take it. At that time, the next duel was going on. The brunette said that she could not go into details yet, but in any case, the cadet would not lose anything. Then she got up and said that she had to go. She hoped that she would receive a call from him. After which she turned around and left, and the young man thought what was the point of the leader contacting him now. While he was thinking about why she came, he saw a sword flying right in the sky. At that very second, they announced that the winner was Cadet Suho, who was very happy about his victory. At the exit, everyone was only discussing this fight and saying that the guy was amazing. But the girl lost to the blonde. For the first time they saw Korean rising stars lose to foreigners. Hajin, meanwhile, lowered his drone. He looked at it and thought if he managed to film anything, he should go back to the dorm and check. Then he heard strange sounds that attracted his attention. It turns out that it was his friend, who was sitting in the bushes and crying. He was surprised and thought that he remembered this incident. The girl was very sad because of the loss, and Suho, who was passing by, tried to console her. This picture immediately appeared in his head, and the thought that after this she would become interested in him. That's why he was looking at her now and thinking that he had to try and she would succeed. He had to try to cope together. To be honest, such consolations wouldn't help her now. There are times in life when you just have to give up. Then he imagined his main character in the book and thought that, however, he didn't have such a word in his dictionary. He didn't advise anyone to give up and he didn't do it himself. The girl was still crying while he was thinking that maybe it was because of him that Naeun didn't give up the bow. And then it dawned on him. She had a bracelet on her hands that was shining brightly. At that moment, a message came from Hajin with the message that he saw the competition. The girl asked who this idiot was. Then she looked up and was even more surprised. The messages said that he was right, a sword suited her better than a bow, maybe it was not too late. And in the next message, he advised her to change direction. Naeun read it and was very surprised. At that very second, she was found by a comrade who shouted that it had finally happened, and why was he hiding at all? He came closer and said with a smile that he had been looking for her for so long. Why was she sitting alone? The little girl turned and looked at him with incredibly angry eyes, and then she pounced on him and started calling him a bastard, screaming that they would finish him off now. That's how the end of the combat competitions of the midterm session of the first semester went. That day, the protagonist decided to watch the recordings from the drone and saw a man who was found by a guard in the forest. Then this man destroyed the guard with one click, smashing his head. He watched it closer and in a new way. Then he removed his hand from the keyboard and for some time tried to comprehend what was happening. He was overcome by fear. The only thought was that this was a cruel sight. Then the young man looked again at this man and assumed that he was also from the chameleon group. He imagined him and realized that without any hesitation he kills people, as if he does it for pleasure simply because he thirsts for blood. There are people in this world who are capable of such things. If you imagine a city, life has become much more comfortable thanks to scientific magic, behind which half humans were hiding, not bound by morality and laws. Although they were people, but they accepted heroes, they could not be called ordinary criminals, because they had unusual powers. Like heroes, they were villains. The guy continued to look at this and thought that initially, according to the plot, villains and negative characters were not worth much attention. But in the new version with the author, the plot changed. Now he did not know which characters would play negative roles. The day of the practical exam of the midterm session came. Everyone moved to the examination field to fight the monster. There they were met by a woman who said that she was very glad to see them, introduced herself and said that she was a magician who would conduct the exam. To begin with, she decided to briefly tell about it. In front of them is the examination field. It looked like a large field of virtual reality. On it you can fight a hologram monster that the magicians will call. She took a step forward and added that this exam was quite dangerous, unlike the training lessons that had been held so far. The summoned hologram monster had exactly the same attack power as the real one, and even if the wizard stopped summoning, it would not disappear immediately. The guys were scared when they heard that excessive pride could put their lives at risk, so if they had any difficulties during the exam, they should immediately report their surrender. She also looked at them and said that the exam would be assessed based on how quickly and how coolly they made decisions, and wished them all to show their best side and pass the exam. Then the spotlights turned on and the woman added that everyone would enter in fours, starting with the first team. The guys entered the ring and the commentator said that the guys in the first team should get ready. After which the girl snapped her fingers and said that she asked the others to listen carefully. Then she pointed her hand forward and added that those who had not yet reached their turn should analyze the battle of the other cadets. The guys immediately activated their status windows and listened to what they needed to watch carefully how others fought monsters and what mistakes they made. If they had a better way, they could write it down. Then she folded her hands and said that now. Something confused her and made her think. After which the teacher said to turn off their smart watches. The students did so. The wizard also added that their reviews would affect the grade, so they should take the recording seriously. One of the students for some reason got angry when she heard this. After which the teacher looked up and said that they would now begin the battle with the monsters. Then the seal was pressed and the summoning began. Everything around began to shine and sparkle. A moment later, a monster, an advanced ghoul, appeared in front of the first student from the first team. He immediately flew towards the girl and tried to strike. Fortunately, the blonde managed to parry the blow and hit him with her sword. Everyone outside the ring saw only rising dust. The guys watched very carefully and analyzed everything that was happening. The second team began. A huge snake appeared in front of them. The young man swung and shouted that he had decided to use magic release. And then, with the help of an electric charge, he struck his opponent. The exam was over. Finally, it was the third one's turn. Her powers were also quite bright. The opponent was a huge unicorn monster, at which her magic arrows flew. It was quite easy and the exam was quickly over. It was the brunette's turn. She struck the monster with her rods. Another cadet dealt with it thanks to water and a sword. Screams, cries, and the sounds of blows were heard around. It was the turn of the 10th team, which had to prepare for the exam. This team included Hajin, who got a chrome wolf. The guy started shooting at him, and then he hid behind a rock, but it seemed that the shooting was unsuccessful. Then he turned around and thought that if this continues, he will finish without problems, because he still wounded him. But suddenly the space around began to change. The other cadets watched and did not understand what was happening. When the guy raised his head, he saw something from above, and in his ear he heard a strange sound. Another cadet also turned around and asked what happened on the examination field. The space around him changed. But in response, he heard from his comrades that he needed to focus on security, apologized, and got to work. Meanwhile, the woman was watching them through the screen and asked if he knew that the guard who patrolled the cube yesterday was killed. Then she looked at the exam records and said that this was an emergency, so he needed to keep an eye on it. The man answered that he agreed and asked if she had found the source of the vibrations that had just been there. He was walking along the beach and in response to his colleague believing that there was something in his direction, but the exact location was still unknown, he said that he hoped that nothing serious would happen. Thus, the man reached some kind of forest. Suddenly, something appeared behind him. There was a man who approached him and asked what was going on. Then he scratched his head and said that it seemed that this man was trying to interfere. The hero turned around and said that outsiders are not allowed here, maybe he got lost. After which he was asked why he was here then and with a changed face said that he was not an outsider. The man rolled up his sleeves and said that in that case he understood everything. Then he smiled sarcastically and added that they should stop blocking his way, they should leave if they did not want to get it. The hero simply remained silent and took out his sword. Suddenly, something started shaking behind them. Both turned around and did not understand what was happening. The water seemed to start bubbling, and then it gathered in a huge whirlpool and it was unclear what it was, but there was clearly someone inside. The same earthquake was happening on the battlefield for the students. Everyone started running away from there when the commentator said that the exam was temporarily stopped due to an unforeseen situation outside the examination field. They asked all the cadets to leave the examination field. A teacher stood above, who announced to the 10th team to stop and run outside. The main character looked up and thought that things were bad, but did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, another woman appeared there. The guys were still hiding behind the rocks because the monster was still there. The young man raised his gun and thought why the call had not been cancelled. Then he looked up and tried to shout to them, but there was no one there. So he lowered his hands and thought that this could not be just a random mistake, maybe there was a monster person among the magicians. He immediately began to scroll through the teacher's speech in his head and thought that it was definitely not her, because he did not receive a notification about the change in settings. No, there were no characters in this examination field whose settings had been changed. But suddenly something occurred to him. The guy turned around and thought that he now understood something. At that moment, the woman had already reached one of the cadets. She looked at the blonde and said that she had not seen the Spring Princess for a long time. The girl looked at her with frightened eyes, and the main character's thoughts were that this was quite possible, because in the book there are many biotic characters who never appeared in the story. It turned out that it was not a woman who appeared, but Sir Lancaster. This story, the author of which is unknown. The ceiling began to collapse at that moment. The girl raised her head and turned to this man, asked where he had been all this time after that incident in London, and added that his appearance had changed. The man was just looking at her. Then he raised his eyes and smiled. The girl saw this and seemed to get even more scared, after which she concluded that this man had sold his soul. Then she came closer and asked how that was possible, since he had always been the commander of the guard in the royal palace. In response, she heard that she had not expressed herself quite accurately. The man came closer and said that he had not sold his soul, the new owner had simply picked it up after he, who was ready to sacrifice his life for the fatherland, was betrayed and thrown out. The sword in her hand was shaking as well as her hands at that moment. But nevertheless, the girl picked it up and said that it seemed useless to talk to him, it was necessary to arrest him. Then she took off and flew forward. The girl swung her weapon in mid-air and tried to strike. But surprisingly, the man simply took a step to the side and was able to dodge. And then she noticed something very strange. The blade passed through his body, but did not cause any damage. The blonde man himself came closer and said that he was very sorry, but the body was not here, but in another place, and what he saw in front of him was just entertainment. Then he imagined the people running away and said that there was chaos outside now, so no one cared what was happening here. Various monsters had penetrated the examination field, so there was complete chaos now, no one would come to her aid. He also lowered his head and added that everything here was very different from Britain, where members of the royal family were protected first and foremost and no one cared how many people would die for this, right? The little girl just listened to him and said nothing. Memories of a terrible bloody battle immediately began to emerge in her head. When a little girl was lying in a man's arms, covered in blood. Tears were pouring down, it was too late to do anything, this damn place did not let go of their memories. And now they were standing opposite each other and were about to fight. Sir raised his head and said that he would like to talk more, but he had little time. Then he turned around and said goodbye to the princess. The girl immediately tried to stop him. And at the last second she saw how his body literally dissolved into thin air. Someone else immediately appeared in his place. It was a man without a face, fully armed. He also tore off and flew forward. The girl did not even have time to notice or think about anything. But, fortunately, she took out her blade in time and was able to protect herself from the blow. It was very difficult. She thought that this was a ruthless fencing technique. The blows were so strong that she was thrown back. A wound also appeared on one hand, and then on the other hand. The blonde felt unwell and understood that it was difficult for her to fight, so she would not defeat him. She had to take a risk and wait for the moment when he was distracted. But it was as if this moment did not exist and all the movements were very abrupt. Then a sword flew at her hand, the weapon flew to the side, and when the little girl found herself on the floor, she did not even have a means of defense. Now the situation was such that victory was clearly not hers. But at that very second, some thread wrapped around her hand. It was a thread between her hand and her blade. When the enemy tried to attack again, her weapon flew straight towards him. A bright light appeared in that room. And then there was an explosion, as if the ceiling began to collapse. The blonde got up and did not understand what was happening. There, in the distance, someone's silhouette appeared in the wall. The monster also turned around and silently looked back. Then he grabbed his blade and took off. He ran with all his might, planning to attack this person. But then a shotgun appeared in his hands, and the transformation of the Desert Eagle occurred. It was the main character, who turned on the shotgun mode and was going to save his girlfriend. He immediately shot his opponent and thus broke half the walls there. Finally, silence hung in the room. The young man took a step forward and looked around. After that, he looked at his weapon and thought, could he really win with one shot? It cost him 250 points in vain. All this time, a blonde was standing behind him who did not understand what was happening. She raised her head and thought that this person saved her. It turns out that this is her classmate. The brown-haired man was already moving towards her at that moment. Then he extended his hand and asked if everything was okay. The baby did not look like she was okay and looked at him with frightened eyes. Then the guy said that he had a bandage. Some time passed, but the bandages were not changed and the wounds were not treated. The main character tried very hard to help her and said that if he had been even a little late, she would never have been able to pick up a sword again. Then he looked at the bandage and did not understand what was happening. Then he realized that it was the precious blood of the cube ranker. The blonde then stood up and thanked him. In response, he received a question about what to thank for. At that very second, the light came on again, and employees appeared from above who turned to them and asked if anyone was hurt. Then the woman said that she would now send a rescue team to them. The guys stood up and began to wait. At that moment, another employee approached the person in charge and said that 2 cadets were seriously injured in the next room. She turned around and asked who had arranged all this. The hero who was guarding this place was on the beach at that moment. A friend ran to him and I turned to him. After which she leaned over and asked what happened. Did a monster really appear? But in response she heard that it was very fast, although it had already been driven away. The woman was surprised and asked what did they mean by driven away, did he really do it himself? But he said that it was not so, someone else had driven him away. After which she imagined the battle and said that he did not know because of whom exactly, but it was a very angry monster and that man drove away such a monster with his own efforts simply by striking it. He remembered what he looked like and said that it was a very strong warrior. The girl asked in surprise if he really wanted her to believe it, and the guy said that he himself did not believe it. In short, it seems that this is a suspect in the murder of a policeman. We need to find him. Then he raised his head and said that an unknown warrior and the appearance of a high-ranking monster is a complete failure of the exam session. He also added that it would be difficult for the Cube administration to avoid responsibility by introducing their head office. If we go straight to the conclusion, the incident that happened before with the monsters in the Cube became hot news all over the world. Everyone was discussing it heatedly, and the exams were postponed. The Cube staff was busy with this incident and the restoration of the school, so the exams and classes were temporarily cancelled. This was announced to the students at a general meeting. So the cadets found themselves on a 10-day vacation, which had never happened before. Everyone was just happy with this news. The guys were sitting at their desks, rejoicing when the teacher shouted that they were bastards, not even thinking about their comrades who suffered, asked them to stop chatting and return to the dorms. Suddenly, the main character heard that he had received some kind of notification. He took out his laptop, finally received a message about changing the settings, and thought that this was the damn co-author doing it. There was information about Sir Alex. Another author decided to strengthen the attachment to the family that died in the accident, increase the likelihood of an attack on Rachel in the event of an exacerbation of the feeling of anger. Do not wait for the accumulation of strength, change in potential strength 7.58.5 to install as a dangerous character. The young man immediately imagined this hero and thought that this is one of the characters from Britain, which he created before. His goal was to arrange a coup in his country, but this negative character became stronger and appeared earlier than he should have according to the plot. Now he seriously tensed up and thought that if he had known about this in advance, he would have come up with more positive heroes. Then he lowered his head and thought that, however, there was not only bad news, but for example, he was able to get magic blood. Then someone pushed him right on the head. The young man turned around and saw a friend behind him. She stuck her tongue out at him and asked why he was looking at her, and he was confused and remembered how he recently suggested that she throw a bow. The guys who were standing aside noticed that the two were arguing again, but their relationship looked better than before. While the girl was leaving, one of them asked if he had no eyes and couldn't notice obvious things. The girl finally returned to her room when she came and she called him a pathetic idiot and asked why he was picking on her if he couldn't do anything. Then she received a notification on her watch and asked what was going on. It was her grade for the exam. When the girl sat down, she decided to see who wrote what. Even Suho added something there. Suddenly, she was surprised by a notification that she had gained faith in herself. Her friend was writing at that moment that it seemed like she had a lot of thoughts in her head, many internal and external factors affecting her self-esteem. Then he introduced the girl and added that she was an excellent archer and had many abilities. Her steadfastness shown in the battle with the monster, as well as continuous efforts and talent, could achieve good results. He also wrote that someone said that her abilities were not enough, but it was not true. She did not lack talents, but faith in herself when he watched her fight. The young man wrote all this with a smile, added that if his friend would believe in herself more and move only forward, then I am sure she would become the best hero. And now, in real time, she was counting all this, having read to the phrase that the assessment was conducted by Cadet Suho. The little girl even lowered her head and said that she was embarrassed. She blushed and thought that no matter what anyone said, she was a good archer. Then there was another message only from an anonymous person. I don't know who tried so hard, but there was a lot of text here. The girl smiled and asked what this person wrote there. Some time passed while reading. Her head literally began to boil from each new line, and a vein swelled on her neck from anger. The scream from her room after this comment was such that it could even be heard in the corridor. The girl was very angry and screamed that she would not leave it like this and would find the one who wrote it. If you move to the room to Hajin, there he was busy with the seed. He put it on the princess's blood and waited for some kind of reaction. Then he lowered his head and asked if it worked. Was the seed able to absorb the princess's blood? After which he imagined a witch and thought that if the seed obtained on the mountain is watered with human blood, a witch will be born. He sat down and said that this is the blood of Rachel, a kind girl, so the witch will certainly not be a villain. Then he touched it with his finger and said that he needs to grow up quickly to help him. Not suddenly, something happened. A bright light appeared there. The young man lowered his head and asked what was happening. Did the second stigmata really appear right now? A bright amazing seal appeared on his hand, after which a loud scream that could be heard even on the street. The next day came. This seal had to be hidden with a bandage so that no one would see, and the pain was simply incredible. While the young man was driving somewhere with the agent, the latter turned around and asked what had happened to him. He had a bad expression on his face, and in response he heard that he was just a little tired today. And the guys drove on, discussed how trade was going. It had become much easier with a car, there were more customers, and it was safer than before when you had to walk. The man also almost burst into tears and said that it was all thanks to the main character. The agent thought that it was necessary to change the topic of the conversation. So he looked out the window and asked why there were so many people at the entrance. They had strange bandages on their hands, perhaps they were members of some guild. But the people around them looked at them in surprise and offered to look at them. All these people were members of the guild against the entity. They looked really cool. And at the head was a brunette we knew. The young man looked out the window and thought, did they really come here to inspect the field? Then the guys turned around and noticed him in the distance. The girl came closer and knocked on the window. Then she leaned over and asked what the matter was. The guy looked out and said he wanted to pick up the money. The question immediately came up whether he had really come alone, so he pointed to his escort and said that it was his agent and introduced him. The girl looked in and said that she understood everything. If you think about it, these two would make a rather strange combination, like a mouse and a snake. Initially, this man was supposed to become Suho's agent, and the brunette found out that he had signed a contract with him and decided to invest a large sum of money in their company, even visiting the office. As a result, they had great success and a favorable future. The shares began to rise in price, but this is in accordance with the plot of the book. Only now the question is whether the company without Suho is valuable for this lady to invest money in or not. Even the agent was a little confused then, and the young man's thoughts were that in the worst case, it could happen that because of him, the agent's future would be at risk. At that moment, there was an awkward silence in the car. The brunette moved back and said that she understood everything. Then she pulled the handle of the car, after which she got inside and said that if they came to hunt, she decided to join. Then she turned around and asked the guy if he was against it. After some time, the car was already moving through the forest. The guys were riding inside and just silent. While the brown-haired man was looking out the window and wondering what was on her mind, the girl raised her head and asked her to listen. Then she turned around and asked if they had already decided what they would do in the future, and the young man was surprised and asked what kind of unexpected questions these were. So they walked their way through the forest, discussing what he was asking what he would do after graduation. The main character answered that it was graduation and still far away, and why worry about it in advance? She was surprised by this, how in advance the midterm session was over, and because of the practice in the third year there would be little time to spend in the queue. Then the guy had the thought that in the third year he would have little time because of the practice. And then the girl asked an unexpected question, if there were no special plans, would she like to join the S1-3? If you imagine these two guilds, of course they still concede the mercy of the creator to the guild, but if he becomes the leader, he will make the S1-3 the best guild in the country. She also said something that surprised even the agent, that she could promise to provide high-class weapons, as well as a good agent who would provide any assistance. Then she smiled and added that she thought it was a pretty good offer, right? The guy turned around and said that contact with agents before graduating from school was illegal, a fine of 500 million for that, but in response he heard that she was ready to pay that kind of money without any problems. And then she said that he should think about it, and then the car ran into some kind of stone and the girl hit her forehead right on the front seat. Then it moved away and she asked the man what was going on, why brake so abruptly. But it turned out to be very simple, they just arrived at the respawn point. This is the place where monsters are reborn. The question immediately came up, what was it about, and how could an ordinary agent know where monsters are reborn? He turned around and embarrassedly said that it was the end of April now, and this is the time when monsters start being active inside the field. He also introduced these monsters and said that this is why there will be a lot of them in this area. There are several more similar points, but there are too many people there, plus he chose this field based on Hajin's shooting skills. When the guy got out of the car, the man added that this information can be trusted. He personally checked everything here, and he said that he has an excellent agent. Then he closed the door behind him and said that he would be back soon. In response he heard that he needed to be careful. Then the agent turned around and asked where the girl was going. She replied that the guild members would soon arrive here. Immediately after, she slammed the door and embarrassed the man a little. A second later, she knocked on his window and attracted his attention. The girl leaned over and asked for his business card. 10 days had passed since the incident at the exam. It seemed that classes had resumed, and the cadets returned to the cube and everything began to recover. A new schedule and a table with grades for the midterm session appeared. The guys discussed who was in what place. Naturally, the main character had first place in grades, so he didn't even go there and accidentally met a blonde in the hallway. After Hajin taught Horek a lesson during the practical exam, the bullies who used to bully him quieted down and started avoiding him. It was the most peaceful time in the cube since he entered. It was even getting boring. But at some point, someone stopped him in the hallway, smashing the wall with their fist. Naeun appeared there, who asked in an angry voice if he had written this review. The young man turned around and asked what was going on. It seemed like there was a fight again. The girl came up close to him and said that there was no point in even trying to deny it. It was immediately obvious from his style of speech that it was his doing. The guy looked her in the eyes and asked what was wrong. He wrote it specifically to help her. In response, he heard that they didn't actually ask him to help. Does he really want to say that as a shooter he doesn't have a sense of combat? And who is he to tell her what to do? All the other students even stopped to listen to these two discuss what he really thinks. Since he studies well, then he can do anything. The girl offered him to argue, to show how difficult it is to shoot a bow. But surprise, the main character agreed, and then the girl even got confused. He came closer and said that if he loses, then he will have to throw the bow. Her eyes widened even more from this news. Then the girl laughed and began to call him names. Then Hajin said that he would also take a bow instead of a gun, but in return she would give him time to prepare. A classmate asked if they really think that this will help him. He can do as he wants. Then she turned around and left, and the guy thought that now his shooting skill is at the 7th level. In the remaining time he needs to raise it to the 6th level, then he will be able to win the argument. Besides, there are points of luck. He looked after her and thought that the girl was running away because she mistakenly believes that her ability to use a bow is at the same level as her fencing skills. After which he raised his head and thought that all the time only praising is not always good, you need to get up even stronger. After some time, everyone moved to the Grace building, office 303, where they announced that they were glad to see them all. One of the cadets smiled and said that it was very good that these exams were finally over, and all the members of their club were alive and well. It was the chairman of the Travelers Club and the healer. The activities of the scientific and hunting clubs were suspended due to the incident with the monster people, so the events in the cube go roughly according to the plot of the book, forcing the young man to attend uninteresting circles. The chairman at that moment continued to say that this time their club decided to go to France. The next episode was the murder of a French rich man, which begins with a note sent by a group of killers. The note said that it would happen on the night from the last Saturday Sunday, then they would take his life. The old man read it, was the recipient, a French rich man. He smiled. He was a gentle and calm man, lived a quiet life in the suburbs of Paris, but this was a mask. In fact, the man was evil and not the most positive character. If you imagine his crimes, his real name was different. From childhood he was a swindler, a terrible owner who saved a lot of money by deception. Until now, he managed to avoid responsibility. This time he stepped on the trail of darkness and received a terrible mark. Because he was wanted, he could not ask the police for help, and he did not have time to look for good security. A chill ran down his spine as if it was a feeling of death. But even if the sky collapsed, he always had a way to retreat, the man thought. Once he met a student of the Cube who came to Paris to travel. It was in a hotel. That student gave him a brilliant idea. There was a meeting among the guys there that day. A blonde guy came up to a cadet and asked if he was really the leader of the travel club. That's great. He replied that there was nothing wrong with that and added that he wanted to offer to come to Paris next time, but finding a suitable hotel for all the cadets is not easy. The man was there and heard it all. Then he stood up and said that in that case he could provide a place at his house, everyone together, then they could cut back a little. The main character imagined his house and thought that he just wanted to use the cadets as security. But then he received a notification on his laptop as if something had changed. There was a notification from the Office of Truth which asked to fulfill his order. The young man was very surprised because it was the first order. It said that their family was looking for a swindler who deceived them and ran away. They sent him detailed information about this person, something similar to a questionnaire. The brown-haired man studied all this and was very surprised. This person was familiar to him. Meanwhile, in some abandoned tank, everyone was watching him. Literally around the huge dome there were people standing and watching the main characters battle at the exam. One of them smiled and said that he was even scared. Could this really be his power? Another folded her arms and said that this year's freshmen are quite high level. This guy could be useful, and the little girl said that she didn't give a damn at all. Suddenly one of them raised his hand and turned to the commander. It was her copy, who asked since when did they start doing an analysis, to take or not to take such chicks. She was interrupted by Sir Alex, who said that he thought he would be quite useful. What he liked most was that he had no parents or a lover, although it was unclear what this had to do with it. Then the man explained that if there was no one around, then it was easier to get carried away by material things. It would not be possible to help him achieve fame, but you can give him as much money as you want. They were interrupted by another member of the group, who said that their main goal was to find the traitor and punish him. If he had all the qualities for this, then they should simply lure him to themselves. The women looked at him and asked if this was true. Well, okay, they admit the thought that will bring him here, but now the only available color is black. And then she asked if everyone was really suggesting giving the black color to this chick, the color of the strongest member of the team, and also asked what color was the one who betrayed the former leader. Suddenly, someone intervened in the conversation and said that nothing could be done about it. It was a man who said that they would have to take the black color for themselves and give him his current one. Everyone turned around and said that they were against it, Because this man was too stupid. In general, everyone supported the idea. Then the question immediately arose, what in this case was being suggested. A boy joined the conversation and said that there was only one way out, to hold a vote. The woman listened to them attentively all this time. Then she lowered her head and said that whoever agreed to accept Hajin into their team must raise their hand. Everyone present raised their hand. More precisely, almost everyone, of course, except for the man. The kid also raised his hand and said that 8 people were for it, only 2 were against, so it was decided he would be accepted. Those who were against were very upset about this and got angry. Then the captain approached one of them and said that she had something. It was an invitation to a VIP party in Paris. The question immediately came up, is it really about the location of the mission? The girl raised the card and said that for a gold member of the team, stealing 1 ring would not be so difficult, right? Meanwhile, Suho and Naeun were walking around the city. They were met by a classmate who said that he checked everyone, including the new guy. Now they can split into teams and go to the portal. The main character stood aside and thought that he had never been to Europe, and then 10 seconds and already there, according to the plot, he got into the same team with these 2. Then the brunette raised her hand, and the young man thought that the rest could be as it will be. Finally, everyone found themselves in Paris. There were a lot of different monuments and historical sites around, and in small cafes people were sitting and reading newspapers. The girl was walking around the city, unhappy, asking why she was so unlucky at the draw. Because now Hajin had become her companion, he replied that she had drawn him herself and was now complaining. The girl started hitting him and told him to shut up. The others were whispering behind him that they were supposedly cadets, so cool. Suddenly someone called out to them and told them to go there. The guys turned around and looked. In front of everyone, the club chairman's girlfriend jumped into his arms. They started discussing their news, and all the other unhappy people stood aside and thought, did this man really come here on a date? After which the guy said that this was his girlfriend, who had come as a doctor. Because her name was Natasha, everyone greeted her. The doctor said that he hoped they would like it in Paris, and the others were discussing how these 2 could have met. During the excursion, they were told that free time could be used for sightseeing. There would be a party in the evening, so they needed to gather at this place at 7 o'clock. Finally, the group was left alone. The girl turned around and asked where her companion was going. He said that he wanted to have a snack first and asked if she really wanted to join him. Her classmate was surprised and said that everyone had already divided into teams, or was going to blow her off. In response, she heard that he simply thought that he was so different from someone. Then he turned around and told her to follow him. The question immediately came up, does he really know where and what is located? Then the guy turned around and answered why he needed a watch, added that he naturally found out everything in advance and ordered her to follow him. Needless to say, the girl was shocked. Then she went ahead and said that she does not eat everything in a row, and he replied that he already knew, although it was unclear where from. Finally, they came to some restaurant. They looked around, there was even a table already reserved. When the guys sat down, they began to discuss how they managed to reserve a table in such a place, but he had his own tricks, or rather, he used the Book of Truth. After which the young man looked at her and said that she can order whatever she wants. The girl smiled and agreed. While she was ordering, the main character was looking out the window and thought that she was from a rich family. She could probably handle the order herself. And then he saw someone outside the window. A bright light appeared before his eyes. He even had to get up and ask what it was. The guy immediately broke loose and ran there, shouted to his friend to stay there and did not even answer where he was running. When he ran out into the street, he thought that maybe the story had changed, or was some unknown character in the forest again. There were some people walking ahead. It was not clear why this was happening. Then he shouted at them to stop and listen to him. The woman turned around. When she turned around, the question arose what Yoonsunga was doing in Paris. The woman was immediately confused and did not understand what was happening. And the young man came closer and said how fast these 2 were walking, and immediately asked what he was doing in Paris. Only his interlocutor was a little embarrassed and asked who it was. At first, the guy thought that she was pretending not to know him, but then the girl screamed and her companion covered her. Immediately after, a notification came from the system about this person. Because of this, the young man opened his mouth and was surprised, then apologized and said that he seemed to be mistaken. Around the corner, he took out his laptop and began to study the information. There was a notification about a change in the plot. On the screen it was written that due to an anonymous informant, friction arose between 2 characters, so she appears in this episode. All this time, Naeun was sitting in a restaurant and did not understand what was happening there, while the main character was putting the puzzles together. If you think about these 2 characters, both were members of the guild Mercy of the Creator. Jane joined the guild at the same time as her. There the girls met. They completed tasks together, even became friends. And at the same time, many incidents happened. At times it was quite difficult for them. As a result, the girls became friends. One of them was quite stubborn, and the other was the only person she could call a friend. However, their friendship was destroyed. At the most decisive moment, Jane betrayed her. This happened during a serious fire. The girl crawled on the ground to her friend and asked why they did this to her, and the other one repeated the question with a strange face. Then she laughed and said that of course it was done because it was funny. Yoon Seung-ga looked up and looked at her in surprise. It seemed that it was Jane, a member of the chameleon group, a villain with a talent for stealing and disguise. And now the woman was coming to her senses after this meeting. A guy came up to her and handed her coffee. In response he heard gratitude. Then he noticed that the deputy looked quite worried. In response he received a question, "Is it true?" The girl smiled and said that on the contrary, she felt relieved. Finally she could put an end to this terrible relationship. The young man did not understand anything. However, he said that the unknown reported that Jane would definitely show up at the party, although they did not trust this information 100%, but she likes such events. Yoon Seung-ga said this and clenched her fist, then added that if there are valuable things that can be stolen, then even more so. And there, for a second, in the safe of the banquet hall, the treasure was kept, Homer's ring. The event was supposed to take place this evening. The guys were discussing that today she should appear there to steal it. Meanwhile, the cadets left the restaurant. Naeun smiled and said that she had eaten very well, and Hajin came up to her and suggested that they split up, said that she probably wanted to watch something of her own. At that moment, he himself was discussing that the ball would start at 5 p.m. In order to find a good place to observe, it was necessary to study everything here in advance. His classmate waved her hand and said that she agreed. The guys also said a few words about how it would be better not to get lost. The girl turned around and asked who they thought she was. Finally, the evening came. Everyone was arriving at the house where the ball was supposed to take place. Inside, there was an incredibly beautiful decoration. Everything was shining. People looked around and could not believe how beautiful everything was. Then the cadets also appeared there. The people around were discussing them and asking if they were some kind of stars. They looked so cool in masks. And the students themselves turned around and said that it was not for nothing that they dressed up today, although Suho was thinking how uncomfortable he was in a shirt. They stood inside and discussed whether they really came here not to dance. The young man scratched his head and said that he had simply never danced before. Meanwhile, they were being watched on the street. There was someone in a cloak standing there and actively studying everything that was happening. This someone turned out to be the main character who thought that the clock said 5:30. Probably Yoon Seung-ga, you haven't seen any special changes here yet. It was a masquerade ball in a suburban castle in Paris. Today he just had to help history go its own way. One person was hiding in this whole crowd. Suddenly the young man noticed something and at first he didn't even believe his eyes. A huge portal had formed in front of him. It was just unclear where it came from. The guy stepped back and thought that now he understood why everything was so simple. Only a monster man could create an artificial portal. It must be some very strong monster man who enjoys the favor of the devil, and it seemed to be one of the guests. Then the young man looked and thought that one of them was already itching to go there and was capable of such a thing. The same screen of his computer lit up. There was a notification that a critical moment had occurred, and immediately information appeared that the Homer ring, an artifact of mythical rank, is an item that has not yet been revealed. Therefore, despite the mythical rank, many people want to get it, and this is a mistake. And then information appeared that to change the plot, a group of monster men villains want to get this artifact. For this they came to Paris. The guy paid attention to the name of the group. If you imagine them, the villain is a society of monster men led by a terrible person. Their group is engaged in the robbery of artifacts, terrorism, incitement of wars. There are too many terrible events in the world that are associated with this society, and many bloody moments. The young man got angry and said that he brought very dangerous people here. It's bad. Then he raised his hand and thought that he should use the mask. As soon as he transformed, he said that this time his plan would not work. Then he came closer to the edge and said that now he needed to find Jane. At that moment, one of the waiters inside had already been strangled. Someone killed him and mercilessly threw him on the floor. It was a man or a woman, after which the man went forward straight to some exit. There was a passage along the retina of the eye, so he had to use a little trick. And it helped. The passage was open. The door immediately opened. The thief noted that it was all very simple. Then he went inside and said that in front of him was an artifact of mythical rank. It was Homer's ring, which sparkled very brightly. The thief extended his hand to it and was immediately asked what he was doing there. Suddenly, Yoon Seung-ga appeared behind her. The woman was surprised when she realized that the raven was her assistant Yorin. The young man turned around and saw the deputy, asked how she managed to find out. And the woman winked at him and said that she came for him. How could her secretary just leave her workplace? Then she took a step forward and immediately hugged him from behind. The guy did not understand what was happening at all and was confused. He turned around and asked what the deputy was doing now. The girl grabbed him from the front and started talking, said that she would not fall for this bait a second time. Then she lifted him up and slammed his head into the floor with all her might. At the same time, an explosion occurred in the building. people began to run in different directions, asking what it was. A huge hole appeared in the wall, and immediately a silhouette appeared from it. It was a man with some kind of blurry face. The thief transformed from the image of the secretary into her real image and asked how Yoon-sunga guessed. After all, it was an impeccable disguise. But only a sword flew in response. When the woman approached her, she shouted that she had changed places with her assistant when they arrived in Paris. Did she think she would not be able to distinguish the gait and manner of speech of the person she works with? The blonde smiled and said that it seemed that Yoon-sunga was not so meticulous before. It seems that he is still offended by her for betrayal. The girl looked at her and simply remained silent. Immediately a whip flew in her direction. This whip wrapped around her hand and blocked her movement. Suddenly a man appeared from behind who drew their attention. These were students who did not know who these people were, but love showdowns can go and arrange at home. The girl looked at Suho and Yona and asked who they were. The girl with dark hair said that they were hero cadets from the cube. If they lower their weapons now, then there can be bloodshed. Seung-ah frowned. The whip grabbed her hand. The dark-haired girl looked at her in shock. She raised her eyebrows and thought it was her whip. The redhead looked away. The blonde attacked her. Seung-ah grabbed her sword. The fight began. The woman parried the blow. There was an explosion. The blade of the sword cracked. The blonde's eyes widened in shock. Seung-ah swung at her and screamed that she was finished. Someone stopped her sword. The woman looked up at Suho. The blonde frowned and asked who he was. They both needed to leave before she cut them into pieces. Hajin frowned and said that he didn't know the exact reasons for the conflict, but they couldn't let other people get involved in this fight. They needed to stop. Seung-ah gritted her teeth. She pushed him away and said that she told him to leave. The woman turned around and said that they were being very annoying. She turned around and screamed, "Where did that girl go?" Seung-ah ran after her and told her to stand still. She replied that she had listened to her. Suddenly, a black energy appeared behind her. The redhead was thrown back. The blonde frowned and asked what it was. Seung-ah opened her eyes. The monster had a ring in its hand. It said that it had finally found it. The woman held it up and said that it was Homer's ring. Hajin was watching her from the street. He looked ahead and clicked his tongue. At this time in the city, Naeun grabbed her head and said that she was there again. She screamed that she had followed the map. Why did she come here again? What kind of stupid watch is this? The girl pressed the watch and said who invented it. We need to write a complaint to them right now. She cleared her throat and said that it was her father's company. Naeun frowned. Seung-ah didn't answer her. The girl said that she doesn't answer calls and doesn't even check messages. What is she doing there that she can't even look? The monster held the ring in her hand. The woman frowned and thought that it was a human monster. She lowered her head. The redhead pointed her sword at her and told her to give the ring to her right now. The monster narrowed her eyes and said that this thing is not suitable for people like her. She smiled and said that the ring will remain with the villains. Hajin watched her. He thought that if it fell into their hands, then it was lost and no combination of forces in the subsequent search would help. A gold matter appeared next to him. He thought that there was nothing to be done. He would have to use Plan B. The gold wrapped itself around his hand. He swung and thought that this should be enough. Hajin threw the gold matter. The monster smiled and said that if they interfered with her. Suddenly, the gold matter tore the ring from her. The woman turned around and asked what was going on. Who was that freak? She looked back. Seung-ah was running towards her with a sword. Hajin was holding the ring and thought that everything was going well. Now she wouldn't chase him. He looked at the ring and said that if he took it for himself. Suddenly he frowned. There was an explosion. The guy jumped back. Someone joined in and said that it was a bad idea. The blonde smiled and asked where he was going in such a hurry. Hajin looked at him and thought, who was he? Another human monster. The guy walked forward and said that it was nice to meet him. His name was Sidious. He smiled and said that he thought it would be clearer if he introduced himself as a member of the villain group. Sidious smiled and said that he stole the ring very skillfully. Even Silason was knocked down. Hajin replied no thanks. The guy's expression darkened and he said that since he was so smart, he already knew what he was going to say next. He had to give him the ring. Hajin reached into his pocket and said that it wouldn't work. The blonde scratched his head and said that there were always special people who would butt in and mess things up. He pulled out a sword and said that there was nothing he could do. He would have to take it by force. A laser blade appeared from the handle. Hajin looked at it. Sidious struck. The building was engulfed in flames. The guy was lying on the ground. He turned around. His eyes widened when he was asked, which seemed to have scared him a little. Sidious smiled and said that it was a magic sword. One of them was worth several hundred million. And if you add the user's magic power to it, it would surpass even a low-rank artifact in power. It would be better to give him the ring if he didn't want to see it in action. The hero thought that among other perks that human monsters get when signing a contract, increased magical powers, this human monster must be an excellent user of a magic sword. If only he could do something with the sword. He looked ahead. The blonde began to attack. The masked man jumped forward. He was thrown back. Hajin looked at Sidious and asked him verbally he could just give it to him. He asked why he needed it when he could just kill and take it. The guy said that he just offered to negotiate. Didn't he? Sidious told him to shut up and stop whining. He can stall for time, but he still won't be able to beat him. The masked man looked at the villain. He said that it was immediately obvious that he was weaker than those inside. Sidious smiled and said that he did not have any other weapons except for the gun, and his physical abilities were only enough to dodge his attacks. What did he expect when he decided to fight the human monster? He grabbed the sword and said he was tired. Sidious swung and said goodbye to him. His sword didn't work. Both guys looked forward in shock. The blonde looked at the sword and asked, "What is it? What's the matter?" The guy looked at him and said that today most likely this thing will not work anymore. Sidious frowned and asked what he meant. The hero said that he was pretty lucky. A system window appeared, which said that luck worked, which weakened the magic sword. The guy smiled and said that he was bluffing, just the weapon broke, it happens, but he can kill him without it. The masked man looked at him and asked that he did not even know, how was he going to do it? He thought that he had one stigmata left and he ordered to replace it with light magic. The guy disappeared from the roof. Sidious rushed at him and asked what kind of tricks. The guys approached. There was an explosion, and then everything was quiet. Naeun was killing zombies in the game. She wandered for a long time and eventually gave up, never finding the place of the ball. The girl looked ahead and said that the police cars were making some noise. Where are they going? She looked at her watch and said that no one even called her. Naeun thought about it. She tensed up and thought why she was so upset. The girl frowned and thought that she had strange thoughts in her head. The guy sat down next to her. She looked at him and asked where he was from, what he was doing here. The hero lowered his head and said that he simply had no strength. The girl asked him again what he said. Suddenly, the guy fell down. Naeun panicked and asked what was happening to him, or did it hurt? The guy did not answer when she called him. The guy opened his eyes. Everything was blurry. He asked what this place was. He looked ahead. A poster with the inscription "Exam Center" was waving in the air. Hajin looked ahead and thought that he had just gone outside after taking the exam. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. He turned around. Mom and Dad were looking at him. The guy looked at them and asked why they came. It was so cold today. Suddenly, the parents' faces changed when Hajin started saying that The hero started crying and said that he did poorly on the exam. He burst into tears. His mother asked why he was crying because of that. The woman hugged her son and said that it was nothing to worry about. The guy opened his eyes. He was lying in a wooden bed and asked where he was. Suho and Naeun entered the room. Hajin looked at them when the girl asked if he had woken up. She frowned and said if he knew how hard it was for her to carry him, he should pull himself together. The brunette frowned. Naeun asked if he had really been crying. Was it that painful for him, and laughed. Suho looked at her and asked if she could go out. She screamed. What did she do? The doctor approached the guy and asked how he felt. He replied that he seemed fine. He smiled when the girl said that he was showing signs of exhaustion. He shouldn't strain himself. He should rest more. He asked what kind of place this was. One window was lit in the house. The blue-haired girl leaned over and said that this was a residential building, and this was his room that he shared with Suho. Hajin thought that this was the mansion. The doctor said that it was already after 10 in the evening. Was he sure he wasn't hungry? He confirmed. The hero looked ahead and thought that the murder episode would soon begin. It's good that he woke up before it all started. The girl smiled and told him to rest, and Naeun to go out. She was indignant. She was led to the door. She screamed why they were always chasing her away. Suho said that they would see each other tomorrow. The guy was peeling an apple. The brunette looked at the hero and asked if he was sure he was okay, if he could move. He replied that he was fine. Hajin opened the system window. A system window appeared, saying that human monsters had appeared in the suburbs of Paris. Thanks to the help of the Cube Course, they were able to advance in the investigation. The hero thought that it was good that no one was hurt or killed. Judging by the fact that no other details were heard, Jane managed to escape unharmed. Suho looked away. Hajin asked him about the incident. He handed him an apple and said that he could not tell the details, but nothing terrible happened. The man and the monster escaped before the heroes arrived. He replied that this was a great relief. The hero ate the apple. Suho began to peel the next one. The brunette raised his head when the guy told him to be careful. He looked at him in shock when he said that he was the main character. He could not allow himself to be hurt. He thought that today, without any fear, he rushed to the woman. She was full of the determination of killers, and if the human monster had appeared a little later, perhaps the matter would not have ended with light scratches. Of course, it is understandable. Why did he act like that? Hajin thought that he was the protagonist who was walking the path of virtue. He thought that, however, will the protagonist who is trying to do only good be able to overcome these difficulties set up by unknown beings? The guy frowned and thought that there was something else. He remembered his family and wondered if he could bring them back to his world. The hero looked at Suho when he asked who the protagonist was. What is he talking about? The guy smiled and said that if he is the protagonist, then so is he. The brunette looked at him in shock when he said that the whole world is the protagonist's. Hajin stood up and asked if it was true. He stabbed an apple with a fork. Suho said that she saw the report he was writing for Naeun. The guy looked at him carefully. The blue-haired guy looked at him and said that he was quite harsh. He replied that he was not harsh, she is not a natural archer. Suho asked if that was why he decided to have an archery competition with her. He replied that it was true, if he won, she would give up the bow. The guy looked at him when he said that she chose this path herself. He believed that others should not encourage her to give up on it. He lowered his hand and asked if he was offering to support her even if it was not right for her. Suho replied that not everyone can move mountains just because they were given good advice. What would he do if she tried her best but ended up failing? The blue-haired guy looked ahead and asked if he would take responsibility for himself. He asked how he could be sure that the bow was not right for her. Was he ready to answer for his words later? Hajin replied that he had thought much more than him and had been watching Naeun for much longer than the others. He looked at the guy and said that that was why he knew more. Suho looked at him in shock and asked again. He turned around and asked what he meant. Hajin started scanning the room and thought he was in trouble. He thought that one of the skills of the shooter is the ability to hide. She has learned it better than anyone. Naeun was walking down the hallway. The girl burst into the room. She blushed and said, "Oh my god, what kind of nonsense is he talking about?" Yonha looked at her. She got out of bed and asked, "What happened? Why was she making so much noise?" She replied, "Nothing happened." The blue-haired girl said that if nothing happened, then she should go to bed quickly. She was very tired. Naeun lay down on the bed. She frowned and thought that she should calm down. She was eavesdropping on this conversation. She should ignore it as always. Suddenly she remembered Hajin saying that he had been watching her much longer than the others. The girl pursed her lips. She lay on the bed and thought about what was on his mind when suddenly a scream was heard. Naeun jumped up and asked, "What happened?" Yonha clenched her fist and screamed that she asked herself to be quiet. She replied that it was not her. The girl pointed to the side when the blue-haired girl asked what kind of sounds were those. They looked at the door and said, "Were those really human screams?" The maid was kneeling and screaming. The man was covered in blood. The door swung open. The guys came out of their rooms and asked if they heard it. It seemed like someone was screaming. It seemed like the sound was coming from the lower floor. Someone was running quickly. Suho jumped over the balcony. Someone looked at him and screamed his name. Hajin looked at him in shock and asked that he was not a human. Actually, this is the third floor. The guy ran quickly. He swung the door open. Suho opened his eyes wide. The maid looked at him. She was crying and screaming that help was needed. The master was killed. Master Bedell was lying in his bed. The girl asked how could this happen. She closed her eyes. Natasha exhaled and said that there was heavy bleeding from a knife wound to the stomach. The butler cried and said that it was definitely done by the owner's envious people. How could they do such a thing to a person who had sacrificed his entire life for others? Everyone looked at him in shock. Silence hung in the room. The doctor raised her eyebrows and suggested leaving. They should wait for the police and ambulance outside, and the cadets should return to their rooms. The guy reached for the switch. He turned on the light in the room. The girl turned in his direction. Hajin looked at her. Natasha asked why did he turn on the light. Everyone looked at him. He approached the deceased. The girl screamed not to touch anything there. She extended her hand and asked him to move away right now. The guy brought the gun to her face. Everyone looked at him in shock. Naeun frowned and screamed, "Has he really gone crazy?" The hero held the girl at gunpoint and said that she was lying. He looked at the people and said that Bedell did not die. Hajin thought that the villain Berber did not die. He arranged it to avoid death and then jumped to the man as a monster and became the most terrible swindler. The guy looked ahead coldly. He thought that this role of the villain was written in the trope, so it is unknown what he can do in the future. It would be right to reveal it right now. The maid and butler looked at him in shock. The others also looked at him without understanding. Hajin looked ahead and thought that convincing the others would be quite difficult. It is unclear what other ambiguities may arise because of and in which direction this will turn the plot of the book. The guy remembered how Suho said that if he is the main character, then he is too. He smiled and thought that it is not necessary to think much to understand that some stupid kid will interfere with this uncertainty. The hero held the girl at gunpoint and said that Mr. Bedell is not dead. He is pretending to be dead, being in a state of deep fainting. Natasha frowned and screamed what he is talking about. She is a doctor and can determine that the gentleman is dead. The guy looked at her and said that firstly, such scars are too small for blows that wounded a person from the top to the bottom. He said that secondly, there is too much blood, usually a fatal blow falls on the heart, but now not only the entire mattress but also the floor is soaked in blood. The guy pressed the watch and said that now is the most decisive. Naeun looked at him in shock. Hajin showed the system window, in which a portrait of Berber. He said that he is included in the international list of fraudsters who are wanted. He looks very much like Mr. Bedell. The doctor frowned. Without turning around, she turned to the butler and asked if he called the police and an ambulance. He confirmed. The girl smiled and said that then there was no point in guessing here, they would just ask them, because the conclusion of the experts was much more reliable than the guess of some cadet. She turned to the others and suggested ending this conversation until the police arrived. The hero cocked the gun. He pointed it at the old man. The girl turned around in shock and screamed, "What was he doing?" Hajin pointed the gun to his temple. Everyone in the room started screaming, "What is he doing?" The hero turned around and said that he counted to 3 and shot. Mr. Bedell was dead anyway, so why worry? Natasha looked at him in shock when he said 3. She turned around and screamed at them to listen to her. Someone had to stop him. He was already a corpse. There was no need. The guy brought the gun closer to the old man and said 2. The girl looked at him and said that they had already called the police. What else did he want? He had to lower the gun right now. He looked ahead gloomily and said 1. Natasha screamed. She ran forward, and she covered the old man with her body. She screamed, "Don't shoot." The girl cried and said that it was her father. She asked him, "Don't shoot." The students looked at her in shock. The butler backed away. Suddenly the door slammed behind him. He screamed. Hajin pointed the gun at him and told him to call the heroes, not the police. He frowned and said, "Tell them that they caught the escaped criminal." Dawn came. The girl was in handcuffs. The police took her away. Hajin thought that the murder was set up by Berber and Natasha. Berber was well known throughout Europe and was wanted. He was trying to avoid arrest, so he came up with this whole plan. The hero thought that fortunately he had even found a 6 for himself, who had touched the cadet Cuba, which also played a role in revealing their insidious plan. He thought that according to their plan, the old man was supposed to live after clinical death. Hajin thought that the product that plunges a person into a state of clinical death is quite expensive, but Natasha was able to get it easily since she worked as a doctor in the cube. The hero thought that everything was simple after that. With the help of the herbalist mage, Berber fell into a state of clinical death. Natasha applied a bag of blood to his chest, not on a real wound, spilled a bag of blood on his hair. He thought that the rescuers who would have arrived at the scene would most likely not have been able to distinguish death from clinical death, and Berber managed to bribe the police in the vicinity of Paris, so during the transportation they planned to replace the old man with a pre-prepared friend of another person similar to him. Hajin thought that after this, the cadet at the cube simply stood to give testimony as witnesses. It is not worth saying that the very fact of studying in the cube already inspired confidence in their student. Thus a person named Berber would be listed as dead according to the documents, but in fact he would simply continue to live under a new name. The guy thought that this would not work now. His laptop said that a man named Berber was currently under arrest by the heroes of the French Association. Hajin smiled and thought that he did not expect the first question to be about him, but he managed to raise the level of trust. Yona approached him and asked, "Is he that Sherlock?" She said that she did with Ohanhan first, and now this, "You can open your own investigation bureau." He replied that the shooters have very good eyesight. He looked back when they asked him how he knew the faces of the criminals. The guy turned his head back and said that these were already personal circumstances. She asked why such an official tone. The hero looked forward and thought about personal circumstances. The villain was looking into the aquarium. The woman bowed and said that someone in a putter mask interfered with her. He has unusual thief abilities. Hakpio's expression darkened when she said that Sidious was because of him. The man asked if he looked like a human monster. She replied that he didn't, just like a hero. He said that she should check all the mercenaries and hunters. If she finds him, then under no circumstances should she go alone. The woman bowed and said okay. Hakpio tensed up. He asked why she was telling everyone that she was a human monster. The woman asked again. She raised her head when he said that she had a disgusting face. An ominous aura emanated from the man. He screamed why was she showing off with all her appearance that she was a human monster. He took a step forward when she asked for forgiveness. The girl looked down when he said to find him as quickly as possible. She frowned when Hakpio asked if she took the magic sword, the weapon that Sidious carried with him. The girl replied that there was a problem with it. Hajin raised the sword. He looked at it and asked how to use it. The guy was sitting at the laptop and thought that if this weapon is controlled by ordinary magic, they are stigmata, then it makes no sense to him. In principle, it can be sold for a good price, but for some reason he does not really want to. He will leave it just in case. A system window appeared, which said that this is the ring that Homer wore in the past, in the Ring of Hidden Ability. The hero thought that a certain amount of magic is needed to activate it, but he does not have to bother himself. He said that if you use it and remove a few letters, the ring began to glow. A system window appeared, which said that the relic was activated. Hajin put on the ring and thought that this is a relic that can increase magical powers and intelligence. Moreover, this item can be transferred to other people. He thought that Suho or Naeun, who have more magical powers than him, will be able to use it properly. The girl's magic is even more powerful than the guy's, so she will use it more effectively. The brunette looked at the ring and said that in this case, how much did his points rise? He thought that everything had increased except intelligence and sensitivity, although it was good that the ability had become a little more. The hero thought that he felt like he was hitting a wall. He hoped that he could break through these boundaries if he continued to try. Hajin opened the laptop and thought that with such indicators he could defeat Naeun. His eyes widened. He think about what he wanted to know about the CH Hadun family. The hero thought that the co-author could not leave CH Hadun's past completely blank. Hajin thought that Ch Hadun entered the Cube Academy. In his book he was an episodic character, but in the real world he would probably come from a rich family. In other words, his parents were clearly not from the common people. The guy looked at the laptop. He said that no one copes with finding information as well as this person. On the screen were the contacts of the manager Jin Hyuk. Hajin thought that he was one of those people who can find absolutely any information about a person, but the fee for the services will not be small. The guy smiled and said that for someone like him, nothing is impossible, so he is willing to make a deal with him. Suddenly, he froze. The hero grabbed his head and thought that he spent a lot of money. He looked to the side and thought that he did not foresee this. The grain moved. The guy asked, is it really time to feed it? After a while, Yona made a call. The interface said Uncle Jin Hyuk. The girl looked at the screen. Norway. Hajin looked ahead and wondered why Norway would take too long to explain. A snowball flew into his face. He thought that in principle it would be possible to tell briefly. The blonde laughed and said that she got into Hajin. Naeun said that he gave in on purpose. The guy thought that the club had resumed its activities again after a break due to the incident with Sven. The Hunters Club rented a house in the mountains of Norway to celebrate the opening. The girl smiled and said stop fooling around. Now she would tell them about the rules of the event. She said that the senior cadets placed flags with numbers all over the forest. Depending on the number there was a prize. The students smiled when she said that there was a virtual reality device, coupons and many other good prizes, so they should try to find them all. The girl told them to go out one by one to draw lots. Naeun squeezed the sheet of paper. She looked away and asked did he really set it all up. The girl walked forward irritably and told him not to get in the way of her feet. He told her to be careful. There are boar traps down there. A scream was heard. The heroes walked forward. Naeun asked if he was cold in such a thin coat. It would not take long to die from hypothermia. Hajin looked at her and said that this coat had a heating function. The guy thought that this was literally a coat, which had a lot of functions. A system window appeared, which said that this was a royal black coat jacket with a top-level temperature regulator. The hero thought that this was a gift from Rachel. He could never buy such a thing himself. She said that this was her gratitude for his help during the midterms. Hajin cried and thought that she was very kind. It was necessary to create hundreds of such characters. Naeun pointed to the mountain and said that there seemed to be a flag there. The guy said that it was true. This is first place. He frowned and asked why he was in a place where there would be such idiots who would climb there. Naeun was already climbing the rock and asked what he said. Let him come here faster. The hero reached into his pocket. He took out a dagger. The girl looked at him and asked what is he doing? Does he really think that it will be enough to tie a knife to a rope and throw it there? The guy swung and said that naturally a simple rope would not do. He thought that this was a rope in which he put magic from the stigmata. Hajin threw the dagger and hit the mountain itself. The dagger flew not far from the flag. He thought that it did not matter where it was flying. You just need to adjust the magic power a little. The hero filled the dagger with magic. He knocked out the flag with it. Naeun looked at it and asked did it really work. The flag fell right in front of the guy. He reached for it. The girl ran to him and asked what the prize was. He replied that there was some note. The note said that they won first place. The prize was Yun Seung-ah's phone number. Do they know who she is? If they need anything, they can call this number at any time. Naeun was delighted, but the hero was not so much. He handed her the note and told her to take it for herself. She screamed, is he really giving it to her? This is the phone number of the deputy head of the number 1 guild. The guy looked at her and said that he did not need it. He thought that he already knew her phone number. Naeun blushed. She handed over the note and said that she did not need it. After all, it was he who took out the flag. Why give the prize to her? The hero replied that if it is not necessary, then it is not necessary. Hajin said that since they found the prize for first place, they need to go back. She agreed. After a while, the girl tapped her finger on the pen. She remembered how she asked how he knew the faces of the criminals, and Hajin replied that these were already personal circumstances. Yona frowned. She thought that Berber mainly operated in Europe. There was nothing to connect him with. She would rather believe that he was specifically looking for information about international criminals who were wanted. The girl frowned and thought why he might need this. She looked at the paper and thought that there was something mystical here. Yona thought that perhaps he had experienced an unpleasant situation in the past and he did not know the identity of the criminal, so he studies the lists of wanted criminals and remembers their faces. She thought, what if we add here the fact that he is an orphan? This version is quite plausible. Maybe his parents did not just die but someone killed them. The girl looked down and thought that he remembers the appearance of criminals and hides his power in order to someday quietly kill the culprit of the tragedy. She drew on the paper and thought that these were just guesses. They were exact facts about his past. Yona thought that if he really had something in the past and she could find out, this was her chance. She imagined how they would shake hands and thought that this would be a chance to later invite him to join her guild in a favorable position. The girl thought about it. Suddenly, she gloomed and said that she really did not want to call. After a while, the phone rang. The man did and asked, is it possible that no one is going to pick up the phone? He reached for the phone and said, what is the point of a secretary who receives a salary but does not work, and then cleared his throat. Jin Hayek smiled and said that they called his office, objects, people, information, they will find anything. He looked away when the receiver said hello, uncle. The man smiled and asked who it was, is it really his niece, what is the reason for her calling? Jin Hayek looked at the phone in surprise when Yona said that she came to him on business, she needed to find one person. The girl looked at her watch and said that his name was Hajin, he is 17 years old, a contestant in Cuba, she wants to know everything about his past, with his abilities he will surely be able to get this information. Hajin was holding flags in his hands, they asked him did he really take first place, yes, he is lucky, he should have looked faster. The guy smiled and thought that the prize for fourth place was more useful than first, the prize for fourth place is a virtual reality device. They told him that he is a good boy, and now they will go eat. The food was being cooked. The hero looked at the guy and said that he will fry the rest, and he can rest. He left and whispered what's going on, rumors say otherwise. Hajin thought that his aunt ran a meat eatery, so now he knows how to fry meat perfectly. The girl looked at the cadets and said that the final exams are coming soon. The guy looked at her in surprise when she told them to be careful, you can't trust anyone. He asked, is it really that hard there? She replied that she had seen many times how relationships between people deteriorated. It's just that the grade depends on this exam, so everyone is very tense. The hero looked at her when she asked if they knew that there was a class of repeaters. They are really dangerous, it is better to be wary of them. He thought that the second class of workers, this is literally the class in which those who did not get the points and stayed for another year studied. Every year in the cube there were about 200 students, among them 20% are those who made a contract with the devil. The guy thought that the problem of the upcoming final exam would be precisely in them. He cut off the meat and thought that the likelihood of this increased after the intervention of the author. This was confirmation of how much the whole cube was rotten from the inside. The girl turned around and said that he was frying meat well, let him rest and eat himself. He replied that it was okay, he had already eaten while frying. The students ate with appetite and said that it was very tasty. Hajin thought that they liked the fire meat so much that they became very friendly. He really does it well. The girl said that they all had a delicious dinner today, there will be no evening hunt, they just need to rest. Naeun pointed to herself and said that she was a civilian. Everyone pointed at her. The girl clenched her fist. After a while, Hajin smiled and said that he had not laughed like that for a long time. Suddenly, a notification came to his laptop. A system window appeared, which said that there was a certain swindler named Jerome Muller. He was a financial manager until he ran away with the money. Could he find out where he was, he would send photos and information as a file. The hero thought that judging by his German name, a previous client recommended him. He looked and said the Book of Truth. The book told him that Jerome Muller had been walking around the outskirts of the city since yesterday. He had disguised himself and disappeared from the hotel, after which he changed his appearance again and appeared in the very center of the city. Now he is. Hajin said that his head was spinning, money is good, of course, but after using the skills, he doesn't feel very well. The laptop screen showed that Jerome Muller was currently in a cafe in the suburbs of Berlin. The client paid him 5 million points. Hajin closed the laptop. He looked ahead and said how beautiful it was here. The guy raised 2 fingers. He raised his eyebrows and said for sure he doesn't smoke. Hajin thought that it seemed like he had been smoking half a pack a day for 5 years, but when he got into this world, all thoughts of secrets immediately disappeared somewhere. Naeun came up to him from behind. She frowned and asked did he really smoke. The hero asked when she appeared here, she scared him a lot. She answered that just recently. He frowned when she said that he looked like a real bandit, and now it turns out he also smokes, maybe he has tattoos. The guy was irritated and said that he did not have any tattoos, what kind of bandit? The girl studied him carefully. Hajin looked at her in shock when she asked if he was sure that he could defeat her. The redhead looked at him tensely when he asked if she was sure that she could give up the bow if she lost. She thought about it. Naeun scratched the back of her head and said that in itself it seemed impossible to her, so she had not yet thought about what would happen next. The guy asked if she would cry if she lost. She almost burst into tears today. He remembered how she cried when everyone said that she was mafia. Naeun said that she was not going to cry, it was just that they conspired and constantly pointed at her. The hero looked at the system window with confusion when the girl said that they wrote about him in the newspaper. Did he know? She said that Yona showed her this. They call him the Korean Sherlock there, they write everything. The girl raised an eyebrow and asked what kind of Sherlock is he. He always teases her and also indulges in smoking. The guy told her to go to bed. She ran away and said that she was going without him anyway. The hero wondered what kind of kindergarten this was. Naeun stopped. She turned around and asked what do cigarettes taste like. She suddenly became curious. After a while, snow fell on the guy's hat. Jin Hayek looked ahead and asked how much longer to wait. He was already at the limit. The man looked and said that a little more and the magic will fade. The woman was carrying a child. She left him on the threshold of the temple. The detective raised an eyebrow and said it was a baby. Suddenly, reality began to distort. He thought that the density of the past was too high. Jin Hyuk opened his eyes. He found himself in his office and asked who she was. Letters were pouring out of the door. Dust was settling on the floor. Someone was walking down the hallway. A bored guy glanced at him. The detective took off his hat. He asked him, is he really the director? The brunette looked at him and asked how he liked the object. He replied that he was quite unusual. Jin Hyuk ran happily and said that he first needed to go to the restroom. After a while, the man said that the object was 17 years old. He grew up in an orphanage. He returned the day he was abandoned at the shelter and was under surveillance all night, but he did not see his parents. Some girl brought him. His assistant asked again. He confirmed that it was a little girl. Jin Hyuk looked away and said that nothing specific was known and the past was unclear. In order to find out the details, it was necessary to maintain a full state. He sighed and said that he thought that it would take some time, although this was a request from his niece, but he could not do it for free. The guy covered his nose and said that he would have to do it anyway. He handed over the letter and said that there was another order to find out his personal information. The guy said that the new customer is a member of the Purple Banquet, the highest rank Red Diamond. The man asked in surprise, is he really the same rank as him? He studied the papers in surprise. The detective said that the rank is Red Diamond, and also the letter is in a very respectful form, plus such a large advance payment. He thought that there is no doubt this is a request from the Chameleon Group. Jin Hyuk smiled. He said that this Hajin is really hiding something. Friday, Suhaik frowned and said that there are 4 weeks left until the final exams. He looked at the students and said that the practical exam will be very different from the one that was in the midterm session. They will undergo a test of all their knowledge that they have acquired during this family, so they must prepare for it properly. Hajin looked ahead and thought that unlike the midterm exams, which were more like entertainment, the final exam will not have an equipped examination field and there will be no spectators. He thought that the exam would last a week on a remote island in Korea, a comma in the form of a survival test among monsters and beasts. The guy frowned and thought that if the co-author interfered, then there might be changes here too. His head was already hurting. He thought that besides everything else, many variables were already expected in this exam. He would need to be prepared. Suhaik frowned and said that he could not give details, but for the sake of safety, mid and high-ranking heroes, as well as mentors, were invited to this exam. They should focus only on the exam itself. The teacher said that they can now return to their rooms and wished them a good weekend. The hero was packing his bag. A girl approached him from behind. She smiled and asked if he had forgotten about their bet. Hajin looked at her and asked if she herself had forgotten that if she lost, she would have to give up the bow. She replied that he should try not to cry from shame when he lost to her. He agreed and she asked him to follow her. National Archery Center. The students put their quivers on their belts. Naeun looked at her opponent and asked if he was ready. He confirmed and asked one thing. He became gloomy and asked what they were doing here. Yonghyun hugged his opponents and asked if they were really going to deprive them of this spectacle. Such events are much more interesting when there are spectators. He smiled and said that there was no subtext. They just came to have fun. Hajin thought that he was not even ashamed of what happened last time. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hair. Jonghak smiled peacefully and asked if he remembered correctly that he said that if Naeun loses, she will throw the bow, and what will happen if he loses? Will he really leave the cube? The girl kicked the guys and told everyone to fuck off. They begin. She said that their goal is to hit the target. The redhead asked if he could see that device. Targets would jump out of it. She looked at the guy and said that they would start from 100 meters. With each hit they would increase the distance by 50 meters. The girl smiled and said that that was all the explanation. Well, is it really that difficult that he got scared? Hajin looked ahead and said that he thought it would be more difficult. She replied that they would see how long he could hold out. The opponents got ready to start. Naeun looked ahead and said to take a shot. Targets jumped out of the device. They flew into the air. The girl took a shot. The target split. She grinned. Naeun turned around and said that 100 meters is easy. What is it worth? The guy smiled and apologized. He said that he couldn't shoot from surprise. Let it not count this time. The girl looked at him in shock. The spectators looked at him in shock. Yonghyun laughed. The guys laughed and told them to drag him here. Naeun looked at them irritably. She turned her gaze to Hajin and said that his posture was strange. Let him just shoot as he wants, even 100 times. The guy hit his friend on the shoulder and said stop laughing. Hajin took aim. He looked forward seriously and thought that Naeun had a standard posture, but it didn't matter to him. The hero thought that the best is not the one who has perfectly mastered the standard technique. These are just the minimum conditions that must be met in order to become the best in this world. The power called ability is important. The guy looked forward and said shoot. A target flew out of the device. Hajin thought that his ability was a shooter. He released the arrow. A system window appeared, which said that the shooter skill was aimed at the arrow. It smashed the target. The audience looked forward in shock. Yona opened her mouth. The guy lowered his bow and said that now he understood. He smiled and said that he would try again. The students told him not to push. They peeked through the doors and said who it was. Could it be the hero's student, the clever Naeun? The girl looked forward seriously. The hero sat in front of her and asked what happened. He frowned and asked, is it really true? Does she really want to change her weapon for a bow? The girl looked at him. The brunette looked at her and asked, is it really because of her mother? She answered that she had no reason. The girl smiled and said that she just wanted to change. She could quickly become the best as an archer. She said that he gave her a magic sword and asked for forgiveness. The man frowned and shouted who she was calling a teacher here. He does not count. He does not consider those who change their paths like gloves as students. He exhaled. The girl looked down when he said that if it was her choice, he would not interfere anymore, but did she really want this? Naeun looked down. The teacher told her to think carefully. Don't shoot off the shoulder. The arrow smashed the target. The rivals had already tried their hand at a distance of 450 meters. Hajin got ready and said the shot. He hit the target. The archers of the true class were watching them. One said that the guy was doing better than he thought. The other replied that it was already 400 meters. 450 meters was his personal result. Another student came up to them and said that he wasn't just doing well, he shot right after Naeun hit the target. He said that 1 or 2 more times would be fine. But when you're faced with this kind of pressure and a fight over and over again, it can be very difficult psychologically. Naeun prepared to shoot. The guy said that Hajin looked pretty relaxed. He frowned and asked, is this really a guy who will win this argument? The veins on Jonghak's face tensed and he clicked his tongue. He frowned. The girl prepared to shoot. Her arrow missed the center. She frowned. Then Naeun turned around when the guy said that he did say that the bow wasn't right for her. The redhead looked at him and asked, is he chickening out? What kind of cheap tricks are these? Let him just shut up and shoot. She frowned. Hajin thought that she was never known for her calm nature. As soon as she was teased a little, she would start to get angry. Naturally, she was not suited for the role of archer. The hero thought that the reason why she wanted to become an archer without fail. Hajin looked at her and asked, she's just afraid of fighting with a sword, right? Naeun looked at him. She became gloomy and told him to hold his tongue. The guy looked ahead and said that it just seemed that way to him. That's why she always tries to rationalize everything. He quoted her words, how she said that her archery skills are exactly the same as fencing. She's good at archery. Even with a bow she can become a first-class hero. In principle, considering that she changed her class, she's doing well as an archer. Naeun prepared to shoot and asked why he hasn't shut up yet. She opened her eyes in shock when he said that with such achievements, she would not be able to avenge her family, nor would she be able to cope with even one human monster. The girl fired a shot. A target flew out of the device. The arrow flew towards her, and flew past. The spectators looked ahead in shock. Jonghak froze. Naeun looked ahead in surprise. Hajin turned his gaze to her. The girl sat down. Someone said that she lost. After a while, the sun was setting. Yona was walking along the school grounds. Suddenly she looked to the side. The girl was sitting on a bench. The dark-haired girl looked at her and asked what she was doing here. Everyone was looking for her. Naeun, without raising her head, said that she probably heard what this freak started talking about her family. The girl looked at her in shock. The redhead was crying. She asked what was going on. He even helped her once. They weren't that close, but she thought he wasn't as bad as people said. Why was he always picking on her? Yona looked at her and thought, does she mean he was doing this on purpose? She frowned and thought, wait, are they both necessary characters? Yes, if their relationship deteriorates, it will affect her plan. Yes, that means there is a problem. The dark-haired girl frowned and thought, why should she do this? She looked at the girl and said that he doesn't have a family. Naeun raised her head when she said that it was probably for the same reason as her. She looked at her in shock. Yona looked at her and said that it was just her assumption, but maybe he sees himself in her, even though he acts like this, but maybe he just wants her to do well in life. The redhead looked at her in shock. Her eyes widened. The dark-haired girl said that she thought she had something to think about, so she would probably go. Just let her not sit here for too long. The girl thought about it. She remembered when she was little, she was asked why suddenly a bow. You answered that the sword. She was a little bored. The guy looked at her. He patted the girl on the head and said okay. The red-haired one smiled and said that he would support her in her choice. He was sure that she could handle it. The girl smiled when he asked if she could promise him something. The guy held out his little finger to her and asked her to promise that when she was ready, she would think again about what she really wanted to do. Naeun held out her hand and said that she promised. The girl looked forward in shock. After a while, a system window appeared, which said that incredible luck worked in human relations. Points increased by 253. Hajin looked at the system window in shock and asked what happened. Naeun walked forward. Jin Hayek said that this Hajin is definitely some kind of difficult guy. He looked ahead and said that he should be checked out, maybe he is connected to some kind of criminal group. He thought it would be better not to mention the chameleon group for now. Yona was talking to him. He asked if he should continue to follow him. She answered of course. The girl smiled and said that she had already decided everything. He must definitely end up in the Strait of Essence. The detective blushed. He said that he would have to strain his channels. You replied that he seemed to have misunderstood something. The sun was pouring into the hall. Hajin walked forward. He thought that there were so many spectators at their competition that rumors immediately spread, but he did not think that they would ask him for advice. He looked to the side and thought that he was already afraid to enter the classroom. Maybe he should limit himself to morning training. The guy looked around the corner and thought who else was here at this time. His eyes widened. Naeun was holding a sword. She turned around. The girl blushed. The guy looked back and said that she looked like the one who trains. She asked, is it really impossible? She looked at him angrily. Hajin looked at her and said about her hair. She asked what was wrong with her hair. He pointed a finger at her and asked, did she really cut her hair because of that bet? You answered that she was just hot. Does he really think that she would cut her hair because of that? He smiled and said that it suited her. Did it make her cooler? She opened her mouth. The girl looked away. Hajin pointed to the side and said that he would also go train. She watched him go and thought that he said that he was originally a swordsman. The guy walked towards Tyr. Naeun looked at the sword and asked what did he feel when he gave up what he had been doing all his life and chose another weapon. She frowned. Her sword was engulfed in green flames. A column of energy rose from it. The girl calmly looked at the hilt. She smiled and thought, great, it already reaches the ceiling. Naeun remembered being asked if she was really going to shoot a bow like that. She had felt it herself today. The girl looked up. She stood there and said that it seemed like he knew from the start. There were camping supplies on the screen. Hajin clicked and thought that was enough. Now he needed to pay. On his watch, a notification that the purchase had been made. He said that he would check the inventory again before the exam, but things like weapons or protective equipment could be prepared in advance just in case. The grain was making sounds. The guy said that he would feed it now. He raised his eyebrows and said that it had grown so much, as if it would hatch soon. He thought that the newborn evangel seed looked like a child who looked 3-4 years old. If you change it with magical power, you can keep it in the dorm, for example, in the form of a cat or a dog. The guy poked the grain. It became embarrassed. The hero laughed and said, okay, hatch quickly. A hotel outside Seoul. Jane raised an eyebrow and asked, is he serious about dressing up as a cadet and taking the final exam? The dark-haired girl didn't look at her and said that she needed her help. She asked, is that really necessary? Is she fixated on something weird again? The girl looked down and said that there was someone she wanted to check, plus she needed to get something from this exam. Jane sighed and said, okay, no one can stop her. The black mass fell on the floor. The dark-haired girl was all dirty. The girl raised her finger and said that she would give her the details of the cadet she would disguise herself as. She wrote down her manner of speech, character, habits, and so on. She must learn all of it. She became gloomy and said that all of this was bothering her. The woman smiled and said that she had become very worried. The girls hugged their friend and said they bought cookies for her. She didn't answer her message yesterday. Did she really have a boyfriend? The pink-haired girl smiled and thought that the file said that they were school friends. Really nothing complicated. Her gaze became gloomy. She thought that there was nothing complicated in pretending to be a cadet. The girl winked and said, come on, what other guy? Hajin was watching them. He became gloomy. He had the skill of observation and viewing activated. The girl looked at him and wondered if he saw. The hero froze. Then he quickly ran away. He clenched his fist and thought, how so? The guy frowned and thought, what is the boss doing here? The haired girl laughed. The written exam was over and it was time for the final session. The cadets were happily walking along the deck. The protagonist looked closely at the girl with the bob. She was laughing with her friends. The guy knew that the boss had infiltrated the cube under the guise of Seo Yi-jin. He thought that after the midterm session she would no longer show up at the academy, but unlike the plot, she reappeared. For some reason, the young man followed her everywhere and at the same time increased his points. The pale brunette watched the girl. Earlier, he even tried to start a conversation at the vending machine. Then Yi-jin handed him a can of cola with a smile. That was all he managed to get. The soda is still in his refrigerator. The hero narrowed his eyes and assumed that the girl wanted to watch Suho and Jonghaek a little longer. The coach frowned and attracted everyone's attention with his voice. The students lined up, and the man said that the rules for the final exams were simple. For 5 days, you need to survive on the island that was visible ahead and earn points. They can be obtained in several ways, by destroying monsters or taking them from other cadets. You can also resell your points to others. The man added that if they want an even better grade, they can try to take the badge from the caretaker and get 200 points. Hajin frowned and wondered inwardly who would want to fight the warden, who was the current hero. The coach said that they would be dropped off at the designated location and asked them to follow him. The academy liner arrived at the location when the sky was already turning the colors of the sunset. The boats washed up on the sandy shore. The cadets were heading out onto the island in anticipation. The protagonist noticed the light braid and noted that it was here. Rachel turned around when he called her name. The young man came closer and suggested that they stick together during the exam. The girl looked at him in surprise. It was no coincidence that he was here with her. The guy looked at her carefully and remembered that he had thought a lot about the changes that had occurred after the intervention of the second author. Since there was a negative character who hated Rachel, most likely she would be in danger during this exam. The young man stood opposite her and waited for an answer. The interlocutor finally opened her mouth and said with a smile that she was more comfortable alone. The brunette knew she would refuse. The higher the ranking, the more convenient it was to complete the task alone. The bracelet on her hand vibrated. Hajin pointed to his watch and promised to report his location just in case. He was not going to follow the rules of the second author's game. The girl looked at the highlighted geolocation in surprise and thanked him. Night fell on the island. Someone was walking through the forest, leaving traces behind them. The girl stopped, hearing the sound. She turned around and saw a monster approaching her. Several more appeared behind it. The student delivered a slash with her blade, cutting the enemies in half. She frowned, staring intently at the monsters. Not finding a new threat, the girl brushed the blood off her sword. Naeun smiled and began to laugh nervously, exclaiming, "What kind of place is this?" She walked on, lowering her head, muttering that she immediately began to fight monsters as soon as she found herself on the island. She wondered if there was a place to rest and something to eat. The archer turned pale and said that at this rate, she would be the first to fail the exam. She noticed a bright light ahead. The girl happily ran towards it, noticing that she was starting to smell delicious. The cadet was already glad that she had survived. The main character was sitting in a small clearing, cooking something over a fire. He looked at the newcomer in surprise. The girl frowned and exclaimed his name in surprise. The young man said that the battles between the cadets were in 12 hours. The interlocutor indignantly asked where he got all this. The guy replied that when he found out how long the exam would last, he decided to prepare just in case. The archer muttered that it was not surprising because he had good grades. She shyly closed her eyes and praised him. At that moment, her stomach rumbled loudly. The hero silently looked at the blushing girl. The brunette asked how many points she had. Naeun replied that it was about 20. Hajin offered to give her food in exchange for half the points. She looked at him indignantly and asked why the whole half. Her stomach growled traitorously. The interlocutor sat down next to her and agreed. The hero asked if it was okay that it was just fried pork. The girl replied that she had to eat it if she wanted to stay alive. The young man was looking at something on his laptop. In the end, he met not Rachel, but Naeun. The archer ate the meat with appetite, saying that it was delicious. The brunette pressed a button on the keyboard. Notification: you hacked the drone server. Connecting to the server, images from cameras in different parts of the island appeared on the screen. One of them recorded Rachel, who approached a group of people near a fire. The young man noted that the main story had not changed much. The blonde looked ahead tensely. The cadets looked at her slyly, asking if she really wanted to buy food. One guy suggested that she just help herself since it was somehow not very good to sell food to her own kind. He looked at her with a wild look and smiled. There was a trailer in the clearing, next to which was a table with dishes. The hero stretched on the bed and wondered if it was already morning. He sleepily looked out the window and assumed that it was a polar night since the sky was still dark. The guy looked at Naeun, sleeping on the floor in a sleeping bag. The brunette looked at the egg on the pillow. He stroked it and asked if it wanted to eat. The cadet picked it up and was touched. Hajin put it in his pocket and asked her to sit there while he was busy. The young man looked at the sleeping bag and asked if the archer was still sleeping. He got up and said that he needed to pack up the tent, but there was no answer. The hero tugged the canvas and decided not to wake her, but the tent still needed to be taken down. From this moment on, battles between cadets are allowed. It is better to get rid of dangerous characters first, but do not kill anyone. Those cadets who, in his opinion, have become human monsters are not yet. The contract that a human monster makes with his own kind is different from the contract of a demon and a human monster. In the former case, the human monster who made the contract is just a pawn, treated as a consumable for experimental purposes. But, since the human monster is replenished with magical power from another human monster, the contract is considered more flexible and the possibility of getting out of control can be eliminated. Recently, such a contract has become more common, but due to the side effects, few survived after its conclusion. The only one on this island who managed to overcome the side effect is Jiyohun. The hero took the bag and decided to start by climbing higher. The first destination is the world tree in the middle of the island. He quickly moved forward, thinking that he should hurry. In place of the tent, there was a sleeping bag with a girl. A shine was visible on the rock. An arrow had appeared in the bushes. The girl turned to Yona and said that she had found one. The main character was standing below. The brunette extended her hand and ordered not to shoot. The girl frowned and said that he could not be touched. The interlocutor asked why, because he was only in 934th place. Yona objected that Rose could not handle him. The guy went to the tree and crouched down to the ground. The archer frowned and wondered in surprise if he was really getting ready to jump to climb the world tree. The young man took a breath. In a few moments, the hero overcame the height and found himself at the top. Rose opened her mouth in surprise. Yona calmly looked in that direction and clarified whether the girl had seen it. The archer muttered that he managed to do it in just a few seconds. The brunette said that for the young man, the rating is just numbers. It is immediately clear how everything would have ended if the interlocutor had shot. Yona asked her not to tell anyone about his power. The girl looked at her in surprise and asked the reason. The long-haired girl looked ahead and replied that he might become a member of their team later. The interlocutor promised to keep it a secret. The bracelet on her hand rang. The brunette adjusted her hair and said that it was a call from Yi-jin, and added that they had to go back. Hajin was sitting among the branches. He frowned and used clairvoyance. All the cadets in the area were now highlighted for him, as well as one large silhouette. The brunette shuddered and muttered that he had found it. A bird was watching him from a branch. The guy broke off a twig and said with a smile that a way to blow his nose without using his hands. All he needed was a special pen and a branch with a mark, which he had in his hand. That was enough. The hero swung and launched the branch into flight using the magic of stigmata. His weapon was approaching the silhouette. The man turned around and the projectile hit the ground next to him. He looked down in surprise, then picked up a branch. The man turned and looked at the tree. The brunette peered intently from behind the crown and said that now all that was left was to wait. There was a sleeping bag lying in the clearing. The girl pressed her lips together and jumped up abruptly, her face flushed. She remembered how early in the morning she heard a cadet say, "What a cutie." Naeun was embarrassed and her eyes widened. The archer had heard compliments about her appearance since she was a child, but how could she say that to a sleeping person? The girl assumed that at that moment Hajin simply met a stray dog or cat, or maybe he was just staring at himself in the mirror. She clutched her sleeping bag and muttered that maybe it wasn't so. Naeun touched her flushed face and wondered what if the hero really was talking to her. She thought about what she should do then. Hajin looked away. He scratched his ear and muttered, "Is there a dog barking somewhere?" The stars were still shining in the sky. Rachel was walking through the forest surrounded by other cadets. She nervously looked ahead. The girl had joined the second-year team last night, where Yohun was a member. They refused the points she offered, simply shared their food and even asked if she was uncomfortable. The blonde pressed her lips together. For some reason, she felt uneasy here. The other cadets were fighting for grades, and they weren't even trying to earn points. They didn't even care how many points the others had managed to collect. Rachel frowned and thought that it was as if they were more focused on her than on the exam. The girl stopped and thought that this looked suspicious and that staying here was a bad idea. She decided that she should have joined Hajin. The blonde flinched when the guy in the tree called out to her. He bared his teeth and said that he had found a grizzly bear worth 10 points. The archer suggested that they catch it together since they couldn't do it alone. The girl turned around and agreed, thinking that she would help him and then leave them right away. The interlocutor said that he would go ahead and she should follow him. The blonde moved forward, glancing sideways at the other students watching her. The girl hoped that she could leave without attracting attention. The guy stopped abruptly. He pointed and said that it was here. The archer added that there was definitely a huge bear there. In front of them on the cliff stood a man in a hood. His face was distorted by an ominous grin. Yohun said that this did not look like a caretaker. The blonde shuddered and widened her eyes. She quickly pushed her companion. The enemy extended poison spikes. The girl jumped, knocking Yohun down with her and exclaimed that it was dangerous here. She looked back at the furrows left by the enemy in the place where they had just stood. The enemy was approaching with a smile. Rachel did not think that human monsters would appear here. She looked at her companion and decided that she should find cover before it was too late. The girl asked if he was hurt. The guy grabbed his arm and exclaimed that it really hurt. The blonde looked at him questioningly and muttered that there was no blood visible. The interlocutor exclaimed, "Is this really a human monster?" Rachel looked dumbfounded as he blew up and quickly ran away. The blonde exhaled and said that he was a bad actor. She pointed her sword at the enemy and said that it was not for nothing that something was bothering her. The girl frowned and said that she never thought that human monsters would be interested in the cadets of the cube. How wrong she was. The enemy swung with a creepy grin. His claws quickly cut through the air and the ground. The girl jumped away from the place of the explosion. She looked back and frowned. The monster struck sharply, and the blonde barely managed to block the attack. Rachel gritted her teeth and noted the powerful destructive force. The student squeezed the handle of the sword. She swung the shining blade with force and decided that she could handle it. The girl continued to strike and parry. The blonde swung and decided that this was a good moment. She widened her eyes in shock. Dark energy grabbed her leg. Rachel looked down in fear, and the enemy was approaching from above. The cadet widened her eyes in horror, realizing that this was a distraction. She looked back at the enemy and realized that she could not dodge. Flashes flashed above the monster man. Several bullets pierced his body. The swordswoman looked at the fallen enemy in surprise. The second monster swung with a scream and struck. The girl watched the approaching attack in fear. The guy pulled the blade out of its sheath. Suho stood in front of the blonde and parried the attack with his sword. The cadet frowned and shouted at Naeun to attack now. The enemy frowned and raised his head. The girl pulled the bowstring. A shining arrow rushed towards the monster man. The enemy was blown off the cliff. Two cadets ran out of the forest and called out to Rachel. The girl looked back at them. The archer came closer and asked if she was okay. The swordswoman thanked them for their help and replied that everything was fine. Suho looked down from the cliff and said that it seemed like the enemy jumped down before the arrow hit him. He turned to the cadets and said that it was unknown when they would attack again, so they had to leave. The guy offered the blonde to go with them, and she agreed. The cadets moved further through the forest. Rachel turned around at the glow. She came closer to see what it was. A bullet flashed on the ground. The girl picked it up and twirled it in her hand in surprise. Naeun, standing in front, hurried her. The swordswoman began to guess who fired the first shot. A sight was sticking out of the tree crown. Yohun was visible in the lens as he ran away. The protagonist crouched down, holding his sniper rifle at the ready. A question was heard. Did she finally decide to switch to a sword? Naeun was sitting on a log by the fire and was surprised to hear this question. Blushing, she shouted that she took it as a secondary weapon. She just thought that it would be difficult for her if she stubbornly used only a bow. The guy laughed, pretending to agree, and Rachel looked down sadly. She thought that among everyone she knew, he was the only one who used a gun. And she never saw him with a sniper rifle, but how did he know that she was in danger? Why did he help her? There was a bullet in the girl's palm. She wondered why he didn't show up after saving her. Rachel's eyes widened, squeezing the shell in her fist when she heard her name being called, and probably not for the first time. Naeun looked at her friend and said that she suggested that they team up. It would be easier to pass the exam together. What would she say? They and Suho. The blonde responded uncertainly. The blue-haired man was surprised to see her get up, apologizing, saying that she needed to go, and he objected that the danger was not over yet. It was better for her to stay close to them. Looking at him, the blonde replied that no, she needed to meet someone. The screen said 22 points. The hero said that Naeun gave him 12 points and he got another 10 for killing the monster. Hajin was squatting, looking at the notification on his smartwatch, and chuckled, saying that if he wanted to be safe, he needed to get about 50 points. He stood up on his knees and continued that in order to do this. Looking ahead in surprise, he continued to think, how many more monsters would he have to kill? In front of him was a girl with a short haircut. She looked at him with an indifferent look, and the guy mentally recognized the boss. He wondered, why was she here? Did she decide to fight him? Looking at the girl in amazement, the brunette thought that he would not be able to defeat her. Maybe he should run away while he had the chance. No, he needed to calm down first. She probably came to observe. The worried guy asked what she was doing here. He mentally hoped that she was not going to attack him. However, the boss in the body of the student took out her sword. Hajin mentally cursed, thinking that she was going to. He smiled sweetly, but inside he was just crying. Having pulled in the sword, the girl ordered him to take out the weapon. Thinking, the hero realized that he had 0 chances of winning if he entered into battle with her. A shining cord slipped out of the guy's sleeve. He asked, a weapon? What was she talking about? And he thought to himself that an important condition for winning a duel between cadets is. The thin cord fell to the ground. Hearing that he knew what she was talking about, Hajin replied that, to be honest, he had no idea. The girl standing in front of him said that if he didn't take out his weapon, he wouldn't leave her a choice. The guy waved his hand while the cord was moving and offered to explain what was going on first. Jin turned her head, saying that he was going to waste time on empty chatter. The thin cord wrapped around the bracelet of the smartwatch, removing it, while the girl said that in this case, she would assume that he did not mind if she attacked him. The brunette looked ahead intently, thinking that he was ready. He took the watch and hid it behind his back. The girl looked at him in surprise, asking that he was going to surrender. Hajin held the watch with a slight smile, hearing that the watch resembled hers. The girl stared at him, then at her empty hand. Her indignant cry was heard. The brunette brought his finger to the device, saying that the duel between cadets is won by the one who gets the opponent's watch first. She knew that, right? If he presses them now, she will be disqualified. The watch is activated by a fingerprint. Among the trees, shouts of abuse and the words of the guy were heard. She attacked him, not knowing what he was capable of. Let him not be afraid. The watch flew into the hands of the discouraged heroine. Smiling, Hajin said that this time she got off easy. The girl, taken aback, asked again in surprise, got off easy. The brunette rushed to run away, saying goodbye, while she, holding out her hand, tried to stop him. Jin watched the guy and asked Jane, did she see that? The voice asked, did she see what? She apologized for being distracted for a minute, and then exclaimed. There was no one on the path anymore. The boss answered that it did not matter. She thought that despite the fact that most of her emotions were turned off due to the Jane's skill, she could not believe that a 17-year-old cadet planned everything so quickly and carefully. Looking at the pattern on her wrist, she thought maybe she should have activated one of them. Steam was coming out from under the lid of the pot. Hajin sat by the tent, rubbing his shoulder aching from overexertion, and said that this scared him. He definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat her. He should probably be glad that she was under disguise. Looking at the weapon in his hands, he said that it was good that in this confusion he was able to find a place for a tent. Since he was safe now, he would eat first and then use the points. A screen appeared in front of the hero's face when he said that he could easily spend the points he earned on. Without finishing, he turned around, noticing something, and then exclaimed, "Rachel." The blonde looked at him in surprise, standing behind the bushes, and said that here he was. Hajin stood up, asking, was she looking for him? The girl hesitated. She stared at him, saying that about this, but she was interrupted by a loud indignant sound of her hungry stomach. A guy's question was heard from among the trees, did she want something to eat? The girl asked embarrassedly, is it possible? She would repay him with points. The heroes were sitting by the pot standing on the fire. Rachel looked at the guy and asked him what he was doing alone. He replied that he was wandering around trying to earn points. The girl looked down and Hajin crossed his arms, thinking that she seemed to have a lot of questions. He was a little embarrassed to admit that he saved her. The clothes on the blonde's neck were torn and there were traces of blood. The hero thought she was hurt. He thought it was normal since she was fighting a human monster. He said out loud that it would be ready soon, you just have to wait. A delighted exclamation was heard. Hajin was surprised to see Evangeline's seed pull his pocket and asked what was wrong, let it not stick out. The seed jumped out of his pocket, leaving a swift trail. Rachel, with a mug in her hand, sweetly asked how he was able to prepare all this when the seed quickly jumped down her collar. Hajin stretched out his hand in shock. The blonde was surprised, accidentally spilling the drink. Frightened tears appeared in her eyes, and then her deafening scream was heard among the trees. A seed with a red pattern lay on the girl's palm. Burning with shame, Hajin covered his red face with his palms and mumbled that he was sorry, it was his pet, that is, more precisely, an almond. The embarrassed heroine asked again, and he explained that he wanted to say that his pet was a seed. A surprised question was heard, shouldn't he grow it in the ground? Why does it fly? The guy extended his palm to the girl's hand and asked her to return it, promising that he would do so. It was a very awkward moment. Not knowing what to do with himself from awkwardness, the hero offered to eat, and the blonde clutching her braid agreed. Opening the lid, Hajin looked up when she called him. Rachel shyly clutched her hair in her hands and said that she knew it was too late to propose, but would he like to team up with her? Blushing, she explained that it would be easier to take the exam together. Looking at her, the brunette noticed that she was saying the same thing as Naum. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise, asking if she had already proposed this to him. The guy replied that she hadn't really, but he would be happy to team up with her, and he thought to himself that he just knew history. Sitting in a timid pose, Rachel asked, really, it's great, but she is in a kind of team. Holding the instruments, the guy asked what she meant. Remembering the guy's face, she asked if he knew Yohun. Looking at her with a smile, Hajin said that she didn't need to worry about him. The hand raised a wooden stick. Words were heard that everything would be fine. A figure with a spear sat on the stone near the bodies. The enraged guy broke the stick with his fingers. The hero told her to just join him. Above the pedestal, a tall gray tower with shining elements hovered. It was the observation tower on the northwest side of the island. Seung-ah stood with her arms crossed. A man approached from behind, calling out to her. Coming closer, the brunette asked her what she was thinking about. Closing her eyes, the woman answered, Hajin. The man scratched his head in surprise and asked who it was, decided to switch from Suho to him. Looking at him, Seung-ah answered that Suho would always be her favorite, but she had received quite interesting information. 2 days ago, she received a secret report from Yonha. She presented a thick folder with the report, saying that in it she reported that Hajin's abilities were superior to Suho's. Of course, there was still a chance that the information was false, but they had observed Hajin's unusual abilities more than once. She imagined the guy shooting at the enemy and continued, for example, how he used light mana. The woman smiled a little, thinking that it was not a sin to let such a cadet deceive them at least once. Their dialogue was heard among the dense foliage. The brunette asked if it was impossible to verify this information. The deputy head replied that she would try when she had time. He asked how she was going to do it. Did she want to have a duel with him? Pointing her finger at the flashing badge with her name, Seung-ah said that she had it. Pointing at it with a confident look, she said that it was a bait worth 200 points. It got dark. Stars appeared in the night sky. Rachel was sitting in front of the tent by the fire. Holding a cartridge case in her fingers, she thought that Hajin was probably the person who saved her. The fire was reflected in the heroine's eyes. She thought, why did he say that it was not him, and how did he know that she was in danger? She imagined the brunette touching her chest and promising that no matter what happened, he would protect the princess. His fingers clenched into a fist. The girl thought that today's ambush was probably his doing too. Thoughtfully touching her chin, the blonde wondered if she should have died with them then. The wind tore leaves from the trees. An animal with red eyes appeared in the clearing. Hajin stretched out his arms. The animal turned around, sensing the movement. The loud sound caused birds to fly away from the trees. The guy stood by the bloody body of the animal. Reloading his pistol, Hajin said that today's hunt was going pretty smoothly. He imagined how he saw the girl hugging her knees sullenly, thinking that Rachel didn't look so good in the morning. Later, she ate at the table with a radiant look. The guy thought that until he fed her meat. The hero shifted his gaze, noticing something. He moved the branch with his hand, looking forward. There was a body of water in front of him, and the boy said that he had finally found a lake. He walked forward with a satisfied grin, thinking that there must be a monster worth a lot of points here. A crocodile monster, he guessed. A glowing ball appeared above the boy's palm. The glow illuminated the hero's face, who said that it would be easy to lure him out with a sphere of light if you shine it over the lake. Suddenly, he turned around sharply, asking who was there. However, there was no one among the trees and bushes. Hajin thought tensely that he did not know who was hiding there, but he was good at tracking others. Shining patterns from his skill appeared in the hero's eye. He thought that it was actually useless, since he could sense that he was being followed. He would not lose the pursuer now. The silhouette of a girl with a bow was glowing. The boy pointed his gun. Naeun screamed as a bullet slammed into the ground next to her with a bright flash. She indignantly called out to the guy who had taken aim, who only yelped. She came closer to the brunette, who asked why she had been following him, and angrily shouted that she hadn't done it. She curled the finger she had been pointing indignantly with and looked away, hesitating from the question. What was she doing here then? Hajin said that if you couldn't come up with an excuse, then he was right. Sparks of light reflected off the surface of the water. The girl shouted that no, it would be better to let her answer what he had just done to her. Hajin indifferently ordered her to answer him first. Why had she been following him? Naeun pointed her finger again, embarrassedly shouting that she had already said that she hadn't been following him, she had been following Seung-ah. The hero thoughtfully lowered his gaze, saying that the same Seung-ah he knew. The girl put her hands on her hips and confirmed, and then asked why he was talking to her so casually. The hand took out a laptop from the bag. The heroine was surprised when she saw the guy sitting with his back to her and asked why he sat down. He asked her to wait, he just needed a minute. The glowing monitor was reflected in his eyes. Hajin thought he knew where Seung-ah should be now according to the plot. Imagining the image of the blue-haired hero, he thought that on the first and second days she was watching Suo. Then he imagined a guy and a girl, thinking that on the third and fourth days she should be watching other promising cadets. The brunette stared at the screen, thinking that since she had turned her attention to him now, it meant. There were images from several surveillance cameras on the screen. One of them showed a woman sitting on a branch. Hajin thought that it meant he was on the list of promising cadets of Seung-ah. The boy looked at the camera footage on his laptop, thinking that he was one of the promising cadets. Naeun pointed at him with displeasure, demanding that he explain how he did it. That thing he created was a sphere of light, right? Slamming the laptop shut, the boy told her that she was right, but not to try to find out more. He said it sweetly, like a character in a flowery melodrama, for her to keep quiet if she understood. The girl grimaced in disgust. Hajin was disconcerted to hear her ask, "Are you completely crazy?" She wasn't interested anyway, so she might as well not even try. He thought that she was the one who started asking about it first. A not very friendly dialogue was heard among the trees. The brunette said that since he came here first, he should look for another place. The girl sarcastically replied that of course, she would follow his orders. The boy touched the back of his head, thinking that maybe she would think he was arrogant after this, but he couldn't reveal the truth. He imagined the many pages of writing in the book, thinking that if he told her about the magic of stigmata, he would have to tell her that this was a world inside a novel. There were bodies of slain beasts lying on the forest path. Standing next to him, Hajin looked at the smartwatch. Touching the device, he thought that it had been 2 hours since he separated from Naeun. Since he was busy killing low and mid-level monsters, he was able to quickly gain 15 points. The light reflected in his eye, he thought that the problem was. Suddenly, there was a sudden movement. The hero looked at the person who greeted him. Seung-ah tucked her hair behind her ear, asking that this was the first time they met after his refusal, right? The surprised boy answered that it was probably so. The woman laughed sweetly, saying that she appeared too suddenly, right? Let him relax. The wind blew the leaves off the trees. She said that actually, it was not only to test the cadet's abilities, but also to hold events. Looking down, the boy asked again and heard that the rule was very simple. The woman standing in front of him said that she would stand in one place and use only her left hand. he could attack as much as he wanted. Raising her index finger, she said that if at least one attack damaged any part of her body except her left hand. The boy listened attentively. The woman touched her chest and continued that or make him take one step. She pointed her finger at her shining badge. The hero excitedly heard her say that she would give it to him. With a smile, she asked, "It was easy, right?" A drop ran down the boy's cheek. He thought that the caretaker's badge was worth 200 points. If he got it, he could immediately become number 1. Of course, this was an attractive offer. He imagined the thin silver badge and thought that however the opponent was the best of the best, the hero Seung-ah. Will he succeed? Standing in front of her, he heard her ask what he would do, surrender right now or accept the challenge. Hajin chuckled, reaching for his holster. Taking out his gun, he said, "What an unexpected event." The bullet surrounded by a glow flew towards the head of the mentor. She thought that she would see how strong he was. The shining bullet was approaching her face. With a sharp wave of her hand, Seung-ah deflected the bullet, leaving a flash. It fell to the ground, broken. Her fingers clenched in tension. She thought that he was able to create spheres of light, and his gun was extremely powerful. The woman smiled, thinking that it seemed that the report was not wrong, and said out loud that it hurt a little. Hajin frowned, thinking that she reflected the enhanced magic bullet without using magic. Taking out 2 blades from behind his back, he thought that direct attacks were useless. With a sharp movement, he threw the daggers forward. Easily dodging them, Seung-ah said that he was a swordsman before he changed his weapon type. A good idea to use both a bladed weapon and a firearm at the same time. Her fingers clutched the pistol. Several bullets flew towards the woman with a glow. She calmly deflected them one by one, leaving bright traces and flashes. With her hand still lowered, she said that the firepower was much higher than that of a training pistol. Closing her eyes, she did not notice something flashing behind her and said that she thought he really was good with a pistol. A blade was approaching the amazed woman. Hajin watched this, thinking that it was too far to reach with his left hand. Everything will work out. Long hair flew up. Seung-ah confidently stood in the middle, surrounded by bright flames. Bent blades, breaking, flew apart. She was left standing in a deep dent in the ground. The brunette closed his eyes in dismay, thinking that in the end, nothing worked. Seung-ah clenched her fist, admiringly saying that it was amazing. To think that he changed the trajectory of the blades with magic. She clasped her hands in joy and asked what kind of technique was that. He really does resemble an onion. He constantly reveals a new side, despite how much she already knew about him. Beaming with delight, she asked what other talents he had. Hajin put his gun in his holster, thinking that since this was the case, he had no choice but to. Turning around, the guy suddenly said that he was leaving her. Seung-ah froze in surprise. Hajin confidently walked away, and the woman called out to him. Taking a step forward, she asked, "Where are you going? The fun has only just begun." Turning around, the brunette said that she lost. She asked again in surprise. Seung-ah froze in her walking pose as she heard the hero remind her that she said she would only use her left hand, but she took a step. Black shadows appeared around the gloomy woman. She asked if he thought she was joking. Turning around, the hero said that he was just trying his luck. It was a waste of time since the difference in their stats was huge. He waved his hand as he walked away and said that he was giving up. As he walked away, he thought that he wasn't serious when he told her that she had lost. Seung-ah frowned, surrounded by a gloomy aura. Hajin chuckled nervously, thinking that she was staring so hard that his insides were shaking in fear. The caretaker who was chasing after him shouted that he would really regret this. Ijin stood on a branch, touching her ear. The interlocutor asked, "Was the implantation operation successful?" The girl, holding her hand to her ear, answered that it was. The boss in the cadet's body heard that she did not think that separating from the team was a good idea. Her friends might decide that she was acting suspiciously. The girl discontentedly remembered her friends who affectionately repeated the name Ijin and said that traveling with them was the worst choice. She froze, hearing a loud sound. Birds flew off the trees. The interlocutor asked, "Is something wrong? What happened?" The blonde answered that she could hear a heartbeat. A glow appeared among the intertwined vines. Veins were visible in the unknown cocoon. A huge purple heart was shining inside the tree trunk. The butterfly seedling will soon wake up. In the center of the huge butterfly's purple wings was a black pattern that looked like roots. The butterfly sapling is a spirit-type monster that clings to a tree like a leech. It appeared on the last day of the final exam and was destroyed by the main characters. The blue-haired man stood next to the blonde girl holding a sword. According to the original, Suho received pollen from the sapling as a reward, and Rachel received a hint to enlightenment. However, she is now on Team Hajin. The girl walked along the path behind the hero. He thought that in order to help her with enlightenment, he needed to push her to participate in the battle with the butterfly sapling. But the problem is, the gloomy guy heard his girlfriend call him. Rachel anxiously asked the hero, "Why are you walking in circles?" The guy mentally exclaimed that even I don't know where and when it will appear. He never wrote such details. The guy who froze in front of him awkwardly mumbled something. The body of the beast fell to the ground. There was already a mountain of monster carcasses lying there. Words were heard that he would probably take first place in the finals with such results. Naeun stood next to the carcass and asked, "Are there only 20 hours left until the end of the exam?" The comrade, leaving, warned that he was going to drink some water. Suho stood up with a sigh. He turned around, hearing his name called. Putting her hand on her hip, the girl asked him what he thought of Hajin. Their conversation could be heard among the foliage. The guy clarified, why was she suddenly asking about him? The answer was heard, just doesn't it seem like he is hiding a lot? The girl remembered the bright glow and said that he was constantly wary both in the museum and in Paris. Besides, it was suspicious that he was quite strong and had a high rank with such a frail body. She remembered how she called out to the battered guy lying there. The blue-haired man said that she was probably right. He looked ahead anxiously, wondering what he was hiding. He remembered how the dark-haired man told him that he knew much more than he did. Naeun looked at the sweetly smiling guy with displeasure and asked what his reaction was. He answered with a smile that it really was obvious that he had many secrets. His friend exclaimed that he knew something and demanded that he tell her immediately. Suho smiled brightly, saying that she should find out everything herself. Why was she asking him questions? Suddenly, the heroes were amazed to see a rapid movement nearby. Black vines were moving forward quickly. A question was heard. What was that? The roots of a tree moving. Thick writhing roots were breaking out of the ground near a large tree. Hajin looked ahead in amazement. The cadets were running away from the roots that were catching up with them. The guy clenched his teeth, trying to hold back the roots attack with a pole. Rachel froze in fear, listening. She turned her gaze to the brunette who called her. Looking at his friend, Hajin suggested that they go to the source of the tremors to kill the monster. Her job was to protect it when they got there. The blonde looked surprised, but agreed. The boy loaded the clip into his gun, thinking that the cadets who felt the tremors must be heading for the butterfly sapling. He wasn't going to give in to them. The boy ran forward with the gun in his hand. The tree surrounded by roots had a shining cocoon on its trunk that looked like a heart. A question was heard, a butterfly sapling. Seung-ah stood on one of the branches, looking at the tree and heard that no one expected such a monster to appear. Should they pause the exam? Looking ahead, she said that she thought everything would be fine. The courses had enough skills and experience to defeat this monster. The man said that her methods were too Spartan. The woman closed her eyes and asked if he really thought so. While the participants were running away from the roots chasing them, she told Viri not to underestimate them. The cadets are the seeds of heroes. The jump left a mark. She said that heroes always evolve during a crisis. Swinging with a bright flash above her head, Naeun flew into the root. The green beam cut through the thick plant. Landing after the jump, the girl happily asked how he was. Suho exclaimed with a smile that it was incredible. He closed his eyes and cutely said that the cutting power of the sword would increase much more if it circulated energy around the sword. The girl standing on the branch angrily told him to shut up. She would tell him all this later. The blonde boy clenched his fists, asking why they continued to grow no matter how much they were destroyed. Looking forward, Suho said that if simply cutting off the roots did not help, then they would have to destroy the trunk first. In the center of the trunk, a purple heart was glowing. The boy put his hand to his forehead, shouting to his comrades to look there. This tree is strange. Inside the purple organ there were dark stripes, like veins. The cadet said that something was moving inside the cocoon. Suddenly the surface broke and a yellow eye appeared. The butterfly monster spread its wide wings. The boy looked at it in amazement, asking, did a huge butterfly hatch? Thin legs broke away from the tree, and a huge purple butterfly flew over the forest. Its glow was visible among the trees in the sky. The cadets looked there in surprise. Suddenly the girl's eyes opened wide. Naeun coughed, covering her mouth with her fist, and asked, what is this? The comrades nearby fell, while she tried to cover her face with her hand, thinking that she was losing strength because of the pollen. Her legs could not hold her. The girl swayed forward. Suho anxiously held her, not letting her fall. While seating his comrades against a tree, the blue-haired man wondered if they had simply fallen asleep. It didn't look like poisoning. He closed his eyes, touching his puffy cheek, and thought that it was hard to move while holding his breath. Would I be able to defeat her before I took a breath? The purple monster hovered in the sky above the trees. The light reflected in the hero's blue eyes. He was surprised. Thin leaves flew. The guy saw two figures soar into the air from the forest. Hajin and Rachel were running, wearing black masks on their faces. Suho opened his mouth, looking at them in surprise. The heroes quickly moved forward, hearing him calling out their names. People quickly ran forward. Rachel turned around, looking at the lying man, and thought that the cadets were simply unconscious. Did Hajin foresee this and prepare in advance? The brunette standing in front called out to her, and the girl responded. Pointing his finger, he asked if she could see that butterfly monster. He would defeat it, but she needed to protect it from the roots. She shouted that she understood. Hajin aimed his gun. A bright flash of a gunshot appeared next to the butterfly. The monster trembled, making an enraged sound. The roots of the tree immediately rose up and quickly moved towards the heroes. Bright rays cut them. Rachel chopped the roots into pieces with her sword and turned her gaze to the side. The ground under her foot began to collapse. A huge root broke through it, crawling out. The girl pushed Hajin away, saving him from a powerful attack of the plant. The guy flew back in surprise, knocked down by her body. The root swung quickly, a powerful blow through the blonde back, and she hit her back. Hajin turned around in shock, shouting the girl's name. The thick roots began to move again. The brunette screamed in shock as one of them approached him. There was a bright flash. The guy was sitting on the ground. Hajin was surprised to see Suho holding his breath, who protected him and asked what he was doing here. The guy, blue from lack of air, thought that if he took a small breath, he heard a scream demanding that he stay here. The brunette turned his gaze to the girl lying behind him and thought, Rachel unconscious. What to do? She must fight. A small seed appeared from the collar of the jacket. Hajin was surprised to see how it jumped out and jumped forward with an amorous look. The guy, wide-eyed, asked where it was. The seed hit the cheek of the blonde lying on the ground. Hajin looked at it in shock, and Suho, covering his mouth, asked, does he want to defeat the butterfly? He can help him, but he does not think that he will last long. Hajin imagined the bullets, thinking that with the magic of the stigmata, he could make 3 bullets with fire properties. He needed to finish this by then. As he stood up, he told the blue-haired man that he would be grateful for his help. The monster flew over the forest, leaving a shadow on the trees from its giant wings. The boy asked if he saw the bullet fly past just now. Right. The monster moved very quickly, unlike normal spirit-type monsters. The butterfly flew towards a large tree surrounded by roots. The hero said that if he wanted to kill him, he would have to get closer to aim. He wanted the other to distract him while he did it. The boy agreed, clutching his sword. His weapon was spreading out with swirls of light. Hajin looked at them, wondering if the magic of the holy sword had become stronger after what happened at the museum. Suho turned to him with a slight smile and said, how interesting. The brunette was surprised, asking again. The character surrounded by light stood next to his author. The blue-haired one was reflected in Hajin's eyes, who said that no matter what secret weapon he pulled out, the other did not look surprised. He said that it was because he saw through Naeun's talent. Suho smiled sweetly and said that sometimes when he looked at him, he felt like he was looking at someone who knew everything about this world. The brunette was amazed by such insight. The sky was painted in pink and purple colors. Suho jumped up, raising the earth, and said that he relied on him anyway. He jumped on the root, leaving bright traces. The blows of his sword cut the root into several pieces. Hajin watched as they fell to the ground next to the landing guy. The masked guy looked ahead and then sadly lowered his gaze. The brunette ran, thinking how he knew this. Because he created this world. I am its author. His fingers grabbed onto a vine. Hajin clung to them, struggling to climb the trunk of the tree. But there was a problem. Finally, he climbed onto a wide branch. The guy covered one eye from the bright glow. He thought that the world he described in the novel was right before his eyes. Pulling off his mask, Hajin looked at the morning forest stretching out before him. He remembered Suho saying that he felt like he was looking at someone who knew everything about this world. The brunette thought he realized only now that the guy remembered the indignant girl and the laughing guy, Yonha, who pointed her finger and the gloomy Jonghak. Smiling Rachel. He became a character that was not in the original. Hajin clutched the gun, aiming. He is a supporting character in his own story. The bullet flew forward. It pierced the butterfly's body with a bright beam. Suho looked at the burning monster in the sky and thought that it was a fire attack. He felt dizzy with effort, thinking that Hajin hit. That was enough, right? The body of the huge insect was engulfed in flames. Many roots flew out of the forest, rising up. The guy clenched his teeth. Holding the gun, Hajin asked in surprise, there was not enough firepower, then I will shoot again. Lightning emanated from the palm with long fingers. Many lightning struck the body of the monster, and the butterfly with burnt wings began to fall down. The brunette opened his mouth in shock, looking at this. The man came closer. The guy thought, it's there. The girl stretched out her hand, surrounded by many black and purple lightning. A bright flash hit the insect. Hajin's mouth opened in surprise. He saw Ijin stretch out her hand, thinking that she was the boss. Watching the insect fall, he wondered if she wanted to get the pollen of the butterfly. A sound was heard in the air. Suho turned his head away. The butterfly fell next to him. Squinting, the guy looked at it. And then he fell to the ground, saying that she was defeated. Someone approached the body of the butterfly. The blonde stood in front of him, holding out her hand. Hajin demanded that she give it to him. The girl silently turned around. Frowning, he said that she could not take the pollen. He thought that the boss still didn't know the properties of pollen. Perhaps she came for it, since the loot from the spirit can be sold for a high price. With his blade outstretched, Hajin thought that Kim Suho should get pollen to deal with future spirits. Yijin looked at him indifferently. Suho was unconscious. The others were by the tree. Covering his face, Hajin was surprised how a simple cadet was still standing. The girl decided to keep an eye on him. It became difficult for him to breathe. He tried to put on a mask, but it got in the way. Hajin covered his face with his hand. A dark portal opened. The girl asked if he knew who she was. He frowned, asking if she was Xiao Peng. She remembered the business card with that name made up for past meetings. The wind blew the leaves. The girl confirmed that it was her and asked why he was here. Hajin assumed that she was here as an overseer. She asked again how long he had known her real name. Something dark flew past his head. The girl threatened to beat him up if he lied. Confused, he replied that he had realized her true identity when he took off her watch. Pointing to his eye, he claimed to have keen eyesight. She thought that his mana blocked magic, allowing him to see through Jane's abilities. Hajin did not understand her words. She decided that he was a valuable resource. A dark barrier appeared around them. The girl extended her fingers, agreeing to give the pollen, but fell silent. Hajin looked confused. Xiao Peng told him to repeat after her, then asked for a number. The guy almost died from excitement. Clutching the bag of pollen, he thought about how to give it to Kim Suho. Suddenly, he remembered Rachel and the seed. The girl was lying by the tree. Light emanated from her chest. Hajin closed his eyes. Rachel, feeling sleepy, decided to defeat the spirit and become the pride of the imperial family. Opening her eyes, she saw a child. The wounds on her face were disappearing. The girl seemed familiar. Hearing the word dad, Hajin turned around. Seung-ah said something, and the ship set sail. The next day, Hajin stood on the deck. The exam was over. The points were divided among the 4 cadets. He remembered Xiao Peng, wondering why the boss was interested in him. Naeun asked how it ended. He replied that destroying the wings with a gun was nonsense. She agreed, finding it funny. Hajin looked at Naeun again and asked why she used a sword instead of a bow. She stared at him in shock and silence. He spread his hands and clarified that she needed to practice first. Wasn't it dangerous to use a weapon that she was less skilled at? Naeun raised an eyebrow, annoyed, replying that she was not so clumsy that he would worry. The sun's rays illuminated them. Hajin asked how she felt after switching to a sword. The girl turned away. He asked if she was scared. She pretended not to understand. Hajin looked at her carefully. It was obvious when she was lying, one of the unpleasant traits he attributed to her. He smiled and thought that some things never change. He put his hand on the side of the boat and advised her to practice more often, since she was born with the talent of a swordsman. Naeun was surprised. Later at the table, Yona noticed that Hajin seemed interested in her. Naeun frowned, denying it. Yona turned to Suho, asking if he had said anything. Suho remembered Hajin's words about knowing Naeun better and agreed that there was some truth in Yona's words. Yona added that Hajin was cold to everyone except Naeun, where interest showed through. The fork touched the salad. Someone asked if Naeun was Hajin's close friend. Jinoon replied that he needed something, that's why he came. Naeun, adjusting her clothes, denied it. Yona noticed Hajin looking at their table. He said hello and left silently. Yona pointed out that he was staring. Naeun was confused. Later, Hajin returned to the cabin. The girl ran to him, calling him dad. He asked her not to run and not to call him that. Hugging her, he explained that people would misunderstand. He suggested calling her uncle or Hajin. Evangel smiled. The hero remembered how she woke up next to Rachel, calling him mom. Then he asked who she meant. The girl jumped on his shoulders. Seeing a helicopter, Hajin asked her to become a seed again. Evangel asked, "What about mom?" He sighed. Later, the girl, having become a seed, appeared in his room. Hajin thought that it looked like a secret child. He called her to eat. Evangel, holding a spoon, smiled. He reminded her not to rush. Hajin thought about the pollen of a butterfly seedling, clinging to targets with mana, awakening potential. The difficulty is that the target must have a dormant power. He remembered Xiao Peng, which should have gone to Rachel and Suo. He needed to pass the pollen to them. Rachel lay there, thinking about the child whose warmth she remembered. Maybe it was a tree spirit or a hallucination. Closing her eyes, she felt that they would meet again. The bright sun was shining on the statue, and the girl looked at her watch. She noticed someone's footsteps nearby and smiled, saying that he had arrived. Hajin kept his hands in his pockets, and the girl said that she thought he would refuse, then turned to him and said that there was another person who was supposed to join them, but apparently he was late, and they would go first. Looking at her, he agreed, thinking to himself who it could be. At that moment, a black car was driving quickly along the road, and Yona said that she heard that he did well on his final exams this time, to which the hero said that he got 67 points. The interlocutor replied that if he did not want to attract unnecessary attention, he should have scored 20 points less, and looking out the window, he heard that, according to her, other guilds were already interested in him. He showed no emotion when he heard that they were already closed, and suddenly Hajin saw something. The rays of the sun illuminated the girl's face, and she said welcome to him. A tall building rose to the clouds. It was the Strait of Essence, and a notice about a tour of the guild appeared on the bracelet. Looking at the screen, he thought that this event was organized so that the cadets on vacation could personally watch the heroes carry out missions. Several people were standing in front of the big screen, and local guilds had priority in choosing cadets based on their rankings. Wiping his head, Hajin thought that he was actually interested in what the heroes were doing, and he was sure that there would be more missions besides the ones he wrote about. After imagining several representatives from different guilds, he reasoned that each guild could choose a maximum of 3 cadets from the first and second years, and because of this, first years were usually not even looked at if their rank was below 300. Afterwards, he patted Evangel on the head, and according to the ranking he received when he entered the academy, he realized that it would most likely be difficult for him to get into the top 300 even though he did well in the finals, which was a shame. But a loud sound distracted him from his thoughts. Looking at the screen of the bracelet, he was surprised that it would probably be difficult for him to get into the top 300 even though he did well in the finals. And what a pity. A message was reflected in his eyes saying that they had been selected to participate in the guild tour. There were many people gathered in the common room, and our hero and Yonha followed the guy who said that the most important thing for heroes is combat experience, and that they saw that many missions start from here. Missions above a certain level can only be taken on after the management has completed their analysis. Hajin glanced at his smiling companion, and he watched her hair shine, thinking that Yonha probably put his name on the list for the guildmaster's daughter, which is not difficult at all. Standing at the door, the escort said that they had arrived, and the sliding door opened, and there were many people inside. The hero thought that this was the analysis room. He looked around, hearing that he was called the best in theory, and the person escorting him pointed to the side, saying that he wanted to bring him here in the first place. The hero noted that the guy's name was Sangho, and it turned out that the above-average hero was Yona's left hand. Smiling, he closed his eyes. He was in charge of the guild tour. Looking at how he was interacting with Jin-yoon, the hero thought that he seemed like a good person. Looking at the friendly Sangho, he thought that he looked so good that if he were the author of a novel, he would never think that he was a villain who would betray Yunha in the future. A woman came up from behind and said that Sangho had brought cadets. She was holding several documents. Jin-ah, the above-average hero, asked him if he was a cadet of Hajin. The world has definitely become a much better place, since the one who ranked 934 was able to get a tour of the guild. Afterwards, she looked at Jin-yoon, saying that she was curious about who helped test this. Looking at the woman, the hero thought that she would hardly have a good opinion of him. He could see the tension between the girl and Jin-ah. Since Jin-ah supported Yuno as the current vice captain of the Strait of Essence, she probably had a grudge against the guild leader's daughter, who was his rightful heir. But that was only for now. He imagined the woman standing in front of the guild crest, and guessed that in the future she would join Yuno and take the place of vice captain, the most influential person in the guild, on her own. Sangho waved his hand, saying that Jin-ah was number 1 when it came to theory, but the woman countered, saying that she was also number 1 in theory. The boy thought that she was one of the main characters. He clenched his fist when Jin-ah said that the theory that the cadets studied was not that important. Afterwards, she looked at Hajin, asking if he agreed, and called him the number 1 child in theory. The hero only frowned and remained silent. But, looking at the papers, she remembered something. Handing them over, she asked, "How about sorting this out, since you are so confident in your abilities?" Sangho objected that you can't divulge such information so easily, but the woman replied that it was fine, there was nothing important. With a confident smile, the hero looked at the documents, hearing that they should let him try, of course, if such a child could understand anything. He thought that she decided to test him. He extended his hand to her. Looking at the woman, Hajin said that he needed a paper. Giving him a sheet, she asked if he thought that having the paper would help somehow. Jin-yoon glanced at the bracelet, saying that the last person had arrived on the first floor. Together with Sangho, they left the room to meet him. Hajin was working at his desk. Looking at the paper, he thought that this report was about various situations that could arise during a dungeon raid. It was definitely not something that an ordinary cadet could do, but with a high level of observation, he just needed to write down the calculations he saw in front of him on paper. He quickly wrote something on the paper. Almost reaching the edge of the paper, the hero realized that the work was done. Just as he solved the last part, his paper was suddenly taken away. Casually holding it in her hand, Jin asked, "Why are you still here? Haven't you realized that everyone has already left? Stop messing around and get out of here." Hajin looked angry. Later, he stood in the elevator, thinking about how he couldn't write the last part and that it would be better for her not to ask him about the last part. He took a deep breath. The number 1 was on the screen. The doors opened. Naeun appeared in front of his face. She dropped her mouth in surprise. Pointing her finger at the hero, she asked why he was there, but Yona said she didn't know. Lowering his eyebrows, the hero realized that he was the last person left on Yun and wondered why Yunha hadn't said anything about her. The sign said that this was Jin Hyuk's office. The man was sitting at the desk. He was surprised that after a month of thorough investigation, He had only found a couple of sheets of information. There were a couple of sheets of paper on the desk. He remembered Hajin and how he had been following him, the number of people he had interacted with so far, information about his parents and how he became an orphan, and no matter how hard he tried to find out about him, he couldn't find out any details. Throwing his head back, the man noted that this was the problem his niece had given him. He looked down again. Among other things, there was a report about the massacre at the orphanage. Jinhyuk stated that the more complicated the situation, the more interested he was, and carefully looked at the line about the woman changing and the unborn child. Standing in front of the others, Sangho stated that they would now be participating in the mission and that they just needed to wait for permission. Naeun awkwardly placed her hand on the back of her head when asked why she was late and replied that she simply met her grandfather on the way. Raising a finger, he clarified that he meant the great hero Kiju Chal. At that moment, Yonha waved at them, saying that they should go ahead since she had to make a call. Entering the restroom, the girl said hello. She lowered her eyebrows when she heard her uncle ask how she was doing with what she asked for. The girl was indignant when she heard that he hadn't started yet since he was very busy and asked if he was kidding her. Holding the phone in his hand, the man asked her why she wanted to find his parents, and then asked if she wanted to find her parents at all. Remembering how the hero looked at the ads, the girl said that he remembered the wanted list and expressed the opinion that his parents were involved in something criminal. Then Jinhyuk, remembering the massacre at the orphanage, replied that it was the massacre at the orphanage that became important to him. Taking the papers in his hands, he heard the question of when he would start work, and he replied that they would talk later since he had a customer coming. Frowning, Yonha asked him to wait. Folding his arms, the man thought that he was indeed connected to this crime. He imagined monsters, remembering that 16 years ago, when monsters invaded the territory of Cuba, 87 civilians and 9 heroes who defended this place died in the orphanage. 10 years ago, he tried to investigate this incident, but he was caught. While exhaling the smoke from his cigarette, he also remembered that he had been exiled from the Yu family. At first glance, it looked like it was done by human monsters, and that was the conclusion reached by the government and the association, but the real culprits of this incident were other people. He imagined different people in suits: Kim Sak-ho, the president of South Korea, Chi Ju-chul, the chairman of Daeyeon, and Yu Jin-en, his brother and Yoonha's father. Pounding his fist on the chair, the man remembered that they didn't even bother to wash their hands and simply hired killers, and guessed that it wasn't that important to them. Hajin looked angry. Folding his hands again, he knew that this was dangerous and it wouldn't end well. His hands started to tremble. He thought that if he continued digging, when that crazy old man Chi Ju-chul said this, he would die a horrible death. At this time, Naeun looked ahead with a smile. Hajin ran behind everyone. A large group of stone golems appeared on the street. The above-average hero, Pak Sen-ho, declared that they should go, and turning around, Sang-ho asked where Hajin was, to which the girl replied that it was okay. He would catch up soon. Yonha looked upset and was asked what happened. She recalled her conversation with her uncle, saying that nothing. However, Sang-ho noticed that the stone monsters were not easy, the golems were exposed. One of them raised his hands, then aimed a blow downwards, but his hand was tied up. The boy praised Yonha as he walked forward. Throwing a spear, he hit the golem. Hajin was still running towards them. Seeing Naeun, he realized that he had caught up with her. The girl aimed at the golem, thinking that it was 2 meters high. She lowered her bow, thinking that maybe she could deal with it with her sword. She then moved the weapon behind her back, wondering where the golem's weak point was, and looked at her leg, seeing her ankle. The swing of the sword left a bright mark, and the golem's eye glowed. The monster managed to hit her first, blood spurted out of the girl's mouth and she fell to the ground, holding her stomach. Naeun wondered why the golem was so fast, but the monster aimed its fist again. Opening his mouth, Hajin made a sound for her to dodge, and rocks flew into the air. The hero looked down with a confused smile. For a serious moment, he held Naeun, not understanding what had happened. Remembering how he had wrapped the girl in ether because he wanted to help her so much, a silence fell between them, and he thought that he should say something. Looking at her, Hajin said that if she continued to freeze at critical moments, it would be better to fight from a distance. She looked at the hero in surprise when he asked if her sword could become longer, but pointing her finger, Naeun replied that she had simply let her guard down and made a mistake, and now she needed to pay closer attention. As she was leaving, she thanked him anyway, explaining that the reason Chie-Nain had to be a swordswoman was because her mana reserve was several times greater than that of a normal hero. Her sword blade was covered in a bright glow due to her talent and her greater mana reserve, and if she made the sword a mana conductor, it could be used without limitation. Later, the golems' bodies were lying on the street, and they were finally finished off as the rescue team arrived. Hajin felt someone's gaze, turned around, and saw a girl on the roof. There was no need to guess who she was. Naeun and the others were looking in his direction when she asked why he was standing there. Turning his head away from the roof, the hero only thought that he regretted that he had been slower with the ether. A dark aura hovered around the blonde. Meanwhile, Jin-ah approached the woman, saying that her shoulders hurt a lot. Another woman approached her, asking if she was still calculating, noting that she had offered to send it to the office workers, but the woman replied that she was smarter than them. She then returned to typing when her colleague asked what kind of documents these were. Didn't she use pen and paper for calculations? To which she replied that they were the scribbles of an arrogant asshole. Taking the papers in her hands, she became curious about what was there and was shocked by what she saw. Several messages appeared on Hajin's bracelet. Having received no answer, the interlocutor noted that in any case, if he came to the guild tomorrow, then they would talk, but the guy decided that he would not go. He pressed something on the screen, saying that he already roughly understood how the guild worked. He had no other business there. In the dialogue, he wrote that he would not be able to join the tour of the guild tomorrow. The interlocutor asked why. Then Hajin smiled evilly, thinking maybe he should have some fun and tease her. A message appeared on the screen that someone said that he only got 934th place in the exam. He thought it would be better to give other cadets a chance. He apologized. Jin-ah and Sang-ho looked at the screen in shock and then at each other. The guy looked sternly at his colleague. She replied that she didn't want them to suffer like that. Laughing, the hero noted that this should be enough. He could imagine how angry Young-ha would be. Then he yawned tiredly. Looking at Evangel, he thought that after all, the excursion was accountable. But there was something he needed to do today. Having carried the girl to the bed, he decided not to waste time and do it while Evangel was sleeping. Then he reached for the top shelf, took a bag from there. Having opened it, he looked at the pollen. It was shining brightly. The hero noted that there was much more here than he thought. He heard sounds. He thought about sharing it with Suho and Rachel. Later, there were 3 envelopes on the table. There would be some left for him too. Looking down, Hajin noted that the pollen was important to them, but it would also be useful to him. He would use it as soon as he had the opportunity. Putting his hands on the table, he realized that he had to act quickly, so he shouldn't put it off until later. Folding the package, he realized that it was useless to use it on himself since he had low potential. A bright ball appeared in his hand when Hajin decided to apply it to the ether. The pollen began to fall out onto the ether. Watching the bright glow, he waited for it to be absorbed. A new message from Naeun appeared on the bracelet. In it, she thanked him for what had happened during the day, but wanted to add something. The hero looked at the bracelet questioningly. 10 minutes later, he was also waiting for a message. Then he asked himself, but she only asked what he needed. The guy answered that she should go to bed. Sitting down at the table, Hajin called it stupid. Raising his head, he repeated that it was stupid. Remembering the correspondence, he noted that he would never have thought that he would correspond with Chen Yun like this. These emotions were something new. Imagining himself alone, he reasoned that he started out as an additional character, unrelated to the main plot. But somehow he found himself in the thick of things. Silently looked ahead, still just a supporting character. The pages of the book were turning. He realized that nothing was certain. He could change everything. His fingers pressed the keys of the laptop. Taking a sip of tea, Jin-eun thought about how much she needed to do. She needed to write a report on the guild tour and a recruitment notice for the guild. There was information about the guild on the screen. The Strait of Essence had an information team, but it was not enough. They needed people who could process information. Everything was ready. All that was left was to hire people. Gritting her teeth, she decided to do everything herself. An incoming call appeared on the bracelet screen. She wondered why Naeun was calling. Continuing to work, she said hello and asked what was wrong. She lowered her eyebrows when Naeun said that she would go to a seminar with Kim Soo-ho next Tuesday, asking if she would join. While typing, she wanted to say no, but when she heard that Jong-hak would be there, she agreed. She put her head on her hand and asked if this was the topic of the call. But Naeun asked if she had seen the recording of the fight with the stone golem from yesterday. Opening the recording on her laptop, Yona confirmed that she had, since she needed to write a report. She asked if she wanted to discuss the moment when Kim Ha-jin helped her. Her friend answered no, frightened. The screen showed the moment when the hero was holding her, and the girl noted that it was filmed from a good angle. It looked like she was throwing herself into his arms. Yona laughed when her friend asked her not to show it to anyone and asked why she liked it. But she was indignant that she was saying such a thing. A loud laugh rang out throughout the room, after which Yona said that it was enough, hanging up. The screen showed that the call was over. Naeun sat with her knees crossed. Continuing to write something, Yona called her a liar and got to work. But she was distracted by a new message again. She stood up from her seat after learning that Kim Ha-jin had refused a tour of the guild. There was cold tea on the table. Yona said again that she was ending the call. Gritting her teeth, she called Jin-ah a crazy woman, because they barely convinced him to sign the contract. God, Kim Ha-jin is absolutely unpredictable. A new message appeared about receiving 89 SP. Looking at it, the hero did not understand what for, but was glad about it. Sitting down at the laptop, the hero decided that it was high time to distribute them. Looking at the screen, he thought that no matter how hard he tried, over time his physical stats would begin to lag. Therefore, it was better to choose and focus on one thing. Since he used pollen on ether, the random upgrade system was open on the screen. He decided that he would spend the SP not on himself, but on a weapon. Although from the outside this talent is so-so, with his luck, one cannot hope for the best. Afterwards, he thought with a smile that whether what he had planned would be successful was another matter. Frowning, Hajin decided to give it a try. A new window asked if he wanted to rewrite his talent. The guy just hoped for luck, after which he pressed the button. He closed his eyes. Then he looked at the screen with one eye. Not enough SP, quality has dropped. Luck activated. Part of the loss will be compensated. A new window of the random enhancement system opened. Hajin breathed a sigh of relief. Putting his head in his hands, he thought that he was not completely satisfied, but there was no need to hope for the best. He should be grateful for this too. Afterwards, he looked at the screen again. Preparations are complete. The reason he hurried with the preparations was but a bright light distracted him from his thoughts. He received another message, travel club on Friday next week, destination, England. He realized that the main story was about to begin. Walking among the trees, the guy thought about how he spent the entire last week of summer vacation in hellish training. Remembering himself in the gym, he thought that even though he had put all his points into the weapon, it did not mean that he should forget about physical training. He was breathing heavily then, but despite his hard training, his stats were still average. The ether glowed brightly. The ether had completed the upgrade. A new window appeared stating that part of the potential had been revealed thanks to the mysterious power of the spirit. Looking at the screen, Hajin saw that as a result, physical strength had increased by 0.7. Thanks to the additional function concretized realization, you can choose the color and texture. A knife appeared from the ether when the hero thought that it would be difficult to create a gun because it had a complex structure. Looking at the knife in his hand, he thought that it looked and felt like an ordinary knife, after which the hero decided to recognize it. The knife glowed brightly. The window notified that this improves the stats of the recognized weapon by 1-44%. Then the hero decided to throw it. The knife rushed into the stone. The hero noted that it was many times stronger than a normal knife. The blade managed to split the stone. Hajin smiled in surprise. Looking at the trace left by the knife, he thought that it was not as powerful as a relic, but no different from a normal weapon, which means it will not attract unnecessary attention. That's enough. The girl watched the broadcast with admiration. The hero asked her to behave well and not make noise while he was at the club. Okay. Watching the child, he also said that he would buy her some treats. Evangel covered her ears when he said that with the help of a spirit friend you can only create animals, you can't create people. Got it. She replied that she understood. Stop grumbling. Then the hero waved to her. The girl waved back. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the palace. Rachel turned around, hearing that she had nothing to worry about. The man in front of her said that their contract with Cube had expired and they had decided to hire reliable agents. The sun rays were coming through the window. The servant also remembered Kirsten who had saved her. The girl smiled when the man said that he wanted to contact him through the Royal Guild. She said that she liked the idea and asked him to do it. Remembering Hajin, she thought that he definitely shouldn't have been ranked 934, maybe other guilds would want him too. The girl also remembered Yonha, but it was illegal to contact someone in advance, so she would just watch for now. There was a seal on the coil. Even though the Royal Guild was not inferior to the best guilds in Korea, they had the right of priority recruitment. Rachel frowned, thinking that they could legally offer much better conditions than any other guild. Pointing ahead, Han said that it was good, since everyone had come, they would go to England. Naeun was sweating profusely. She lowered her head, saying that she was going to melt. Yona asked why she was wearing a uniform. Then she looked at Hajin, asking if he was hot. He gave her a thumbs up, saying that he was completely comfortable. The boys looked at the Ferris wheel with delight. The girls also looked around, hearing that they were going to an island that was floating in the sky. There was an island above Han's head. He said that they would get there using a portal. The hero looked at this island. This place was created by the English government using floating crystals that were at their disposal. Money rules everything here. Drinks were poured onto the gaming table. All kinds of events and auctions are held here. You can find entertainment for every taste. This is the Golden Island, more like Las Vegas. The next chapter of the main story will begin here. Naeun walked along the street with delight, saying that she hasn't been here for a long time. Suho looked at the girls, asking if they have been here before, and Naeun said that it was her first time here with her brother, and then looked down. After that, she never came here again. Hajin just looked at her. Then Suho said with a smile that it was his first time here and asked if she could be his guide. She happily raised her hands, saying that she was reliable. They entered the hall, and Han said that there would be a big event on the island at 7 p.m. He asked if we could attend it, and they happily agreed. You can safely walk around and have fun until the event starts. Naeun raised her hand when he asked if there were any questions. The girl asked if she could go to the casino, and the guy said yes. The cadets of the Cuba are considered adults. She started pushing the others, asking them to go there quickly. The machine screen showed different icons. Someone was placing a bet. There were a lot of people in the hall. The hero noted that it was much more luxurious than he thought. The hero went to the cashier, and the girl asked to show her ID. Hajin saw the girl's true form and asked if they had been working here for a long time. She smiled and said 6 years, so Hajin thanked her for the chips. The girl smiled widely, and the hero noted that Jane was already here. Several people's eyes were shining brightly. The event Han Hyan was talking about would start at 7 p.m. To be honest, this was a serious problem, since the event was really big, and there would be beasts from all over the world to get it. He clenched his fist, thinking that although he wanted to keep his cool, he couldn't help but be nervous. Imagining a big win, he was only thinking about where else, if not here, he could make a lot of money with just luck. Smiling, the guy reasoned that the incident would happen at 7 p.m. He still had time. The coin flew into the air with a click. Catching it, he noted that it was not for nothing that he started with slot machines. Looking to the side, he wondered where to go next and heard someone say that it was unfair. Naeun was sitting at the gaming table. Across from him, he saw a blonde man. Getting up from the table, the girl said that she was done. Holding out a few chips, Vert said that it was somehow not nice to beat a child. Here, he would return 25%. Naeun looked at him angrily, slamming the table. She said that he apparently thought that her money was easy to get. Now she would start playing seriously and take it all. Capturing this moment, the hero noted that just 2 hours later, Naeun would be crying in a hotel because she lost all the money she took with her. Watching the dark figures, he realized that all the players here were scammers. He was looking at Vert because he was one of the important characters in his novel. The girl threw down her cards and cursed, and the hero thought she was a fool. She came from a wealthy family in the 4th generation, and for her, losing a lot of money was not such a tragedy. The man had a bracelet on his hand. Naeun turned around when someone told her to get up. Our hero put his hand on the table, saying that he would play in her place. One of the players got up from the table, saying that he was being called. The hero noted how lucky it was for him to have a free seat. The girl asked, "Do you have money? The minimum bet is $100, but the guy asked not to worry about it. Continue." He sat down next to her, and the girl said that he could do whatever he wanted. The dealer explained that it was 7-card stud, now he would deal the cards. The players looked at their cards. One of the players saw something. Hajin's cards were still lying on the table. He asked, "Are you going to look at your cards?" To which the guy replied that he was not. The cards were visible through and through. He pointed at the card, wondering which one to choose, and another player asked if he was a psychopath. Taking a card in his hand, he said he would start with this one. The man in the jacket looked at the hero, asking how dare he talk to him so casually, but Hajin clarified, didn't he start it? The stack of chips almost flew apart, and the dealer asked everyone to calm down. Then Vert smiled, asking if they couldn't see his clothes. It was a uniform of cadets from the cube. He suggested that they observe good manners. The hero looked at his bracelet, thinking that he was also very nervous, but he was good at keeping a straight face. Then he smiled. There were a lot of people in the casino. The girl at the cashier said that there were 6 people from the villains, 3 heroes from the association, 1 swindler, and 1 from the source of light. Perhaps the hero from the light source came just for the tour. Looking at Hajin, she noticed that he was here too. Someone said that I guess everyone is on a low start now. Looking at the hero's face, she noticed that he saw her face, and she wondered if she was found out. She smiled when someone explained that he could only see through if he focused magic on his eyes. There was no reason to do that now. Vert looked confused, and the girl said that she did not feel the magic moving either. Hajin collected a lot of chips. In the 12th round, there was $60,000 at stake. He saw a satisfied man, thinking that Vert's card was the ace of hearts. Considering the previous 5 cards, he had a full house. Vert looked calm. The guy thought that he was still hiding his face, although he had good cards, not bad. There were chips on the table. The players said what they were going to do. The hero presented the cards and chips, arguing that Vert currently had a full house and needed to collect 4 cards of the same rank to win. He would not normally try to do this, since after a full house, the chance of collecting 4 cards of the same rank was very low. Pointing at the hero, the man asked if he had much money. The hero thought that was why he hoped to win here. Pointing to Hajin's neck, the man offered to put the ring. The hero looked at it, and the man clarified that it was an artifact. He could see it with the naked eye. The ring was shining brightly, and Vert asked why he was wearing a ring around his neck. Hajin began to take it off, saying that he had his reasons. Naeun looked worried. Standing up, she offered to just leave. She frowned, saying that she would return his loss to him, but the hero grabbed her hand, asking her to just sit down. Coming closer, he whispered that he definitely won't lose, so he should sit quietly. Holding the ring in his hand, he said that the ring was expensive, so he would put it up, but he wanted him to risk his bracelet. Agreeing, the man took it off. Both items ended up on the table. Reaching for the cards, he said that it was time to open them. He had 3 aces and 2 jacks. Naeun's mouth dropped open in surprise when she saw a full house. Already taking the chips, Vert said that he was sorry, but the hero asked her to wait. He pointed to his cards, saying that he hadn't opened them yet. The man began to get nervous. The hero began to turn over his cards. Putting them on the table, he said that luck was his middle name. The girl looked at him in shock when he said that he had 4 cards of the same value. It looked like he had won. Vert was shocked, and the guy said that there was no need to be so surprised. In poker, everything depends on luck. He opened his eyes wide, not understanding how. Later, the guards held him down when he shouted that the hero was cheating. Naeun asked if he had any proof. Hajin examined the bracelet. Holding it in his hand, he saw that it was an obsidian bracelet of an Athenian. A thin stripe ran through it. Vert still did not know the true value of the bracelet, because although the bracelet can accumulate mana, the owner cannot use it for himself. Looking at it more closely, the hero thought that this problem is very simple to solve. You need to add another magical component to the bracelet. Vert will understand this only in a year. He will add one that will buff physical indicators. Looking at the hero, the girl asked what he would do if he lost. Calmly sitting at the table, he answered that he would jump into Hangen, but she asked him not to say that. The chips were shining brightly and the hero asked if she wanted her money back, but the girl said no. She offered to keep it for herself. He won, not her. She also said that he was very cool. The guy waved when he saw Hajin. Walking in new clothes, he apologized for being late. Looking at him in surprise, Yona asked why he dressed like that. He only asked again, does it really not suit him? He put on dark glasses, saying that he stopped by an antique store on the way. They asked him where so much money came from. Waving her arms, Naeun said that he was simply great, roulette, blackjack, and even baccarat. Suddenly, Junwoo leaned towards her, calling the girl a baby. Everyone looked at the blonde, and Naeun asked what he was doing there, and the guy replied that he just came to have fun. She blushed when he saw Hajin, asked if he was her boyfriend, and she replied that he was just a friend. Yona pointed at him, asking if he was Hunter Kim Junwoo from Light Source. Smiling, the blonde replied that he was, and noted that it seemed like he was still popular. They shook hands, and the girl said her name. Someone was watching them from the alley. A girl with dark long hair was standing by the wall. Our hero was reflected in her eyes. Jane appeared behind her. She said that everything was ready. A red carpet led to the entrance of the building. A reporter held a microphone and said that they were now at the portal on the Thames River leading to Clancy Aylet Island. All the VIPs were gathering here to participate in an event organized by the International Lawton Corporation. The news of the demonstration of the white crystal was shocking and attracted the attention of the whole world. A car was pulling up to the path. The crowd stepped onto the path, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the CEO's speech. Looking in his direction, the guy announced that the princess had arrived. Rachel got out of the car. As she passed the reporters, she heard them asking her to give a few words about today's event. There were many rumors that she had lost first place in the ratings. They asked her if she could comment on this. The security held them back, saying that it was forbidden to go beyond this area. The door slammed shut. The girl stood in front of the portal. She sighed, enjoying the silence. Someone stood nearby and spoke to her. The man in the suit thanked her for coming. Zelen, the CEO of Lawton Corporation, frowned. The girl looked at him. Both stood near the portal, and the princess clarified that they had good protection from human monsters. The man said that it was. Introducing the island, he noted that it could be said that Clancy Island is the safest place in Europe. They had hired a large number of advanced heroes for this event, so they had nothing to worry about. He extended his hand and said that as the largest sponsor of the Royal Guild, they would support the level and reputation of their guild. Rachel looked at him silently. Then he smiled widely. People were starting to gather in the hall, and he told her to look forward to it. The hero was sitting at the table. He looked at the time, thinking that there were 30 minutes left before the event, but there were already so many people. Something caught his eye. A red curtain hung above the stage. Letters were burning brightly above the column. In a world teeming with human monsters, it was hard to believe that such a dangerous event was being held. Imagining Zelen sitting under the guillotine, he thought that the Lawton Corporation was one of the most corrupt companies in history. Although there were no human monsters among the leaders, they did evil worse than human monsters. Then he imagined a crystal in a person's hand, saying that such people own the white crystal. Looking at the name of the corporation, He reasoned that although this item should not fall into the hands of human monsters, the Lawton Corporation would also use it for evil purposes. And today, 3 important human monsters would appear. He imagined a boy and a girl, and then a thin man, the leader of the group searching for the artifacts of villains. Now he put his head in his hands, thinking that with his current abilities, there was no chance that he could foil their kidnapping plans. It would be better to just watch the original development of the story. A girl came to his table, surprised that he was here too. Turning to her, he seemed surprised. Xiaopeng said that she was providing security for the event. She frowned when Jane said that the boss had met someone she liked. Clenching her fist, she asked what she was saying, but then made an excuse that her colleague was saying something strange in the earpiece. Suho looked away in surprise. Walking up to the hero, he asked who it was, and the hero said that it was his acquaintance Lai Xiaopeng, an above-average hero. She was here on a mission, and they met by chance. Someone's footsteps were heard. The blonde walked up to their table and said that he was glad to see everyone. He looked at Xiaopeng intently, asking how she knew Hajin. The girl was unperturbed, and the blonde asked what group she was in. At that moment, the spotlights turned on. Everyone turned their attention to the stage. Xiaopeng looked at the blonde, answering that she had to patrol the event. She turned around and wished her well. The blonde looked at her suspiciously, and she only wondered if he had guessed. The princess was watching them from the top floor. She noted with surprise that he was also here. She noticed the artifact she gave him on him and smiled at the thought of him wearing it. Zelen came out on stage, introducing himself as the CEO of Lawton Corporation, a leader in the innovation industry. People watched his performance. He asked what power is the source of all creations. Smiling, he said it was mana. The spotlight fell on an unknown object. As mana naturally accumulates, it can become a treasure with incredible power. And among these treasures, the white crystal is the rarest and most valuable. Bright lights appeared. There are 480 crystals discovered so far, but the method to use them properly has not yet been discovered. The director reached out to the unknown object and prepared to say something. Tearing off the cover, there was a crystal, and he said that the Lawton Corporation will show you how to use the white crystal. People began to applaud. Hajin sat with his hands folded. Rachel watched the scene, listening to how the history of this vacuum cube began in the Persian Empire. She saw several people with a dark aura, thinking that these black puppets had been scurrying around the hall since the beginning. Looking at one of them, she thought that at first she thought they were security, but there were more of them. Clenching her hands into fists, she noticed that something was wrong. She felt danger, but she could not act recklessly. Suddenly, Hajin stood up from his seat. The princess watched him go somewhere. Seeing him leave, she didn't understand where he was going in the middle of the event. Suddenly, her eyes grew bigger. A man who is always at the scene. Hajin was heading for the exit, and the princess thought that there were too many suspicious coincidences to ignore. 2 guards bowed when she told them that she could stand up for herself. She asked them to keep an eye on all suspicious individuals in the hall. The men quickly disappeared. The girl picked up the pendant. It began to glow brightly. Using shadow expansion, a dark aura surrounded her. Rachel walked down from the balcony like a shadow. She quickly moved around the hall. Frowning, she decided that from now on she would follow Hajin. Zelen spread his arms as he spoke. Someone was smiling widely. Our hero was focused, and the girl was sure that something was about to happen in this hall. A man was sitting at one of the many tables. A loud voice said that they had accessed the internal documents of the Lawton Corporation. When the light crystal was shown, he noted that there was no doubt that the artifact currently in Clancy Hall was genuine. The man said that the cube was originally clay, but thanks to their latest developments in mana engineering, they broke it down to its basic components and gave it a new life in the form of a glass container. The leader of the villain community, Kim Hakpyo, crossed his arms when he heard that Zelen dared to bring a genuine relic to such a place, and this mistake would cost him dearly. He thought that Zelen was too fixated on money and made a serious miscalculation, and he wanted to show the big shots that he had a genuine artifact and make money on the rising price of the company's stock. It was said that although his plan was not so bad, the only way to get to Clancy's floating island was through a portal that was under close control. It was noted that the island was floating thanks to mana, so there was no way for human monsters to get here. The man smiled, thinking that no one had thought of using air transport. He announced the start. Footsteps were heard near the balconies. It was Hajin walking, his hands in his pockets. The girl was hiding around the corner, wondering where he was going. She moved, thinking that she would just continue to watch from a safe distance. The blonde continued to spy. The guy started tugging at the door handles. Rachel looked out a little, mentally asking what business he could have on the roof, and thought that ordinary people were forbidden to go up there, so it was usually closed and opened only during patrols. Watching the protagonist think, she realized that he needed a key. Suddenly, he took out a hammer. The girl's eyes widened. Seeing the smile on Hajin's face, she mentally asked if he was really going to knock down the door, adding that it was forbidden to bring weapons to the summer island. As he swung the hammer, the blonde wondered if he was really going to break the iron door reinforced with mana with some kind of hammer. The hammer approached the door. Suddenly, there was a bright white flash. Rachel was sitting on her knees with a puzzled face. Watching the brunette step forward, she said that she did not believe her eyes and did not understand how he could do this with a simple hammer without even using mana. She perked up when she heard the sound. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the main hall. People in suits attacked the guests. One of them covered the man's mouth. Holding a capsule with a crystal in his other hand, he noted that he finally found out what he was like and that he would take it. Suddenly, a stone rushed at him from behind. An explosion thundered. The brown-haired man, clenching his fist, noted in surprise that he was able to dodge his attack. Looking at many identical people, he noted the unpleasantness of the situation. Suddenly, they all rushed in different directions. Left alone, Xiangchen shouted loudly, calling him a coward and asking who he should fight. A girl started chatting from the side. The monster screamed loudly from the blow. The girl, pressing her back to her comrade, loudly asked what was going on here, noting that there were not only human monsters here, but also ordinary monsters. She looked away in surprise when her name was called. The white-haired guy smiled sweetly, saying that he was glad that she was okay. He threw an object to Suho. Suho caught it with his hand. In his palm, he was clutching the hilt of a sword. Junwoo smiled again, noting that he needed to fight with something. The brunette nodded when he was told that this sword belonged to the human monster that was now lying over there. Hajin was standing on the balcony. Frowning, he looked down, mentally noting that in the original story, Nade created 8 copies of himself and escaped. Seeing the guy below, he thought that Xiangchen was chasing the clone heading east. The white-haired man grinned. It turned out that the crystal was not with him. Then, looking at the blonde next to the copy, the guy noted that Jane, disguised as a human monster, followed the one who went south, but he was also a dud. The boss was chasing Nade, moving north. While she was looking away, the brunette thought that in his story, the crystal was with him. Suddenly, human monsters jumped on her. Lightning sparkled on her fingertips. A dark ball flew out of her palm. The human monster, raising his weapon, laughed, saying that he was not afraid of some tiny ball. Suddenly, it began to absorb his hand. The man's eyes widened. The others listened to his screams in fear. They decided to retreat. However, the ball also began to suck them in. Nade clenched his teeth tightly, asking what was going on here. A black shadow reached out to him. Then it pierced him. The protagonist, watching with his mouth slightly open, mentally noted that this ability was truly terrifying, even though he himself came up with it. He thought that in any case, the white crystal ended up in the hands of the chameleon group, as it was in the original story. The girl remained standing. She lowered her displeased gaze, noting that this was another clone. Hajin wondered how the crystal was not his. He abruptly opened his laptop, mentally asking if the plot had changed again. Seeing the blank screen, the guy thought about the fact that he had not received any new messages, and if the reason for this deviation was not a change in the settings, then it was all about the variables of the current situation. He touched his chin, asking what he should do and which method would be best. The eyes around him widened. The brunette pulled his sleeve, thinking that there was no time to hesitate. And although he had never tried this before, he needed to use the magical power of the stigmata. He thought that he needed to focus it on the retina of her eye and on the skill gaze at 1,000 lie. The protagonist squeezed his wrist. He opened his eyes wide. Events began to happen in front of them. Looking at the people, Hajin asked where the crystal was. He saw a car. A suitcase was lying on the driver's lap, and the guy realized that he had found it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The brunette perked up, his mouth open. The protagonist froze. He frowned, realizing that this was a mono reboot, and responded with how distrustful it was. Taking a step forward, Hajin mentally noted that he needed to hurry. Asking down, he thought about the fact that he would have to go after it alone. The guy landed near the motorcycle. Looking at it, he realized that this was what she was. The brunette climbed onto it, mentally apologizing to the owner of the bike. Twisting the gas lever, he said to himself that he would return it a little later. The sound of an engine was heard behind him. Meanwhile, people were running out of the building. The girl, putting her hand to her mouth, was screaming, asking them to remain calm. A motorcycle drove up to them. The brunette turned around when her name was called. The brunette threw her an object. A second later, she caught the handle, asking what it was. The main character, looking at her, said that it was a magic sword, and he was sure that she would be able to find a worthy use for it, and besides, without a weapon, she would hardly be able to fight off the human monsters. He, examining the silver handle, noted that it was a magic sword, a unique item that he stole from Estius, and the higher the owner's mana level, the more powerful the weapon would be. While the girl held it in her hand, Hajin thought that she had great potential, and so she could surpass 2 human monsters. She loudly asked what to do with it. The brunette opened her mouth in confusion when the guy on the motorcycle only asked her not to get hurt. She began to ask where he was going. When the wheel began to spin, the protagonist replied that he was going on business because she could handle it alone. The motorcycle jerked forward. Hajin quickly drove along the road. An electronic guy appeared near his eye, while he noted that his path was directed to the southeast and he needed to speed up before it ran away. Brunette video car. Nate in the car asked his driver how long they would have to go. He was told that less than a minute, and as soon as they arrived at the place, the plane would fly up. Something rushed past the car. A moment later, the protagonist spun into metal. The wheel bounced off the car. After that, it flew into a ditch. Hajin wiped his face with his hand. Nate kicked the car door, cursing loudly. When a fighter appeared over his head, he said that the guy was already a corpse. The criminal began waving his hand, calling the pilots to him. Watching this, the brunette opened the laptop, guessing the model of the plane. He mentally apologized, noting that they would fly back. The sign on the screen asked him if he wanted to turn the plane around. Nate froze with a puzzled face. He saw that the fighter was flying away and asked what was going on. The main character walked towards him, while he was shouting loudly. He said that since they were left here all alone, he stopped, asking him how about discussing something. The wind swayed the trees. Hajin turned around in fear. He saw the approach. Suddenly, a moment later, he asked the contribution. Stones flew to the sides. The silhouette of a man appeared, on whose shoulder someone was lying. He, holding Nade's head, noted that he was leaving. It was not his imagination. The brunette grinned, saying that now there was one less annoying fly. The guy gritted his teeth, recognizing him and thinking that now was not the right time. His eyes widened. Seeing the girl on his shoulder, he wondered why she was with him. Looking at his opponent, the brunette thought that things were bad. A yellow ribbon appeared on the tip of his finger. He quickly pulled her business briefcase. The man grinned and asked her to put it back. The main character, pointing a gun at the briefcase, told him to do it first. The brunette looked at the blonde, saying that she was also looking for the crystal, and that's why he had to drag her along so that she wouldn't get in the way. He asked if this was really his beloved. The man looked at Hajin. Gloomy, he smiled and asked if he didn't think that he would rip her head off much faster than he could pull the trigger. He asked if he wanted to think again before setting such conditions. The guy, continuing to give birth to a gun, said that he didn't care, and if he didn't let her go to the ground, he wouldn't get the crystal. The brown-haired man grinned, calling his interlocutor stubborn, and then agreed with the loss. He threw the girl off himself. The man waved his hand, saying that he did it, and now it was his turn. The brunette threw the briefcase in his direction. He immediately caught it. The protagonist glanced sideways at the blonde, mentally noting that he still hadn't had time to figure out what to do with it. While Rachel was still unconscious, he thought that it would be nice to give the crystal to her family, because they would take care of its safety, but because of this brown-haired man, the artifact became a bargaining chip. Seeing the man's insidious grin, Hajin thought that he would have to ask his girlfriend how she managed to fall into his hands. The enemy rushed at him. The guy's eyes widened. Looking at the approaching fist, he realized that he was distracted. After a while, there was a sound of impact. The man froze. He laughed with a gloomy face. Holding his fist to Hajin's head, he asked him to look at it. Seeing the confident look of the guy, the brown-haired man mentally noted that he was good since he did not even move. His lips stretched into an evil smile while he thought about the fact that the brunette did not relax after getting what he wanted, but continued to watch him, expecting a trick. The man lowered his fist, saying that he admits that he is not such a weakling. Turning around, he began to leave, saying that he likes this. The main character opened his mouth. Then he fell abruptly. There was horror in his eyes because he realized that he had just not died. Remembering the fist in front of his face, Hajin thought about how he only had to be distracted for 1 second as a fist immediately flew at him. He covered his face with his hand, thinking that if he had moved, he would have lost his head, and that he couldn't believe that their difference in strength had saved him. At that moment, the girl started to get up. Crouching down, she touched her face, asking what happened. The guy next to her said that everything was fine because he left. The blonde looked up at him in surprise and asked who he was talking about. While the wind swayed the leaves, she, having learned everything, said that now she understood that in the end, the crystal ended up with them. The brunette clarified whether it was true that she was also looking for it. Rachel shook her head, answering that it was not so, and that she was following him. Showing the bullet on her palm, she asked if it was his. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise, and the girl told him that she found it during the final exam. Remembering the exam, Hajin thought that it must have been left behind after the shot from the rifle. Extending his hand, he thanked her. Suddenly, the blonde pulled the bullet to herself. Putting it in her pocket, she said that she just wanted to make sure, that's why she followed him. But Rachel closed his eyes, adding that she managed to get into trouble again. The guy opened his eyes in surprise when she asked him why he helped her then. Remembering how she looked at his back, the girl began to say that, let's say, what happened at the midterm was just a coincidence. Taking his hand from her chest, she said that that shot at the final exam was not an accident. The brunette looked at her with a puzzled look. The blonde, sadly lowering her eyebrows, noted that she had a feeling as if he was constantly protecting her. The main character pursed his lips. When the wind rose again, his confession began. He sharply clenched his fist and called him her fan again. The girl perked up. Hajin with a smile showed her the screen with Rachel's fan club and told her that he was a member. Smiling sweetly, he wondered if she believed him since he couldn't tell her the truth. Imagining how many hands were reaching for the blonde, the guy thought that she was very important for the development of the plot, and if something happened to her, then it was unknown how the story would change. The girl, lowering her eyes, began to mumble. Raising her embarrassed face, she asked if it turned out that he liked it. The brunette's face was covered in sweat. After a while, several service cars were parked near the building. The girl was squeezing her split hair. Sitting nearby, she sighed. A brown-haired girl ran up to her and loudly asked if she had seen it. She asked her what she was talking about. She raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking for an explanation. A lot had happened that day. The guy looked at the approaching monster. His movements were clear and well coordinated, even in such a situation. The white-haired man rushed towards his opponent, having previously destroyed many enemies with his bare hands. Junwoo was a hunter radiating light. He jumped on his opponent. Suddenly, powerful blows cut through the lying stones. It was a gift from the holy sword, against which the enemy had no chance. The brunette swung the sword skillfully. He, holding his sword, cut the enemy attacks like paper. The brunette looked at the hilt. She activated the sword. Then she swung. The girl directed the attack at the monster. She smiled happily, saying how great it was. Looking at her friend in surprise, Naeun exclaimed that she was talking about Hajin and that he went somewhere on a motorcycle. The brunette, remembering him, replied that she saw him out of the corner of her eye, noting that he knew how to skillfully handle a motorcycle, after which she asked if he said where he went. The girl said no, but she was more interested in where he got such a handsome man because she really wanted one too. Suddenly, the girl called out. Suho, with concern in his eyes, said that Rachel had disappeared and asked if they had seen her. The brunette opened his mouth in confusion and asked how long she had been gone. She said that he remembered her being there right before the human monsters showed up. The brunette perked up, asking if it was possible that the princess had been their target from the start. She thought that was quite possible, since the British government would do anything to get her back so they could get the rights to Clancy. The girl started to blaze, cursing loudly, but later a scream was heard. A crying blonde was riding a motorcycle with Hajin. She began to ask if she was okay. The brunette put her hand on her chest, saying that she seemed to be fine. Her eyes widened when the brown-haired girl said that she saw the main character with the same bike. Looking at Rachel surrounded by people, Yona thought that everyone was trying to have a walk. What was going on? The guy went somewhere alone, and if the princess came back on this motorcycle, it means. Congratulating the brunette on the gun, the girl wondered if it turns out that he dealt with all the human monsters and saved her. Opening her mouth, she thought that she did not believe it. Meanwhile, Hajin went limp in the elevator, and Yona mentally noted that although he also saved her earlier, she could not imagine that he was so strong. Double Star, Clancy Premium Hotel. Naeun looked up when she was called. A guy began to approach her, asking why she was alone here and where are the rest of the travel club. She told him that someone was very late, so they were most likely already waiting in the restaurant. The brown-haired girl turned around, calling him after her and saying that she would pay. When they found themselves on the street, the brunette asked himself why such generosity. He ran his hand through his hair, thinking that it was not like her at all. The girl took a step. Her cheeks turned red. The protagonist stopped when she turned to him. Naeun turned around. She, with flushed cheeks, offered to hand him over as friends. Two shadows appeared on the ground. The brunette's eyes widened when she heard the refusal. Hajin in front of her said that they could not become friends. She clenched her fist, saying that she understood everything. Turning around, the girl asked him to forget, calling it all a joke. Starting to quickly walk forward, she suggested that they consider that she did not tell him anything. The guy lowered his eyes, thinking that they could not be friends, because one day he would return to his world. He imagined Naeun in the arms of a man, thinking that one day he would have to kill the most precious person for her. The brunette walked forward. Looking at the fluttering leaves, he mentally repeated that they can't be friends. After a while in the dorm, standing in the passage, the protagonist announced that he was home. A girl ran to him, happy that he would return. She began to jump, asking if it was true that there was chicken in the bag. Hajin told her that there were two of them. He smiled awkwardly, thinking that he felt like a father. Pushing back his chair, the guy mentally noted that he had occupied her for a while. He thought that there were only 3 days left until the end of the vacation, and he needed to finish his business before the semester began. Looking at the small screen, the brunette noted that he needed to link his watch to his laptop. Turning it on, he thought that it was inconvenient to take out the laptop every time something happened, and that he had put it off because he did not want to waste SP. He remembered the squabble with the man. Then the system told him that the unheard of luck effect had worked and he had miraculously survived, and his special parameter luck accumulation had been partially activated. The amount of SP had been increased by 193. The protagonist thought that after that skirmish he had enough SP. The system asked if he wanted to synchronize the laptop with the watch for 190 SP. A moment later, he looked at the watch, reading that the synchronization was complete. Many screens began to appear. Hajin smiled widely, thinking that this was very convenient, and he already regretted that he had put it off for so long, and then mentally thanked the brown-haired man. Having started calling Suhaik, the guy thought that he had one more important thing left. While the girl was eating chicken, he asked the interlocutor if he had found out everything. He answered that most likely it was an August model motorcycle. Looking at the screen, the brunette listened to the man say that he had chosen the best of their line, but even without the complete set, it cost about 150 million won. He approved and asked to buy the most sophisticated one. Covering his ear, the protagonist laughed when Suhaik loudly asked him if he was serious. He noted that he was relying on him. The man said that in that case, he would place an order at the agency's address. Hajin, switching tabs, thought that he had won 2 million won at the casino, so some 150 million was a mere trifle. He cast a turquoise light on the mountain, thinking that the day was approaching when the owner of the pack horse would attack Suwon, the devil's nest, which meant the guy, looking at the graph, mentally noted that he would soon become a rich man. He began to grin. Then, loud laughter rang out. Many people were walking around the city. The brunette walked along the sidewalk, thinking about how the month of vacation had come to an end. Looking at the people, he mentally noted that probably all the cadets had had a good rest, because the atmosphere in the cube was quite relaxed. Clicking on the clock, the protagonist thought that he hadn't checked the accounts of the main characters for a long time, although he used to look at them quite often. Jong-hak attached a photo from the shower with a quote. Next was a photo from training, also captioned with a quote. In the third photo, he was thoughtful, and at the bottom was a new quote. Hange grimaced, mentally calling Suhaik the Lord of Cringe. Switching tabs, the guy noted that Suho and Yonha rarely posted anything, and Rachel's account was managed by people hired by her family. Looking at the photo of the wreckage with the caption about not wanting to say anything, the guy thought that Naeun hadn't posted anything since the incident at the casino. Looking at the sign with the word truth, the brunette tried to decide if he was too harsh and hoped that she would cope. He began to sit down at his seat, thinking that at least they were all okay. A man entered the room, announcing the start of the second semester. Looking at the students, he said that as they probably already knew, there would be some small changes soon, and soon they would post an updated ranking, which new cadets would join. The protagonist listened attentively to the teacher, who said that the welcoming ceremony took place yesterday and perhaps some of them were present. Hajin, resting his face in his hand, thought about the welcoming ceremony. He mentally noted that their 10 magic academies across the country were selecting the most worthy magicians who wanted to become heroes. Imagining the students in robes, he thought about them being transferred to a cube, 20 students per class, and a total of 200 people, and that he even remembered some of them, because they would be important for the development of the plot. The door opened when the teacher asked the transfer students to come in, saying that they would be studying with them. The boy caught her hands and began to mentally count. Seeing the dark-haired girl, he thought that she was familiar to him. She turned to him, and his eyes widened. When the brunette took off her hood, the protagonist recognized her as Tomer. Opening the screen on his watch, he thought that the hair and skin color were different, but it was definitely her, and then wondered what she was doing here. A tab about Tomer opened on the screen, where it was written that despite the fact that her role in the further development of the plot is huge, in the original, Tomer's appearance was unjustified. In order to establish a connection with the main characters, it was decided. Hajin read that it was decided to introduce her into the plot much earlier. Gritting his teeth, he cursed mentally. The girl watched him while he noted the meaningless adjustments. She smirked. The wind swayed the white curtains. The apartment sparkled with cleanliness. The guy and the girl were unpacking boxes. The blonde smiled happily and asked if they would live here. Her eyes lit up when the brunette answered that yes, because it is good when there is a lot of free space. Evangel exclaimed that she really liked it here. The main character noted that they moved because he had risen so much in the rankings. Now he was in 334th place. Putting the box on the table, he thought about how he had moved up 600 places and now he was more behind. Remembering Tomer, Hajin tensed up, thinking that he was still worried about her appearance and that he would definitely have to think about it in his spare time. Then he told the girl that it was time for him to go to the academy, and she wished him luck. After a while, the students all gathered together. The guy noted that the first lesson after the break was training in the open air. The teacher stood in front of them. While the brunette thought about how to let the translated teachings integrate into the team, this was the purpose of this foray into the so-called. These were the dangerous mountains. The teacher pointed his finger, saying that there were no dangerous monsters in these mountains, but nevertheless, Presenting a map, he said that terrible traps were placed throughout the territory, similar to those usually used by human monsters. The man darkened, saying that if they were taxed, they would go straight to the laser. He said that everyone would be divided into groups of 12 people, and they would start from different points. Suho and Naeun were talking, finding themselves in the same group. Rachel watched them sadly. The protagonist glanced at her. His group went forward when the start of the test was announced. After a while, the students were walking through the night forest. A guy hugged himself and asked if it was really 10 a.m., answering that for some reason it was very dark and cold here. Suho looked at him and asked him to remember the teacher's words that there were a lot of traps here, so you need to be careful. The cadet stepped on a root. He screamed loudly when he was suddenly pulled up. Looking at the black roots, the brunette exclaimed that the traps appeared as soon as they were talked about. After a while, part of the group was captured. The girl, along with the rest, ran from the fire. A man appeared from under the roots and roared loudly. The students quickly ran. After a while, they were all breathing heavily, saying how scary it was. Suho laughed, saying that despite this, she still did well. The brunette told him the same thing. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The brunette perked up when she asked if she was friends. He smiled and answered in the affirmative, asking why she was asking him this. Naeun scratched her cheek, answering that she was just saying, and thought that this was about the answer she expected. Remembering the recent conversation with Hajin, she wondered why he answered like that then. The girls pursed their lips. Her face turned red when she wondered if he wanted more. Then someone came out of the bushes towards them. The guy, pushing aside the leaves, asked what they were doing here. After a while, the cadets, resting, discussed the illusory barrier. Simon Delic and Lee Ji-yoon said that they wandered for about an hour. The guy, pointing to the side, said that suddenly he looked at them with some disappointment and told them to follow them. While the brunette stared at the screen on his watch, he said that at first they thought he was just pretending to know, but he quickly brought them here. The cadet touched his chin, asking if it was true that they would have to split into groups this semester. The girl confirmed it, noting that team training was a mandatory part of their education. Delic asked the students if they had chosen partners, but heard a negative answer. Naeun tensed up when the brunette said that she would like to team up with Hajin. The others asked again with puzzled expressions. Ji-yoon said that a team should have members of different ranks, and among those who are not in the top 100, he is one of the best and also very smart. The brunette, wide-eyed, began to mumble when he is a calculating idiot. She blushed, saying that she thinks he will be hard to work with and wondered what she was even talking about. The guy raised an eyebrow in confusion, saying that there were various rumors about him. Introducing the main character, he said that they say he often leaves the cube territory for various entertainment. Suho and Naeun stared at him. The guy, not noticing the shadow, added that he also pays gangsters so that they. He was interrupted. The brunette clenched her teeth in anger and asked if he saw it himself to say so. Radiating a negative aura, she asked again, and Delic gave a negative answer. The police to a comrade, the girl asked anyway, does he believe in this nonsense? Suho looked at the student and noted that she was right, asking not to say what he did not see, because Hajin is not like that. Getting up, he said that they had rested, and it was time for them to go. Some time later in the dorm. With her mouth slightly open, the girl checked the connection. Sitting in front of the laptop, she said that the voice changer was working as it should. Pulling up her hood, the brunette mentally noted that since this was the first meeting, mistakes were unacceptable. She noted that the Falling Flowers Information Guild was a group independent of the S1-3 that would become his arms and legs. A petal fell to the surface of the water. Hiding her face, the girl greeted the others. Images of people began to appear, who greeted back. Yona smiled, realizing that everyone was in the assembly. She noted that they had a ballet of 3 divisions. Imagining the people in the alley, she thought that the first division was infiltration and collection of secret information of their competitors, spies. Looking at the 3 people, the girl said that their first task was to find out what the creators Grace and Dark Moon guilds were planning. Next, she imagined the hidden guy, noting that the second division was searching for new dungeons and high-ranking monsters, observers. The people disconnected, saying that they were starting. The brunette looked at the last image. Imagining the person who was tracking the other, she noted that the third division was collecting information about people, followed by kidnapping, intimidation, and even murder if necessary. After a while, a man's corpse was lying on the ground. These people were shadows. Looking at the blue screen with the dossier, the girl said that it was necessary to find out everything about the past of these people. She clasped her hands in a lock, saying under no circumstances to catch their eye and not to try to harm. Remembering the many papers, the brunette thought that out of the 5 people, she was only interested in one. She announced the end of the conference, saying that she was waiting for the results. Yonha looked at the screen, thinking that her main goal was. On the blue screen was a dossier on Hajin, where it was said that he lived in an orphanage. At the age of 9 he discovered unique skills, after which he was transferred to a military academy, provided the straight of the entity with information worth several $billion. Morning came. The young man woke up and asked if it was already a new day, after which he looked at the baby and asked when she came here. For some time the guy sat next to her, stroked her head and admired how cute she was. At the same moment, someone meowed behind the door. The main character left the room and saw that the kitten had also woken up. Then he scratched his head, thought that the witch can create spirits. This cat spirit is not an illusion or a temporary form. If you look at it, it is a real creature created by the power of the witch. After which the young man got dressed and thought that now it is just a cute cat, but in the future it will become much stronger. You need to go to the cafeteria for food. After which he went outside and walked towards the cafe. Suddenly, someone met him there and said hello. It was a brunette who came closer and asked where he was going. It was so early in the morning. The young man turned around and said that he was going to the cafeteria. Then the girl came closer and said that she heard that he had risen quite high in rank this semester. It was really so. The guy also replied that he planned to stay at about this level in the future. She was surprised that he already had plans for the future. The guys walked forward and discussed whether this was too early. Well, the main character did not think so. In the third year they will begin a heroic internship, because of which it will be difficult to just enter the cube. There is only a year and 3 months left. Then the girl turned and asked how about joining the Essence Tide. In his head, thoughts about this guild immediately appeared. The Essence Tide of this guild, which in the future is destined to lead. Frankly speaking, for him this is a guaranteed path to success. But there is one but. The guy closed his eyes and said that he liked the Light Source Guild more. Of course, it all depends on whether they accept him. There are no clear rules since most of the guild are mercenaries. His friend heard all this and thought about it. Then she said something that surprised him very much, that would make him change his views. The brunette also smiled and added that if she gives him what he has been looking for so long, he will probably change his mind, right? The guy asked again in surprise. Then he saw her tail and ears and asked what it was, but his friend refused to say. So the guys walked for some time and discussed what the girl heard, that another cadet, who treated him with disdain, was punished. Finally, it was time for classes. Everyone gathered in the office. Hajin sat on top and watched Suho. When he looked at him, he thought that he needed to get ready to clear the dungeon. Then he imagined this guy in the forest, thought that in the original after the end of the summer holidays he climbed the mountain hammock and the resonance of energy led him to a hidden dungeon. He also thought that it was impossible to clear the dungeon unless he had incredible strength. That's where it would come in handy. But the young man is the main character, who dealt with the boss alone and received a very important weapon. This fact surprised him very much. This weapon had to be awakened with the help of the pollen of the seedling. The main character thought that the problem was that only he had this pollen, and he was also worried whether everything would be okay with him. So that this person would develop correctly, it was necessary to go to the dungeon with him. Then he continued to look at him and reason that this should be done because he created this world, and the world favors this person. Then the brown-haired man took out a pen and thought that maybe he would be lucky, and something would also fall into his lap. Evening came, everyone returned, life in general. The guy sat with the baby on the couch and thought about what to do with Tomer. All this time the girl was sleeping on his lap, and he himself was thinking about what measures should be taken against her before the dungeon raid. He thought about it and decided that this man did not fully support the monster people. If he found her father, then perhaps he could convert her to their side. Then he imagined her and thought that this girl only needed one thing, to find her missing father and kill him with her own hands. After some time, he walked down the street and reasoned that the problem was that he had no idea where her father was. Even when he used the book, he tried to find him, but he did not have enough mana, which is why he received some vague information. Since the detective only works on the territory of the Korean peninsula, it is pointless to contact him if the target is abroad. He also thought about who else he could ask for help, and then it dawned on him that Chundong had stayed up late yesterday. The only person this guy talked to was a graduate of the intelligence course of the Military Academy of Agents. Then he remembered a familiar person from the information center. His name was Kim Hosob. The young man decided to call him right away. He smiled and said that a lot of time had passed since the last conversation at the entrance ceremony. Did something happen? But nothing like that happened. After which the main character asked, because this man still works in the information company, hopes that he can help him with the search for a person, was even ready to pay. The operator whispered to him that in general he can help if he says his name. In response he heard gratitude, and immediately the question, did his boss really load him with work? But the question, how did he find out? The author answered that he had a tired voice. Then he said something that surprised him a lot. If he decides to quit the company, he will recommend him a guild. I am sure that he will be more appreciated there with his skills. This information guild is Falling Flowers. Finally, the guys said goodbye and wished each other good luck. The call was ended. The young man looked at the status screen and smiled, thinking that his girlfriend was now in his debt. And so the night came. Suho continued his training. he twisted the sword in his hands to use new abilities. It looked quite impressive, and after some time, the movement was finally completed. Even the dust around rose. The guy opened his eyes and just kept silent. At that moment, the main character appeared behind him, who asked if he was still training. Suho turned around and asked if his friend had also come to train. In response, he heard that no, he was just taking a walk, and also that he was training so hard, although the semester had just begun, as if he were preparing to clear the dungeon. The friend smiled and said that this was not so. At that moment, the main character said about the mountain hammock and greatly surprised the cadet. Then he smiled and said that last week he found the entrance to the dungeon. If he wants to clear this dungeon alone, then this is not an option. Suho looked at him in surprise and asked how he found out. And the brown-haired man smiled and said that he saw him by chance. He could relax. After all, he leaves the academy quite often. Then he raised his hand and added that he was not bragging, but his vision. He immediately looked at him with glowing eyes and said that his vision was quite sharp. For some time, the guys discussed that vision was useful even outside the cube, so he had a proposal. The author offered him something that shocked the cadet to go with him to this dungeon. The guy also smiled and said that the reward could be divided 9-1. If he found a branch, he would take a couple of leaves from it. After that, there was a short pause and then a question about how he felt about such an offer. Hajin waited a bit and added that he would get all the cream. What would he say? Agree. The comrade looked at him and said that it was true. Last week he discovered a dungeon on the mountain hammock. It probably formed recently. It is small. Then he imagined the entrance there and said that is why he thought he could handle it alone. The young man came closer and said that the difficulty does not depend on the size. In response, I heard that it is risky, but even so. He threw off his sweater and said that he is not ready to trust him with his back. Then he clenched his fist and said that he needs to give him a small test. The main character was surprised and thought what kind of test it was. Why suddenly, when he heard that it was a simple test, everything was fine, he thought that nothing was fine. Had he really gone crazy? He imagined some kind of ladder and thought that even if he fought with one hand, he was not sure that he could defeat him. Their difference in strength was too great. He needed to try to dissuade him. Then the guy raised his hands and said that it was true. But in large open spaces, shooters are always at a disadvantage. Besides, his strength largely depended on the weapon, so the test would not show. But his comrade no longer listened to him, took a wooden sword and said that it did not matter. He was not interested in his weapon. Then he came closer and said that he needed to show what he was capable of, and he himself would decide when to stop. Here the cadet was even more confused, but agreed and said let it be so, thought that the comrade was quite stubborn. He understood that he could not stand against him. It was risky to go alone, and he still wanted to fight. He had to think of something. Thoughts about bullets immediately appeared in his head. If you pour mana into his sword, not a single bullet would be able to touch him, and going into a frontal attack was stupid, and it would spoil his impression of him. Therefore, he stood in a group and thought that he could only count on luck now. And as soon as he opened his eyes, he heard that he had to warn when he was ready to fight. At that moment, the young man opened the status window behind him and then said that he thought there was no point in dragging it out. After he snapped his fingers, he asked how about fighting right now. Suho's eyes acquired a strange shade. The guy said that in that case he would start attacking. But his opponent's eyes also lit up brightly, after which the bullet time was activated and the guy was able to jump back. He looked around and thought that he could see the trajectory of his sword. Thanks to this, he was able to dodge and predict where the next blow would be. Thus, the main character was able to jump back and return this time. His comrade saw this and squeezed his weapon harder. Then he swung and struck again missing. True, this time he was able to slightly wound Hajin, after which the guy took out a gun and thought that he should not let him wound him again. And then he fired, only he was able to dodge. The cadet jumped back and tried to aim again. While aiming, she thought about using up the bullet's time, but he still managed to dodge. There was not much time left. You need to catch him by surprise, just one careless step in. But then she was attracted by the jacket that was lying on the ground. By the way, a second before that, his opponent was standing next to it, and now he was no longer there. It turns out that the guy was already behind his comrade. He turned around and thought that he did not understand when his friend managed to be behind him. Then he extended his hand and activated the ether. He wrapped the ether around the tree and tied a knot. After that, he jerked his hand and at the last second was able to dodge another blow. Suho saw this and said that is expected and was able to dodge something like this, but he immediately jumped off the ground, flew forward and instantly found himself in front of his face. The guys were very close to each other. The author's thoughts were that he needed to hold on a little longer. At the same second, his opponent's leg was above the jacket on the ground. He had to be patient a little longer. And as soon as this leg landed on the jacket, something happened. Due to a strong explosion, the guy flew back. And quite high, it seems it worked. The brown-haired man raised his head and smiled when he realized that he had managed it. His comrade, meanwhile, landed on the ground and hit quite hard. A moment later, a gun appeared near his temple. The comrade came closer and asked if this was enough. In his eyes at that moment, almost the entire system was displayed. If you go back a little, you can understand that the main character prepared one thing that needed to be activated within 10 minutes. It would not have caused serious damage anyway, but it was a great investment. Information about the cloak is dressed immediately. This is a cloak that is specially made in a cube, a trap. Whoever steps on it will be immediately thrown into the air, a one-time effect, active for 10 minutes, and now it helped to win when his comrade admitted defeat. For some time he looked at his opponent with surprised eyes, and he stood opposite and still did not lower the gun, after which he agreed. Suho extended his hand and said that he agreed to go with him. The guys shook hands, and the main character invited him to rely on him. Meanwhile, at the abandoned factory, it seemed quiet and calm. But in fact, someone was really rowdy there. The man smashed the artifact and turned to the kid, said that he did everything as he was asked, but is it normal to destroy something that you are so valuable? Then the kid came up to him and said that there was a way to earn twice as much, so there was no need to worry because a professional was taking on the job. Then he showed him the crystal and said that everything would become clear now. A bright light immediately appeared and the crystal began to restore the weapon. This happened literally before our eyes. In a couple of minutes, the sword was almost assembled into one. By some miracle, it was possible to completely restore it and even multiply it. The boy raised his head, looked at this and asked what his friend would say about this, that replicas could be created from the remaining fragments. Then he turned around and said that it was very simple and easy, that with the help of this crystal, you can get many partial artifacts. He also added that tests showed that the characteristics of such weapons are higher than those of low-rank artifacts. About 30 swords can be created from one relic. The volume of mana in the crystal will allow you to create about 600 and distribute them among team members. Then he smiled and said that if they sold each one for 700 million 800 million won, it was easy to calculate that their earnings would be around 500 billion. The man smiled and said that he liked it. It was like a goose that laid golden eggs. Suddenly, someone came to them and clapped their hands, adding that this was an excellent result. There was a woman standing up there who ordered them to listen to her carefully. She had an important announcement. Then she said that it seemed like the guild that owned the stinking horse had launched an attack on the Devil's Nest. It was dangerous. She added that the guild was their next target. The captain replied that it was. Then she took a step forward and added that a group of chameleons would attack the owner of the stinking horse in the near future. At the same time, Suho was returning home and thought that his friend's movements were quite slow, constantly opening himself for an attack. He remembered their battle and thought that he nevertheless dodged everyone, although he tried as best he could. And in the end he was still able to get it. What was that when he bounced off the ground and flew up? Was it really a physical blow? He could not leave the thought that he had released a huge amount of magical power. Then he smiled. The guy immediately laughed and said that he gave up. He could not find an answer, no matter how hard he tried. Then he lowered his eyes and looked down with a smile. The owner of enormous power will inevitably attract attention, so for the purpose of self-defense, you need to make a decision right here and now. The cadet looked at the butterflies and said that before it seemed to him that he was the only one hiding his true power, but there was someone else, and this someone turned out to be his comrade, who shared his thoughts. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard in the distance and quite familiar. It turns out that Naeun was training there. The guy approached her and discreetly asked what she was doing. She was even scared. The question was whether she really decided to practice with a sword, and she answered sheepishly that it was just endurance training. Then she took a step forward and asked where her friend was coming from so late. Something immediately dawned on him. Suho said that he had seen Hajin, which surprised her greatly and made her ask what they had been doing together. And when the guy said that they had been talking about her, the girl blushed and could not contain her emotions. She immediately shouted that she should stop talking nonsense, and in response she heard that it was a joke, that they had been sparring, and that everyone would probably be surprised if they found out. And the girl also asked if this man was too weak to fight him, or if there was some special reason. The young man simply turned around and smiled. And then he said that he wanted to apologize to her, but that it would remain a secret between them. Naeun was a little upset and asked why. But she immediately turned away and said that it did not matter to her, and that it was better not to distract her and go where she was going. Suddenly the guy said that it would be better to try to loosen the grip and change the subject. Then he came closer and said that if you squeeze the sword so hard, it will be uncomfortable. Then he snatched the weapon from her hands and explained that she would hardly be able to cut anything. The girl was surprised. It looked pretty impressive. Then she shouted that she wanted to watch again, but heard the answer that first she needed to loosen the grip, asked if she was doing it right. When she came home, she remembered their training. She looked at the ceiling and thought about something. It turns out that Suho then told her that if he wanted, he could help her with training. What would he say about this? Then she clenched her fist and said that she almost understood, a little more and it would have worked. She immediately jumped up and started screaming that she could not stop thinking about it. Then she turned around and said that at such a late time there was only one way to distract herself. This is a game. Right next to the bed was a helmet. The baby put it on many students of the cube and developed figurative thinking in this way. Then she began to enter and identification was completed. Currently, games with full immersion are gaining popularity around the world. Specifically, it was Gladiator of the Century. Periodically, competitions are held, which are broadcast on all channels and public news. The game is so popular that the champions are constantly in the spotlight in the media. This is a virtual world where you can really become popular. Then the baby moved there. It was necessary to understand how Gladiator of the Century differs from other games. She chose a character with blue hair and a nickname that could not be remembered. There was no statistics system, no items that improve characteristics. The player can only rely on his intuition. Nayoon already had 98 wins and 17 losses in that game. It was just a chic win rate. While the girl stood still and reasoned that today she did not want to think about ranks, she wanted to relax, and was looking for someone to fight, someone appeared nearby. There was a man in a cloak who clearly fit the description of an ideal opponent. Nickname, Invisible 7, 43 wins, 43 losses. A guy with white hair who was walking somewhere and did not even pay attention to her. Rank seemed to be platinum. When she studied his information, she said that she could put him down quickly enough. 2 blows would be enough. Then she pressed the call to battle button and thought that only today should he become her punching bag. Immediately received a notification that the Invisible 7 is ready to fight her. And then information appeared that there were 3 seconds left before the start of the fight. The guys grouped up. The girl thought that knowing all the enemy's movements in advance is the key to victory. When 2 seconds were left, she frowned and thought how best to attack. Then 1 second was left and there was a sharp movement. She did not understand what was happening. The fight began and the guys lashed out in a duel. The girl parried the blows as best she could, did not understand what was happening. From the very first second they began to attack her. Suddenly the enemy grabbed her by the clothes and lifted her up. Then he tossed her up and threw her aside. And a moment later his sword flew at her, and immediately a stream of blood spurted out. The girl simply lost this duel, and quite quickly. She got angry at that moment and started screaming that this freak had defeated her. What kind of tricks are these? A footrest? Seriously. After resurrection, the girl started screaming that she was not going to give up and offered to fight again. He agreed. Well, this time she was defeated. At the same time, Nayoon was not going to give up and offered to fight again. The player again accepted the offer, and again he killed her without straining. Then another repeated battle, and another loss of the girl. Finally, she got up and started screaming. Then she lowered her head and thought that she just could not defeat him, but why? Then she looked at him and offered to fight again, but in response she heard that it was time for him to sleep. The girl was not going to give up and asked if this player always comes in at this time. The answer was yes. She knelt in front of him and asked him to teach her the tricks he uses. The blonde first looked at her, then said that if he insists, he will think about it. Then he said goodbye and teleported. After which the player took off his helmet and said, where did this restless one come from? It was Hajin, who also decided to play and said that he defeated him 7 times in a row, although he just wanted to check if his ability applies to game consoles. The helmet then said 37%. The random enhancement system was activated and could recognize no more than 5 items. After recognition, there is a chance to increase the characteristics of the selected item in the range of 1% to 44%. During this time, re-recognition will be triggered and the indicators will change randomly again. He looked down and said that he won 7 times in a row. Then he saw the information on the helmet and added that he just wanted to check if his ability applies to game consoles. It said about the random enhancement system, can recognize no more than 5 items. After recognition, there is a chance to increase the characteristics of the selected item in the range of 1% to 44%. This effect lasts 24 hours. During this time, re-recognition will be triggered and the indicators will change randomly again. All this time he looked down and thought that the effect was much better than he expected. He was worried when the indicator dropped due to a lack of SP. Well, then he thought that after recognition there is a chance to increase the characteristics. Imagine the helmet and realized that he literally created the next generation console. Now as a result his senses are heightened to the limit. Then he turned around and thought that it was a pity, of course, that the maximum gain was 44%, at least the luck indicators were high. A little girl was sitting nearby and eating cake. The young man immediately turned to her. Then he took the treat and called her a glutton, asked when she managed to eat it all. That was enough for today, otherwise her stomach would hurt. The girl ran up and started screaming why so. She wanted more and begged him to give it to her back, but in response she heard that she had to wait until tomorrow. And while she was running around and trying to snatch the cake, the young man thought that he had to admit it was hard for her to refuse. Then he took her in his arms and said that there was no need to cry. If she was smart, he would bring her more treats. The little girl lowered her eyes and asked if this was fair. The guys talked for some time. The guy said that he always keeps his promises, and now it was time to go to bed, and the blonde agreed. Night fell. While the child was sleeping, the protagonist was looking through the status window, and suddenly he saw something. He received a message about the second Friday of August and that he needed to be ready. This message was from his friend. Then he smiled and thought that he had finally made up his mind, so on Friday, he wrote that he agreed and suggested where to meet. He thought that this was great, everything was going as it should, now all that was left was to clear the dungeon. The next few days were spent training. He also went to classes, but mostly trained, of course. Meanwhile, someone was actively working on the dungeon. The young man was surprised and shouted that it was a combo, asked how the other player did it. He hesitated a little, said that he needed to concentrate, but he was interrupted and told that it was easy to say. For some time they looked at him and asked how they lost it all, why such a low win rate. The guy turned away and said that he was not chasing numbers, ranks and all that. It was not for him. He thought that just a random improvement did not work well. But in response he heard that he never ceases to amaze. On the contrary, he cannot sleep if they lose the game in ranked. Then the player simply turned away and said that he should finish for today. It was time for him to sleep. The other agreed and said goodbye until tomorrow. The blonde turned around and thought. The young man was a little confused and thought that they were talking to him as if he had already agreed. But then he saw the satisfied face of this man. He smiled and said goodbye in response, after which the main character took off his helmet and said that he already goes there as if to work. While holding his head, he thought that the man was quite polite. Not like at their first meeting. I wonder why he challenged him to a fight then. And then he froze completely, thinking what kind of nickname he had. He still does not know how to pronounce it, so he just addressed the stranger on you all the time. For some time the guy thought and tried to remember what kind of nickname it was. Then he suddenly remembered the girl, tried to get rid of these thoughts and decided that it couldn't be. He remembered their training and thought that this player had such behavior, communication style, this is definitely a guy. It was time to train with the girl. She raised the sword and shouted that she was doing well, and the young man praised her and said that now the movement looked more natural. And the girl smiled and said that she had been playing a lot lately, and it was bearing fruit. Here Suho was surprised, asked if they were talking about the game Gladiator of the Century. In response he heard that yes, he said that he hadn't tried it, but they say it helps a lot. The girl smiled and said that the game is a game, but she found herself a mentor there, a really good player. They both found a common language, and he agreed to conduct training battles with her. The brunette smiled back and was surprised. And his girlfriend then continued to tell that in pursuit of the rating, everyone is too cautious, does not want to take risks, and it becomes boring, but this person is not like that. Then she introduced her mentor, who by the way was the main character, said that this man constantly attacks, confident, clear movements, deathly swift blows, a threat is felt in every step, helps her master close combat. The young man came closer and asked if that player was really so good that even she admired him. Was she really trained by the current hero? But in response he heard that he was not a hero, she had already asked him. Suddenly someone shouted at her. The girl turned and looked back embarrassedly. Hajin was standing behind them, who asked what the guys were doing there. The guy began to say that his girlfriend admired the player, but she interrupted him and said that she admired Suho's magnificent skill, and they were now sparring. The main character asked again, and her coach was a little embarrassed. The girl at that moment generally blushed. Hajin said that they had to go and Suho said goodbye to her. The question immediately came, where do they need to go together? The guy turned around and said that they needed to discuss something, and that she shouldn't forget to rest, and said goodbye to her. The brown-haired man also turned around and wished her good luck. The girl raised her hand and responded in kind. Then he lowered his hand and just kept quiet. The guys were standing in front of her and a thought came to mind about when these two managed to get so close. Last time her teacher joked when he said that they were discussing her. Then it really made her angry. Well, what if it wasn't a joke? The little girl thought about it, imagined Hajin and thought it was unlikely. This person doesn't even want to be friends with her. It's better to just forget about him. Just forget. But she can't. So she decided to follow them and hid behind the trees. In the distance, the guys were actively discussing something. And finally, the girl heard something. The main character came closer to his new friend and asked how she was coping there. This question surprised her quite a lot. And then she was completely confused. It turns out they were really talking about her. Some more time passed. The guys came to a 24-hour cafe at Grandma's. They ordered food and discussed that the dungeon was somewhere in Suwon. Suho raised his head and said that this is why they need to be careful. Suwon is one of the most dangerous areas of the metropolitan. Because of the constant calls, the terrain is greatly transformed. Literally everything is destroyed before our eyes. And as a result, most of the territory becomes unsuitable for living and moving. There is no one there at all. This is why people try not to go to the western part of Suwon. The main character then thought about the fact that the mountain is located just somewhere on its border. He also thought that although he is the creator of this world, there are many places unknown to him, and among them there are some that he cannot go through on his own. But if this is not done, then many treasures will fall into the hands of the bad guys, so they need to be found earlier. Then he started snapping his fingers and thought that the situation was changing radically, because he would have a comrade with him whose skills corresponded to the average hero class. Then he looked at him and thought that together they would be able to find all the hidden places faster than the villains. After which the guy handed him a napkin and said that as soon as he thought about it, it immediately spoiled the whole impression. He took it and got dirty. The young man also thought that most likely he had nothing, so he would have to share both equipment and dry rations. He thought he would need to properly prepare. Suddenly, someone came in there and they greeted him. The guys turned around and thought, who is this suspicious guy? The man just passed by and paid attention to them, but did not show his face. Then he hid even more and went to the waiter and said that they were talking on the phone. In response, he was asked to wait a minute. This man was embarrassed and continued to hide his face, and the main character looked at him attentively. Then he smiled and seemed to understand who it was. Then he stopped him and asked who we have here, and he found him, smiled and asked if it was Yonha. It turned out that this girl liked regular cheap food. She hid her face with her hand and asked who they were talking about, even tried to change her voice. But the other guy also recognized her and said that it was definitely that girl. It was too obvious. The love of her life was hamburgers, so the guy smiled and said that since that happened, he could join them. In response, he heard that they were clearly confusing her with someone else, but the other guy said that they could eat together because they had just arrived. And when the guys called her again, she shouted back that it was not so. She looked at them literally with tears in her eyes and tried to refute their assumption about who it was, but when she heard about the rice soup, she completely melted. The waitress at that moment brought her order, the girl snatched it and ran away. And then she disappeared outside the cafe and shouted that no one knew her there and even forgot to pay in her haste. The waitress and the guys stayed inside the cafe and for a while didn't even know how to react to this. Then she looked at the main character. He sheepishly asked to write her bill to him. After this incident, the girl avoided him for 3 days, hid in the corridors and pretended that she was not there. Finally, Friday came. Hajin was walking down the street and thought that he probably came to the right place. Suho met him at the bus stop and said hello. Then the guys moved forward. The first question was what their path was, but he just had to follow his comrade. Finally, they found themselves in the forest. For some time they walked between the trees. It seemed that the road was endless. The main character looked around and wondered how long he still had to go. Then he looked around, thought since the mountain is a dangerous territory, there must be boundaries somewhere here. Admiring the entrance to the forbidden zone, as soon as they enter the dungeon, they will need to constantly watch the sides. At some point, his comrade stopped and said that they had arrived. Then he pointed to a strange gorge and said that this was the place. The protagonist looked inside and said that this place was strange. You can't find it if you don't know where exactly it is. The comrade then turned around and said that it was true. As you can see, the passage is very narrow. Then he lowered his head and added that once inside, it would be quite difficult to escape. Are you sure you're ready for that? The comrade looked at him and said nothing. Then he smiled. Then he stood up and said that he was naturally ready. Then he took out a gun. He smiled and said that his friend had probably already forgotten what this thing was capable of. They took it in case something went wrong. It could be used to create light bullets, which would definitely help them. And the guy also looked and thought that since the dungeon boss was superior to a mid-level monster, such a trick would only help them buy a little time. Then he looked at Suho and thought that, however, he looked quite relaxed, which meant that everything should go well, and immediately asked if he was ready to go. He also extended his hand and the comrade was surprised. The young man suggested that they hold hands and go together. At that moment, a strange pause hung between them. After some time, the comrade asked why they were holding hands, and in response he heard that it was because it was dark inside, so as not to get lost, and if they started to use flashlights thoughtlessly, they could disturb the spiritual monsters. Finally, it dawned on him what it was for. The guy agreed and they went inside. It looked quite strange, but the guys walked through the dungeon holding hands. Suho looked around and said that despite the narrow passage, the dungeon itself was huge, but because of the darkness, almost nothing could be seen. Then he began to shake and said that it was even a little scary. Suddenly I agreed with him. And at the same moment he heard something to the side. He stopped and said to wait here. Some strange pipe appeared in front of them. It was unclear what it was. Was there really another entrance on the other side? She thought and thought that they came here from the east side, so this is not the only way. Too strange for such a place. Then he activated his gaze and decided to take a closer look. In front of him appeared the force of 2 people, and for some time the young man scanned the space and studied everything carefully. Then he realized that there was movement on the other side, and these people were walking straight towards them, but it was not clear who they were. After that, he raised his hand and asked his friend to wait a little. Those people opposite were walking and received a question on the radio where they were. They answered that it looked like this was a hidden part of the dungeon. The guy stood and still did not understand who it was, but judging by the energy emanating from them, it was likely that they were villains, because these men looked quite aggressive. Suddenly the young man noticed something else. He received a new message on his watch. It was an evaluative judgment. It said that the mountain dungeon was too small to receive rewards for it and offered a solution. The solution was written that the dungeon would be created with the nearby Devil's Lair of S1 as a hidden scene. The protagonist read this and was very surprised. Then he thought that these were separate locations that could be connected to each other through some tunnels. He didn't even turn around, he just said that he wanted to know what date it was today. It seemed to be August 14th. And then it dawned on him that today the owner of the Eternal Horse, created by people, the monsters of the guild, would fall upon the Devil's Lair of S1. After which he looked again at the people approaching them and thought that in this case they were members of this group, but since there were only 2 of them, most likely they were just scouting out the situation. Hajin got angry and thought, why now? And his comrade whispered what was going on and what had happened. When the young man said that there were more people on the other side, he was surprised. If we go back to this group, then the owner of the Pack House, one of the strongest organizations of the Monster Man in the area, each of the alternate personalities that they use are at least mid-level heroes and above. Then the guy clenched his fist and thought that defeating them right now would not be easy. What should they do? Suddenly he heard a voice. One of the men raised his hand and said that it was better to return to the main squad first. It would be bad if they were accused of stealing something. The other thought for a moment and remained silent. Then he took a step forward and agreed, suggested going back. So these guys turned around and left from there. They moved further and further until they were no longer visible. The guy was glad and realized that these people were leaving. Then he activated his seal and thought that he needed to clear the dungeon while they were gone. It was better to use Stigma Mana on distant vision. And then his eyes shone even brighter. Literally the entire dungeon was visible. It was necessary to find the location of the boss. But there was still no one on the sides. So his gaze moved further and further along the cave. And while he was moving, he reasoned that both were a single hole. He needed to take a closer look, and they existed at the same time. Look from afar, he was in for a disappointment. What was this? Then the guy stopped and said that he had to go straight ahead first, then 2 turns to the right, there would be a place. The other did not understand what that meant. Then the main character turned around and explained that there was a boss there and he had to finish him off as quickly as possible. Suho listened to this and nodded his head. On the other side, there were people in the Devil's Lair. They were resting and contacting those who had gone further. Everyone's bodies were aching and they were very tired. Their leader asked if those 2 had found anything. It was the leader of the guild, the owner of the pack horse, Kin Jinkyam. They answered that they had discovered a secret passage. They thought it was a hidden stage. The man smiled and asked how. In response, he heard that we all had to go there together, so they decided to return to the main squad. But the group leader said that this should not be done. It was better to leave everything to them, let the guys continue reconnaissance. Then he turned around and told everyone to get off their asses. He smiled and said that 2 of their friends had found a hidden stage and that they had to survive it all. One of them asked what about further reconnaissance, and in response he heard that they should join them then. This man thought about it. Then he took a step forward and asked if there really were other people here. Then he tapped his ear. Another member of the group noticed this. Then he turned to him and asked what the man was muttering. The captain also turned around and suddenly looked at him. But the man was still standing in his place, only some strange energy appeared around him. The leader of the group immediately asked what was going on and said that no one had asked him to open an artificial portal, but he simply remained silent in response. Then he put on his glasses and thought that it was a phase shift that connected nearby spaces. It was too difficult to explain. His commander at that moment continued to shout that he was ordering him to close the portal. Wasn't it clear? And he, with a satisfied face, simply took out his headphones and didn't pay attention to him. The man ran towards him and started insulting him, saying that he shouldn't be played with such jokes. Well, the guy snapped his fingers and blood started pouring out. Everyone around looked at the captain in surprise and didn't understand what was happening. Something sharp pierced his head right from the portal, and then it literally tore him in half. The whole team watched this and couldn't move. A second later, only bloody spots remained from the leader's body, and now the guys were very scared. While they were asking what happened and what the hell just happened, someone's hand appeared from the portal, and a second later, a woman came out of it. They looked at her and thought that it just couldn't be. Then the brunette activated her black energy. This energy began to envelop everyone present, and a moment later, the guys lost consciousness. The whole team was lying on the ground and was neutralized, and the girl took a step forward and said that for the sake of the stock price, it was probably worth leaving them alive. The subordinate came closer to her and said that this was a good observation. They stood there for some time and discussed that they should go check the hidden stage. But the captain refused and said that for now they should turn on the standby mode. He asked again in surprise. Then he folded his arms and said that some unexpected changes must have occurred. The women introduced 2 cadets and said that there were 2 more people on the other side. Then she looked at him and said that these were their candidates. The man smiled and realized that this would be a test for them to determine how useful they would be for the chameleon. At that very second, the captain began to be covered in a strange slime. Then she closed her eyes and the transformation began. And a minute later it turned into some strange stream. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, there was some movement. There were monsters walking forward. They were ghouls, low-ranking ones, and it seems that they are already being hunted. The main characters were able to shoot one of them with literally one shot. Then he epically blew the smoke off the gun, and then he put it out again and started aiming at the next monster, so he was able to eliminate several at once. Moreover, one of them was behind his comrade. He turned around and thought that because of the darkness he couldn't see anything at all. Then he looked around and thought that his friend was able to instantly determine the exact location of the monsters. He turned around and said that it was just something. In response, he heard that it was better without tenderness. The guys were also standing there and discussing that they needed to move on. They had little time, the other agreed. The monsters there seemed to never end, but the cadets were actively killing them and it seemed that it was easy for them. Each one was killed on the first strike. Hajin shot at them or eliminated them quickly enough. Then he realized his pistol and thought that these creatures were setting fire to literally every corner, but they were all high-level monsters, so there shouldn't be any problems during the passage through the cave. After which he thought that it was time to appear, and then his comrade called him over and shouted that something was written there. Finally, the guy turned around and thought they had arrived. They came to some strange inscription. This was the destination. There were some ancient letters that he had discovered at the beginning of the cave. Suho looked at them and said that maybe a smartwatch could translate. The other decided to try. Then he raised his hand and was ready to scan. After which he began to scan the text. Surprisingly, it worked. It was written that both were one whole. You need to look closer. They exist at the same time. Look from afar. They exist separately. What is it? The guys looked at the translation and discussed that it looked like some kind of riddle. I heard that dungeons often have similar ones. Only in the novel, Suho was not at all strong in solving puzzles and therefore it was difficult for him. After which the young man asked his friend for help with this, and she in turn sent a request to the Guild of Scouts, who solved it within 5 minutes, while he stood and could not understand what the matter was. The main character really thought that they had no time at all and decided to give the answer right away. It was a thunderstorm. The inscription immediately lit up with a bright light and began to emit some strange energy, and after that, everything disappeared. Suho looked at it and said that the text was gone. At the same second, the ground began to shake under their feet, and the cave around them began to collapse. Some kind of crack appeared there, probably a portal was opening, and then the walls began to diverge. The guys watched all this and did not run away. A moment later, a passage further opened in front of them. They asked in surprise if this was serious. It was about lightning, and it was. When the main character wrote this novel, he reasoned that in fact he stole this riddle from some random site. If you recall this text again, then lightning, the other, a thunderstorm. During a thunderstorm, thunder and lightning always occur simultaneously. However, since the speed of sound is less than light, the further they are, the more time passes between them. First he sees lightning, and then he hears the thunder. His comrade smiled and asked how he guessed so quickly. Just a genius, no doubt. The guy was even embarrassed. Then he took his gun and said that he would tell him about it later. They walked forward and the young man said that first they need to finish with this dungeon. The other agreed and said that it was high time to do it. At that moment, a brunette was watching them behind their backs. The woman stood above and thought that Hajin was definitely on a completely different level than the other cadets. She looked at him and thought that his prudence, quick wit and courage, and moreover, exceptional intelligence of thinking, surprised her quite a lot. Then she took a step forward and said that this was just a hidden scene, but with her own skills she managed to overcome it in literally 10 minutes. And then she grinned. She was amused that it was just perfect and decided to accept him into the chameleon group. After which she scratched her head and thought that the only thing that bothered her. She imagined this guy and thought if he could really kill a person without hesitation. Suddenly she heard something in the distance. There were the remaining members of the group and discussed whether they had not already passed along this road. Perhaps it was just some kind of labyrinth. Then the woman turned around and thought that these were demon people from the owner of the pack horse. It seems that Hajin did not know that they were here too. In front of her, these guys began to quarrel among themselves. After which the girl smiled and said that she wanted to test it on these two. Meanwhile, the guys were moving along an open path. It was quite creepy there. Bones and skulls lay around. They moved forward, going around these terrible remains. Finally, they stopped and looked around. In front of them, someone was sitting on the throne. Suddenly, the main character realized that this monster was the boss of the dungeon. There was a man in armor who seemed to be sleeping. It was the master of the Sword of Destruction. Finally, he began to open his eyes. Then he looked at them and seemed dissatisfied. Suho did not have time to dodge when the monster moved towards him. The man clung to him as close as possible and said that he was interested. He did not understand when this happened, everything was so fast. Then he grabbed his sword and decided that he needed to attack. Suddenly, Hajin shouted from behind that he needed to concentrate, and then the young man realized that the monster was still sitting on his throne. He tensed up and thought that this man was just right in front of him. Could this really be a teleportation skill? Then he squeezed the sword and thought that this was his aura. The monster at that moment smiled maliciously, after which the guy reasoned that since he was able to speak, it must be a humanoid monster of at least an average level, but this is a completely different level compared to those with whom he fought before. Therefore, he took a step forward and prepared himself. At that moment, the monster stuck his sword into the ground and asked if they were scared. The guys then got very tense, and the man smiled and told them not to be afraid. Their death would be quick enough. Suho asked in surprise, "Really?" And his friend smiled and thought finally. Then he looked at his comrade and turned to him. At that moment, he was holding his sword and smiling. Thanks to this, the main character also relaxed and thought that he immediately gained confidence as soon as he realized what his opponent would fight with. After which the cadet took out his sword and Hajin that his talent is sword fighting. No one can surpass him in this skill. He also thought that if the enemy is a swordsman, there is no chance that he will lose. The guy himself was ready for battle at that moment. Suddenly, his comrade shouted at him and he turned around. Then he came closer and said that it seems his essence is in the weapon itself. Immediately a question arose about what this means. And after that, they looked at his sword, said that the voices they heard before came from his sword. His body is just a corpse. The monster himself at that moment continued to smile sarcastically. Suho turned around and said that if so, the brown-haired man no longer listened to him and thought that in fact they should have understood this during the battle, but they cannot waste time. After which he loaded his gun and said that therefore there is no point in torturing his physical shell, it is necessary to juice on the sword. Then he smiled and said that he would cover him. The comrade turned around and said that he trusted him. A moment later the monster was already his head. Hajin was surprised and thought that this was an attack. This should not be, and immediately shouted to his friend. But it was too late and there was an explosion. For some time the guy made his way through the smoke and tried to understand what happened. Then he looked forward and realized that clouds of dust were blocking his view. There, somewhere in the distance, two swords touched. The man lowered his head and smiled, but was unable to damage the cadet. He, although not without effort, was able to repel his attack. Then he tried to strike back and they flew apart. The young man stopped with his feet. His opponent did the same. Then Suho jumped up and ran forward, but the monster seemed to repeat his every move and said that it was not bad. A moment later, he also jumped up and flew there. Only the guy got ahead of him and was already above his head. Then he struck, but the outcome was not visible. A moment later, only a man remained there who was simply laughing. But suddenly he noticed something. There was no one under his sword except for a broken stone. It was unclear where the young man had gone. He raised his head and asked where the man had hidden. He turned around and realized that he was right behind his back. And then the young man again tried to attack from above. In his thoughts there was only the sword and the goal of piercing it. Therefore, the guy took the hilt of the sword a little differently, and then there was silence, both froze. Somehow the sword entered the body of the monster, and not his sword. Then the man turned around and just laughed, and said that this guy was pretty strong. Suho didn't listen to him anymore and tried to pull out the sword, but it was difficult, because it went straight into his arm and the armor when the monster said that he would gladly take his body. Then he raised his hand and tried to pull the opponent to himself while he was trying to pull out the sword. It was quite difficult because now the opponent was also controlling him. The guy held on with all his might, but it was already impossible. And at that very second, Hajin decided to intervene in the fight, who told him to move away and shot straight at the opponent's sword. He turned and looked at him in surprise. Apparently, unusual bullets were used. Finally, Suho was able to get out and thanked his friend for his help. He looked at him and said that this monster knew from the beginning that they needed his true essence. Then he looked at him, frowned and said that that is why he deliberately led them around by the nose. Suho was surprised when he heard that it was an excellent trap. Then he closed his eyes. He raised his sword and said that it meant that they had to fight now, keeping this information in their head. Their opponent did nothing but laugh in response. And to be honest, the guys were a little confused. He was replaying the last blow in his head and thought that he didn't believe that the man was capable of using explosive force. Well, it seemed that he was stronger than they had initially estimated. The monster immediately threw up his hands and screamed how long he had been waiting for this. His body began to fall apart into pieces, and the man himself screamed that finally a worthy body had appeared for all his strength. A couple of minutes later, the body was destroyed and restored again. It became clear that this monster could regenerate. The guys were surprised, but then they realized that this was because the soul was in the sword. It was pointless to cripple its physical shell. The blue-haired man took a step forward and said that this meant that they had to destroy the weapon, in which case the second round would begin. Then he jumped up and ran forward. His opponent did the same. Finally, they were close and swung to strike. The balls touched with such force that sparks flew in different directions. The protagonist even covered his face with his hand and was surprised by such power. For some time, he simply watched the battle from the sidelines and thought that in fact, his comrade could easily deal with him alone, but they did not have time to drag out this fight. Then he began to sort out his weapons. He could not use a gun since they could hit him, and a sniper rifle was not suitable for this area. Therefore, he raised a pistol and said that then the only option is him. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Sparks flew in different directions. Suho parried the blows as best he could. The opponent was already a little tired and thought that it was simply impossible. How could he manage to push him back like that? Ordinary swords had long since broken. Then he struck another blow and realized that his sword did not have a single scratch now. How so? Then he looked at this guy and thought, is it really about the golden mana? He exhaled and gathered his strength. Then he ran forward and shouted that he should not be looked down upon. Meanwhile, the young man slowed down with his feet as best he could. Then he looked at his trembling hand. Then he smiled, and only then he raised his eyes to the attacking monster. He thought that the longer he fought, the more convinced he was of something. He grabbed his sword and realized that in this battle, victory would definitely be his. And so he took a pose, smiled, and waited for the attack. When they continued to fight, Suho reasoned that, no matter what, he had a reliable ally. Their swords continued to hit each other, sending sparks, and suddenly the monster received a shot right in the arm. It was the main character, who decided to help his friend. Then attention switched to him, and the cadet thought that being able to make him not move for just a moment was enough. And now he had to pull himself together well. He thought that despite the fact that the enemy was much stronger than in the novel, Suho was an order of magnitude higher. The young man swung. The monster did not expect another blow, and a moment later his sword flew straight up, after which it fell and fumbled in the ground, after which it flew up and began to crumble, and the young man ran away from there as fast as he could. Finally, the blade cracked and a bright light appeared. The monster at that moment began to crumble. It seemed the battle was over. In his eyes, one could read the incomprehension of how he had been defeated. He did not even have time to ask how this happened, as he completely dissolved. Literally only a wet spot remained from him. Hajin was glad about this and said that he had succeeded. Now all that was left was to take the reward. Then his friend cleared his throat and noticed something. He lowered his head, and then Hajin ran up and asked if everything was okay. And Suho himself was looking at some stick and asking what it was, after which he looked and asked only not to tell him that this was the reward. Then he looked at the other side and said that it was simply impossible. But in fact, there really was a stick lying in front, and this was the reward. It was not clear how this was even possible. The cadet almost cried and asked if the reward for clearing was really just a regular stick. The brown-haired man came closer and said that this was not a reason to be depressed and there was no need to get upset. At the same moment, two men came in and asked who was there. The guy turned around and thought that they hadn't made it in time. These two were approaching them and were clearly not very friendly, and he immediately thought, why now? The young man still did not understand why these guys were here if they were supposed to return to the others. Then the guys heard that these two decided to ask only one question. They came closer and asked how these cadets got here. Suddenly, the blonde looked at them and said that their Packhorse Master Guild had already received permission to raid the dungeon, and who were these guys? Hajin scratched his head and asked if it was true, said that they did not know, and explained that they were cadets. The path led them here. The next question immediately came up, what did they do here? They answered that there was a monster here that they killed. At that moment, the stick began to spin strangely. The man kept silent and then asked what the reward was. The young man shrugged and said that as they could see, they had received nothing. Then the Restoration Guild member tried to contact the leader. Then he said that they had a problem here. They had found two cadets. The answer was short enough. They were ordered to kill these guys. The cadets heard this and were seriously surprised, after which the blonde looked at them and asked if they had heard. He activated his energy and said that this would be their punishment for their excessive curiosity. And a second later he sent his shells there. The guys began to dodge, but were injured. Suho was blocked and tried to shout to his friend, but it was useless, after which the main character was left alone. He looked around and realized that this was an illusory barrier. It was impossible to understand what was happening outside. Will his friend improve? Then one of the rivals approached him. He rolled his eyes and said as always he comes across all sorts of trash. He had two golden axes on his clothes, which means he is a hero. The young man looked him in the eye and called him a middle-class hero. Then he frowned and asked why he had to go so far to deal with two unfortunate cadets. He took his weapon and asked if there was any point in answering. Then he smiled and said that the two would die very soon. Hajin looked at him at that moment and thought what a great mana he had. The difference between them was too big. Then he looked around and thought that one blow would be enough to kill him. He clenched his fist and realized that even so, there was still hope. Suddenly, the man stopped and did not understand what was happening, because the guy put his hand behind his back and froze. It was unclear what he had there. Then the guild member was ready to strike. but in his eyes, misunderstanding was clearly visible, because the cadet took and pulled out some ordinary stone. Now the man was completely confused and did not understand what it was. Then he began to laugh and asked if the guy was really going to defend himself with this stone. He threw it up and said that it would be enough for him. The hero got angry and said to repeat what was said before. The young man just smiled at him and said nothing. Then the man began to study him and realized that he didn't even really have mana. Where did such confidence come from? Why did he say that it seemed like the boy was about to wet his pants, but a second later he barely dodged the stone? And then he realized that there was some kind of thread nearby that was enveloping him from different sides. And the thread was coming straight from the cadet's hand. The hero tensed up and didn't understand what was happening when the young man pulled it. Then a stone flew from the other side right into the back of his head. This blow even stunned him a little, and the guy continued to remain calm. And then his opponent began to fall. A second later, he hit the ground face down. It seemed the fight was over. The young man then calmed down and exhaled. Then he smiled and said that it worked because he weakened his defense. Ether can be used like that. It was surprising for him. After which he came closer. He took out his pistol and aimed at him. And he also thought that he needed to hurry since the monsters had become active so quickly for people. A shotgun would have been better, but he didn't have enough mana for it. And then he fired. However, something happened that surprised him greatly. The bullet simply hit the man's head, and immediately he opened his eyes and looked at him when the bullet bounced off to the side. The guy tensed up and thought that he needed a shotgun after all. Suddenly, the opponent opened his mouth and started screaming. His scream practically knocked the cadet off his feet, and thus threw him right into the wall. The young man began to spit blood and did not understand what was happening. Then he fell to the ground and thought how everything hurt, used ether to protect himself. After which he looked at his opponent and thought that he was able to cripple him so much with just the power of his voice. The man got angry out of his nose and said that this boy had played too much. All his veins on his neck and face began to swell. He said that he did not want to use this power, and when he came closer, he said that it was even a pity to use it for such a small fry like him. Hajin understood his head and thought that he should have finished with this earlier. Now in front of him was already a monster, and a huge scary one, who used his special ability, demonification. If we go back a little, when they created a barrier and said that you can blame your curiosity for this, the guys split up. Suho could not shout to his comrade and was left alone. And a second later, a blonde appeared in front of him, with whom he had to fight. The guy looked around his comrade for some time. Then he realized that he could not hear anything. He was cut off from him. There was no way to escape. The enemy was approaching at that moment with murderous intent. It was necessary to urgently decide something. The cadets realized that the only thing left to do was to fight and asked why they were doing this. He came closer and said that it was better to consider that they were just unlucky. Then he looked at him with an appraising look. While looking at him, I thought that his face looked familiar. That's right, he was the first among the students of the cube. And immediately memories of those competitions appeared in my head. The man continued to walk forward and reasoned that this guy could be useful to them if they could recruit him, and looked him straight in the eyes. Then he burped at him and said that it was a great pity. When the man attacked, he only managed to cut the guy's cheek because he was able to dodge. But the truth is that he immediately fell to the ground. The cadet did not lose his head and kicked him. Only then suddenly he realized that his opponent had disappeared and did not understand what was happening. When he looked around, he saw no one. At that moment, his opponent was already behind him. The young man stood up and thought, when did he even manage to escape? Then he felt something. Cuts appeared on his leg. Literally in a second he was wounded. Was it really at that moment when he kicked him? The guy tensed up and thought that his opponent was too fast. Then he looked around and asked himself if he could match him in speed. Finally, the blonde came into view and the young man thought that now it was worth checking. He needed to focus and read his opponent's movement. The same man jumped towards him and he had to decide something urgently. Therefore, the guy put out his sword and was able to reflect his blow. But to his surprise, he managed to block it. Nevertheless, the opponent continued to attack, and the young man thought that he was hardly able to react to his attacks if only he could lure him closer. The same one struck him again from the other side and cut the second cheek. The blonde was very confident, but then he noticed something. The opponent's sword flew past him at incredible speed. Of course, the man was able to jump back. But when he landed, he realized that a cut had appeared on his leg. It turns out that the cadet managed to strike him just as quickly. Her young man raised his head and realized that now the opponent was keeping his distance. He frowned and decided that he was much weaker than the Chaos Knight, but even so, he could not find the right moment to parry his attacks. While he held the sword in his hand, he began to think about how Hajin would act in his place. Then he took a step back and realized that now was not the time to think about it, because this was his duel. Then the guy looked up and said that he bragged about fighting alone, being so weak, and regretted his words. At that moment, he realized that his talent was to protect the world with a sword. When he looked at the man, he thought that as long as his opponent was also a swordsman, there was always a way to win. Then he raised his weapon and decided that the only thing he could do in this situation was to put all his efforts and defeat the enemy standing in front of him. At that moment, his body began to fill with some kind of light aura. The blonde was surprised and thought that this was too much magical energy. Then he grouped himself and thought that this was an ordinary boy, albeit the first among the students of the cube, but it seemed that he needed to be more careful with him. He frowned and decided to finish him off with the next attack. Only the cadet was very determined. Suddenly he noticed. He was enveloped in a strange feeling that did not come from his opponent, because he looked the same as this one, and immediately memories popped up in his head. When he first entered this dungeon, he experienced the same feeling. Now the young man stood and understood that it was as if someone was calling him. The stick, which was a reward for the duel, was also shining brightly at that moment. But it is worth returning to the duel Hajin. The boy at that moment was sitting in front of the monster and listening to insults addressed to him. He came closer and said that he would make sure that he could not see the light of day again. The protagonist realized that things were bad, it was over, this was not an opponent that could be defeated. After which he gritted his teeth and got ready. When his opponent swung his arm, the young man thought it was probably his end. He closed his eyes and was ready to die. But then something happened, there was a scream but no blow. Hajin opened his eyes and saw a blade right in front of his face. This stake pierced his opponent and made him freeze. Then suddenly he was pulled out. And now the silhouette of a woman appeared in front of the main character. The guy looked at her and could not believe his eyes. What was the captain doing here? He sincerely did not understand how this woman ended up here. Suddenly, an incredible pain in his chest enveloped him. The cadet grabbed it and thought that this was already bad. He was not sure if he could withstand it if he was being forged now. Meanwhile, the woman approached him, while the young man thought that there was a suspicion that the chameleon group was somehow connected with the demon in the mask. After which the guy raised his head and thought what they wanted from him. Finally, the pancake stopped. She extended her hand to him. It was not clear what was happening. Then the woman tried to help him get up and said that she was glad to see him. Now Hajin was seriously surprised. He laughed and said that it seemed that they began to cross paths often. The girl came even closer and said that this was true. Then she looked at him and said that it was all because he was being followed. It seemed that this information never ceased to amaze him. The brown-haired man looked at her and asked what it meant. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind her head and tried to attack her. The young man was scared and shouted that there was danger behind him. But for some reason, the brunette did nothing and the monster practically crashed into her aura. Hajin was shocked when he realized how strong she was. The girl came closer and said that they needed to talk. When the guy asked again if it was true, she answered that it was. Then she leaned over and turned to him. He raised his head and realized that it was familiar to him. It was in the novel. Only this was a turning point in the history of Jonghak. It turns out that the author himself changed the course of events. He also thought that if so, then what could happen? He immediately apologized to the woman, but she no longer listened to him. She turned and said that time was up. Then she looked at him and said that she hoped that her words were well blown. After that, she literally disappeared. And then it started to flow like a stream from there. The young man looked at it and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly he heard a scream from the side. It was Suho running towards him, who immediately asked if everything was okay and if he was badly injured. The guy smiled and said that it was nonsense, asked if he had coped. In response he heard that he had just finished and asked if he could get up. The guy gave him his hand and said that he seemed to be able to. When they lifted him up, they immediately asked how he was feeling. The main character answered that he could rest for a couple of days and he would be as good as new. Suho turned around and asked what to do with his opponent. The man was lying on the ground. The author immediately realized that since his body was still there, he had just lost consciousness. And then his friend said something that really surprised the guy, asked that they probably needed to inform the association. Hajin immediately dissuaded him and said that they had no evidence, and moreover, they had entered the dungeon without permission, they would be punished for this. And the thoughts were not coming yet, they were about the fact that he invested all his money in them. They cannot be exposed, does not think that this slow-witted person will get anything, and Suho really said that it sounds logical. Then he asked a question about what happened to his opponent. The guy turned and thought. Then he looked around and remembered what really happened. While he thought that he was pierced by that woman, she decided to say that he just ran away. Finally, the guys went outside. It was deep night. They sat down under one of the trees and tried to come to their senses. The main character was thinking about the fact that even once using the stigma is already hard. At that moment his comrade turned to him. Then he held out a stick and said that he thought it was an unusual stick. Then he said that he did not know how to explain it, while the brown-haired girl thought about the fact that he did not forget and took it with him. Suho remembered how their battle ended and said that it was as if during the fight she called him. And then he picked up this branch. He smiled a little embarrassedly and said that it was probably nonsense, but in response he heard that it was not nonsense and understood everything. after which the guy smiled at him. Then he raised his finger up and said that just by looking at it, he immediately felt its power. He asked if it was true and asked to tell. Hajin looked at his comrade and thought that it was difficult to even imagine that such a legendary item could get into the dungeon. Only someone who is well acquainted with mythology could recognize it. After which he smiled and asked if he had heard of Misteltane. This is a man from the mythology of Northern Europe, known as a legendary weapon associated with the god of light and nicknamed the branch of the god of the killer. After which the guy picked up this stick and said that this is the item. The other said that it simply cannot be. But the friend smiled and nodded to him. He said how Suho himself should know, it will acquire its true form only when it is used, but for now it looks like this. The cadet took it and realized that this was not her real form, everything was exactly like that. For some time, the guys discussed what they knew. It looked somehow pathetic for a legendary weapon, and the young man was really very upset then. Well, only now the author thought that this guy did not even awaken this weapon, but was able to successfully defeat a human monster with it. All this thanks to its power, but immediately after that he received a question how to awaken it. They put the stick on the ground and began to discuss that there are certain actions. Then Hajin took out something from his pocket. His comrade saw it and was very surprised. In his hands was a bag of some pollen. When asked what it was, the guy replied that it was an artifact that would help awaken him. The question immediately came to where he got it. It looks very valuable. After which the young man looked at Suho and thought that according to the original story, the powder should belong to him, but didn't he deserve it himself? Then he thought about how to answer the question of what it was and said that it was the ashes of his parents. This news made Suho very surprised, and then an awkward pause hung between them. Hajin was upset and thought that he really couldn't even joke. Then he smiled and said that he was joking. He was just saying that it was important to him. He thought that he had gone a little too far. Then he introduced the wizards and said that this powder accelerates the realization of his potential and helps to reach the peak. This applies to both objects and people. Then he held it out forward and said that if we sum it up, we need to sprinkle it on this artifact and it will change. Then he lowered his hand down and said that he would do it now, we need to prepare. Suddenly his comrade stopped him. He looked at him with frightened eyes and asked if he was sure that this was right. After all, this powder was important to him. The brown-haired man smiled and said that the powder was important, so it should be used at such moments. Then he asked when he would be able to get such a mythical item. His friend still doubted and tried to object. Then the brown-haired man told him to shut up and agree while they were giving it to him. He thanked him. And finally the process began. The powder was poured. Immediately the stick began to renounce and a bright light appeared. The guys carefully watched everything that was happening and did not understand what was happening. Sprouts and leaves began to appear from it abruptly, after which the main character said that he was right and his friend agreed with him. But then these leaves began to fall off. Hajin immediately imagined Suho with a sword and thought that everything was going well. The first awakening was complete. Now it will gradually take the form of a sword and help him defeat their enemies. After which he stood up and said that everything was fine. Then he took a fallen leaf in his hand and reminded that they made a promise to each other, right? So he picked up this leaf and reminded that if his friend takes the stick, then he will take the leaf. After which the guys began to move through the forest towards the hostel. Suho doubted for a long time and asked if his friend was sure that the leaf was enough. Maybe without a stick it would not make any sense, but in response he heard that he had already been told several times that it was enough. And the brown-haired man said that everything was fine. He did not want to try it on. I use it in close combat. Now, for him it was enough. After which he brought the leaf into his inventory. There was information that this was a leaf that the legendary stick left after awakening. If you boil it and drink it, the body will become stronger. You can also strengthen it and make an incredible weapon. The author walked forward and said that after all this is an ordinary product of the legendary weapon, he is quite happy with it. Then he said that he needed to figure out how to use it, but suddenly stumbled. He fell with such a roar that even the birds flew away from there. The guy landed and said that it hurt him, but it was unclear where the tree roots came from. Suddenly it dawned on him. This had already happened to him when he stumbled over a root and found ginseng. Then his friend came back and asked what was taking him so long. Did something happen? Heard some strange sound, but in response he heard that nothing happened. He was already on his way. And then the guy went on humming a song because a ginseng root appeared in his inventory. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the girls were watching these two. The blonde was watching their fight and said that it was not bad. Even if you put all your magic power, it is difficult to cause such damage with mold, but the main character was able to. After which the girl raised her head and said that most of all she liked the cold-bloodedness with which he makes decisions, because then he shot his opponent without any problems. It dawned on her that the current Hajin did not seem to know that his opponent was a human monster, but was ready to kill him without hesitation. Then she paused the fight and said that this time the leader was right. She turned around and said that this child has potential. The woman closed her eyes and asked her to stop. In response she heard the question whether she is really leaving. will not watch until the end, wanted to see the demonization. But the captain passed by and replied that she did not want to watch it. The question immediately came why. The brunette just walked on and kept silent, then said that it looked disgusting. Meanwhile, the guys finally reached the observation room. No one had any strength left. The guy barely walked forward and thought that his whole body hurt and would definitely die. Suddenly a little girl came out of the room and met him. Hajin immediately asked her in a whisper, did he really wake her up? Then he picked her up, apologized and said that it was time to go to bed. After which, together with the girl, he went to the window. He raised his head and looked out. The night was incredibly beautiful today, and the moon was shining so brightly that it illuminated everything around. Some time before this, the guys were still together and Suho told him to go back to the cube. The guy turned around and asked what about him. In response, he heard that since he was here, it was better to see his family. And when he was leaving, he stopped his friend and added something else. He smiled and said that he was very grateful to him for today. Hajin was a little confused at first. Then he looked at him with surprised eyes. Then he began to scroll through the information in his head. This person is the main character of the main story, does not compromise in anything, just a hero of justice who is on the right path. In the real world, you can't find such a person, they simply don't exist, and yet, he wrote him like this because he wanted such a person to exist. The creation of this character was quite difficult. His name generally means to protect. And now Hajin looked out the window and scrolled through all this in his head. While watching the beautiful night, he thought that this was the true savior who protects this world. That night, he could not answer him anything and did not even change his face. And when asked what happened, he answered with a smile that nothing and asked him to take care of himself. Then he looked at him and thought that in this world, this is the one he trusts the most. The Heroic Association calls the 9 strongest people monsters 9 evils. This name should be interpreted as 9 sources of evil, the number of destruction, but it was liked and therefore recognized it, even created a corresponding coat of arms. The 3rd evil is disobedience, created a secret bream in a cave deep in the mountains of southern Hamjin, right in the rock. It was a sanctuary of disobedience. Inside, the employees were discussing what was wrong with their colleague. Why did she suddenly show up in the office? Then they looked at her and said that she was usually not particularly interested in missions. Then they started discussing that this girl was so strange. Was she really a human monster? Suddenly, their boss entered the room and the girls had to shut up. Then he turned to Tomer. She got angry and asked if he was serious. Then they handed her a folder. The boss said that he knew she had incredible skills, but he couldn't stand her whining just because it seemed like the mission was insignificant. She agreed. Then she looked at him and asked what kind of mission it was. What was it this time? He told her that it would be better to see for herself and heard that it would be better if they gave her more details. But then the girl was surprised and asked if this was really what she thought, and it was. She looked at him in surprise and heard that this operation was surveillance. Meanwhile, in the city, there was some kind of event in the tower. There were many people gathered in the hall, including the main character, who was met in the hall. An employee approached him and asked if I understood correctly that this was the person who made an appointment regarding the magical engraving of aspects. Then he smiled when he heard that it was so. Then he came closer and said that it was nice to meet him. He is a 4-star magician, and his name is Jean. In response, he heard that the young man was surprised that today this person is responsible for this. He will count on it. Hajin also thought that this is the highest rank that an ordinary person can meet. He was very lucky today. But there was also a strange pause between them, after which the man showed that they should follow him, and the cadet thought that his clothes had just been scanned. Then he stood up and thought that these magicians are such materialists. In fact, he knew that they were like that, so he changed his clothes a little today. Maybe he should have dressed more decently. Before entering the office, the man asked what magical aspect the young man would like to engrave. He raised his head and said that he was interested in physical enhancement or magical protection. The wizard snapped his fingers and said that he understood everything. The same instructions appeared in front of them, different variations of the Grav Ravak. He said that something of this should suit him and asked if he liked it. The brown-haired man carefully studied each of them. Usually people engrave magical aspects on their artifacts that spend little mana, because even if he has a huge supply of mana, there is always a limit to its use. However, the obsidian bracelet has no such restrictions. One of his comrades immediately came to mind. The guy thought that this is why he needs a magical aspect that uses so much mana that he can use it only once a week, and which has an incredible function. These thoughts made him tense. Then he looked at the wizard and thought, what about this man? Why is he acting like this? The cadet was a little confused when he realized that it looked high on him right now. His value was already determined by his clothes. Then he smiled and thought, what should he do with it then? If he leaves everything like this, maybe draw his aspect randomly, right? After which he raised his head and said that he was not interested in such simple ones. He smiled and asked if they had aspects that required more mana to activate. He also added that he was interested in something like enhancements and protective energy or instant awakening. The blonde said that it was possible, but the young man immediately interrupted him. He raised his shoulders and said that it was really that hard for a 4-star mage. There was a pause between them, and the course immediately asked what was wrong. Then he stood up and said that okay then, he came here because he was in a hurry, maybe we could meet again, but he was immediately stopped and told that this was not the case. The brown-haired man looked at him and asked if this was definitely not the case. The blonde was confused at that moment and thought about this child, was he really rich, and said that it seemed that they could not provide enough information. After which he became even more confused and said that of course such aspects are possible, but it seemed to him that they could be too expensive. The latter immediately asked again. The man began to smile strangely and said that at least this applies to their regular customers, and maybe this person can voice an approximate budget. Hajin then came closer and whispered something in his ear. The blonde heard this and looked at him in surprise. His eyes lit up almost for the coins he had earned and even asked again at first how much, as if he did not believe it. Then his voice changed and said that he would then show him the others. Since he was in a hurry, he would show only the best ones and asked the assistant to bring him some tea. The protagonist sat back and exhaled. Some more time passed. He came back and was already in class. He sat at the table and thought that they had managed to clear the mountain dungeon, and his comrade calmly received the fact. And he also smiled and thought that he had finished engraving the magical aspect, while putting that magician in his place, and mentally thanked everyone for the large amount of money earned. Then he saw the teacher who came out on stage and thought that he didn't want to show off like that, but since he was dealing with a materialist, he had no choice. Everything was going according to plan. At that moment, the teacher asked everyone to pay attention to him. He frowned and said that from today on, everyone should form teams of 5 people and start working together. Hajin was a little upset and thought that this was the moment that was familiar to him, a team game. In other words, this is working in a group, mini tower raids, where the cadets gather and work together. Also fights, where they compete with each other. And also team building activities, for example, joint travel and spending time. The teacher said that they need to form a group with whoever they want and submit a list of participants by Wednesday. Everyone around immediately started discussing and offering to join, and the young man did not understand what to do because before that he was a loner. Just at that moment the man said that if they didn't find a team by the following Wednesday, he would put him on it himself. He didn't like that idea either. Suddenly the guy turned around and saw someone behind him. There was a girl sitting there, upset, and she snapped her finger on the table. It was Rachel, who almost had tears in her eyes. The young man looked at her and thought that maybe she was in the same situation. Then he imagined the princess and thought that the difference between them was that the girl herself decided to be alone. It must be because she was a princess. Then he thought about it and thought that it would be nice to team up with her, and he had something to give her, for example, pollen from a butterfly seedling. He immediately remembered the novel and thought that in the original, the pollen helped her find the path to her enlightenment. If she continued to drag it out, the gap in characteristics between her from the original and the current one would only grow. After that, he took out his watch and invited her to team up with him. He thought that in that case he had to act. And he sent a message. Then he turned around and looked back. The girl was still sitting in a bad mood. Suddenly she received a message. The guy watched her carefully as she checked it. Meanwhile, the blonde read it all. But a second later, someone came up to her and spoke to her. It seemed that the main character's plans had gone a little in the other direction. The brunette extended his hand to her and offered to join his team. It was unclear why he approached her and for what purpose. The guys exchanged glances, and the main character at that moment was looking at them. In the background, his classmates were discussing whether these two would really be on the same team, what was going on. He also did not understand how it was, why the guy decided to take a step right now. Why did he suddenly decide to choose her? If an unholy mercenary in the world of monster people decided to do something, there was definitely someone behind him. Then he looked at the girl and thought that she was the one he needed in this situation. He frowned and decided that only one person came to mind, and that was Lancaster. The blonde then raised her head and said that there was still time, so she wanted to ask to let her think. The brunette smiled and at first said nothing, and then agreed with her and said that he was ready to do as she liked. After which the girl sat and thought someone sent her a message, and when she read it, she was surprised. She looked around and thought, was it really Hajin? He was still looking at her and smiling embarrassedly. When the girl noticed his gaze on her, she was surprised at first, then turned away. This embarrassed him even more and made him think that she wanted to refuse. At that very second, a message came to his watch. The young man smiled when he saw that she answered that she would like to think a little, and he decided to wait while the blonde sat and thought. She was pleased, even her cheeks blushed. At that moment, another of their classmates was sitting and drawing on the other desk. Naeun was almost falling asleep and found herself in a difficult situation. There were 2 people on her list and no one else, all because the girl did not want to team up with students who were in the top 100. So she sat and thought that if she took a low-ranking student, they would be given extra points, but how to find a skilled person with a low rank? Then she looked around and thought that only one person came to mind. Meanwhile, a classmate approached Hajin and asked what she was doing after classes, offered to team up with them. Another guy came up to her and said that he heard that tomorrow the museum would exhibit Napoleon's pistol, asked if he needed a ticket because he didn't need one. The guys literally surrounded the main character, offering to join them. Naeun watched this and thought that the guy was really popular, although this only becomes apparent during the formation of teams. Then she thought about it and decided that if we take into account the theory classes, then this guy with his incredible grades is an ideal candidate. After she imagined how she would approach him and start talking, she decided that it would not be difficult to recruit him. She would just have to say that they had a free spot on their team and wanted to offer to join them. He simply thanked her. Then she lowered her head and thought that something else was bothering her. What if this person thought that she had feelings for him? And then she even blushed and broke her pen from the tension. While the girl was embarrassedly reasoning that she really just wanted to take him to her team, a blonde guy came up to her and asked if she had finished thinking. Then she turned and looked at the guy, told him to mind his own business. And he turned and said that whoever his friend chose, nothing would really change. Why bother so much? You can just take anyone and motivate him to try. He liked this option. But the girl stuck her tongue out at him and said that she didn't care, she had her own plans. The young man abruptly pulled the notebook from her and said that in that case he wanted to look at them. Then he began to read from said that now he would look at who she chose. There was a squabble between them. The little girl tried to take the notebook away, and the blonde read the names of his classmates. Then Yours saw it and was very surprised. Literally, he shouted to the whole room that it was written about Hajin. It seems that she was very upset by this. Everyone immediately paid attention and started asking what it was. It seems that someone else needs this guy. The girl at that moment stood all red. She could not hide from other people's eyes. At the same moment, the blonde looked at her and asked what it meant when she chose him. And she immediately grabbed his neck and screamed for him to shut up. Then she took her notebook away and said that you can't meddle in other people's notes without permission. The guys around were shocked. It seems that this person did not move. Did he really die? And when she went down, Naeun noticed that the main character was looking straight at her. So she raised her head high and just walked past. And the young man did not stop looking at her. After some time, the teacher came and said that today's class was over. Finally, everyone left the room. Hajin was walking down the hallway when someone started calling him. It was his classmate Naeun, who grabbed his hand. The guy turned around and asked what happened. And the girl came closer and said what she thought. He could hear it anyway. Then she practically whispered in his ear that she wanted to take him to her team, but the blonde intervened and said that she had given him an application. Naeun turned around and asked what application. Rachel came closer to the guy and said that they would be on the same team. The girl heard this and was very surprised. Then she looked at her classmate with huge eyes, and while she was in shock, she heard that this happened. Then she grinned in surprise. Then she rolled her eyes and asked how. She said that she was afraid that no one would want to take him and just decided to help him, after all, in the same club. Then she patted him on the shoulder and said that she probably worried in vain, then wished him good luck. She lowered her head and silently left. The blonde looked at her all this time and seemed a little upset, and their classmate walked away proudly looking forward. While she was walking, she thought about Rachel, who also wields a sword and has approximately equal physical indicators. Moreover, not counting theory, their grades are approximately the same. And yet, she was worried about the question of why they chose her. And in addition to the offense, there was also embarrassment and the question of why he chose her and not Naeun. All the students gathered in the corridor and talked. Hajin and Rachel were also walking there. Downstairs, one girl stopped and turned to him. Then, embarrassed, she asked if he was trying to join another team like this. The young man answered with a smile that of course not, and thought that it seemed that this question arose because of the situation with another classmate. Then someone called him. The guys came up to him and thanked him for taking them into the team. The other one also smiled and said that to be honest he was glad that they were on the same team. The young man said that it was nothing special, and she thought that he was just following Rachel. Then the young man pointed to his friend and said how about eating together, introduced him and said that he was also a member of their team. Hajin thought that he was a little worried because Tomer was walking around somewhere nearby. Well, he thought everything would be fine. Then he turned around and asked the blonde. She agreed and said that it sounded good. Then the guys asked what she would like to eat. In response, he heard that she did not have any special preferences. Although the girl is not picky about food, she still likes some things. Then a question sounded about this restaurant, a Korean restaurant. The little girl turned and looked at her friend shyly. Then she said happily that she would be happy to go there. The others also said that it was a good place. Meanwhile, Naeun returned home and said that their team thus has 2 warriors, a shooter, a support, and a mage. A friend was in touch with her, who noted that the girl is both a warrior and a shooter. This is such an incredible combination. This question even confused her a little. After which her friend asked about Hajin, is it true that he couldn't join them? Now she was stunned by this question. And in response, the girl heard that if she wanted him to join them, she would have definitely joined. Naeun also said that in this case, the other team would be in trouble, except for Rachel. There is no one else there. In response, she heard that it would still be nice to have this guy on the team. After which she lowered her head and said that she should stop thinking about him. Then she will fill out and submit the application. Her friend agreed. Then the girl collapsed on the bed and exhaled. After she opened her eyes, she thought that she just couldn't fall asleep. She looked at the ceiling and said that if she knew that this would happen, she would have immediately invited him to the team, and then the theory could not worry. Then she clenched her fist and said that she lost to the blonde because she doubted. And she also remembered the competition and thought that she still remembers how she lost to her then. And this happened when she switched to the sword. The girl started beating her pillow and screaming that she didn't like it. Then she frowned and thought that at this rate she would lose to her again. At that moment, the guys were sitting and eating in the restaurant. Some time passed, everyone moved to the caves. At the first team lesson, the main character's team stood and discussed that it was very cold there. Their task was to explore the dungeon. Usually, when a new dungeon is discovered, an advanced team is sent into it, but their goal today is to fulfill the duties of this group. The guys were shivering from the cold and discussed that they had been walking for 20 minutes. Asked Hajin if he was cold, he embarrassedly answered that he was. Suddenly the blonde noticed something. They came across some kind of fork and discussed that there were 5 tunnels, they should go into one. One of the guys came to the opposite side and suggested going there. What's the point of thinking here? But in response she heard no. A brown-haired man came up to her and said that no one would definitely go there. The brunette turned around and asked why he was so sure about that. And the young man looked at him, thought why not? Her motives were so obvious, trying to lure them into a trap, and said that he recognized details quite well. This tunnel was wrong. The girl got angry. Then she went up to the blonde and told her to choose. Rachel said that she was ready to follow the guy, and this news made him happy. The brunette then turned around and said that this passage seemed correct. No one even paid attention to her. And after some time, the group passed by a large sleeping monster. It was a yeti. It seems that the chosen path turned out to be correct. The guys looked around and looked around. For some time, the main character continued to stand in Tomer's way. When she offered to go somewhere, he immediately refused. Although her constant attempts to take Rachel away from the group are commendable, they are useless. She cannot be allowed to achieve what she wants. At some point, the girl got completely angry and watched them from the side. Her fists clenched with anger, and when she looked at the blonde, she thought that it was so difficult to hurt one person and make him retreat. It was all this guy's fault, and since it came to this, she simply called the girl to her. Then she extended her hand and ordered her to follow her. A dialogue took place. A question was immediately asked what was meant. The answer was that he thought it would be better to split into 2 teams. Relying on one person is not very effective. The girl tried to object, and then the main character appeared, who said that there was no time to waste and protect her. Then he took her hand and led her forward. The brunette got angry and called him, asked why he was acting so confidently. It turns out that the young man activated the long-range sight and saw the entire path. The map was literally in front. It was clear where to go and where their flag was. Therefore, he did not even pay attention to the questions and continued to move forward. And the blonde followed him obediently. The guys were also happy and shouted that this path was clear, they had to go there. At that moment, a teacher appeared in front of them, an instructor who was waiting for them. At some point, the friend turned to the guy and he asked what was wrong. The thing is that the young man was holding her hand all this time, after which he abruptly let go and began to apologize, but in response he heard that everything was fine. The girl blushed and said that there was no need to apologize. The instructor immediately announced that the team must submit their report. Hajin took a step forward and said that on the way they met a yeti, a snow tree, a snow golem, and a white drake. Considering what monsters they met in the dungeon, the boss should be at least an average level 3. The teacher nodded his head and smiled. Then he praised them and said that it was perfect. Everyone was happy. The team gathered around the main character and began to say that it was simply incredible. Did the teacher really say that it was perfect? And they also said that it works, they just need to rely on him. And the brunette was still standing aside and looking at them. She was angry that everyone loved him. If we go back a little, when the girl received the task, she asked if she was really given a new mission. She opened the questionnaire and heard that the target was Rachel. They needed to weaken and injure her. Even the higher-ups who infiltrated their promised to help them, so this job should not be difficult. The man also said that when he deals with Rachel, her daily routine will be disrupted. Their agents will completely figure it out, and asked if he can rely on her. The girl slammed the folder shut. Then she smiled and said that it would be quite simple. After all, they are just children. And now she was sitting on the couch at home and saying that she did not want to do such a simple thing. She received a message from the agent why the mission was postponed or if something unexpected had happened. The brunette began to get angry and shout that the mission had just begun. Why the hell were they rushing her? Then she grabbed her head and exhaled. She looked at the floor and wondered if this was something unexpected. Yes, it happened. Every time she tried to do something, that guy appeared and immediately stopped her. As if the young man imagined himself to be her protector, stuck to her like gum, and kept telling her that if she wanted to get closer to her, then she would have to go through him. She took his questionnaire and said that this guy always rubs against her during classes and even after. How could a rank 334 behave so brazenly? There was nothing special about him. Then she smiled and said that she just shouldn't tell her that the young man believes that if he tries hard, a beautiful lady will fall for him. But then it dawned on her. Their questionnaires fell next to each other and a thought appeared, is the young man really interested in this girl? Then the brunette took the papers in her hands again and began to think, if she really did this, then she just needed to inflate this topic and spread rumors that he liked Rachel. Literally tell everyone that the young man said he likes the girl. Then the following situation can happen. The distance between them will increase. The blonde will ask not to follow her and will say that she is uncomfortable with what people say, and it will be so easy to complete this mission. For her now it looked easy as pie. The spy also thought that this happened. First she needs to get closer to the whole team. Then a sly smile and hope appeared on her face. The theory classes began. There was an analysis of phenomenon 2. Everyone was looking at the screen and the teacher finally began to finish. He lowered his head and said that each team should choose a small dungeon for the next week and provide the best strategy for passing it that they can come up with. Everyone exhaled and the class was declared over. One of the team members grabbed his head and said that this time there was so much homework. Then he smiled and said that he was not worried at all, and behind him sat the guys who took first and second place in the written exam. The comrade turned around and said that he relied on Hajin, who smiled and said that he was not that good. But the classmates started smiling and said that this guy was so modest. Suddenly, a blonde guy came up to them and said that next Wednesday there would be a team leader meeting at 7 p.m. All leaders were required to attend. The meeting would be held in the auditorium. Everyone stood up and started to go home and agreed. Then the brown-haired guy turned around and suggested that the blonde go to a cafe to discuss the distribution of roles. She agreed. At that moment, a brunette came up to them and said that she also wanted to go to a cafe with them. They could get a cake and get to know each other better. The main character heard this and was very surprised, did not understand what happened. Then he frowned and asked what she was thinking. And the girl started waving her arms and said what was wrong. She just wants their team to unite and thought that in fact it was he who was acting strangely. For some time, the girl talked with other team members, and the main character stood aside and wondered where all this activity was coming from. After which Tomer took everyone by the arms and told them to go faster, they don't have time. The young man was still tense and thought that something was fishy here. Finally, everyone went to the cafe. Inside, the guys looked around. The guy thought that he checked the roof and the basement, but did not find any traps, and yet something was wrong here. At that moment his girlfriend turned to him. Then he turned around and said that he would now join the conversation. He put the task on the table and said that the first 2 members of the group should find information about the dungeon, the other 2 should calculate the density of mana. Everyone agreed. Then he drank a cocktail and said that after everyone sent him the information, he would combine everything and make a presentation. The guys agreed again. Blend smiled and said that it was enough to discuss school. In response he heard that she was so carefree today. The other one also leaned back and said that he was so glad that they had Hajin. He was so worried about the fact that this was a group task. He also said that it must be nice to have such good results as his. After becoming a shooter, a lot of attention poured out on him. The young man replied that nothing special, everything is basically the same as before. Suddenly someone said that there is no need to be modest, because he was already invited by the big guilds, and this was really so. Then the girl tugged him by the sleeve. Then she whispered to him. She moved and asked if the royal family of England really addressed him. In response she received a question. What did she mean? The girl turned and said that she meant the guild of the English royal family. The guy thought about it. He did not remember anything like that. Then he pressed his watch and thought maybe there was a message, but did not see it. And indeed there was a message from the royal guild. He said that he does not check his mail every day, so he did not know. The girl clenched her fist, while the brown-haired man was thinking why they wrote to him in particular, and said that he would look now. There was a letter where the royal family invited him to join them, and they wrote it in Korean. The guy studied it all, thought that their annual salary was 100 million and a separate commission, not such good conditions. The blonde asked to show her and he agreed. When Rachel read it, she asked again about the separate commission and asked how these people even do their job. Then she raised her head and told him to forget about it and not even read it anymore. After that, she stood up and said that she was leaving. Everyone around was surprised. The brunette tried to stop her, asked how she could leave first. She should chat with them and smile. But nevertheless, the princess ran away from there. The young man turned around and did not understand what was happening. The question immediately came up, why was she so angry? And the spy then thought only about the fact that everything did not go according to plan. She felt uneasy about it. The main character at that moment was also thinking a lot and did not understand anything. The brunette suddenly turned to her friend and asked if he thought Hajin liked Rachel. Some time passed, everyone moved to the gym. The brown-haired man went to the vending machine for water. With shaking hands, he picked up the can and thought that it was so nice to rest after endurance training. Even though he had already gotten better, it was still very difficult. Then he tried to open it and thought that he didn't even have the strength to open the can. Someone came up to him below and did it for him. Then the young man turned around and saw a classmate there. She came closer and said that she would like to talk to him for a while. The guy looked at her with surprised eyes. It was clear that the girl was determined, but he picked up the bottle and asked what it was. Then Naeun sheepishly said that their team's presentation would be the Bogomol dungeon. She was just wondering if she knew anything about it. The guy turned around and asked how they could even manage to choose such a difficult dungeon. In response, he heard that she didn't want to do it. But the situation turned out that this annoying wizard continued to insist at the meeting that it was him who had to be chosen. He approached her and said that he could be relied upon and practically forced them to make such a decision. The young man continued to drink his water and listened attentively. Then he presented this paper and thought that as far as I remember, he is quite strong, but boastful and rude. Because his family is rich, he feels free even in front of her. Then he sat down and thought that then she would tell her the necessary information and said that he thought she would be able to get bonus points for its complexity, asked if the wizard would make a presentation. The girl was surprised and said that indeed, the guy insisted on it, but why was he asking? Suddenly the main character transformed into a mentor and said that this work should be given to another person. Then he took out a book and said that his physiognomy says that he likes to pretend to be cool. Well, when the time comes for the presentation, he will most likely freeze. And he also added that if this guy were to represent their work, the whole society would collapse and they would have terrible results. This fact surprised her more than the others. Then the girl jumped up and asked if her classmate really thought so too. She wanted to just close her eyes to it, but now she won't. Then she exhaled and said that she had never seen a person who would do whatever they wanted more often than she did. In response, she received a question if she had really noticed something like this in herself. After which the young man drank and added that it was better for her friend to represent their project. It seemed that she would succeed. Naeun looked at him and said that she also wanted to do the same, but she didn't know whether the wizard would agree to it or not, but she wasn't sure. The brown-haired brother looked at her in surprise and realized that these two were so close to communicating like that. At that moment, the classmate froze and asked what was going on. A strange pause hung between them. Both were confused and started talking about how in any case they should be more careful during training and said goodbye. The other one said that he agreed, though he had not finished strength training yet. The day of presentations came. One of the students was already answering, and she was not very sure. The student covered his face with a tablet and tried to say something about the dungeon and the amount of mana. He was constantly making mistakes. It was not clear what he was doing. The main character was generally bored and he considered it a rather pathetic sight. After which she looked at the enraged Naeun and thought that apparently they did not manage to change the speaker. After the speech, this guy just came up and said with a smile that he was a little nervous. Everyone looked at him with a disapproving look. After which the team captain barely restrained herself from hitting him and thought that this man was really serious now and was also joking, but her friend stopped her and said that it was better to forget about it. The girl continued to clench her fist and thought that she would meet him after class and knock him out to hell. While she was watching and mentally killing her classmate, the next team was announced. Then a self-confident Hajin walked past her. It was very impressive, especially the glasses, and he went down and said that he was ready to start the presentation. Then he looked at the others and said that their team chose the Vasan dungeon. This is a real dungeon, which is located at the foot of the mountain. Then he pointed to the screen and began to tell something quite interesting. All this time, the girl looked at him and thought that it was quite impressive. The guy continued to talk and talk. Everyone was watching him. He was doing quite well, fascinated the others, and looked quite confident. Then the teacher raised his hand and said that he had a question. Then he looked at the screen and asked how they could have guessed the oncoming flow of mana in such a small amount of information. The guy smiled. Then he looked at the others and gave an immediate answer that everything can be explained by this formula. While the cadet was telling his story, the others were whispering and discussing that this man was good at presentations. They knew that he was smart, but who would have thought that he was also a great speaker? It was quite unexpected, and he even looked a little cool. Naeun was also thinking about this thought. The girl didn't even notice how she blushed from embarrassment, after which she heard that her team's presentation was over. The guys clapped their hands and said that it was a great job. Their classmate was still watching from the side. The guys looked pleased and happy, and she was tormented by resentment. After some time, they had a training session. The blonde was wiping herself after class and heard that that was all for today. The presentation was successful and tomorrow was a day off. Then she looked down and thought that she had also handed him the contract. Not long before that, she caught the young man in the corridor and discussed with him why someone presented their work with such a pitiful look. The guy also asked her if she was going to the party, but in response he heard that she had a training session planned. The brown-haired man turned around and said that in that case he would go alone, and then the girl remembered something. She took something out of her bag and decided to give it to him. It was a contract. The princess came closer and asked him to take it. Of course, the question immediately came, what is it? The protagonist was surprised when he heard that this was a preliminary contract between the guild and the royal family. She was a little embarrassed and said that the conditions in this contract were much better than the one he had received before. And she also said that in fact, she had asked for them herself, but apparently because of his rank, she was misunderstood. Then she came closer and said that this was exactly why she wanted to make him a serious offer this time. The situation was quite strange, everyone was embarrassed. Now the girls were scrolling through all this in their heads and were happy, thinking that she would succeed. Then she left the locker room satisfied and decided to quickly change and go to the dorm. There, behind the door, someone was whispering some rumors about Hajin liking Rachel. The blonde heard this and was very surprised. Then she stood near the door and listened to whether this was serious. It was quite possible that they heard that he even confessed to her. This news shocked her. Almost immediately, the princess blushed and thought, could he really like her? She stood there for a while and played in her head what she had just heard, why this guy really liked her, but how did they know that? The girls inside were discussing that this guy looked a little suspicious, and another said that he had been following her around a lot lately. Now the princess was no longer wearing a duck and got angry. Then she grabbed the handle and thought that it was because they were in the same group. How dare these people talk such nonsense? She imagined the two of them together and thought that they were a good team. Of course they went together. Then she stopped and remembered how the young man told her recently that he was actually her fan. These thoughts made her think again. For a while, the little girl stood near the door and listened to how they were discussing inside that they had quite different statuses. Suddenly, someone crashed into her. The blonde turned around and was surprised. Naeun and Yonho were there, who immediately asked what was going on here. The princess was embarrassed and said that everything was fine, but in response she heard that it would be better to screw on to step on her foot. In fact, it hurt. But it turns out that the girl had really been standing on her sneakers all this time. She jumped back and began to apologize. Then she looked down and thought that if these two were to enter the locker room now, they would be told everything. And indeed, as soon as the door closed, they began to discuss this news. The princess grabbed her head and began to think what to do if this ridiculous rumor spreads. They would be finished. And while they were saying that the guys actually like her, the girl slammed the door shut and went inside. Everyone turned and looked at her. When the little girl went inside, they began to whisper about what they had heard them say before, but no one understood. Then her classmates smiled embarrassedly and said that it was time for them to leave. In response, they received what they had said before, but they ignored it. While the girls were running away, Naeun shouted again what kind of news was that. But the door closed in front of her and there were no answers. The blonde, meanwhile, exhaled and felt such relief. While another classmate clutched her head and thought about what these two were going to say, the brunette silently looked at her. Then she said that if you think about it, Tachel is on the same team with him. The princess listened to her attentively. The brunette came closer and smiled when she asked this question. She asked again in surprise and received an affirmative answer, after which the girl said that for some reason her friend cannot say his name out loud. The other asked again why and where did they get that from. Well, then she came closer and said that everyone wants to know how she is anyway. The answer immediately came that the princess does not understand what they are talking about. The brunette smiled and said that apparently she is pretending not to know anything. Then she looked at her sarcastically and said that the guild of the imperial family has already made him an offer, right? The blonde was surprised to hear that everyone already knew about it. Then the brunette exhaled and said who would have thought that the preliminary contract would be handed over to some 334th place. The imperial family seemed to have gone crazy, but would have understood if it was done by someone who knew what he was hiding. After which a silent pause hung in the room. Naeun began to shake her head in surprise and ask what was going on. The princess then closed her eyes and said that she did not understand what was going on. In any case, they had the right to provide him with a contract based on. But the brunette interrupted her and said that it was a joke, no need to react like that. Then she raised her eyes and said that it would be wise not to use this privilege so securely, because it would only get worse if she made unnecessary enemies out of the people around her, right? The princess simply listened to her, but at the same time clenched her fist in anger. This was definitely a warning. Then she looked at her classmate and thought that she was clearly showing that she had plans for this person and that she should not be disturbed. Then she lowered her head and thought that if he refused their contract, she had no need to cling to him anyway. At that moment, the brunette thought that the princess should now back down and said that it seemed like it was just fate, asked if she wanted to have a snack in her room before leaving. Rachel thought that she was wondering why and that she did not want to lose him, so she agreed, which surprised her quite a lot. Then she looked up and said that she was ready to accept her invitation. After some time, the girls moved to her room. Everyone was silent and just looked at each other. There was a silent pause, during which Naeun looked around and thought what kind of tense atmosphere. These two were talking about the fact that only they accept. Then the brunette looked at the princess and thought that the invitation was an obvious formality. Who would have thought that she would agree? What was she even thinking about? Then she folded her hands and asked the girl if she wanted juice. The answer was no. And again there was a pause, after which one of them stood up. Then she turned around and went to get the juice. While she was pouring it, she said that she wanted to ask something. Then she turned around and asked how the blonde recognized him. Memories from that day immediately came to her mind, but she said that it was just while talking. The brunette smiled. Then she came closer and said that in that case, does he know why he hides his true identity? The princess hesitated a little and could not answer anything. And the girl came closer and said that she seemed not to know. Well, is it really difficult to reveal this information? Naeun did not understand at all what he could hide. The princess at that moment sat and reasoned that she really did not know anything about his past, did not know why he hid his strength, but she said that even if she did not know this information, it did not change anything. The brunette spread her hands and said why it doesn't change anything, but in fact, it changes a lot. The Essence Shed is much better at collecting information than other guilds in the country, but then she was interrupted and said that they didn't mean that. The blonde raised her head and said that she thought she had an advantage because she was willing to wait for him to tell her everything herself. It was better than looking for information behind his back. This was a blow below the belt for her, after which the girl stood up and said that it was quite late, so she had to go. Then she walked past and thanked him for the invitation. As soon as the door closed, the brunette looked after her and got angry. The room was still quiet. Naeun was still in shock and asked why these two were talking in such a way that she didn't understand anything, and then started shouting that they should speak Korean. Only the thing is that the girls spoke Korean before. Meanwhile, in the cafe, other students were discussing the latest news. They met with a friend and said that Hajin liked Rachel. The brunette was surprised and asked if it was true. The other one sat down and said that since she was hearing about it for the first time, the rumor must have come from outside, but the cube has been on its ears lately because of this rumor. The girl replied that she didn't know. Then she remembered how she herself spread this rumor and thought that it was quite difficult. The third friend intervened in the conversation and said that they really had been spending a lot of time together lately, but wasn't it because they were on the same team? And she also introduced the princess and said that after Rachel graduated from the cube, she would become the head of the Imperial Guild. Perhaps she was just recruiting a team in advance, and in fact, it sounded plausible. The girls began to discuss that the young man had recently risen to rank 334, so for the Imperial Guild, occupying 60th place in the world, this ideal candidate. The brunette was confused and thought that everything should have gone completely wrong. After she introduced the birds, she thought that she wanted to get closer to the cadets and continue spreading rumors through them, thus dividing the guys, but she couldn't allow the rumors to die down. She began to bite her fingernails and think about what to do to fix the situation when the other two seemed to have all the pieces together. Then she smiled and said that there is no smoke without fire. The girls asked again. Then the thought came that it was necessary to somehow interest them. Looked at them and said that she saw how the young man was staring at Rachel. His eyes were full of love. Then she raised her hand up and winked, thought that it sounded somehow forced. But nevertheless, the students said that it was so unexpected and apparently believed. After all, you are at an age when the relationships of other people are very interesting to them. After which the friend said that she knew and asked if there was anything else, and the brunette thought. After that, she said that when everyone went to the cafe, but could not finish speaking, she received a notification on her watch. It said that this Wednesday you need to take with you an object that will help in completing the mission. All this time, the main character was watching her. He sat in front of the computer and said that he found out that the brunette did not just come to the cube. For him now everything came together. Last night he met her in the nearest supermarket, and then the girl came up and said that she did not expect to meet him here. The guy turned around and thought that it felt like he was running into her more often lately. He didn't even listen to what they were talking about. Then he looked at his watch and thought that something was wrong with it. At home, when he entered the watch number, he realized that it was a fake. It looked like the real thing, but he couldn't be fooled that easily. And then he began to study her correspondence, where it was written that reports should be sent through this watch, and if they notice any unexpected movements on the part of other agents, they should send a report upstairs. He said that it looks like she really needs Rachel. Then he smiled and added that even though he had to use 80 points so that she wouldn't notice that she was hacked, well, so that the important information, this woman would never think that she was the one leaking the information. And then a new message came. It was written about a class on Wednesday for fake relic competitions. On the lower floor of the dungeon in Zone B3 is the control center. The young man read it and asked about Wednesday. It was actually tomorrow. On the lower floor of the dungeon, it was written about an object that had been left there since 11 a.m. by the control center. He was suddenly surprised and said that there was not much time. He needed to hurry and immediately received a message. It was a message with an attached picture. It was unclear who it was. There was a screenshot and a question if she could explain how to do this. It was probably Rachel, although no, it was not her. All this time, another girl was working on her report and a practical question. Or rather, Naeun. It was already so difficult for her that she screamed that she did not understand what was being discussed at all. The girl was sitting in the library and thought that she was really studying the textbook, but she still could not solve anything. Then she grabbed her head and thought that this phenomenon of analysis too, all some calculations that do not understand what to do. She was sitting opposite the blonde. The girl constantly picked up the clock and looked at it. Then she lowered her eyes and got upset. Apparently it was hard for her too. After that, the girl looked at the paper and exhaled. She propped her head up with her hand and thought that for the main character, this should be no problem at all. She looked at her watch for some time and thought about how to write to him. There were several options in her head. Just explain how to solve it sounded rude. Can you explain how to do it? In exchange, treat him to lunch. That was also not it. The message, you are a genius, so you can explain to me how to do this with a laugh sounded somehow idiotic. Finally, she was able to come up with the final option. Can you explain how to do it? It seemed that it was better not to come up with. And then she pressed send. After which she smiled and thought that I myself had almost decided. But it would not hurt to clarify just in case. Suddenly he heard himself. 20 minutes passed. The girl looked at her watch and thought, did the guy really ignore her messages? Then she got up and thought that seriously, does he think that he is the only one she can ask for help from? But the same new notification came. The student turned and looked there. Then she put down her bag and left. Meanwhile, Hajin scratched his head and said that it took time to write an answer that would be understandable to her. And he smiled, saying that the girl always works so hard. It was evident from the previous presentation. He immediately imagined her urn. Then he raised his head and thought that in the future this man would surpass his brother as a hero. Suddenly it dawned on him that he had become so accustomed to life that he had completely forgotten about this man. He imagined her brother and thought that maybe he was in a coma now because he had become a demon seed. After the incubation period he would become a demon. There were no heroes yet who could defeat him, and no one knew how long this guy would sleep. That was the plot. So the main character imagined him and decided that before that happened he would definitely try to fix it. But the problem was that this was the only person who knew why he was in such a state, which meant no one could help him, so he looked into them and said that he would not be able to approach him on his own. But he thought that he could disguise himself. He picked up the business card and remembered about this option. After all, a woman had recently approached him, the same one who is the captain of the chameleons, and offered to join them, after which she handed him a business card. The young man looked at it and was surprised. Inside it was written about the mercenaries of Geronimo. These mercenaries are one of the best mercenary groups at the moment. However, this is just a cover for the chameleon group. So the guy thought that he did not know why they decided to recruit him instead of Jonghak. I wonder how much history will change because of this if these people help him. Then he remembered the members of this team again and thought that it might be possible to kill Jin-Yoon, and to do it in such a way that none of his friends would even notice. With these thoughts, the young man sat in front of the table for some time. Then he heard his name being called. The baby entered the room and asked why he was not asleep yet. The guy turned around and apologized, asked if he had really woken her up with the light once, and that was true. Then he took her in his arms and said that they needed to go to bed. And when he turned around, he thought that it was even good. He needed to slow down a little. The incubation period of the grain is 5 minus 6 years, which means he had about another year left. He was sure he would definitely come up with something. And he left the business card right in the middle of the table. The business card that belonged to the chameleon. The next day came. Everyone was discussing what the students most likely already knew. But today's practical lesson would be a simulated relic war. The instructor said this and everyone began to listen carefully. The guys around were discussing how interesting it was. They didn't want their rank to drop because of this, and the main character was listening carefully. Usually, the country that finds the relic gets the right to it, but in this world there are countless countries destroyed by outcasts. And in this case, the relic found in the wastelands remains with the owner, that is, in these ruins. Entire squads are assembled to get these relics. Guilds and even demons are ready to fight for them. Practically wars begin. This is called a relic war. The young man listened attentively and thought that in other words, during this training they can feel what a real war is. Then the teacher looked up and said that the excavation site will be incredibly huge. The theme will be close combat. Then he spread his hands and said that the command hierarchy Methods of communication with the team and the location of the relic are unknown, so it will be necessary to make the right decisions. During the training, the white team will stand in defense, and the white team will fight with the black will attack. He also said that if they decide that they received fatal injuries, or if they shout "I surrender," they will be disqualified. Then he snapped his fingers and said that then we must begin. Suddenly, black bandages appeared in front of everyone. The guys looked around and did not understand what it was. Nothing was visible, and the men frowned and said that it was better to calm down. This was his mana, so there was no need to be surprised. He closed their eyes so that they could send them all to different places, and now they had to go. After which the students groped after him. The protagonist walked and thought that perhaps it was not surprising that a hero above average rank was able to close the eyes of so many cadets, and yet this did not apply to him. After which he activated his gaze and was able to look around. Thanks to this, he had an overview of the entire room. When someone talks about excavating relics, the first thing that comes to mind is pits, but modern excavations, thanks to technology, look more like an underground bunker where the students were taken. The guy looked around and thought that in this place there were many people with amazing talents, which meant that this was the first underground floor. There would be 15 cadets here. The students he had left stood behind him. On the second underground floor, 25 cadets were left. And on the third underground floor, Naeun, Rachel, and 15 other cadets remained. He continued to walk forward and thought that there would be a big battle between them. Then he took one step at a time. Finally, he was stopped too. It was the fourth underground floor. At the same time, the sweatshirt on him was black. It turns out that he is on the black team. Then he looked around and thought that he wanted to know what floor Jonghak and Suho would be on. Well, apparently nothing can be done. I wonder if this is a residential area. Then he heard a sound. He listened and realized that in the next room after all. At the same moment, the teacher spoke up that all the cadets were distributed among the locations. The instructor watched them through the camera and video surveillance and said that the relics were either guarded by NPCs or moved. The white team must protect the relics, and the black team must steal them. Then he said that the countdown began and the doors between the students began to close, after which they slammed shut completely. The men announced that they needed to get ready and began to scold again. 4. The blonde at that moment looked around and did not understand anything. Like the others, there were already 3, then 2, and finally 1. Then they announced that the competition had begun. The guy took out his gun and reloaded it. Then he looked at his watch and thought that the relic that Tomer was supposed to take was in region at 3 on the lower floor. Then he looked and thought about the lower floor 7, but everything became quite problematic. In the next room from him was Yonha. She was looking ahead and was on the white team. The guy understood that in order to get through to the corridor here, he would definitely have to run into her. The girl then came closer and said that she knew that there was someone there and heard everything. Then she fixed her hair and asked which team this person was on, said that she was on white. In response, there was silence. Immediately a question came why he was not answering, then she should be on black. And then the girl pressed the button, said that he was so unlucky right away, she was sorry. And when the door opened, she said that you can just consider it bad luck. But suddenly she saw something and was very surprised. Hajin was standing opposite her. For a while, the guys just stood there and were silent. The young man even thought about why his girlfriend suddenly stopped her attack. He frowned and thought that she was somehow tense. The brunette at that moment could barely contain her emotions. She also frowned and thought that this was bad. She did not think that her first opponent would be this guy. Then he raised his hand and she tensed up. Then she grabbed her shoulder and ordered him not to throw anything. The young man raised his hands and said that he just scratched himself. Because of this, the girlfriend tensed up and thought that he had a regular cadet's pistol. But then she imagined the last fight and thought that this pistol was capable of carrying out attacks that could break through protective energy. What should she do? Fight him. Then she looked back and realized that there was another option. The corridor was quite narrow and straight. It immediately became clear that no matter how she ran, she would not be able to get out of the pistol's radius. Then she squeezed the weapon harder and realized that she needed to pull herself together. This could be her opportunity. She only knew how strong he was from her observations, because he often followed this guy. Then she looked at him and thought that this was an opportunity to personally experience what this cadet was capable of. The girl was quite determined. At that moment, the guy asked her in surprise what was happening and did not even notice the whip that was approaching him. And a second later, the gun was knocked out of his hands. The guy shouted that it hurt and looked at the flying weapon. Immediately after that, the girl grabbed him with the whip. And a moment later, the gun was already in her hands. She was happy and thought that she even admitted that she would be able to take it away. Was the young man really nothing special? At that moment, he was just standing in front of her. The brunette began to twirl the gun at him and said that without a weapon, he would never be able to defeat her. But only a moment later she realized that the gun was no longer in her hands, because it was in the guy's hands and it was not clear how and when it was taken away. Yona shouted at him not to move and asked if he really used mana. In response, she heard that you could say so. In fact, it was Nimin, and the ether. The young man thought that he had prepared it in advance especially for such situations. And now he was on horseback again. The girl tensed up and thought that the space was too small, there was nowhere to run, she would be in sight everywhere. I wonder how much it would hurt, but it was better to die than to be disqualified. After that, the guy pulled the trigger. The brunette closed her eyes and was ready to shoot. After some time, Hajin walked down the corridor. He held his hand and said that it hurt. If the blow was more accurate, his bone would have already been broken. The girl is a girl and really very strong. Then he looked around and thought that after all, what a big room and no one. He took out his watch and asked if everyone had really left. All participants in the battle for the relic were equipped with life signal devices. These devices determined the player's level, which was also visible to everyone else, was on his neck. And such questionnaires could be tracked. This counter shows whether the cadet is able to continue training. If you collect data from this device using a laptop, you can check them in real time. Use a connected smartwatch. Only the laptop was at home at that moment and the baby was playing next to it. It's good that the young man did this in advance, and now, for example, he saw Tomer. He thought that she was now in the toilet on the 7th floor. Then he thought that since she had not moved for quite a long time, it means she was looking for a trophy. After that, he looked around and said that first we need to check the location of the others. Rachel and Naeun were on the 3rd floor. It looks like a fight was going on between them now. On the 5th floor there were guys, Suho and Jonghak. The guy was surprised and said that this is a coincidence. I wonder if they have a live broadcast there. After which he found the broadcast and saw that one is on the white team, the other is on the black one. The guys were standing there and discussing that the blonde knew that one day this day would come. The other agreed and said that it was similar. It all looked like the best Tarantino movie. Then they said that it was enough chatter. Now they were going to show the difference between them. But suddenly there was some loud sound and the main character got scared. Then he looked ahead and said that he almost had a heart attack. Why were people so noisy there? Then he looked at the time and said that he seemed to have sat too long. He needed to go to the brunette. After which he actually went ahead and said that it was time to sort this out. Not far away, one of the cadets fell to the ground and shouted that he surrendered. A blindfold immediately appeared on his eyes. His opponent was Naeun, who sighed and said that she had already cut down 3. It was easy. Then she went ahead, thought that only 3 months had passed since the change of weapons, but she was already doing great. It seemed like a natural sword, that same someone called her. A brunette ran there and shouted that thank God she found her. It was Jiyoon. When asked where she was, the girl answered that she tried to hide, but the black team found her, barely escaped, literally ran in the rain and arrows. In response she heard that it was hard for her, but she is glad that in the end everything is fine. Although this is a student and not very good in close combat, but she helps her buff skills very well. This is a character enhancement effect. Then her friend turned around and said that they need to go and score points. Suddenly the girl told her that Rachel is also on this floor. Naeun Nusya and asked if she is here. The brunette exhaled and said that she was so surprised as soon as she saw her. She immediately got out of there, but then she was stopped and asked to be quiet. It was as if someone was approaching them in the distance. The girl grouped herself and told her friend to stand behind her, and then someone appeared in front of them. Both were surprised because there was Yonha, who was clearly very tired. The girls came closer and asked why she was so out of breath. Had she really been running away from someone? The other wiped her forehead and said that the guy had been running after her. The question immediately came up whether she was serious. Had she really won? Had a higher veteran? Yona was a little embarrassed and hesitated. If you go back a few minutes, there was a blow. The guy just touched her shoulder. Then he raised his hand and said that the game had just begun, so it was better not to complicate things. The girl turned and looked at him in surprise, and he just walked further down the corridor. And now she proudly said that she hadn't killed him yet, but she thought that she really was the one who almost killed her. Naeun then came closer and asked if it was true, and what was that young man doing now? She didn't know. He was probably doing reconnaissance. The brunette laughed and said that maybe he was looking for Rachel, and he immediately asked why. Jiyoon did not hesitate and said that it was because he liked her. Everyone present was surprised. Naeun was completely shocked. Her hands immediately began to tremble, and a picture of these two appeared in her head. It looked scary for her. The girl decided to ask again what her friend was talking about, and in response she received a question. Did she really not know? The whole cube has been talking about this for the past few days. Then Yona intervened in the conversation and said that it was all a lie. Then she thought that the results of the battle for the day have a big impact on their final grades. You can't waste time on all sorts of nonsense, and said that now we need to get down to business. She asked if they found the relic. The brunette handed it over and said that there was something, met an NPC on the way here. Naeun was shocked when I heard that the girls were just discussing that they should then go to the first floor and were calmly doing business. After which she called her friend again. She came closer and said that Yona had just said that this was not true. Most likely these rumors went because they were on the same team. In response, she heard that this was probably true. She just became interested. Everyone was only talking about this. To which the girl said that she was sure that there was nothing serious, and the brunette laughed. After which she noticed something. Her eyes immediately widened in surprise. Some strange projectiles were approaching them directly. The other girl also turned around when she was shouted at. And at the last moment Yona managed to protect her and cut the arrows flying there. After which she took a step forward and realized that everyone seemed to be alive. They immediately started asking her if everything was okay, but in response they heard that they couldn't take her like that. There was someone in that direction. Then Naeun turned around and said that she didn't understand who it was and ordered him to come out right now. And someone appeared next to them. There was a black team led by the princess. The girls immediately shouted that Rachel was attacking like a cowardly rat. But the blonde only pulled her sword forward, and a second later she ordered her squad to attack. And then the black team pounced on them. Yona turned around and ordered the brunette to hide. She ran away and agreed. But suddenly, right in front of her, someone started shooting arrows. Naeun saw this and got very angry. Then she began to fight back and tried to move towards her friend. Almost immediately, other cadets appeared in front of her and stopped her. They were sure that even this girl would not stand up to two. Suddenly she lowered her head and told them to move faster. At first the guys did not understand what was happening. But then the girl scattered them and said that she was in a hurry, so they had to get out of her way faster. Meanwhile, the battle with the whip continued nearby. The brunette was already a little exhausted. Her opponent was a cadet who stood opposite and thought that he was not allowed to pass. Why such a sacrifice? And then it dawned on him. He turned around and shouted that most likely Ji-yoon had the relic. Everyone immediately tensed up. Fortunately, the brunette managed to hide, but they ordered to find her. And suddenly someone noticed her, notifying the others about it. Naeun ran there and shouted that she would not let this happen so quickly. Then she tripped and saw some bright light. The ground in front of her began to collapse. There was literally a crack there. I wonder who has such strength. Only one person can hit like that. When she raised her head, she realized that Rachel was right on her. She immediately turned around and miraculously managed to reflect her first blow. The blonde was surprised that it happened. But the battle between them immediately continued. It looked spectacular. The girl defended herself as best she could and thought that even her sword, which had never let her down, was giving in under the onslaught of such force. Rachel was too strong. Then she looked at her and thought that she knew perfectly well that she was doing a bad job with the sword and was deliberately driving her into a corner. Even reflecting her attacks was very difficult. After this stimulus, she bit her teeth and thought that this was very bad. But even so, she decided not to lose and tried to concentrate all her strength this time. Her sword literally sparkled. In the battle against Rachel, Naeun was ready to give it her all. She struck a blow so strong that she threw the blonde back. She landed and thought that the setup had changed quite quickly. Then she looked at Nice and realized that her mana was now simply amazing, but still too inexperienced. And while she was thinking that she didn't even need to reflect her attacks, just dodge them, she tripped and twisted her leg. The princess was surprised and looked down. At that moment she was being attacked. Naeun realized that this was the right moment, immediately pushed off the ground and flew to the side. She found herself right in front of her opponent and asked why the princess was distracted. After which she struck. A column of smoke rose around. Surprisingly, the blonde managed to jump back and realized that it was close enough. She needed to try again. At that moment, her hand cracked the floor, and then everything fell through. The girl flew down. Her opponent also did not understand what was happening. Everyone turned around and was surprised. The princess was literally falling into nowhere. She herself did not understand what was happening. And while she was flying, the guys shouted her name, but no one could help. And for some time, all the students watched what was happening. The girl landed on the floor below and realized that the floor had just collapsed. She imagined the last blow of her opponent and thought about it. Was one explosion really enough? People upstairs started shouting that Rachel had fallen. She thought downstairs that it didn't matter now. She needed to get back to the team as soon as possible. But suddenly someone appeared next to her. There was Suho, who was taking out his sword with a smile in his eyes and walking towards her. The girl got up and thought that she would least like to do this now. Now the jokes were definitely over, and a fight began between them. Explosions from blows were heard even in other rooms. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, the main character walked and tracked the cameras. He looked up and thought that these cameras were everywhere. He needed to be careful and not arouse suspicion. Nevertheless, he approached a door and thought about it. after which he shouted very loudly and theatrically that he thought that there was definitely something in the restrooms. He needed to go in and take a look. There was someone hiding inside in one of the stalls. The guy looked in there and saw something. A scared NPC was sitting on the toilet with a relic in his hands, and he actually found it here. This jackpot. The guy took the relic from the scared man. He immediately ran out of there and asked him to sit. The young man looked after him and said that it was a very realistic hologram. It gave him goosebumps. Then he sat down on the toilet himself and thought that by chance he managed to find a religion. Now he had to decide how to eliminate Tomer. The girl was now under him, waiting in the restroom on the 7th floor, and she was sitting on the toilet in the same way. The protagonist read the message for her again and thought there were 15 minutes left. How could he influence the situation? Suddenly it dawned on him. Each toilet has a ventilation through which you can get through. Pipes connect this room to the one below. Then he rolled up his sleeve and thought that if he used the stigma mana, then let the smoke appear that showered her. After which he raised his hand and activated the whole thing. A column of smoke rose up and went into the ventilation. It seems that it worked. As soon as it reaches the 7th floor is unclear. But nevertheless, the smoke managed to reach the toilet. The brunette began to twitch her hands and ask what it was, although it was useless to wave it off. Immediately, all the smoke began to fly into her sinuses because it was controlled by the main character. The guy controlled this process all this time and watched. The girl jumped up and asked why she suddenly felt sleepy, began to lose consciousness and thought that she should not fall. But she still fell right after she said that she should not fall asleep. And she fell into a deep sleep. Her watch showed 10:53. This was a success. After some time, the young man came to where she was supposed to come. He looked around and asked if there was anyone there. There was some kind of box on the table. Then the guy opened it and saw something inside that lit up the entire room. There was a weakening needle that could weaken the hit target, endowed with an advanced magical weakening effect. It looked impressive. The guy picked it up and asked what kind of needle was this, and even enchanted. Then he tensed up and thought that weapons and equipment were not relics, but this thing was worth hundreds of millions and now belonged to him. This thought warmed his soul. Then Hajin went up the stairs and looked around. In front of him stood Rachel, who went down to the 6th floor. The girl was clearly tired and it was unclear why she was so exhausted. The guy shouted and called her. Then he said that it was him, and not to worry, the guys are on the same team. It was clear that the princess was very scared at that moment and sighed with relief. When asked what happened, the girl grabbed her hand and said that during the ambush the floor collapsed, fell and ran into Suho. She was very upset and said that she had barely escaped when Naeun and Yona caught her, and then as soon as she fought them off, some wizard attacked. It turns out she had a hard time. The blonde asked how many people her comrade had defeated. He said that no one at all. Asked about her achievements. There was only one person there. It was obvious that the girl was very upset. At this rate, she would not be able to get a high score, but it is not difficult to catch up, and you can cheer her up. If he is quite happy with the place in the middle of the rating, then Rachel is not. This is all because the princess sets herself truly high goals and strives for more. At that moment, the young man handed her the relic and said that it was not too late. She took it and said that she did not understand how he managed to find it. In response, she heard that she needed to take it to the upper floor. It would be faster for her. Then the princess asked again in surprise why, and Hajin came closer and said that he just wanted to help her. An awkward pause arose between them. The guys stood in the corridor for some time and discussed that at the end of the corridor, on the right side of the entrance, there was an emergency staircase. He thought there was definitely no one there. Rachel continued to look at the relic and asked if she could take it. Then she heard that she had caught it and turned around. A team of whites was running after her, shouting that this time she would not escape. The guy tensed up and said that there were as many as 6 of them. Naeun noticed him at that moment and was surprised, and then she saw the relic in the hands of the blonde. So she continued to run forward and shouted that the princess could not find it herself, so she took it from someone. At that moment, the brown-haired man turned around and ordered her to run away, and told her to do it quickly. Then he looked at her and said that he was ready to buy her some time, as much as he could. For her, this was a truly heroic act. So the girl squeezed the relic tighter, turned around and thanked him. One of the cadets noticed that Rachel was running away and shouted that she would not let this happen. The girl quickly aimed and released the bowstring. The arrow flew towards the blonde. Something knocked the flying projectile down, and it crashed into the floor. The archer's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist frowned, holding out his gun. The cadet pointed at Junyoung and said that they would go with him after Rachel. Yona held out her hand and frowned, demanding that they stay put. She added that they were facing a strong opponent. The brunette stood in front of the group of opponents. Naeun raised an eyebrow and asked if Hajin was seriously going to fight against 6 people like a suicide bomber. The hero looked away indifferently and muttered that who knows. He noted that, fortunately, there were many structures in this place that could be grabbed onto. Perhaps he could get away from them using Parker. The young man reloaded his gun and suggested that they find out. He mentally added that they needed to detain them first. The guy with the axe frowned and exclaimed that they were cowering in front of some ordinary brat with a gun. The cadet squeezed the weapon, radiating energy. He suddenly jumped forward, exclaiming that he would take it upon himself. The hero aimed the gun and shots were heard. The opponent flinched and jumped back. He gritted his teeth and looked back. From behind him, Yona and Naeun attacked at the same time. Hajin narrowed his eyes, watching the approaching threat. The young man furrowed his brows and used time bullet. The hero pushed off the floor. He crouched, dodging the whip, and then fired. The bullet flew out and hit the tip of the arrow. It bounced off and headed towards the guy with the axe. The cadet began to sweat, noticing this. He flew back, having received a projectile to the forehead. The main character shuddered and nervously yelped, and Naeun and the archer widened their eyes. Everyone looked at the young man lying on the floor and remained silent. Naeun approached him and asked if he was alive. The guy jumped up and cried out with tears in his eyes, "What the hell just happened?" A dark mask appeared on his eyes. He shouted that the hero almost killed his own classmate. Cadet Kim Byung-ho 0 horsepower. Disqualified. The boy tried to take off his mask in irritation. The hero looked at him and thought that he seemed to have too little HP. He glanced to the side when he heard the girl say, "I knew it." Yonho looked at Hajin and said that he should not be underestimated. She squeezed the whip threateningly and muttered that he even managed to calculate the angle of the ricochet. The brunette sweated, looking at the girl, and realized that he had not thought of that. Rachel ran up the stairs. She did not want to believe that it was true. They said that Hajin liked her. The girl was sure that it was impossible, just lies and dirty rumors. However, she always tries to rationalize everything, even if she knows the truth. The blonde blushed and frowned, wondering what was going on then. She went upstairs. 2 members of her team turned to her, asking if she was okay. The girl was breathing heavily. One of the cadets noticed the object in her hand. He turned around and shouted to everyone that Rachel had found the relic. The girl looked at the artifact and thought that she shouldn't have taken it. She couldn't give in to her emotions now. She pressed her lips together and reminded herself that she had decided to sacrifice everything for her country, her parents, and the Imperial Guild. The swordswoman looked at the relic with regret and thought that she didn't want to lose what she had already achieved. She squeezed the cube in her hand and addressed the team. The guys looked at her questioningly. Rachel looked forward decisively and declared that the man on the 6th floor needed their help. She would never know what he was feeling. They went down and asked what had happened here. In front of them, members of the rival group were tied up on the floor. The blonde stared at them, dumbfounded. One of her allies turned to her and asked who they needed to save. The girl muttered in confusion that he seemed to have managed without them. She put her hand to her lips and thought that was unexpected. Rachel knew that the hero was strong, but not strong enough to defeat 6 people. The guy in the bandage turned to look at the figure behind her. He smiled and greeted him. The blonde turned around happily, thinking that it was Hajin. She immediately shuddered, stopping smiling. The man in front of her grinned. Jong-hak was walking towards them, throwing his spear over his shoulder. A little earlier, 5th floor, Suho, NKRT-9. Jong-hak, NKRABE-51. There was a camera on the ceiling. The swordsman and the spearman stood opposite each other. The blonde said that he had been waiting for this day. He smiled and asked if he had already thought of a sophisticated way to escape. The interlocutor grinned and pulled out his sword. The opponent put out his weapon and said that he really wanted to see how long this impudent grin of his would last. He offered to attack the swordsman to show him how different they were. Suho grinned and gladly accepted the offer. The boy jumped up and quickly struck. The cadet smiled and said that he was not going to give in. The blonde grinned and asked not to disappoint him. Jong-hak lunged forward, and the opponent parried the blow with his blade. He stopped and dodged the attack with a spear, which passed under his hand. The blade cut his clothes. The blonde grinned and decided that this was his chance. He stuck the weapon into the floor because the opponent jumped back in time. The guy frowned and thought that he dodged like a rat, but next time he would definitely hit. The cadet froze questioningly with the spear in the floor. He flinched, but realized that he could not move. Jong-hak gritted his teeth, not believing that he had made such a stupid mistake. Suho kicked the opponent, but he put out his hand and closed his eyes. The spear fell to the floor behind them. The blonde glanced sideways with displeasure and clenched his teeth. The swordsman pointed his blade at him and said with a smile that he was not going to give in. The opponent frowned and asked who said that it was all over. Suho covered himself and looked down in surprise. He glanced at his interlocutor and asked what he was talking about. There was a hole in the floor. The swordsman closed his eyes from the smoke. He closed his eyes and coughed. Opening his eyes, the guy noticed that there was no one in front of him. The opponent had disappeared. Jong-hak was descending the stairs. He smiled tightly and muttered that he had been careless this time, but next time he would definitely pay Suho back. Rachel shuddered at the sight of the spearman. The guy grinned and replied that he had things to do. He turned his gaze to the blonde. They exchanged glances and nodded to each other. One of the cadets pointed to the opponents lying on the floor and asked if Jong-hak had done it. The blonde frowned and, after a pause, answered affirmatively. The swordswoman frowned. Her companion smiled and said that he didn't have to come since it was him. What really happened? Jong-hak, unfortunately, lost to Suho and used a tactical retreat. He saw that Naeun and Yona were having trouble with someone fast. Then the guy launched his spear from cover and thus managed to knock out 2 cadets. The blonde glanced sideways and thought that although it looked like he had covered up these kills, he had actually knocked them out himself. He smiled and asked if he could now lead the black team. Rachel clenched her fist. One of the allies looked at the blonde and asked if she was with them, since the others were all for it. The swordswoman turned around and said that she would go alone. The interlocutor looked at her in confusion and asked the reason. The girl said that she could handle it herself now. The young man tried to insist on his opinion, but she firmly refused. She went further down the corridor. Rachel frowned and thought that she did not want to team up with someone who stole another person's merits. Jong-hak watched her go silently. The boy frowned in irritation and thought that he had a feeling that he was offended. He was rushed, and the cadet hurried with everyone. After that, the relic war gained even more momentum. The spearman squeezed the cube in his hand and grinned that it was easy. Jong-hak gathered the rest of the black team and stole 2 more relics. Rachel also showed great results, pulling off her own guerrilla warfare. The girl cornered one of her opponents, and he surrendered in fear. Both cadets were able to show excellent individual results. Suho, as usual, demonstrated his excellent leadership and combat skills. Even the relic that Lee Ji-yoon had, they were able to transport 5 relics. As for the protagonist, he miraculously managed to survive the fight with Yona and Naeun when the spearman approached. Hajin spent the relic war in his own way. He was sitting in the toilet, looking at the screen. The brunette looked up and muttered that he had a feeling that he had forgotten something. The young man decided that sooner or later he would remember anyway if it was important. After a while, Tomer got up with a heavy wheeze. She rubbed her eyes and muttered that she had fallen asleep. The girl looked at her watch and remembered that she needed to find a tool. It was 15:02. The brunette sighed and asked what was wrong with this watch that it showed the wrong time. She couldn't believe that they asked her to use it on a mission. Tomer compared the replica on her hand with the original cadet watch, but the time was the same. The brunette sweated and saw a notification about an unread message. The relic war is over. Number of survivors, black team 12 cadets, white team 11 cadets. Number of relics, black team 3 relics, white team 5 relics. Best members of the white team, Suho and Naeun. Best members of the black team, Jong-hak and Rachel. Tomer ran out into the hallway, shouting that the relic war is really over. The hallway and the entire floor were empty. The brunette sweated in fear and exclaimed what the hell happened. Tomer's mission progress was 0%. The coach called Tomer loudly. 2 cadets were sitting on the grass and chatting sweetly. The teacher looked at the flirting couple and frowned. He said that he would now announce the results and name the cadets who showed the best results. Black team, 12 members survived, 3 relics were obtained. The best cadets were Jong-hak and Rachel. In the white team, the best were Suho and Naeun. They had 11 surviving team members, and they managed to obtain 5 relics. The coach announced that the white team had won. The cadets were joyfully jubilant. The girl tore off the grass and cursed. Naeun buried her face in her knees and muttered that it didn't matter that her team had won. She frowned and thought that she couldn't finish her fight with Rachel, and they couldn't deal with Hajin even with 6 of them. The girl remembered the rumor that the protagonist liked the blonde. Yona loomed over the archer and asked if she was upset because of what Ji-yoon said. Naeun turned pale and exclaimed why she suddenly decided that. The brunette sat down next to her and clarified if she really wasn't. She smirked and asked what if he got kidnapped at this rate. The other girl shuddered and asked again. The girl shouted that no one would get kidnapped and there was no need to talk nonsense. Her friend left. Naeun turned away and said that there was nothing special about Hajin. The brunette thoughtfully touched her chin and said that she didn't believe the rumors, but the guy could join Rachel's team because the archer kept pushing him away. The cadet frowned but said nothing. The protagonist was sitting in a clearing and talking to a blonde. Naeun said that if he was so easily hurt, then he was not her type. Yona laughed. She smiled and asked her friend who she liked more, Hajin or Suho. The interlocutor clenched her fist in anger. The girl shouted that everything was completely wrong. Jong-hak came up to her from behind and asked why she was shouting. Yona blushed and smiled happily at him. The archer looked away and asked how the blonde felt since his team lost. The guy smugly adjusted his hair and replied that it was a pity, of course, but since he was the best cadet on the team, everything was not so bad. He added that Naeun, after all, was on the white team. The girl rubbed her nose contentedly and replied that it was true. The brunette looked at her and thought that her friend was so simple. Nearby, a trainer was scolding a student. He looked at her angrily and demanded to know why she had been in one place the entire lesson. Tomer turned pale and said nothing. The man shouted at her, demanding an answer. Naeun looked in that direction and asked what was going on. Jong-hak turned around and said that he was leaving since there was nothing else to do. Yona said goodbye to him with a smile. The guy interrupted her and added that he would talk to Naeun soon. The brunette looked down sadly. She turned to her friend. The girl assumed that she liked Jonghak if she was not interested in Hajin and Suo. The archer grimaced and asked if her interlocutor had gone crazy. The brunette mentally noted that she definitely did not like the blonde. She said that she was jealous of her. Naeun leaned on her hand and asked what she was talking about. Yona hugged her knees and thought that her friend could choose from 3, and she had no one. And so the full-scale practical simulation, the Relic War, came to an end. The protagonist walked to the door on shaky legs. He hadn't really prescribed the Relic War, so he stayed away just in case, although in the end nothing happened. The guy opened the door, massaging his shoulders. The young man thought that he should have just gotten a disqualification in the middle of the lesson. Evangel ran towards him with a smile. The brunette caught her and asked if she had fun. There were many different cute animals in the room. The cadet looked at them and guessed that the girl had a good time. He raised his finger and asked if she had forgotten what he had told her about spiritual animals. The interlocutor replied that they were not allowed to go outside. She looked at the young man from all sides and asked where the food was. The hero turned pale and realized that he was so tired that he had forgotten all about it. The blonde started crying and asked if he hadn't brought food. The boy put the child down on the floor and said that he ordered it on the way home and that it would be delivered soon. He rushed forward, lying that he needed to go to the toilet. Hajin quickly started clicking on the menu, ordering pizza and fried chicken. The brunette wiped the sweat from his forehead after finishing his order. The boy shuddered and widened his eyes. The news reported that the new guild, the Master of the Demon Mask, had successfully cleared the Devil's Den in Suwon. The hero was worried that he hadn't heard anything about it, and now it was finally on the news. The boy opened the website to check what was going on with his shares, the 1.5 billion he had invested. Hajin looked at the system window in shock. The young man closed his mouth and, holding back tears, noted that his 1.5 billion had become 13 billion. The brunette grinned and wondered if the price would go up any further. He sobered up immediately, deciding that he needed to sell everything now before anything happened. In any case, he was now so rich that he could kick the bucket for the rest of his life. The hero raised his hands happily. Then the young man stood up and sighed. He looked down and muttered that this money would disappear when he returned to his world. The city was shining under the sun's rays. The Geronimo Group office. The man was sitting at the computer. He took a sip, and above him was the spirit of a girl. The guy muttered, something he could assign a novice mercenary to. He spun the mouse wheel. The condition was related to the test mission for joining the group. A target who had killed many people. A villain who deserved to die. The man widened his eyes and decided that this one would do. He touched the earpiece and called the captain, saying he had found something. It was the Italian mafia. There were suspicions that it was a demon. Xiaopeng crossed her arms and said that was fine. The other man asked if she had received the answer she needed. The brunette narrowed her eyes. He asked if Hajin would join them. The woman closed her eyes and said that the guy had agreed. The man asked what he had said. The brunette turned pale and said that the young man had promised to call back when he had time, and he had given the answer the day they handed him the business card. The other man raised an eyebrow and asked if it had really been 2 weeks already. The captain replied that that was why they would call soon. She asked to correct the mission. The guy wanted to say something else, but she hung up. He leaned on his hand and exhaled. The man frowned and assumed that Xiaopeng had simply never had social interaction or simply did not understand. He picked up the mouse and pressed the button, approve. After all, he was told to do this, and the guy would obey. The protagonist was walking down the street. The cadet thought that this was his first time near the girls' dormitory. He noticed a blonde ahead. The brunette called out to her, and Rachel turned around. The guy came closer and asked if she was going to the library. The interlocutor answered in the affirmative and added that there was very little time left before the midterms. She asked what the protagonist was doing here. Hajin looked at her and replied that he had business here. The girl had bruises under her eyes. The young man noted that she seemed a bit down today, although they still had time before the exams. He wondered why she was studying so hard, but guessed that it was because of him. The protagonist took first place in theory, and the interlocutor took second. Hajin said that lately she hadn't been asking him any questions about his studies. The girl shuddered and replied that it was important to try to figure everything out on her own. The blonde thought that after finding out what he liked, she felt like she was using him. The cadet advised the young man to start preparing too. The hero replied that he was fine. He asked to call if he had any questions. The interlocutor nodded sheepishly and thanked him. Rachel said that she would go then and ran away faster than the guy could say goodbye to her. The brunette was surprised that she was so fast. He rubbed his neck and wondered if she really needed to prepare so urgently. Yona was standing by the gazebo. Hajin came up to her and waved his hand. The brunette crossed her arms and asked why he was looking for her. The young man took a few steps towards her and replied that nothing like that. He clarified that the girl had opened a pharmaceutical company. Yona winced in surprise and swallowed. She looked away and replied that it wasn't like she hid it, so it wasn't surprising that the guy found out. All her friends knew too. The girl added that she did it about a month or two ago. The guy took something out of his bag and threw it to the girl. The brunette caught it and looked at it in surprise. In her hand was a 5-year-old wild ginseng that the hero had found on Mount Geomek. He thought for a long time about what to do with it. The young man was sitting in front of him at the table, while Evangel was sitting next to him. The guy touched his chin and thought that he had a lot of money, so he didn't have to sell the root. The best option would be to make an elixir out of it. He bared his hand with the stigma and decided to do it right away. However, in the end, nothing came of it. The brunette dropped his head in his hands in disappointment. He frowned and realized that he had no choice. If there was a person nearby with connections who could make the elixir, it would be her. Yonha looked at the hero in shock and asked again if he was really giving it to her. The young man pointed and said that it was an investment. He asked to use it for research purposes for now and then return the favor with a quality elixir. The girl's eyes widened and she thought that in their time, it was very difficult to find wild ginseng even at purple banquets. The cadet smiled and asked if she agreed. The interlocutor smiled and agreed. The brunette happily touched her chest and replied that it would take time, but she would repay the debt with interest. The hero grinned and thought that, naturally, the girl did not refuse. Yonha looked at the gift with anticipation. Her pharmaceutical company would definitely be successful. However, this would only happen in 10 years. While she was still a newbie, it would be difficult to find her. The girl looked at the bracelet, which someone rang. She turned away and apologized to the hero. The young man was wondering what kind of call had changed her face so much. The brunette frowned, listening to the interlocutor through the headphones. Hajin wanted to eavesdrop. The man said that he was at Daehyun Hospital, and a rumor spread among the nurses that Jin-Yoon's finger was moving. The hero twitched. The girl's interlocutor said that it still needed to be checked. Yonha frowned and said that she would call back. When she turned around, the guy asked what was wrong. The girl answered that it was work-related. The brunette looked at him in confusion and asked why his face was like that. Hajin turned around and said that it was nothing special and that he had to go. The interlocutor shuddered in surprise. She raised her hand and shouted after him that she would definitely return everything for the wild ginseng. The girl looked after him worriedly. The hero quickly left. He stretched out his hand and summoned the Book of Truth. The boy sat on the bed and looked at the glowing pages. Hajin asked when Jin-Yoon's devil seed would sprout. There was silence in response. The brunette muttered that it seemed his magical powers were not enough to find out the details. He asked a new question: how far had Jin-Yoon's devil seed sprouted? The stigmata on his hand glowed. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The answer loaded: 89%. The hero squinted and noted that it had not sprouted yet, and the boy's movements could just be a spasm. Hajin touched his chin. He assumed that the incubation period would take at least 5 years, and since Jin-Yoon had been in a coma for over 4 years, there was only about half a year left. The boy squinted and looked at the bracelet. A message from Xiaopeng appeared. She asked when the hero would get in touch. The boy ruffled his hair. He grabbed his head and thought that after the end of winter and before the full onset of spring, he needed to kill Jin-Yoon. The patient's pulse was displayed on the screen. Naeun's brother was lying with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the pulse quickened. The boy was still sleeping. The graph did not appear on the monitor. The patient's hand moved. This was the end of the second season. The boy tapped the board. The class monitor smiled and reminded everyone that there was an interclass competition this week. He exclaimed that everyone was required to participate in at least one event. The protagonist looked at his classmate indifferently and thought that he had completely forgotten about it. As the name suggests, there was an interclass competition. They compete in areas directly related to combat skills as well as in entertainment and sports. The brunette looked at Rachel and thought that if this were an activity, they would definitely have to fight. But since this was just an event for cadets, there was no need for that. The young man asked where the blonde was planning to go. The interlocutor answered that she was going to the quiz. The monitor pointed and shouted that everything was already booked there, as well as in football and basketball. Hajin leaned on his hand and asked what was left. The cadet looked at the hero and answered that singing and archery were left. He asked if Hajin was going to shoot. The hero glanced sideways at Naeun, but the archer said she hadn't planned on participating. The brunette turned away and agreed to go archery. The village chief immediately signed him up. The young man glanced at the girl in the back row. The Truth Agency, Jamie Tomer's request had been approved. The girl tapped her finger on the table and thought that they had finally responded, otherwise she had thought it was a scam. The brunette hoped that they could be trusted. The cadet clenched her fist. She thought that whoever they were and what century they were in, it didn't matter, as long as there was a chance to find this bastard. The hero looked at her intently. Hossop had contacted him last night. The guy had written that he had quit and applied to the guild the cadet had told him about. Hajin was sitting at his laptop with Evangel on his shoulders. He had replied that it was wonderful and that the other man had made the right decision. Hossop thanked him for the recommendation and added that he had found out who Argus Benjamin was. The brunette frowned in surprise and realized that this was the information he had asked for about Tomer's father. The hero asked if the boy could identify him and what he was doing now. Hossop replied that he was already dead. The arena in honor of the class competition. Hajin learned that Tomer's father had been in a Korean nursing home before he died 4 years ago. Just in case, Hossop sent him the address of the nursing home. The brunette touched his chin and thought that since the girl's father was dead, it was understandable why the Book of Truth couldn't find him. The young man crossed his arms and noted that the main story would continue very soon. He needed to deal with Tomer. Until this moment, the hero stood up and headed for the exit. Yonha looked at him questioningly. The sun's rays fell into the church. Hajin sat on a bench and looked up. He thought he would feel awe, but his heart did not respond at all. The brunette looked at his watch. In the correspondence, the young man asked Xiaoping if the job was well paid. The woman guaranteed it, as well as hiding his identity. She added that this applies to rookie mercenaries who have not yet found their feet. But if desired, he can hide his identity after. The Geronimo Mercenary Guild, or the Chameleon Group, is an organization of villains. Although they follow an unspoken rule to avoid unnecessary victims, they are little different from the community of villains who commit riots left and right. However, if he joins the Chameleon Group, the hero will forget about the worries about the changes in the original story. With such a salary, he would be able to cope with any unforeseen circumstances along the way. And, more importantly, he would be able to kill Jin-yoon. The guy frowned and thought that he had known from the beginning that he couldn't do it alone, but it was still unpleasant that he would have to become a criminal for this. Hajin didn't know if he could kill a person. This world no longer seemed like simple words on paper to him. Suho appeared in the doorway. He looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he was a Christian. The swordsman sat down next to the brunette. The hero looked at him and asked what he was doing there, adding that he had guessed wrong. The young man asked his interlocutor if he was a Christian. Suho answered that he was not either. He smiled and said that it was just a reminder of the past. The hero asked if it was the Catholic Church, Buddhist, Mormon, or Zoroastrian. The guy answered negatively to all of them. Hajin became serious and asked if it was a religion of another world. Suho flinched and turned to him in shock. He laughed it off and said that it was stupid. The brunette stared at him. The swordsman asked the hero if he thought that another world existed, like in Lord of the Rings. Hajin looked down and said that the outcall happened 50 years ago. If we count by the Christian calendar, then monsters and mana did not exist for 1970 years. He raised his hand and said that instead of thinking monsters suddenly appeared on Earth, it would be more logical that they came from another world for some reason. The interlocutor looked at him carefully. He clenched his fists and remained silent. Hajin turned to him and said that this was part of the otherworld theory that Professor Jurs spoke of. The swordsman asked in confusion if this was one of the theories to explain the origin of the outcall. The brunette raised a finger and said that many, of course, considered it absurd, but he liked it. Especially since the outcall itself is kind of absurd. As soon as you try to find a logical explanation for it, you immediately make a bunch of mistakes. The brunette turned to the interlocutor and he said that the young man was right. If you think about it, they are in a similar situation. But Suho came to this world in his youth and even found a new family. In the end, at least he will not be alone. The swordsman looked down with a sad smile. The protagonist looked at him carefully. He stood up and said that it was time for him to go. The interlocutor said that he would stay for a little while. Hajin turned to him before leaving and said that he could recommend one agent if the guy did not have one yet. The swordsman replied that he was not going to rush with it. The brunette insisted that he just listen to his recommendation. Suho thanked him. The hero looked back and thought that the swordsman must become stronger than he was destined to be. Suho was his only means of dealing with unexpected challenges. The boy walked out of the church, and the swordsman remained sitting inside. The sunlight fell on Suho's face, and his hand was clenched into a fist. The sound of a blow. Naeun's character lost to Jonghak once again. She exclaimed that it was close. The girl used her best strategy. The boy replied that he would not be able to defeat her in a couple of months. He sat down near a tree and asked why she was not sleeping, since there was some event at the academy tomorrow. The interlocutor answered that this was ordinary foolishness, and she was not sleepy. The boy asked if something was bothering her. She agreed. He asked if she had fallen in love. Naeun blushed and muttered that this was nonsense. The interlocutor bowed his head and asked her to spill the beans since he was an excellent listener. The girl said that he was not a man she could have, but she did not want to share. The guy called him a white elephant. Naeun pointed her finger and said that he was. The guy thought that the guy must be very popular. The girl said that she thought about him too much. He asked why. The girl scratched her head and said that nothing really came to mind. The guy looked at her, surprised that he was such an attractive person. He said that if a person occupied all her thoughts, why not approach him? The guy said that if she continued to hesitate, someone would simply come and steal him from under her nose. Naeun's eyes widened in realization. She shuddered and said that she did not care if he was taken away. The guy said that now it seemed insignificant, but later he would probably regret it. He was no longer a white elephant. Now that she pays attention to him and sees his strengths, she thinks about him constantly. The training ground the next day. The archery competition between the acceptance and cultivation classes has come to an end. The announcer announced that just as Haim is now in first place, having hit the target at a distance of 320 meters. Naeun sighed heavily. Yona looked at her and asked why she was sighing. Her friend waved her hand. She looked at the stands and asked why there were so many mages today. The girl remembered that it was said that 8-star mages would be coming. It seemed that they all came hoping to see each other at least once. The brunette answered that there were only 308-star mages in the world. Several mages were sitting behind glass above. The archer noticed that it was her class's turn. The Veritas class would be representing Hajin, and the Devotion class would be representing Baru Moraine. The hero entered the court with his opponent. They took their places. The rules of the competition are simple. Both representatives will shoot an arrow in their lane, and the one who hits the farthest target wins. The conditions are the same as in the Hajin and Naeun dispute. Each target can only be hit once, but there is one difference. The host announced that the participants start from a distance of 50 meters. He asked the main character to shoot. The brunette nodded. The young man looked down in surprise, feeling the vibration. Suddenly, his platform began to shake, and the boy cried out in surprise. The mages would cast various effects to hinder the archer. The hero frowned and thought that of course, in this world, neither the archer nor the audience would be interested in ordinary shooting. However, it seemed to him that the mages had overdone it. Someone was watching the participants from the second floor. A voice asked if Archduchess Ahane's nephew was currently on the platform. The red-haired girl with an orb in her hands looked at him. It was the 8-star mage Ahan. She smiled and replied that unofficially, yes. The sorceress noted that he had grown so quickly. Her assistant leaned over and agreed. He added that her nephew looked even better compared to this simpleton. The protagonist frowned, trying to maintain his balance on the platform. Ahan thoughtfully touched her face and noted that he was handling the bow well. She looked at her interlocutor and asked him to take on the 350-meter distance, since no one would be able to reach it anyway. The man looked at her in confusion and asked again. He remembered how his superior had ordered him to agree with everything the Archduchess said, since then she might agree to give at least one lecture one day. The wizard hesitated, but agreed, adding that, after all, this was not a test, but just a holiday. The cadets would consider her presence an honor. The spectators watched the competition with interest. Ahane was delighted. The arrow pierced the target, breaking it into several pieces. The commentator said that Hajin had hit the target at a distance of 300 meters. The brunette wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled. The opponent smiled and noted that the guy was good. He said that they had not lied about his talent. Hajin looked at his interlocutor and was surprised at how calm he was. The guy shrugged and said that it was probably just their difference in abilities showing. The brunette smiled tightly, hiding his irritation. He asked if the opponent wouldn't even deny that his aunt was trying to stop him. Baru shuddered and sweated. The young man muttered that it was nonsense, just to justify his failures. The protagonist remembered how rocks, an ice storm, and a hurricane fell on him during the shots. The commentator exclaimed that both participants had surpassed the best result. Starting from a distance of 350 meters, the targets would move faster and the sequence would change. Baru Moraine's turn. The guy pulled the bowstring with a smile. The brunette frowned and thought that in front of him was Ahane's precious nephew, but even so, he did not expect such an abuse of power due to simple favoritism. The platform under Baru shook, and the young man cried out in fear. Plant roots rose up around him. The hero was surprised that 8-star mages were capable of such a thing. The branches were calmly hovering near the participant. Hajin thought that these were very docile plants that were even petting the cadet. The brunette was surprised that his opponent was scared by such nonsense. The arrow jumped off his bowstring. It flew past the target. Baru turned pale and started sweating. The main character whistled and muttered that the first rule of an archer is to always stay calm. The commentator said that, unfortunately, Moraine had failed. Ahane touched her head and sighed that her nephew was a petty crook. She frowned and added that this was the final anyway. The sorceress raised her hand to the ball and said that if this fool misses, it will be a draw. The host announced that it was now Hajin's turn. The guy took a step. Sharp roots suddenly emerged from the ground next to him. The plant was moving menacingly and looked ferocious. The boy pulled the bowstring and frowned. He thought he should just shoot, but it was all starting to get annoying. This was just for fun, and the hero did not plan to play big. Hajin frowned and used the bullet time. The target seemed to be moving, and the roots were blocking the way to it. The brunette noted that the line of sight to the target was blocked. The guy gritted his teeth and cursed because he could not even see the target before the shot. He froze when an idea came to him that he had completely forgotten about. Identity. Random improvement system. You can improve the characteristics of 5 items. The characteristics will improve by 1-44%. The selected percentage lasts for 24 hours, after which it is replaced by a random one. The hero chose a bow and arrow, the elasticity of the bowstring and the flexibility of the arrow, which will emphasize the elasticity. The guy squinted and improved them. The boy released the bowstring and the arrow flew towards the target, bending around the roots. The mage's eyes widened in shock. Baru turned pale and asked why the arrow was twisting. The target shattered into pieces. The announcer announced that Kim Hajin of the Veritas class had successfully hit the target at a distance of 350 meters. The opponent exclaimed that the boy must have used mana. The hero touched his head and said that his aunt would have detected mana. Baru shuddered and clenched his teeth. The brunette threw the weapon. The bow spun and fell to the ground. Hajin frowned and said that this is what the difference in skills looks like. The announcer said that since Kim Hajin hit the target at a distance of 350 meters, he breaks into first place. The hero turned to leave, and his opponent trudged behind, looking away. The shooter quickly walked across the field. He looked forward seriously, not slowing down. Yona sighed and chuckled that he should always have the last word. Naeun blushed and remembered the words that now that she noticed him, she would probably always notice his strong points. The girl thought she was crazy. The last competition was held on Sunday, and with that, the class competition came to an end. The only things left from the event were cheerful photos of friends. The hero can finally spend some time with Evangel in peace. The guy was sitting at his laptop, looking at the girl who was eating chicken legs next to him. The brunette turned around at the sound of a notification. Unread messages from the Geronimo Mercenary Guild appeared on the screen. Mission for a newbie mercenary. Difficulty 0. Reward 300,000 won and a useful item. Mission objective: kill Siemens, the closest assistant to the leader of the Turin branch of the Horian Mafia. Siemens has committed crimes such as murder, rape, blackmail, human trafficking, and all sorts of other atrocities. His bad reputation has made him famous all over Torino. There are also rumors that he is a human monster. The hero was surprised that this was an order to kill an Italian mafia boss. The Italian mafia took advantage of the chaos caused by the outcall and quickly expanded its influence. Their reliable management systems coupled with amazing cohesion would be enough to found their own state. The brunette rubbed his chin and thought that the Korean group plays an important role in the middle of the main story. The assistant to the head of the industry should be a low rank, second or first. The young man joined the Chameleons group in order to write his own story, but this mission is too difficult for a newbie. The guy started writing on his laptop, deciding that he should not feel guilty about killing a human monster. The girl approached the hero and called his name. Hajin shuddered and asked what was wrong. Evangel took another box with a smile and asked if she could eat another one. The hero grinned and asked her to eat as much as she wanted. The interlocutor was happy and opened the container with food. The young man turned away, and in the background a girl was humming a song about a chicken. Hajin thought that before taking on this matter, he needed to prepare a lot. Addition. In this world, addition is a gift received at birth. Something like talent, extraordinary regeneration, excellent mana control, a bottomless stomach, these can be considered talents of the body. And the hero's predestined talent is different. Description: unique feature, an organism that is unable to use mana. The body is not able to produce mana. It can only be isolated from the body. Compensation with vitality. The mana accumulated in the body will not disappear, but is converted into vitality accumulated in the body. The accumulated vitality can be used to improve physical performance up to 2 times. Moving would not consume stamina, but life force. The limitation on mana usage for someone with a body immune to mana was compensated by life force compensation. The hero smiled and thought that a normal person would say that this build was just terrible, but he couldn't use mana, so he didn't really lose anything. The blonde noted in surprise that her dinner had 2 heads. Life force compensation was useless in the long run, but it would allow him to survive an ambush that promised instant death. The brunette looked at his stats on the screen. Strength 2570, Endurance 2580, Speed 3265, Insight 4220, Magic Power 1930, Health 2670. The guy thought that this was perfect for a low-ranking hero like him to survive the storyline. Notice, an organism that cannot use mana costs 500 SP. The brunette was pleased that they were asking for so few points. Apparently, they were compensating for the huge limitation. The system asked if he wanted to save the changes. The guy pressed the button, agreeing. The screens around him began to glow. The special effect of excessive luck was activated. Golden symbols form a sentence. Description: when disasters become a blessing, there is a chance that a very small amount of vitality will increase the indicators permanently. The probability of increasing the indicators is affected by the constant indicator, luck. The hero exclaimed in surprise, really increase the indicators permanently. The young man's eyes lit up. He thought that, of course, we are talking about meager numbers, but this is an increase in indicators for free. The brunette will be happy to increase at least 0.001 every day. Hajin raised his hands and shouted that this is wonderful. The blonde turned to him irritably and reminded, "When I eat, I am deaf and dumb." The cadet cheerfully apologized. The hero went to get an obsidian bracelet, which he entrusted to the Soul Tower of Magic. The guy looked at his hand and said that it was simply magnificent. The decoration on his hand was definitely worth the money. Description: obsidian bracelet of a citizen of Athens. A bracelet with magical properties. It is believed to have belonged to the ancient nobility of Athens. Magic aspect 2/4. Damage absorption. Automatic accumulation. When the wearer takes damage, it is converted into mana and accumulated in the bracelet. When the bracelet is exposed to air, it gradually accumulates mana. Additional, enhanced magic power. Absorbs mana, directing it in the direction chosen by the wearer. The amount of improvement in magic power and damage absorption depends on the amount of accumulated mana. The long-haired man handed the bracelet to the hero on a tray and said that he could only use the enhanced magic power once in his life. He asked to use it only in a desperate situation. Hajin muttered that since the guy said so, it meant that the magician who found the ring did not know about the automatic accumulation function. He turned out to be much more honest than the brunette assumed. The man had behaved extremely contradictorily during their first meeting. The hero smiled, remembering this. The young man touched his chin and thought that maybe he would introduce him to Yona when she got the magic tower up on its feet. A man with glasses called out to him. Hajin turned around with a smile. Soo-hyuk was holding a folder in his hands. He apologized for keeping him waiting and suggested that they head to the office. The hero looked around in admiration. The man grinned and asked how things had gotten so much better. He walked up to the door and said that they already had 11 employees. Soo-hyuk also had 5 exclusive contracts with hunters. This office was also an investment by Yona. The cadet replied that it looked great. In front of them was a motorcycle. This was what the hero had talked about earlier. He touched the vehicle and noted that it was shining. The manager grinned and said that it looked good. Description: Augusta Vigilante. The body was made using advanced magical power, maintaining strength, reducing weight. To increase the speed, the weight of the motorcycle was reduced, and to compensate for the resulting fragility, reinforcements were added. Mana Master: you can instantly increase speed by using mana as speed. The guy waved his hand and thought that it was immediately clear where such a price came from. He smiled and thanked the manager for buying it for him. The man replied that it was not worth thanking and added that the boy could immediately say if he needed something. Soo-hyuk said that, of course, he would not be able to jump above his head. A noise was heard in the backpack. A puppy with a red bow appeared from it. The manager looked at the animal with admiration and said that he did not know that the hero had a dog. Hajin said that he himself did not know how this happened. The interlocutor noted that this did not look like a cadet at all. The young man awkwardly looked away. The man asked to give him a minute to answer the call. He looked at the hero and said that he needed to go, since he was obliged to be present. The guy looked back and said that he was also going to leave. The cadet looked at his interlocutor leaving and promised to come again. Soo-hyuk waved and said goodbye to him and his puppy. The hero looked at the motorcycle and suggested that Evangel go to a place where there are no prying eyes. He was riding down the street. The young man made sure that there were no surveillance cameras. The brunette looked at the screen and said that he also added a couple of new features to the bike. Hajin rolled up his sleeve and activated compactness with the stigmata. A suitcase appeared on the ground. The hero picked it up and said that it was still a bit heavy, definitely more than 20 kilograms. Notification: activating compactness allows you to compress any object into a suitcase. Consumes stigmata mana. The guy looked at the puppy and said that it must have been very cramped for her. He thanked her for being patient. Evangel barked happily. She begged the protagonist to take her with him to finally visit Seoul. The brunette smiled and suggested that they set off. The blonde asked where. The cadet pointed and said that they were going to a place with delicious food. The streets were busy. Yona looked back at the voice. The woman in front of her smiled and asked her to watch carefully. Jin Yojung, the girl's mother and a real estate magnate, waved her hand and said that all this land would belong to the student in the future. Yona smiled and asked her not to worry because she had already thought about how to get the most out of it. The woman exclaimed that this was her girl. She crossed her arms and said that she could be relied on, unlike her father, who knew nothing about investments. The bodyguard thought that the frantic Yu Jinyoung must be an ordinary house husband at home. The cadet smirked and countered that the man had been making progress lately. She turned to the lively crowd. The protagonist was walking in that direction, leading a little girl by the hand. The brunette came closer and widened her eyes in surprise. Yona froze, not understanding who this child was. The girl came closer, intending to find out, and called out to the hero. However, her hand was grabbed. Yojung was holding her daughter, reminding them that they needed to visit the tenants of their buildings. The girl looked back and muttered that she had urgent business here. The woman objected that her daughter had to be present because one day all this would become her inheritance. At this time, Hajin walked further and further away. The mother grabbed Yona and hurried her so that they would not be late. The brunette tried to resist, to check everything. Evangel put a piece of food in her mouth. The girl trembled with pleasure, looking at the table covered with dishes. The hero looked at her and asked what else she should cut. The little girl asked for garlic bread. The other customers were touched by her. Hajin looked at the girl and asked if she could hold out this weekend without him. The blonde shuddered. She looked up in disappointment and said nothing. The brunette thought she was almost crying and had even stopped eating. The guy shuddered at the sight of the girl's upset face and promised to buy her all the toys she wanted today. Evangel lowered her head and agreed. The hero wondered what to do because she was terribly upset. At that moment, the waiter came up. He put a plate with a tomahawk steak on the table. The blonde stared at the dish in admiration, asking what it was. She asked the hero to quickly cut it for her. The guy mentally apologized and promised to come back as soon as possible. In the evening, the two of them were walking down the street to do some shopping. Suddenly, the girl looked at something. The brunette looked back, noticing that his interlocutor had stopped, and asked what it was. A white cat with different eyes was sitting on the road in front of them. The girl looked at her with admiration. She pulled Hajin by the sleeve and said that she wanted to play with Whitey. The guy sat down and asked if she had already given him a name. He held out his finger, which the kitten began to play with, and thought that it was really cute. The brunette thought that, given the size of his current room, he could easily shelter another cat. The young man asked how the girl's familiars would react to the kitten, whether they would start fighting. The blonde promised that she would make sure that this did not happen. Hajin held out his little finger to her and asked her to promise him this. They intertwined their fingers, and the little girl made a promise. Some time later, Evangel was holding a torn toy in her hands and asking the kitten why it bit her. The girl exclaimed that the pet really wanted to be scolded. The protagonist, dressed, stood at the door and said that he would be back soon. He asked to find an approach to Whitey. The blonde frowned and asked the cat not to yawn while she scolded him. The cadet thought that she was not paying attention to him at all now, even somehow sadly. However, it was better for him. The worker handed the guy a passport and welcomed him to Turin. The guy looked at the spread and thought that he was worried about the fake documents, but everything went without a hitch. This says a lot about the Chameleons group. The brunette looked around and noted that this place was fascinating. Italy, Turin. In his book, Italy was a unique country. The hero walked down the street, holding a suitcase in his hand. The main reason for the uniqueness, of course, was the mafia. Here it is not just a reckless organization committing lawlessness. At first glance, it seems that they are on bad terms with the government, but with the appearance of monsters, they cooperated. They created their own guild, and now they can conduct not only shady, but also legal business. They do not depend on anyone, although within the law. Of course, there are those bastards who abuse this. Hajin sighed and thought that the Korean mafia, to which his target belonged, was the strongest mafia group. The guy slouched and realized that he had to squash one of them. The hero narrowed his eyes. In fact, there was a chance that the order was made by someone from the Korean mafia. The young man shuddered when he heard a voice, "Newbie, this way." He turned around in confusion. Xiaopeng stood in front of him and waved her hand. The hero opened the suitcase and a motorcycle appeared in its place. The woman watched this transformation. The cadet looked at her and asked if she would help him. The girl replied negatively and explained that she was there to support him. The brunette looked at his boss, who was sitting in the back seat, and asked what she was doing there. Xiaopeng looked at him indifferently and asked him to go already because she wanted to go for a ride. The brunette suggested that they calmly look at the beauty of the city while there was plenty of time. The young man frowned in surprise. Naeun plopped down on the floor of the training hall and groaned that she was tired. Suho, who was standing next to him, replied that this was understandable because they had been fighting since classes ended. The archer looked at her friend near the wall and asked why she was not participating. The brunette touched her head, remembering how she saw the main character with a girl. She wondered if this could be his niece, but the guy was from an orphanage, and Yona herself did not find a single relative during the investigation. Naeun stood up and asked what the girl was thinking about so hard, whether Jonghak had quit or something. The brunette froze, having been rejected when she suggested the guy to study together. She said that Hajin had said that he hated the archer. Naeun cringed and exclaimed why her friend had suddenly brought it up. Suho looked at her classmate with concern and asked if she was joking. The brunette chuckled and replied that rumors had already spread throughout the academy. She smiled and said that she would also prefer Rachel if she were in his place. Naeun frowned and asked if she was really going to keep wagging her tongue. The interlocutor asked what was wrong, since the girl herself had said that she hated him. The archer shuddered and looked away. The guy looked in surprise as the girls stared at each other tensely. He raised his hand worriedly and asked why they were suddenly grappling. The friends parted in irritation, and Naeun turned away. Suho grabbed his head, wondering what happened, because everyone was having a great time just a minute ago. The protagonist and his boss were riding a motorcycle. The guy watched the road and wondered if the woman really wanted to just go for a ride. The woman said that the society meeting would be at 9 in the evening. Hajin looked at her in surprise and realized that this was a hint for his mission. Xiaopeng added that the venue was the Liron mansion in Turin, and their target was responsible for organizing it. The young man quickly wrote down on the virtual keyboard. The boss said that in the forest, not far from the mansion, there was an abandoned cathedral. The navigator was plotting a route to the destination. Xiaopeng said that the spire of the cathedral was quite high, which made it an ideal place for a sniper. They drove up to the tower. The guy touched the wall and asked how long this cathedral had been abandoned. The interlocutor watched as the young man jumped to the top in a few jumps. From above, he immediately saw the mansion. This vantage point was truly magnificent, just like the boss said. The woman raised her head and asked if she could watch the mission. The hero replied that he would be uncomfortable and asked to leave him. Xiaopeng pursed her lips in displeasure and remained silent. The cadet demanded that she leave quickly, and she reluctantly agreed. The brunette glanced sideways at her, then looked ahead, activating special vision. He noted that there was about a kilometer between this place and the mansion. Most heroes could cover such a distance in 30 seconds. Given this, as well as the time it would take them to realize and detect him, he would have a minute to escape. The hero squinted and noticed that the mansion was protected by a weak mana barrier. The barrier was so unreliable because the event had not yet begun. This made him happy. The young man looked at the time and muttered that it was time to start soon. The stigmata on his hand lit up, and now the hero was already holding a sniper rifle. The guy used Identify. His gun and bullets improved by a few %. Hajin smirked and said that his luck wasn't very good today, but that was okay. The brunette looked through the scope and decided to use the stigmata mana and give the bullet anti-demon properties. On the mansion's grounds, the head butler was scolding his subordinate and urging him on, showing him the time. The hero thought that in order to leave no evidence, the bullet would dissolve as soon as it passed through the victim. He put on the mask and decided that there was nothing to worry about. His fingers trembled a little, but Hajin thought that he would kill the man with one shot. The guy squeezed the handle and wondered if he was human. The hero sat and looked at the mansion. The fact that the target was a human monster was just a rumor after all. He looked at the man through the scope and assumed that it was true. The brunette's eyes widened and he wondered if he would really become a murderer. Hajin knew that he was inside his own novel, and he knows that everyone here is just his characters. But now it begins to seem to him that everything here is real. The hero remembered the faces of his parents. Blood dripped from the mask. He reminded himself that he was doing all this to return home. The young man imagined himself hugging his family. He would probably have to stay here for at least 10 years. The cadet put his finger on the trigger and decided that he had to cast aside all empathy. Even though it seemed that they were all alive and real, this was not so. They were just characters in a novel. The hero thought that this was just a novel. A shot rang out. A bullet hit a man in the head. The servants around him looked at him in fear and shouted that he had been shot. Xiaopeng stood and watched the blood spread under the man's body, and the servants scurried around. The woman frowned and said that human monsters do not bleed. The man who had been walking in the garden a minute ago was lying on the ground. The protagonist was sitting at a table outside. His posture seemed tense. The guy raised his head sharply when his boss called him. Xiaopeng looked at her subordinate carefully. The boss sat down opposite him, and the brunette asked how she knew he was here. The interlocutor answered that she had tracked his location. The young man muttered that she could even do that. The woman said that he had done a good job today. The hero picked up his cup and said that he was glad to hear it. He brought the mug to his lips with a trembling hand. The brunette narrowed her eyes and thought that this mission seemed to have seriously shaken his psyche. After all, this was his first kill. The brunette wiped his burnt lips. She asked how it went. The interlocutor answered that there were some difficulties, but it was his first time, so overall, it was okay. Xiaopeng crossed her arms and agreed that making money was not easy, but only they could be trusted, especially for people like them. At these words, the guy's eyes widened. He clenched his fist and asked again. The boy froze when he heard the boss say that they had, after all, lived their entire lives without a family. His lower lip was still bleeding. He lowered his head and muttered that the woman was right. The brunette smiled and noted that the boy was quickly overcoming the shock. Hajin thoughtfully looked at the menu, looking for soft drinks. The more the boss watched him, the more she liked him. What had destroyed the protective barrier of mana was a magical power known as anti-magic. The woman narrowed her eyes and thought that her eyes were not deceiving her. This boy would definitely be the ace in the hole and kill him. Xiaopeng's memories. The woman turned around when someone asked if there was a reason why him. The boy folded his hands behind his head and said that if they dug a little deeper, they would find many people with much more outstanding abilities in anti-magic. He asked if it was really necessary to take this inexperienced cadet. The man with glasses chuckled that he finally had the courage to object. The woman looked down, and the young man replied that he did not object, but was simply interested in the reason. The interlocutors looked at her in surprise when the boss said that it was all in his eyes. They chuckled that it sounded romantic. In fact, Xiaopeng saw endless loneliness in his gaze, screaming that he could not trust anyone. She saw herself in him that day. The brunette crossed her legs, looking at the guy, and assumed that this was why she was so interested in him. She did not want the young man to go the same way as she did. The boss looked questioningly at the interlocutor when he said that he forgot to ask. The cadet looked at her and asked if he could request an item as a reward. She easily agreed and asked what he wanted. Hajin smiled and replied that he needed something worthy from her arsenal. The woman looked away, and the hero thought that she had plenty of good and, most importantly, expensive things. She was very bad at understanding market value, so this was his chance to get something cooler than the stated reward. The brunette stood up and said that they needed to celebrate his joining their ranks. The student objected that he had not yet made a final decision. The interlocutor asked again in shock. The guy scratched his cheek and muttered that only he decides which group to join. The young man smiled and said that he was not completely sure of his choice right now. Xiaopeng looked at him puzzled and thought that she could not understand what was going on in his head. The moon was shining in the sky, illuminating the walls of the house. Evangel opened her eyes slightly, and there was a cat sleeping next to her. She stood up and called the main character's name. The boy looked at her in surprise as he walked inside. He knelt down to hug the little girl and asked why she was sleeping here. The girl replied that she was waiting for him to return. Evangel happily hugged the brunette and thanked him for his hard work. The hero's eyes widened in shock. He ran his hand through the girl's hair. They stood and hugged each other like that for a while, and the boy thought that he was very warm. Honestly, Hajin had long ago realized that they were not just fictional characters. They were all living people. The man he had killed appeared in his thoughts, and the hero shuddered. He hugged Evangel tighter and wondered if such situations would happen again and again while the boy was trying to get home. The girl looked at the trembling cadet in surprise. The hero wanted to know how much longer this would go on. With the end of the second semester, it was time for midterm exams. However, they did not cause the same excitement as the first semester. Too much had happened in the last 6 months, so the academy had closed its doors to outsiders. Hajin scratched his head and thought that this was not in his book, but oh well. He had not gone into much detail at this point, so he did not remember much. The students around him were sitting against the walls and complaining that this test was terribly difficult and the instructors were too demanding. The hero thought that, anyway, for a smart person like him, the test day was no different from any other. He looked at the screen above the clock and muttered that he should hurry up and check out the nursing home Hossup had mentioned. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Naeun stared at him with her brows furrowed, and the hero asked what was wrong. He looked at the girl, who asked if he was going to the library. The boy replied that he was going on business. The girl shuddered in surprise and asked if he really wasn't studying. The brunette asked if he needed it. The archer muttered if he had any cheat sheets he could share. The hero looked at his sullen classmate and answered in the negative. He wondered what was wrong with her. She said that the boy should help her because she had failed the written exam. Hajin looked at her tensely, while the girl reminded him that the boy had said that her results would improve by 10 points if she remembered important information. Naeun looked at him pitifully and exclaimed that the hero had to help. The brunette asked why she didn't just ask Yonha, who could make cheat sheets better than him. The girl shuddered and frowned. She twirled her fingers and muttered that they had a fight. The cadet raised her head and said that she would buy him a treat for his help. Naeun shuddered, noticing that the interlocutor had disappeared without a trace. The girl shouted his name in frustration. Hajin stood in front of the entrance to the same nursing home where Fernan Jesus was hiding. The young man knocked on the door, and someone answered that they were on their way. He awkwardly looked at the woman, who asked what brought him here. She adjusted her glasses and smiled happily when she saw Hajin. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. The guy stood in front of her and did not understand what was happening. The cadet shuddered from the realization that Kim Chundong, whom he replaced, was also a living person. Probably, this is one of the people in his biography about whom the hero did not know. The interlocutor looked at him kindly and invited him in, noting that a year had already passed. The young man stepped in and muttered that he was glad to see her in good health, and asked how she was doing. The woman walked forward and said that everything was going on as usual here. The grandmother in the wheelchair waved to the cadet. She smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The old people turned around, noticing the young man. Hajin looked at them in shock. The manager turned to the brunette and asked what brought him here. The guy muttered that it was about Argus. The interlocutor folded her hands and asked if it was the man from South America. The hero frowned when he heard the woman say that the man was so quiet and only talked to him. The young man thought in surprise that Chundong was close to Fernan. It seems that the co-author decided to add some plot twists, but in fact, it turned out well. The brunette asked if the man left some kind of memorable gift. The woman thoughtfully rubbed her chin and answered that there was something like that. The interlocutors simultaneously said, "A letter." She looked at the cadet in surprise, and the guy noted with relief that this remained unchanged. The manager looked at the guy with a puzzled expression and asked how he knew. Hajin leaned forward and nervously asked where the letter was. The hero didn't know what kind of person Kim Chundon was, but judging by the way these people treated him, he maintained good relations with those around him. The guy said that he had promised the man. The interlocutor silently took off her glasses. She began to wipe them with a napkin, saying that he should have left something for someone like the young man. After all, he was the one who started the conversation with everyone, entertaining the old people. The woman put on her glasses and smiled, asking the interlocutor to go to the Western Memorial Hall. The brunette froze in shock. She added that the letter would be next to his ashes. Hajin looked at the shelves in the hall, using special vision. He thought that he had experienced so many things in this world that he could not even imagine in his own. The hero turned his head as he walked between the rows and found section 17, first shelf, number 4. The young man stopped near the rack. There was a letter in one of the cells. He thought with relief that, thank God, it was still there. The cadet reached for the pen and froze, realizing that he already knew what was written there. The guy frowned and wondered if he really needed to open it and read it. Perhaps someone else should have the first read. The hero squeezed the pen and decided that there was always a chance that the co-author had done something funny again. The brunette looked closely at the letter and thought that if the contents had changed, everything could get out of control. Yona was sitting in a mask and hood. She asked in surprise if the guy was really a volunteer. The interlocutor confirmed and added that he had found records that spoke of his voluntary help in kindergartens and nursing homes. He had been doing this since he was 11 and stopped after joining the cube. The girl folded her arms and was surprised by this information about Hajin. She assumed that this was why he rarely went out. The brunette narrowed her eyes and thought that she often heard whispers behind her back, but who knew that the truth would be like this? The young man grew up as an orphan, honed his skills in secret, and then suddenly entered the military academy. What an amazing story about how life turns upside down. If Yona were in his place, she would do everything possible to forget the past, but the guy is not like that. On the contrary, he always extended a hand to others, wanting to keep the past in memory. The young man did not try to attract attention with his abilities, but secretly resorted to them only in case of emergency. Yona closed her eyes and thought that although their life values, Ut-100B differed, she had to admit that there was nothing wrong with his views. The girl admitted that Hajin was an incredible person. She asked about more substantial information, like his parents and birthplace. The informant replied that they were trying their best, but they were having some difficulties. The brunette asked to continue digging. The man nodded and accepted the order. He said that there was a request from Korean to track down a mercenary. One of their officers was killed, and they suspected that the killer was from South Korea. The student touched the screen and thought that she had long wanted to understand how the mafia smuggled relics. She leaned on her hands and decided that she could get more out of the deal. Yona asked if they could track him down. The interlocutor replied that their new recruit, Sohup, would be suitable for such a job. The man sent the information. Kim Hosup, age 17, 168 centimeters, 78 kilograms. Graduated from the Military Agent Academy, talent, high-speed network work. By connecting his brain to a computer, he can display exceptional abilities in tracking and retrieving information. The better the computer and internet connection, the more effective the search. The protagonist stood near the shelves with a sheet of paper in his hands. He noted that the contents of the letter remained the same. Korean text appeared on the bracelet. The guy put the letter back into the envelope. He looked at it and thought that it was a relief. In such a situation, this is the only thing the Truth Bureau can do. Tomer looked at the bracelet, which suddenly vibrated. The girl jumped up sharply and knitted her eyebrows. Her face distorted into a grin when she saw the notification. The Truth Bureau successfully found Fern and Jesus. Message: if you wish to receive the requested information, please pay the bill. There was a flower near the deceased's letter. Loud sounds rose to the ceiling. Suhaik began his speech. Looking at the sheet of paper, he said that this was their last written exam. Good job, everyone is dismissed. Later, Hajin stood by the drink machine. He turned around when he heard his name. Naeun looked at him with a smile, saying that the exams were over. What would he do now? The girl was very surprised to hear that he would prepare for the practical part. What else? And asked, already now, they were only next week. She put her hand in the backpack, wanting to return something. Handing over a blue notebook, Naeun thanked the hero. The hero smiled when she noted that she thought he ran away and left her with nothing, and said that he was just in a hurry. His notes were very helpful to her. The hero thought about the fact that he hacked the database for them. Opening a drink, he heard that since he helped her, she would treat him to something delicious. Once the exams are over, why not go there? He asked again where. Hajin widened his eyes, hearing about Hanjeongak. While imagining the restaurant building and the various foods, he thought of it as a high-class Korean restaurant on Gangwado Island. His mouth started to drool, but turning away, he said he didn't want to, and she asked him why. Raising his drink to his mouth, he thought of studying for it after the exams, saying he would be busy. Naeun looked at him in surprise when he suggested going with Suho. Our awkward hero spat out his soda when she asked him point blank if he was jealous. Wiping the drink off his face, he asked her what she was talking about, but she asked him to forget it. Waving his hand, he started to walk away, when Naeun explained that she just wanted to repay him for the time he treated her to a French restaurant and said no need, everything was fine. Watching him leave, she asked what if there was a buffet. The girl felt awkward. Taking hold of the backpack handle, she was worried that she would be going alone with someone else. Yawning, Hajin thought about buying some treats for Evangel on the way back. He was surprised to hear a voice. Looking around the corner, he saw someone offering to pay him extra. The girl addressed him by bracelet. The interlocutor asked how many months she had dragged out the task that should have been completed in 2 weeks. Presenting a small thing in a box, he heard the girl reproached for losing this artifact, for which she apologized. She even closed her eye when the interlocutor asked how much longer she could behave like this, hearing that she needed money, and demanded to sort out what she was assigned. Turning her head away, she complained that nothing was working. The hero and she looked at each other in surprise. She saw Hajin awkwardly put his hand on his neck, not realizing how long he had been standing there and hearing everything. But as she was leaving, she thought, what difference did it make? She hadn't mentioned that human monster, so it should be fine. Frowning, the girl turned around when she heard the hero offer to lend her money. Then she looked away, but with a wave of her hand, she realized that he had heard and said that she doubted he would have that much, to which the hero asked if she wasn't a mage. Tomer looked at the boy with a smile, who said that he thought it wasn't that hard for mages to make a living. He would lend her money if she signed a contract with him, but she again said that he wouldn't have the required amount. Hajin put his hand in his pocket, taking out a card. He noted that he might not look like he had a lot of money, but he had plenty of it. The bright sun illuminated the arena. The second battlefield. The first practical exam is a team battle. The rules are similar to those of the individual exam in the first semester, only now you have to fight in groups. Portraits of a blonde and a brunette appeared on the screen. In the first match of the first day, Rachel's team will be attacking while Yona's team will be defending. Holding a gun, the hero said that it looks like this area is full of obstacles. Then he loaded the clip, noting that it was better for him. Walking forward, Rachel said that she and Jin Ho-sung would attack head-on. Looking back, she said that the others should support them from the shadows. A couple of leaves rose into the air when the girl wanted to say that they were moving out. Raising her head, she saw Hajin on a tree. He turned around when the princess addressed him. Rachel smiled when the guy said that they should continue to advance. He would help from here and thought that of course it was more advantageous for him to be on high ground. Hajin jumped forward, hearing the command to move forward. He deftly moved between the trees. On one of them, he moved the leaves aside and looked. Something caught his attention. His hand squeezed the handle of the gun. He managed to hit the arrow flying at him. He then landed on another branch, realizing that if there was a shooter there, then their team was nearby. Out of all the members of their team, the one who would go all out would be. He looked behind him in surprise, where someone was contentedly clutching a branch in their teeth. Yohei was lying calmly under the tree. The hero was shocked. Watching the guy rest, Hajin wondered if even if they had a shooter on their team, he was too relaxed. He imagined the blonde, noting that she was his opponent. Putting his hands behind his head, Yohei spoke about how he was so carefree and free like the wind. The blonde attacked him. The guy grabbed his sword. To her surprise, he was able to block the attack. The hero watched as Yohei attacked the princess. Hosung appeared behind her. His swing left a bright mark. Then a powerful explosion sounded. Covering himself with his hand, the hero said that it was approaching. As he watched the battle, he thought that even though the two were attacking together, Yohei was barely being pinned down. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Yohei smiled as the hero wondered if he had always been this strong. Rachel and the others were surprised. Hosung noted that even though they were attacking together, Yohei was easily handling them. Sitting on a tree, the hero heard someone ask if Yohei was using strengthening magic and thought that he had roughly figured out the tactic. The boy with the sword in his hands was glowing brightly. He was fighting off the enemies in front of him, while the shooter was showing support from the center. The mage in the back was probably putting all his mana into spells that were aimed at Yohei. There were a few people standing behind, and the hero noted that they were ensuring the safety of the opponent, which meant that this was a strategy aimed at only one person, Yohei. Hajin continued to watch the battle, thinking that this was a pretty good strategy to use in the defense team. Then he smiled. He started moving again, realizing that he needed to neutralize the mage. A little further, he saw a group of enemies. Two were guarding the mage. But the hero was surprised when someone shouted that the shooter was in the tree. Looking for a new position, he was surprised that he was so bad at ambushes. The guy swung his axe, surprised that the shooter came alone. Holding onto a branch, the hero fired, but the enemy hid behind a shield. Then Hajin landed on the ground. The girl asked the mage if her magic was working, and she replied that everything was fine. Standing at the top, the hero noted that the enemy was hiding well, but even so, he could easily hit the target from a greater height. The girl turned to the blonde, saying that she would do it. Then he rushed to attack, and the hero thought that he wanted to deal with him on his own. Jumping up, he hung on a rock, deciding that let it be so. In an area with a lot of obstacles, he had a huge advantage. The blonde continued to attack Hajin, but the hero moved deftly through the forest, and the girl did not understand what was wrong with him. Then she put her fingers to her mouth. Many shields appeared around. The shields began to move and then gathered into a single barrier. Looking at it, he thought that it looked like an armadillo. The blonde swung his axe again. Hajin jumped over the barrier, thinking that no matter how much they hid, it was just a shield. He raised his weapon, realizing that he could see everything clearly, and then he fired a shot at a weak spot. Yohei looked back in fear. The mage fell to the ground. He could not believe it. The brunette opened his mouth, hearing that the mage was leaving the team. Looking at his opponents, Hajin thought that if he had at least one barrier, he would not have died from one shot. His mistake was the desire to save Mana. He raised his eyebrows at being called a coward and asked which one. Rachel and Hosung attacked the enemy again when the hero replied that it was just a strategy. Yohei noticed that he was being absorbed too quickly. He began to tremble, realizing that he was finished. His strength was gone. Several fireballs appeared in the sky. Hajin hid in a tree from the others. As a result of the first practical substitution, Rachel's team won a crushing victory. The sounds of victory were heard throughout the forest. Later, the guys were sitting on the stairs. Rachel smiled, saying that everyone tried their best, and she was told that she was also great. The hero looked at the blonde, noting that she was in a good mood. Her voice and gestures were slightly different from usual. The girl looked at the hero with a smile, saying that he tried very hard. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head when she said that they won only because he dealt with the enemy mage, and replied that it was his own decision. Hosung put his hand on his shoulder, saying that if he failed, he would be a loser, but everything worked out, so he was a hero. Another guy said that he was very surprised when he heard Hajin say that he would go and bring them the head of this mage. Naeun appeared behind him when the hero asked if he had overdone it, and she said that Suo had asked her to tell him that it had been a great battle. He turned around and asked again, and Suo had indeed said that, and she confirmed that he was heading off to his own battle right now. Thinking back to the battle, Naeun noticed that when Hajin fired, his bullet suddenly made a circle and asked how he did it. He replied that it was talent, but she said that was no explanation. Naeun put her hands behind her head and said that she wanted to finish the battle quickly, but her turn was only in the afternoon and evening. Suddenly, he saw something in front of him. Jonghak and Yona were standing in front of him. The blonde frowned, wondering why the guy was being so polite to Naeun. The hero was surprised by this look, thinking that it was suitable for horror movies. Looking at the blonde, Naeun asked why he was looking at her like that, but he just smiled widely. As he walked away, he said that she just imagined it. Then the hero looked at Yonha, asking if she was going to the battlefield, and she replied that their team was next. As he passed by, the hero told her about 5.56mm bullets, about 600 rounds per minute. Turning around, she asked why he suddenly started talking about assault rifle bullets, and the hero replied that he just thought she would need that information. He took a step forward when she asked if he knew that high-grade magic bullets cost 200,000 won each. Hajin replied that 120 million was nothing. It's not like she was saying it was impossible. Smiling, she asked him not to insult her like that, asking if there was anything else she needed. The hero replied that he would handle the rest himself, and that she should take care of the bullets. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when Yona said that about the ginseng mountain. He thought the elixir would be ready in 2 weeks. She closed her eyes and heard him ask her if she wanted to know if he had any more. She replied that she thought it would take some time to find a place to do business. The hero then raised his head, saying that he couldn't guarantee that he would find more, but if he did, he would like to exchange them for shares in her pharmaceutical company. This pleased her very much. The hero noticed the blonde man approaching Naeun while Yona was saying that she was counting on him a lot. Jonghak asked why Naeun was suddenly being so polite to someone like Hajin. They turned around to see the blonde man speaking rudely. The girl wanted to know where he was getting this from, but he reminded her that she herself said that she found him disgusting. Yonha looked at the hero, telling him to just ignore Jonghak since he didn't know him at all. As Jonghak left, he waved his hand, saying that he didn't care about him. Don't worry. He said everything he wanted. See you later. Arriving home, Evangel ran to him. The guy asked if she was hungry. The girl was in tears, and he asked what happened. Showing her hand, she said that she was scratched. Closing his eyes, Hajin thought about the first immutable rule that every parent should follow, not to show the child that he is angry. Taking the girl in his arms, he asked how it happened. The girl answered that she did not know, and said that Whitey was bad. He looked down when she said that she did not do anything to him. The hero did not understand why he attacked. The hero remembered his surprise, thinking about the fact that Whitey had a 4th level of mana affinity. Animals with such a high indicator recover faster, live longer, and have a rare mind. Such a creature would never harm its owner out of the blue. The room was a mess, and when he saw the cat treats, he remembered that he said to give her only one a day. The girl winced at the question of why there were open bags of treats scattered around the room. The guy was holding her in his arms, but Evangel looked away when he asked if she ate them. Embarrassed, she brought her fingers together, saying that she was just curious. Whitey was gobbling them up, so she wanted to try them, so she took a little. Putting his hand on his head, the hero explained that this was why he was angry, and asked her not to do it again. A message appeared on the watch. The hero looked at the screen in surprise, seeing that Rachel had wished him a happy birthday. On the screen was a picture of cakes, thanking him for his hard work and inviting him to karaoke after exams. His profile said that his birthday was in September. Naeun looked at the screen of the watch, lying on the bed. She thought about how they had just written the last test, when she suddenly began to actively communicate on social networks. Seeing a photo on a social network, the girl noted that it seemed that Yona was on good terms with her team. It would be worth noting with her own. But remembering the recent event, she decided that they had already disgraced themselves with the presentation. They did not deserve it. Then Naeun remembered Yona, thinking that since then she had not spoken to Yona at all. Honestly, the blame for what happened lies with her. She should apologize. Spinning on the bed, she thought about what to say. Naeun held the watch in her hands. Looking at the number of those who liked the publication, she decided that she would just like it. Suddenly she saw something. There was Jonghak in the photo. The girl thought what kind of composition it was, like gangsters. When will you finally grow up? Below was a photo of Suho and Hajin. She just asked, is Suho doing this on purpose? She couldn't help but compare their looks. Seeing Yaoenseung's comment, she wondered what she was doing here. Looking at the screen, Naeun realized that she was tired of scrolling aimlessly. Rolling over, she wondered if anyone had written. There was information about Hajin's birthday. While choosing a gift, she thought that a cake would do right. Reflecting the screen in her eyes, the girl decided that if she wanted to give a gift, she needed to give it in person. Then she sat down on the bed. She frowned, surprised. In person, she was completely out of her mind. They weren't that close. Angry at herself, Naeun said that he would make do with a congratulatory message, and wrote a message asking if it was his birthday. Minutes passed, there was no answer. Later, she received a reply where the guy simply wrote thank you. Naeun threw her watch on the bed. Lying on the bed again, she didn't understand who Hajin wanted to appear to be. The bright sun was shining on the walls of the houses. Thursday marked the end of the testing season. I didn't do too well in the individual test, but I made up for it in the team competition. This secured me a place in the top 200 as planned. Our hero sat at the table, thinking about how they should give me a bigger room in the second year. Well, it's not like he was that worried right now. Various items were laid out in front of him. He was more concerned about whether this was enough. After that, he simply placed everything in a high-end magical sports bag. He turned around when he heard the sound of the clock. A message appeared on the screen saying that Cube was going on vacation starting next week, and he was glad that there would be no classes. All thanks to external intelligence. He imagined the guy eavesdropping on someone's conversation, arguing that even the investigators would not be able to detect anything suspicious. However, the human monsters that entered the cube will be forced to lie low. In any case, the second part of the message is much more important. Below was information about the field trip and that it was sponsored and organized by the Jinsu Foundation. Finally, it was time for the main story. Looking at the screen, the hero thought about how during this excursion the main characters will encounter ghosts of the past. This incredibly important artifact should provide a growth spurt for each of them, which means he must carefully prepare. A girl ran up to him in tears, saying that the cat ate her chicken. Turning around, he said that everything was fine, nothing would happen to him, do not worry. But the child replied that it was not the case. The whole house could hear a scream that this was the last chicken leg. Later, Yona handed over the bag, saying that this was his order. A clip holds 4-45 bullets, so there are 900 in here. Taking it, he thanked her, but the girl held out something else. Taking it, the hero saw that it was wrist protection. The interlocutor said that she had heard that the wrist becomes the most vulnerable limb of the shooter. The sky was painted yellow. Yona clarified, his birthday was on Monday. She had planned to give it to him back then, but exams ruined all plans. As she left, she waved her hand, saying that they would see each other again. The hero looked at her with a smile. He saw the girl leaving, thinking that he had received a gift from Yona herself. But looking at the sky, he realized that it was already late. Leaving a bright trace, he only said that he was late. Hosung smiled, seeing Hajin. Coming up, he waved to everyone, saying that he had things to do. With her arms folded, the blonde was happy to see him and said that they were ready to go. Music was heard in the hallway. Looking in, the girl saw the guy singing. Hosung held out a card asking for a room for 5, and he was told that they could go to room number 17. Looking around, Rachel was looking for her. She noticed a number above one of the doors, telling everyone she found it. Hajin was walking behind the others. Naeun appeared from the door in front of him, saying she was going to get water. The hero looked at her silently. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise. Looking at the hero, she wondered what he was doing there and was worried that she was dressed modestly because she just came to have fun. She smiled when he asked her if she also came to hang out with the team and answered yes. Her team members were in the room. The girl said that the written exams were over, so they decided to relieve stress. She looked to the side, asking who he came with. Behind the glass, she saw Rachel. Lowering her eyebrows, Naeun realized that he was also with the team. The girl awkwardly held his hand when the hero asked if she was going on a field trip, and after answering yes, she asked him. The brunette looked out into the hallway when Hajin said that he did not have plans for the weekend, so he signed up. He went on, saying that they would talk later. The girl looked after Hajin as he left. Entering the room, the hero thought that he hadn't been to karaoke in ages. He rarely visited it even in his own world. Someone suddenly grabbed his hand. A frightened Hosung told him to run. Trying to hold his comrade back, the hero didn't understand what he was talking about. Then he noticed a blonde. She was holding a microphone, and the hero remembered that Rachel loved to sing. Shock appeared on his face when he realized that this was the worst part. The glass was literally cracking because she had no ear for music. He didn't understand why he had gotten into this. Later, Hajin was sitting at the table. He folded his arms over his chest and said that using the sapling powder on the bracelet was a great idea. But there was a shiny bracelet on the table, and he was wondering how he should give it to Rachel. In the original, she awakens these characteristics with Kim Soo-ho's efforts in the distant future, but to close the plot hole, he needs to hand it over to her as soon as possible. Resting his head on his hand, he knew that even if he handed it over, it wouldn't awaken on its own. A new message appeared on the screen, and he wondered why she would write to him. It was from Rachel, asking for some lessons on controlling her magical power. He was surprised that Rachel wanted to learn something from him. Looking at the screen, he still thought about it. After all, it could help him. As night fell, the lights were shining brightly in the windows. Hajin held the bracelet in his hand. The blonde approached him, surprised that he was already here. Standing opposite each other, the girl thanked him for agreeing to such a sudden request. He thought about how he should be thanking her. He awkwardly placed his hand on her neck and asked if she of all people had anything to learn from him, but the blonde asked him not to say that. Recalling their previous battles, she said that she had been reviewing the recordings of the team battles, and that she still had a lot to learn. If it weren't for him, everything would have turned out completely differently. Clenching her fists, she was very shy. Even a blush appeared on her cheeks when she asked him to teach her how to become as strong as him. Hajin smiled, noticing that she wanted to try to go through the same training as him. Frowning, he warned her that it would be hard and asked if she was sure she could handle it. Rachel frowned too, saying yes. Sitting on the ground, he folded his legs, offering her to repeat. The girl tried to repeat, but the guy said that if it was hard to sit in the lotus position, let her sit in whatever way was comfortable. But trying, the girl replied that everything was fine, she could handle it. She couldn't handle it. Rachel sat with her legs tucked under her and asked if it was okay for her to sit like that. The hero extended his hand and asked her to extend hers. The blonde was surprised. A bracelet appeared on her hand. The hero noted that it was not the most beautiful, but it was his gift. He had to help her. She asked if she could accept a gift from him when he was already helping her with her training. The guy clarified that it was just a bracelet. Putting her hands on her legs, he told her to stretch her back and imagine that someone was pulling her head from above, to breathe evenly, and now to concentrate on the flow of magical power inside her. He asked her to make it rise from her fingertips up her legs. A glow appeared around the girl. She said that she really was starting to feel stronger than usual. The hero smiled, saying that she was doing great and thought that this was a random meditation from YouTube, but if it helped her, then everything was great. Rachel was surprised when the hero suggested trying to use the magic power in her left wrist. She clarified that it was from the side of the bracelet. Touching it, she imagined that she was spreading the energy from the bracelet throughout her body. The bracelet emitted a bright light, and Rachel said that it was as if magic was flowing through her veins. This feeling was vaguely familiar to her, but now it was much more intense. The girl opened her eyes and said that nature itself was talking to her. The grass around her began to glow. In surprise, she opened her mouth, asking, "Is this a spirit?" A bright ball appeared. Hajin smiled, congratulating her and saying that she was a medium. He sat opposite, asking if she had ever done a test for spiritual affinity. The blonde answered that she got a high mark in it as a child, but she did not know how to control spirits and therefore abandoned the idea. He watched as the girl was carried away by the spirit and thought that although Rachel was born with the talent and mindset ideal for working with spirits, the method of summoning spirits in the modern world was almost lost, and it would be extremely difficult to learn on your own. There was a benevolent smile on his face. The spirit of the butterfly from the powder seeped into Rachel's body and became a link between her and the spirits. Great. Looking at the bright ball, the girl thanked him for his help. He just smiled, saying that it was not worth thanking, and thought that now Rachel would definitely be able to confidently move forward. He was surprised when Rachel suddenly stood up. The blade was in her hand. The hero watched as she raised it above her head. Then there was an explosion. Our hero asked Rachel in confusion, but turned around, hearing that they were at gunpoint. A dark silhouette stood on the mountain. The guy understood that no, he himself was of little use to anyone, which meant they had not come for him. The man in the cloak laughed. Taking a step, he said that he attacked from afar, but there was no way she could spot him. Are the spirits telling her? The girl was surprised to hear a voice. Taking off his cloak, the man noted that she could do nothing without someone else's help. It was Lancaster. Getting up from the ground, the hero turned his attention to him. Standing above them, the guy told the hero to be careful. All his concern for her would one day come back to haunt him. Rachel, upset, lowered her eyes, but Hajin held out his hand in front of her, covering her with himself. He said that she had nothing to worry about. He looked at Lancaster, saying that if he wanted to catch them by surprise, he should have attacked while they were unarmed. Why was he pestering her so persistently? The guy silently looked at the two when the hero wanted to know what his goal was. Standing behind him, the girl said that he had always disliked her. Lancaster smiled. She frowned when he asked her if he really thought he had gone this far out of hatred for her. The blonde looked up in surprise. Looking at her, the boy said that she was not even the object of his revenge. He was going to destroy those who had framed, insulted, and thrown away like trash all those who were willing to give up their lives for them. Introducing the girl, the boy said that his target was the Imperial family, and she was just a tool with which he could take revenge. Rachel gripped the hilt of her sword, saying that she remembered him as a man whose knightly pride was unmatched. Looking at the man above them, she asked how he could do such a thing. But looking at the princess, Lancaster asked if she didn't know. The blonde pictured the bleeding boy, telling him what he had done for one specific person and how it all turned out in the end. Tears were streaming down the man's face. Someone's arm was hanging down. He said that anyway, today he only came to talk, nothing to worry about. Throwing the body, he asked to accept a parting gift. The body fell in front of him with a crash. Both looked down in shock. The bloody arm bent unnaturally. This man was one of many who protected her from the shadows. Smiling, Lancaster said that he would never stop watching her, let her remember that, and evaporated like smoke. Looking back, the hero wondered if he really left. Rachel sat over the body. The hero thought about how he knew Lancaster would soon show himself. And yet, in the original, he only sent a few assassins, but abandoned the idea of revenge after she woke up. I did not expect him to kill anyone with his own hands. Looking at the girl, the hero decided that he would report the situation to Cube, but he understood that the leadership was already rotten to the core and cooperated with human monsters. The girl silently looked at the corpse. The hero realized that they would definitely find a way to hush this up. Later, she contacted the man, who was surprised that Lancaster was behind everything, and the girl confirmed, saying that she could not believe that he just left. Previously, he even sent hired killers to her, hoping to weaken her. She introduced one of them. Raising her hand to her face, she said that she was training with a friend in the park. Before they began, he gave her the bracelet and said that it would help her succeed. The other man looked at the bracelet, and Rachel was surprised to hear that Lancaster had made a mistaken conclusion about her relationship with this man. Imagining how their hands reached out to each other, he said that the enemy wanted to make her go through the same thing he had faced. Clenching her fist, she asked why. Lowering her head, she did not understand why such an idiotic misunderstanding had to happen. If his guess was correct, then Lancaster had made a big mistake. Rachel looked at the bracelet again. She was in no position to have the right to feelings. Then she pressed her lips together. Then she imagined Hajin and the enemy's words about how all his care for her would one day come back to haunt him. At that moment, she could not see his expression. Covering the bracelet with her hand, she wondered what emotions were written on it. Would his mercy turn into hatred? But she smiled again, hearing the other man ask if she was okay. She thought it was even better this way, imagining the hero again. If Hajin was disappointed in her, he would naturally build a wall between them. It would be better for everyone. Clearing his throat, the man suggested changing the subject and noted how much she had changed. He remembered her as a child, saying that she was always running around the house, to which she objected. The man noted that she was a child then, who could finish her homework and run away for the day. In any case, they would call a meeting and together they would decide whether to give her more bodyguards or hire assassins to take their place. He would inform her of the results once the discussion was over. She thanked him and asked if she could find out if the man who had died today had any family. but she lowered her head when she heard that the files were empty. The light fell on her face, and she noted that she nevertheless asked for his last journey with all the honors. She would attend his funeral. Later, lying on her bed, she thought that someone had died again because of her. Imagining her family, she wondered how many times this would have to happen. Afterwards, covering her face with her hand, she knew that she had to become stronger as soon as possible. Her attention was drawn to the bracelet. Looking at it, she remembered Hajin's words that it was just a bracelet. A smile appeared on her face. Afterwards, her eyes began to close, and so she fell asleep. The moonlight fell through the window. Her hand lay on the bracelet. Lancaster stood on the roof. He remembered himself in his youth, saying that affection is not something you can avoid by your own will. Someone's foot stepped on the ground. After some time, the hero stood, looking at the limo. They finally reached the next act of the main plot. Angry, Jong-hak loomed over the hero, asking who allowed him to be late, that he was arrogant, a bastard. Afterwards, he got into the car. Except for him, the rest of the group fit the set of the novel. Their destination is Wind Mountain, located on the outskirts of Seoul at an altitude of 800 meters. He extended his hand and offered a gummy. Fog covered the mountains. Here is a short summary of this arc. All the students, including Kim Suho, will be trapped by the ghosts of the past in Wind Mountain. Something knocked down the tower, and suddenly they find themselves back in time to the 70s when the explosion occurred. The girl opened her eyes in surprise when the guy thought that, in other words, they will enter a magical dimension that can recreate historical events, and asked what they will do. Jong-hak smiled ominously, saying that there are many options. His family owns Wind Mountain. 50 years ago, a magical explosion occurred here, due to which the concentration of mana at the epicenter is still high to this day. Afterwards, he folded his hands, saying that they would meditate at the very top and test their strength. Naeun said that it sounded fun. Hajin smiled, thinking that they would have something to remember. The boys took the gummy bears with a smile. Naeun was also in a good mood. In the novel, everyone had a hard time in this arc. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that he was with them now, so everything would be fine. Adjusting his hair, he only thought that they should all be grateful for his mere existence. Watching this, Yona was shocked, thinking that it was disgusting. There were many leaves on the trees. It turns out that the hero forgot something. Breathing heavily, he noticed that they were climbing a mountain. Many feet were walking along the path. Since when were they on the plains? Suho turned around, calling out to the others. Everyone looked confused. They did not find Hajin. The black car drove up. The man was taking a suitcase out of the trunk, and Yonha, looking ahead, made a delighted sound. The guys were standing at the entrance in front of a park with mountains. The girl said that this is what it is, Wind Mountain. Naeun hummed sweetly. She put her hands behind her head with a smile and said how wonderful it was, something like a picnic. A beaming Hajin confirmed this. She asked him if he had caught the Jong-hak virus. The brunette answered that of course not. Jong-hak himself looked questioningly at the laughing girl. The man with glasses said that the main building was on the top of the mountain, a few minutes walk from the hotel, and a special guest from Jinsen would be arriving late in the evening. Naeun turned to the white-haired man and asked excitedly, "Who is it?" Jong-hak confidently crossed his arms and told them to be patient a little and find out herself. The heroes headed towards the entrance. Words were heard that they would not reach the top before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so they needed to start climbing. The sun's rays illuminated the dense foliage. Naeun looked at a bug on a tree with a smile. Jong-hak was explaining something to Yonha. A guy in white sneakers walked, breathing heavily. The guys were standing on the path, and a question was heard, how much longer do they have to go? Is it always this long? Jong-hak scratched his head excitedly and replied that it did not look like they had turned off the original route. Yonghan noticed that this was strange. Holding the strap of his backpack, the guy said that they had been climbing uphill, so why were they on a flat surface now? The group of cadets looked around in confusion. Suho asked if anyone had seen Hajin. The girls turned around in surprise. Naeun said that he was right behind them. Turning around, she saw that there was no one behind her, and confusedly finished, behind them. The girl angrily shouted at him to stop joking and get out. There were only bushes and trees behind them. Yona said in fear, he was right behind them, wasn't he? Shaking her head from side to side, the brown-haired girl exclaimed, was he really missing? Jong-hak told her to relax, this weakling could have just slipped and fallen somewhere nearby. Or maybe he was looking at the unusual mountain plants. There was a suggestion to look for him. What if he was lost too? Suddenly, the ground under their feet trembled, throwing up small stones. The heroes tried to hold on in fear, and the blue-haired girl fell to her knees. A scream was heard, an earthquake. What the hell? Yonha raised her head in alarm. The solar eclipse was reflected in her frightened eyes. She exclaimed, the sun. Let the guys be careful. The ground near the tree was shaking more and more. The rising wind ruffled the leaves. Naeun, with her mouth open, looked at the tall grass that appeared around them. The 5 heroes found themselves in the middle of some kind of field. Yonghan asked, "Is it over?" The grass was quite thick and tall. Yona noticed it with worry and asked if this was the effect of natural magic. She anxiously folded her hands, saying that Wind Mountain is rich in mana, but like this. Jonghak looked ahead sternly, and Suho said excitedly that someone was approaching. There was a light in the distance through the grass. It was a lantern in the hands of a man. The white-haired man covered his eye from the bright light directed at his face, and he heard words that he thought there were animals frolicking here, but they were just children. The man with the lantern asked the children what they were doing here. The man walked ahead and turned around and asked, "Are you lost? This is not the safest place. A mana explosion can happen at any time." Yonghyun scratched his head and asked in surprise, "A mana explosion?" Yona added, "Just like in the history books. A mana explosion is an extremely dangerous natural phenomenon in which a frightening amount of mana explodes. This phenomenon was especially frequent during the 3 years since the outcall, when the mana levels on Earth were unstable." The girl said that she thought such a thing was hardly possible these days. Suho looked ahead, saying that we had more questions than answers, but now. He looked at the man walking in the grass and continued that it was better to just follow the man and get out of here. They would meet Hajin at the destination as planned. The buildings were destroyed and lay in rubble. The broken traffic light had not worked for a long time. The blue-haired man touched his face, asking where they were. The guide turned and said with an encouraging smile that this was the only safe place in their area. "Ever heard of Gwangyang City Hall?" Naeun asked in surprise. This was the city hall they passed by, to think that everything was destroyed. Suho's eyes widened, struck by the realization. He worriedly asked the man if he could tell him what day it was today. He replied that no, they could not afford such a pleasure. Hearing the request at least approximately, the guide touched his chin and said that they needed to think about it. The heroes gaped in shock when they heard that it was around 1972. The boy said that it was clear now. They suddenly found themselves on flat ground. He remembered how his feet walked on a flat path, how the man warned that a mana explosion could happen at any moment. The hero thought that this did not match up with their reality. They really did return to Gwangyang in 1972. The wrecked car was parked near the ruins of buildings. Suho touched his chin thoughtfully, wondering how this was possible. The girl exclaimed. A man with glasses grabbed her hand, saying that it was dangerous to wander in such a place at night. A swift blow flew into his face. Jonghak glared at him, demanding that he take his hands away. He held the man's clothes while someone tried to calm him down. The man who led them snapped his fingers, saying that they were not a threat. People with shining bats appeared around. Suho grabbed the branch, tensely thinking that it was a trap. He was surprised. Confusedly looking forward, he thought, why can't he use magic? Yonghyun behind him also asked in surprise. Someone confirmed that he did too. Yona turned around to see the man holding the knife, who told them to be good kids and surrender peacefully. The man with the bandage on his face was clutching a shining rebar. The gang surrounded the heroes, holding their guns threateningly. Frowning, Suho exclaimed, "Why are they doing this?" Holding the knife, the one accompanying them slyly replied, "Who knows, maybe because they can." The muzzle flashed. A bright beam exploded in a flash. The man screamed, clutching his shoulder. Another shouted, "It's an ambush." "It's there, he's back," the man-eating monster. Behind him was a man on a bike. A guy with long hair and a helmet was holding a gun. Holding his shoulder, the guide shouted to his comrades not to panic and to hide quickly. "We need to warn Asira." His finger touched the trigger. The bandits' bodies fell among the bloody blots. The heroes stood in a circle among the lying bodies. Suho said in surprise, "This man, who is he?" The guy in the helmet calmly held the weapon. The light glared on the protective glass. Jonghak rushed to the attack, shouting that since he did not want to show himself, they would force him to reveal himself. The man stretched out his hand in fear, trying to say something, but the words were not heard. Jonghak swung, hitting the helmet with a spear. He flew into the air and landed behind the brunette, who fell to the ground. The guy touched his bruised chin. The white-haired man looked at the brunette in surprise, who said that he was not given a minute to explain. They immediately went for a fistfight. With a slight smile, the overgrown Hajin said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He was wrong. Hajin walked behind his cheerful companions. Since they were in the same place at the same time, it seemed to him that he would return to the same period as them. The brunette turned around when he saw the frog, and when he turned back, he stared ahead with wild eyes. The guy was standing alone in the tall grass and calling out to the guys. It was worth his distraction for just a moment, as everything around him changed. And although he really was carried away to Gwangyang, but he got there long before the moment when Suho and the others were supposed to appear. The building in front of him was destroyed, boulders were scattered everywhere. They were separated by 5 weeks. At first, he was upset, but the situation turned out to be much better than he thought. Hajin sat on a stone in the rain and thought that he did not take into account that in the original story, only 5 people went back in time. Now everything is as it should be. The demons trying to control this place were much stronger than he expected. Drops of rain flowed down the upset hero's face. In this regard, he had a lot to do before Suho and the others showed up. Later, he gripped the handlebars of his motorcycle with his fingers, having set up camp at a distance that was convenient for observing the enemies. The hero was aiming a rifle in the bushes. He was attacking them so that they would not become even stronger. The sounds of gunshots could be heard, and so he spent more than 40 days eating alone, shooting enemies, becoming stronger and hiding. Finally, he would see the guys again. The comrades were walking through the field behind Hajin. The blue-haired man asked him if this was the place. He turned around and confirmed that they were in Gwangmyeong in 1972. The guys' eyes widened in shock when they heard this. Jonghak and Yonha looked tense when they heard that this place was a real hell, because the towers had only appeared in the world a year and 3 months ago. The brunette touched his chin, hearing the question of how long he had spent here, and thoughtfully answered that he didn't even know, about a year, probably. The girls stared at him in shock. A tense silence hung among the heroes. Smiling, the brunette said that he was lying, about 5 weeks, no more. His discouraged comrades looked at him gloomily, and he had to exclaim that, in fact, this time it was the absolute truth and he had settled in here quite well. And his hair had grown because of the high magical background. Frowning, Jonghak asked if he had found out what caused this phenomenon. That was all he cared about. Hajin hesitantly answered that it was about. He suggested that they first go to his camp. Ahead was a part of a collapsed building with cracks. Kicking a stone, the white-haired man asked if this was their camp. Even his family's horses would have fled from there. Suho, his eyes shining with pitiful tears, turned and asked if he had really lived here for a whole year. The guy answered irritably that he said it was only 5 weeks. Why don't they believe him? The girls turned blue with horror and looked around. Yona said that there was nothing there at all. Naeun answered that it was not true. Her eye became very narrow from shock. She said in fear that there was something here and it was a cockroach. A terrified squeal was heard. The trembling girl showed a thumb and said that she respected Hajin very much. He lifted the blue cover and asked them to wait a little. His palms were surrounded by a glow. He thought that if he directed the stigmata mana into the magic tent, a quite decent door appeared in front of the surprised Naeun. She exclaimed in delight that it was a tent. In front of her was indeed a double tent. Hajin asked if they were hungry. They probably needed to eat. The guys exclaimed in delight that there was food there. They were surprised to hear that there was one problem. Before you can eat something, you have to kill it first. The hero had a dark atmosphere and denial. He said that he ate everything he had brought with him for emergencies, so there was nothing to be done. He thought to himself that he actually tried to kill a few animals himself, but he failed. Suho beamed, raising his hand, and said that he agreed. He was good at it. Yonghyun heard the request to help him and agreed. Jonghak proudly closed his eyes, saying that butchering was the perfect job for him, but the hero thrust a bucket into his outstretched palm. The white-haired man held the bucket in surprise, hearing Hajin say that there was a stream nearby, so he should go get some water. Enraged, he clenched his fists and asked what he said, but unimpressed by his anger, the brunette turned away and asked Naeun to go with him. The girl stuck her head out of the tent and asked if they needed to get some water. Okay, just a second. The blonde, who instantly calmed down, said sheepishly that if she was going, then he could go once too. The brunette turned around in surprise, hearing the displeased question, why Naeun? Yona turned away offended, and the guy thought she was upset because he didn't send her with Jonghak. As if remembering, the guy said that he planned to cook ramen when they brought water. The girl raised her head. She turned to the sitting guy and asked, did he say ramen? The brunette wondered, what, isn't it suitable for gourmets? Interlacing her fingers, Yona said with a sweet smile that apparently nothing can be done. This is clearly better than nothing. Hajin thought that she liked instant food so much, her voice was simply overflowing with joy. Yona stood in the middle of the shining room with a broom and wiped her forehead, saying that this was much better. Turning to the brunette, she asked, by the way, why they couldn't use mana here. Otherwise, they would have managed in about 3 minutes. The guy lighting the grill answered that in this time period, they couldn't use the mana they brought from the future. They had to wait a little, and then it would start accumulating again. He imagined the glow of a blue haze, explaining that the mana background here was much denser and richer due to the recent arrival, but this made it much harder to control. It would take about a week of hard work to get the hang of it. Thin slices of meat were being fried on the fire. The boys looked at the meat on the plate without much enthusiasm. Hajin told them not to be picky and eat. They needed to eat well to quickly replenish their mana reserves, and the meat of the local animals was full of it. Suho chewed, and Yonghyun happily poured himself some ramen. Jonghak brought the chopsticks with meat to his mouth, and Naeun was amazed. Was he eating? She excitedly picked up a piece with her chopsticks, thinking that she was afraid that this would give her indigestion. Sending the piece into her mouth, she decided that apparently nothing could be done. The girl chewed the fried meat. Then the shining eyes widened in surprise, and angelic pigs were flying around. Beaming with pleasure, she exclaimed, why is it so delicious? Hajin, who was serving his friend a plate, replied that of course it was delicious. The mana density here is much higher than on the Wind Mountain in the present time. The meat must be first class. Meat with a high concentration of mana significantly surpasses the taste of ordinary meat, which is why it is considered an extremely high quality product. Yona was surprised to see her friend reach for another portion, saying that I understand, so that's why. Grabbing new chopsticks, she reached for the meat, discouraged, thinking that she would not get any meat if she hesitated. She should hurry. In the end, an empty grate was left on the coals. Words were heard that it was wonderful. The hero clapped his hands and said that it was enough to rest. Leaning his hand on the map on the table, Hajin said that he would explain what was happening now, so let them listen. There were many trees growing ahead. He said that they were moved to the past because of a ghost. Looking at the hero, the blonde man asked doubtfully, is traveling to the past so easy? Some ghosts can send people tens of years back. Hajin answered that initially he was not able to perform such a miracle. He asked the guy, there is a Tower of Time on the Mountain of Winds, right? Jonghak crossed his arms and confirmed, saying that his grandfather conquered it in the year 2000. The blue ball spread bright purple swirls around. The moment the tower was captured, an unimaginable amount of mana condensed and remained in the present time. This is Clancy Island. He imagined a flying triangular island, saying that it was similar to the floating Clancy Island in the form of a magic crystal. Hajin demonstrated a purple crystal, saying that it was true. The ghost used the debris of the tower. He imagined several purple stones surrounded by a haze and explained that the mana that the tower failed to condense leaked out and eventually became crystals. Holding a stone in his palm, he finished that the ghost used their power, sending them to the registered world. Suho asked again. The hero imagined the silhouette of the ruins and said that, to put it simply, they did not go to the past. In fact, they were in a magical space that recreated the former appearance of this place. Imagining a monster in a skull mask with glowing eyes, he said that there is a demon here that was captured by a ghost, just like them. He imagined a figure in a cloak behind chains and said that he called himself Asura and used mana crystals to become stronger. Yonho raised her hand and said that she had a question. The technique of using mana crystals was only invented in the year 2000. How can he use them to increase his power while in the past? The boy waved his hand and replied that he ate them, surprising his friend. She asked if it was dangerous to live. The answer was that it was usually, but he seemed to digest them without any side effects. Yonghan sat leaning on his hand and, hearing that maybe he worked together with the ghost to get this power, asked if that made him quite dangerous. He let out a discouraged breath while Hajin twirled the crystal in his fingers, thinking that there was really no point in worrying about Asura. He was indeed a little stronger than he was in the novel, but in terms of abilities, he clearly had the advantage. But Chinhua, that was not a good character. He chuckled nervously, imagining the man in the demon hood known as Asura, a name he made up himself. His real name was Chinhua. He thought he gave him such a beautiful name, but he still used another one. What was wrong with his name? Suho was surprised when the boy gave him the crystal, saying that he would now tell him how to return back. He looked at the map with the stone lying on it and said that this was the same crystal, one of the fragments of the tower, the means used to maintain this place. The demons went to various places, including the town hall, to place these crystals there. Without them, this whole place would fall apart. In the tent with a lantern, Jonghak's question was heard, so they just need to take them, and confirmation. Naeun looked at the map, saying that in that case. Suho finished her sentence, that the plan of action was obvious. Hajin said with a smile that it was true. Shining circles appeared above the map. He said that they had a total of 6 places, including the town hall, where these crystals were placed. Asura and his subordinates would guard these places. The comrades at the table looked at the hero, who said that they would defeat them and steal the fragments of the tower. Gray clouds floated above the destroyed building. Yawning, Hajin came out of the tent. Naeun was sitting on the bike and, noticing him, asked if he was awake yet. The brunette looked at her, saying yes, he needed to make sure she wasn't slacking off on duty. The girl was indignant, asking who he took her for. The brunette scratched his head, saying he was joking. Having lived here for 5 weeks, he had somehow gotten used to not getting enough sleep. His girlfriend was surprised and assumed that his nerves had been strained. She jumped off the bike in displeasure when the guy chased her away like a cat. Hajin looked at the girl, hearing her question about the fact that, by the way, his hair had grown a lot. It didn't bother him at all. It was almost the same length as hers. Turning around, he replied that it was inconvenient, of course, but if his hair fell into the hands of a dark mage, it would be even worse. He'd better endure it. Naeun leaned forward in surprise, asking if there were dark mages around here too. The fire crackled. He heard the answer that he had seen one in the area, carrying a strange doll around with him. They should be careful. The early morning wind blew leaves and ruffled the girl's hair, slightly embarrassed. Hajin was surprised when he heard her ask how far it was from here to Seoul St. Mary's Hospital. The city lights were visible in the distance. He said Seoul was that way, so it was probably about half an hour away. Naeun leaned over, closing her eyes, and did not answer when he asked why she was suddenly interested. Then she remembered hugging a woman as a little girl and said that her mother was born there in 1972. Placing her hands on her knees, she said that was why she was interested. Hajin looked at his friend, and after a pause said that at the moment only a few of the surrounding areas were restored. The center was not accessible now. Naeun crossed her arms in disappointment. They were still sitting by the fire, on the chair and the bike. She said that it was a pity. The blades of their swords collided in an attack. Naeun fought with swords with Suho, who was surprised by her pressure. The girl smiled contentedly, thinking that she had adapted well. Hajin was right, using mana and physical activity were good for her. Now she was much more confident in her abilities. She remembered how the guy with the helmet asked if she wanted to adapt to this world faster, why not organize a couple of sparring matches? She thought that at this pace she would soon catch up. The blue-haired man confidently parried her blow and laughed quietly. The cadet was surprised. With a sharp movement of the sword, Suho threw the girl back. Naeun coughed on the ground and said that she lost again. Suddenly, something black flew at her. It turned out to be a black Jonghak jacket, and the girl asked why she needed it. And the blonde guy with his arms crossed told her to cover herself. She was a girl, so she should watch her body movements. Yona turned around, exclaiming. The guys excitedly exclaimed that here was lunch. Hajin rode up on a bike with a box on his back. Suho praised him. Naeun ran closer, asking the delivery guy what was on the menu today. He told her to check the refrigerator herself. Yona thought that she was no better than Pavlov's dog. I heard the motor of the bike, and my mouth was already watering. There were delicious pieces of meat and baked vegetables on the plates. The girls looked at the food with delight, and Suho with a saucepan said that they can eat as much as they want. A loud cry of thanks for the food was heard. The whole group sat at the table, eating and chatting. Naeun held a bottle with a satisfied smile and said that the local food raised her standards in food to unprecedented heights. Hajin told her to eat well and move a lot. It will help her adapt better to the new world. The girl touched her chest, worriedly saying that she understood, but every use of mana brought her terrible pain. She was not joking. It felt like her heart was about to break into pieces. Hajin explained that it was because too much had accumulated inside. She needed to use up the reserves that had formed to relieve the pressure. He indifferently brought his chopsticks to his mouth, hearing her indignant cry of why only they were swinging swords while he was resting, and replied that he had suffered his own way before their arrival. His lips curved into a slight smile. Hajin thought that he had also received a great buff. He remembered the body stats notification that his body was unable to use mana, so it absorbed all the accumulated mana, increasing his strength by 0.002 units. He thought that, in addition, due to the huge concentration of mana in this place, he had earned a quarter more experience than usual. Yonha looked questioningly at the smugly smiling brunette, who was thinking how sweet passive income was. A year here is equal to an hour in their world, so they do not really lose anything, but this past will begin to self-destruct in 4 weeks, and this is already a problem. That is why the heroes in the original came here for such a short time. There were empty plates on the table. The words were heard, "Thank you for the food." The hero slapped his hands on the map, saying that returning to the previous discussion, they will discuss the strategy. The guys were sitting around the table. Hajin pointed with his finger at the area, saying that here is their plan, starting with them. He imagined the silhouette of a man near a cracked building and said that Minjio was at the northwestern water tower. The second silhouette was near the high voltage tower. He said that Pairing was at the southern one. Looking to the side, the brunette said that the first thing they will do is deal with the weak link in the protection of the crystals. The operation will begin in 3 days. The guys nodded in agreement when they heard that they will split up, and Suho and Jonghak will command. As soon as night falls, along this route, the discussion of the plan continued. 3 days later, under the full moon, an angry shout was heard, asking, "Are they crazy?" A disgruntled Jonghak shouted, pointing at the brunette on the bike, asking why he was with that creature. Why were they alone? The rest of the guys who were part of Team Suho stood nearby. Naeun angrily asked him what he was whining about. Let him do as he was told. Yonghan added that Hajin knew what he was doing when he assigned them, didn't he? The brunette turned around when the white-haired guy called out to him. Surrounded by the flames of anger, the guy asked why he was going with him. Hajin thought that Minjio was a mid-level hero, so they had to work as a team against him. The others would hardly go so far as to attempt lives, even in this recreated past. Looking at his comrade, Hajin replied that he was the weak link here. For the sake of balance, it would be logical for him to team up with the strongest. Right? Jonghak's eyes lit up, thinking that he was the best of the best. Proudly scratching his nose, he reluctantly agreed, promising to sacrifice his happiness for the sake of the common goal. The girls laughed at the way his tail was fluffed up. The brunette said that it was good. They were moving out. The guy's face was reflected in the bike's mirror. He said that there was a water tower. Minjo should be inside. A case surrounded by blue pixels appeared. Turning to the disgruntled blonde, he said that they told the others that they would make it in 2 hours, so they had to act quickly. The gray-faced Jonghak gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that he could not believe that he was riding in Hajin's passenger seat. The guy asked, does the thought make him sick? For his sake, Hajin attached a steering wheel to the seat so he could hold onto it without any problems. The blonde guy poked the guy with his finger in displeasure and exclaimed that it wasn't about the steering wheel, he was sharing the bike with him. Suddenly, the stranger shone a flashlight at them, asking who was there. He shouted that these were the lands of the head of Asura, outsiders were not welcome here, let them go. Jonghak looked at the brunette, saying that they had been caught because of him. He responded with displeasure, and the guard got angry at the indifference and shouted, are they even listening? Taking out his nunchucks, he said that they had asked for it themselves. Spinning the weapon, the guy exclaimed that puppies should not yap at a tiger. Jonghak winced in displeasure at the flickering in front of his face and said that he was a bastard. In the end, the guy with the nunchucks was flat on the ground. Hajin knelt down, saying that it looked like there were about 20 guards around the tower. Let him wait here, he would deal with the guards at the entrance, the blonde exclaimed. Why should he wait for him? There was a lot of ammunition in the cases and a machine gun belt. The guy said that it was worth removing the small fry from the road. Hajin confidently held the weapon, continuing so that no one would get in the way in the battle of the strongest. The guys guarding the tower were sleeping under the trees. One of them yawned when a bright beam flashed nearby. The second was surprised when his bloody comrade fell. A hit in the forehead did not allow him to find out the answer to the question, where from? Smoke came out of the barrel. Hajin was sitting on a branch with a rifle, saying that this was the fifth. A pool of blood was spreading near his head. The hero thought that his brain understood that these were not real people, but it still sucked. His weapon was shining. The brunette looked down sadly, thinking that he was not sure if he would ever get used to it. Turning around, he looked at the tower, thinking that he would like to know how the guys were doing. Yona turned around in surprise, looking at the flying strand of hair. The heroes looked at the tower. A question was heard, how will they carry out their plan? The blue-haired man turned to Yona and asked if she had any ideas. The high-rise was surrounded by a dense bright glow. The girl thought that the tower was completely saturated with magic. Her whip would not help here. Naeun peered, putting her hand to her forehead, and said that there were about 40 enemies. They would believe in themselves and pretend that they were all at the level of the cube cadets. Yonghin said plaintively that there were only 4 of them. Would they really cope? The people raised their swords up. Heroes are distinguished by rank. It was considered that a person of a certain rank could single-handedly take on 10 people of a rank lower. Yona turned to the boy and thought that, to be honest, she wasn't too worried about their differences. She thought they would be about the same level. Except for Suho, of course. The boy turned around when he was asked to attract as much attention as possible. Some would stay put for safety, but most would probably give chase. She presented a diagram of their upcoming battle and, raising a finger, said that while Suho distracted the main crowd, they would take care of the remaining extras, infiltrate the base, and take the enemy by surprise. Naeun looked at the blue-haired man worriedly and asked if the mission was too dangerous for one person. He smiled and said no, I'm sure Yona chose the best option. The hero's body was engulfed in a glow, and he said that he was going. Bright flashes appeared from his quick movement. The men were walking around a burning metal barrel. One of them yawned and turned around, noticing something. Suho charged at him. The blow sent the guard flying back. The others looked on in shock. The figures on the platform watched as the man shouted about an ambush and that the enemy had entered the area. They thought it had worked. Holding shining weapons, the girls rushed into battle. Clenching their fists surrounded by mana, Yonghin said that it was their turn. There were bright flashes of blows, and then the man fell face down. Naeun turned around, saying that half of her was unconscious. Yonghin shouted that he was done too. The girl stood next to the prone bald man, hearing her friend say that Yonghin would take care of the tower, and they would go help Suho. Turning around, Naeun called out to her friend, who said that she was coming. Yonha followed as the man raised his head. The girl's hair was tied in a ponytail. The image of a man holding a knife was reflected in her eye. A quick movement, a strand of hair fell to the ground. Yona turned around, pulling the whip that was wrapped around the bald man's head. Frowning angrily, she asked if he was completely crazy. Did he even know how long she had been growing it? The man was trembling, trying to remove the choking bonds, and the girl thought about maybe smashing his skull. After all, he was not a real person, but a projection of the past, right? She closed her eyes, hearing his pleas for mercy. With a movement of the whip, she threw the bald man back. With an indifferent look, Yona said that he was lucky that her conscience played a role. A scream was heard, calling for girls, because Suho could handle it himself. A frightened Yonghin shouted from the tower that he was here and asked for help. Trees grew on the slope of the mountain. 2 hours later, the cups clashed in a toast to their crushing success. Yonghin stood by the grill, telling the others that everything went well. He looked at Hajin, who was sitting behind him, and asked if he was full yet. He replied that for some reason he had no appetite. His comrade chuckled, saying that they were eating like it was their last meal. Suho and Naeun quickly, as if racing, threw meat into their mouths with chopsticks. The brunette compared them to starving African children. Looking at his comrades, Hajin said that in any case, they were all great. They would continue in the same spirit and collect all the crystals in no time. Suddenly, Yona began to beat her chest, trying to cough. Naeun asked if everything was okay. Closing one eye, the girl replied that it was hard to breathe, maybe a piece was stuck in her throat. Hajin looked at her in surprise, wondering if it was hard to breathe after eating mana-infused food. This is bad. He doesn't see any physical injuries. Suddenly, he notices a cut strand of hair in the girl's ponytail. Jumping up, the brunette exclaimed in alarm, "Her hair, what happened?" She replied that she got caught in the battle, not to worry. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He grabbed his head and cursed regretfully. He made a mistake again. His comrades looked at the brunette with alarm, who thought that he understood perfectly well that none of the guys would dare to kill. It was necessary to discuss this immediately. He imagined a thin strand, thinking that the enemy picked up a strand of her hair, returning to the base. He is sure that now she is in the hands of a dark mage, and this can only mean one thing. He imagined hair wrapped around a rag doll and thought, the curse of impotence. Discouraged, Yona asked, "What kind of look is that? This is not the end of the world, he can relax." Hajin removed his hand and said that they were dealing with a dark mage. The enemy had gotten his hands on her hair. Her current state was proof of that. But more importantly, her very life was in the hands of a dark mage. Jonghak looked at the boy with alarm. Standing next to the girl, Naeun's eyes widened in realization upon hearing that her very life was in the hands of a dark mage. The girl was frightened and said in a trembling voice that they had indeed discussed something like that. She did not attach much importance to his words and threw it out of her mind. Looking at the grieving heroine, Hajin said that he had mentioned it in passing, and at dawn at that. It was his mistake, he should have warned everyone at once. A tense silence hung among the heroes. Yona smirked and asked why everyone was so worried. It had not yet been proven that it was a curse. She closed her eyes, touched her chest and said that her body had a high resistance to magic, so it was likely that she would easily endure this affliction. Her hand touched her head. Jonghak looked at her carefully, saying that if she felt bad, she should immediately speak up. The girl blushed, looking at him. She lowered her head, hiding her embarrassment, and objected that she was fine, honestly, and the guy reluctantly agreed. Hajin, with his mouth open, looked at this and thought, can bad guys do this? His hand clenched his spear. The blonde said that he was sure that the enemy's main forces would be thrown into restoring the destroyed bases. A red glow surrounded his body. Looking at his friends, Jonghak suggested raising them to the ground right now. He thought they would make it before dawn. Pulling back his hand with the weapon, he gloomily asked, "Are there any objections?" Hajin threw up his hand, saying that he was right. If this really was a curse of powerlessness, they didn't have much time. Suho said that then they move out right now. Yona stretched out her hand, trying to stop them, and said that she did too. Naeun turned around and shouted, "No way, she should rest." Hajin turned his head to the girl and promised that with his joint efforts they would quickly sort everything out. In addition, Jonghak's ability increases his physical characteristics proportionally to his level of anger. The veins on the blonde's face, clenching his teeth, bulged, and now he was simply furious. A powerful explosion shook the room. Words were heard, a tower of water, a tower of steel. People looked back at Jonghak, who was attacking them with a spear. And the armory, the human monster Asura, Akachinwa, sat with his legs crossed and finished that they were robbed and destroyed in one night. The guy bowed and said that he offered his deepest apologies. The human monster said that there was no need to panic so much, the main thing is that they spotted the ringleaders. He imagined the blue-haired boy and the blonde boy and thought that not only Suho, but also Jonghak, two of the rising stars of Cuba, had fallen into his net. His lips curled into a satisfied grin, thinking that he would bring their heads on a platter, and becoming the chief of the evil of destruction would not be difficult. The boy raised his head in surprise, hearing the order to move the remaining crystals to the city hall. Asura imagined the red thread stretching from the lock of hair to Yona's neck, and thought that without the crystals, the people in charge of them would be greatly weakened. But with a dark mage on their side, there was no better solution at the moment. These brats would never allow their precious friend to be destroyed. The hooded man stood up, saying that these were pathetic people. He headed for the exit, thinking that their own plan would fail due to empty sentimentality. Suho held the staggering girl by the elbow. The first day after the curse of weakness was cast, Yona's body began to weaken as expected. The heroes looked at the building in the distance. When they were about to get the remaining crystals, Asura carried them back to the town hall. Yona held the spoon with a trembling hand. On the second day, the life was fading from her eyes. On the third day, she trembled as she sat down on the chair, while Hajin asked if there was any activity in the town hall. Unable to keep her balance, she fell on the chair, while Suho said that yes, they were locked inside. It became difficult for her to even stand. And after a week, Naeun fearfully called out to her friend while holding the spoon and asked if she can't even eat porridge. The trembling, exhausted Yona shook her head, saying that she was not in that state. The heroes stood by her worriedly, thinking that her life might be in great danger. The brunette turned to the guys who had approached. Suho said that they had achieved nothing today either, no one had left the town hall. The hero imagined the red eyes above the stones and ruins and thought that he had returned all the crystals, locked himself in with them and was waiting. He didn't think that Asura would follow a strategy that was different from the original story. Hajin turned around, looking at his friends, and thought that since they knew that she was dying, he expected them to come to him if they didn't want her to die. Jonghak, who was sitting next to him, said gloomily that they simply had no other choice. He gritted his teeth, looking with burning eyes, and said that they would do what they wanted from them. Yonghyun turned around discouraged and asked again. They would go to the town hall, the four of them against all of them. Hajin, who was standing behind him, said that there was no need to worry about it. If all the crystals were gathered in one place, the past would become unstable. He remembered the grass in the field, saying that the locals would be weakened. They were just byproducts of the past, so there should only be 100-200 in the battle. Among them, there were only 10 that they should be afraid of, including Asura. The brunette said that if they united, there would be no one left who could oppose them. The guy chuckled. Naeun gritted her teeth and said, 200, they could defeat them. She fiercely squeezed the clothes around her throat and said that she thought she could kill them all by herself now. Suho turned around, saying that the real problem was that. Hajin pursed his lips, mentally saying yes. The girl on the floor was shaking, breathing heavily. He thought that they couldn't leave Yona alone. There was a high chance that she would be attacked. Someone had to ensure her safety until the mage was killed. They couldn't take her with them. What should they do? The cloth bag glowed. The guy thought, wait. He held the pouch in his hand. There were purple stones in it. He thought the mana crystals that they stole if they used them. The heroes turned to Hajin in shock, who declared that he would protect both the crystals and Yonha. Yonghyun exclaimed that no one knew how many of them could attack him. Jonghak held his spear tensely. Hearing the brunette say not to worry, he had a bike. If anything went wrong, he and Yonha would just escape on it. Suho closed his eyes, hearing him think that they couldn't come up with a better plan. What would they say? He then looked down sadly. His words could be heard among the green trees. He believed that they had no choice. Jonghak scratched his neck with a sigh, agreeing, and asked, are they heading out at night? Let everyone get a good rest and prepare. Jonghak sat with the spear, surrounded by a red glow. He gritted his teeth furiously, saying that he would tear Asura apart. There was a full moon in the sky above the ruins. The group of friends walked forward. Naeun turned around, looking back, and thought that all the grass had withered. This is what he meant by weakening the past. Suho looked ahead in surprise, saying that they were right in front of the town hall and no one had appeared. Standing in front, he said that they should have noticed their presence by now. Yonghyun exchanged glances with the girl, saying that this definitely looked like a trap. The boys froze when they saw a man appear. There were people standing on the roof. One of the men was holding an iron pipe, saying that children were not allowed. A man with gray temples and a beard asked solemnly, what brought the little ones here? The man was standing on the roof. The boy thought that it was Asura's right hand that Hajin was talking about, Donsiok. Jonghak pointed his finger and rudely asked, where is Asura? The man asked with a grin, what if he told them that Asura's big brother wasn't here? The white-haired man pulled his hand back, saying that he wouldn't say it twice. The spear in his hand glowed with a red light. Donsiok was surprised to see it, saying that it was the color of his mana. Surrounded by a dark red light, the blonde man furiously ordered them to drag Asura here. He swung his spear, knocking the enemy down. A bright flash appeared. Donsiok whistled in admiration. Looking at the flash above his head, he said that it was a little dangerous. But he really wasn't here. Jonghak gritted his teeth, telling him not to lie. If he wasn't here somewhere, then where? His eyes widened in shock. He said not to say that. Donsiok chuckled, asking wickedly that they left their crystals behind and abandoned the injured team member. What made them believe that this could work? The heroes froze in shock, thinking that they assumed that they would attack their hideout, but they did not expect Asura to come in person. Yonghyun turned around, saying that they needed to hurry in. The blade of a sword appeared, making him shut up. Men with weapons appeared around the group of heroes. He cursed that they were surrounded. Gritting his teeth, Jonghak cursed angrily. Naeun was thinking hard about what to do if Yona and Hajin did not return as soon as possible. Suho brought his fist to his mouth, snorting. And then he laughed happily. The girl turned to him in shock as the guy continued to laugh, and thought, is he crazy? Donsiok, who was standing nearby, must have thought the same thing because he asked, are you completely crazy? Why did he suddenly laugh? The blue-haired man smiled confidently. He asked, are they saying that their big boss went there himself? A foot in dark shoes took a step. A hooded man appeared not far from the tent. Hajin looked at him with a confident smile, holding a bag of crystals. He imagined a web and thought that he had set up traps and was waiting. There were purple crystals on his palm. He was waiting for Asura, who was hunting for mana crystals. As he thought, he was here. The hooded guy laughed into his palm. A trembling hand touched the fabric. Exhausted Yona pulled Hajin, saying, "Leave her and run from here." The guy turned to her, and then he smiled encouragingly and told her not to worry. Suho, with the same smile, asked the guys not to worry. Hajin stood next to the tent opposite the enemy. The blue-haired one reassured that the brunette was stronger than him. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.